Book of Josue, Chapter 1. Now it came to pass after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, that the Lord spoke to Josue, the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, and said to him, "To Moses my servant is dead, arise, and pass over this Jordan, thou and thy people with thee, into the land which I will give to the children of Israel. 3 I will deliver to you every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, as I have said to Moses. 4 From the desert, and from Libanus unto the great river Euphrates, all the land of the Hethites, unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your border. 5 No man shall be able to resist you all the days of thy life, as I have been with Moses, so will I be with thee, I will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. 6 Take courage, and be strong, for thou shalt divide by lot to this people the land for which I swore to their fathers, that I would deliver it to them. 7 Take courage therefore, and be very valiant, that thou mayst observe and do all the law, which Moses my servant hath commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayst understand all things which thou dost. 8 Let not the book of this law depart from thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate on it day and night, that thou mayst observe and do all things that are written in it. Then shalt thou direct thy way, and understand it. 9 Behold I command thee, take courage, and be strong. Fear not, and be not dismayed, because the Lord thy God is with thee in all things whatsoever thou shalt go to. 10 And Josue commanded the princes of the people, saying, Pass through the midst of the camp, and command the people, and say, 11 Prepare your victuals, for after the 3rd day you shall pass over the Jordan, and shall go in to possess the land, which the Lord your God will give you. 12 And he said to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, 13 Remember the word, which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, saying, The Lord your God hath given you rest, and all this land. 14 Your wives, and children, and cattle, shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side of the Jordan, but pass you over armed before your brethren all of you that are strong of hand, and fight for them. 15 Until the Lord give rest to your brethren, as he hath given you, and they also possess the land which the Lord your God will give them, and so you shall return into the land of your possession, and you shall dwell in it, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan, toward. 256, Book of Josue, the rising of the sun. 16 And they made answer to Josue, and said, All that thou hast commanded us, we will do, and whithersoever thou shalt send us, we will go. 17 As we obeyed Moses in all things, so will we obey thee also, only be the Lord thy God with thee, as he was with Moses. 18 He that shall gainsay thy mouth, and not obey all thy words, that thou shalt command him, let him die. Only take thou courage, and do manfully. Chapter 2. And Josue, the son of Nun, sent from Shittim 2 men, to spy secretly, and said to them, Go, and view the land, and the city of Jericho. They went, and entered into the house of a woman that was a harlot, named Rahab, and lodged with her. 2 And it was told the king of Jericho, and was said, Behold there are men come in hither, by night, of the children of Israel, to spy the land. 3 And the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Bring forth the men that came to thee, and are entered into thy house, for they are spies, and are come to view all the land. 4 And the woman taking the men, hid them, and said, I confess they came to me, but I knew not whence they were. 5 And at the time of shutting the gate in the dark, they also went out together. I know not whither they are gone. Pursue after them quickly, and you will overtake them. 6 But she made the men go up to the top of her house, and covered them with the stalks of flax, which was there. 7 Now they that were sent, pursued after them, by the way that leadeth to the fords of the Jordan, and as soon as they were gone out, the gate was presently shut. 8 The men that were hid were not yet asleep, when behold the woman went up to them, and said, 9 I know that the Lord hath given this land to you, for the dread of you is fallen upon us, and all the inhabitants of the land have lost all strength. 10 We have heard that the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea, at your going in, when you came out of Egypt, and what things you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites, that were beyond the Jordan, Son and Og whom you slew. 11 And at the hearing these things, we were affrighted, and our heart fainted away, neither did there remain any spirit in us, at your coming in, for the Lord your God he is God in heaven above, and in the earth beneath. 12 Now, therefore, swear ye to me by the Lord, that as I have showed mercy to you, so you also will show mercy to my father's house, and give me a true token. 13 That you will save my father and mother, my brethren and sisters, and all things that are theirs, and deliver our souls from death. 14 They answered her, Be our lives for you unto death, only if thou betray us not. And when the Lord shall have delivered us the land, we will show thee mercy and truth. 15 Then she let them down with a cord out of a window, for her house joined close to the wall. 16 And she said to them, Get ye up to the mountains, lest perhaps they meet you as they return, and there lie ye hid 3 days, till they come back, and so you shall go on your way. 17 And they said to her, We shall be blameless of this oath, which thou hast made us swear. 18 If, when we come into the land, this scour. Book of Josue, 257, let cord be a sign, and thou tie it in the window, by which thou hast let us down, and gather together thy father and mother, and brethren, and all thy kindred into thy house. 19 Whosoever shall go out of the door of thy house, his blood shall be upon his own head, and we shall be quit. But the blood of all that shall be with thee in the house, shall light upon our head, if any man touch them. 20 But if thou wilt betray us, and utter this word abroad, we shall be quit of this oath, which thou hast made us swear. 21 And she answered, As you have spoken, so be it done. And sending them on their way, she hung the scarlet cord in the window. 22 But they went and came to the mountains, and stayed there 3 days, till they that pursued them were returned. For having sought them through all the way, they found them not. 23 And when they were gone back into the city, the spies returned, and came down from the mountain, and passing over the Jordan, they came to Josue, the son of Nun, and told him all that befell them. 24 And said, The Lord hath delivered all this land into our hands, and all the inhabitants thereof are overthrown with fear. Chapter 3 And Josue rose before daylight, and removed the camp, and they departed from Shittim, and came to the Jordan, he, and all the children of Israel, and they abode there for 3 days. 2 After which, the heralds went through the midst of the camp. 3 And began to proclaim, When you shall see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priests of the race of Levi carrying it, rise, you up also, and follow them as they go before. 4 And let there be between you and the ark the space of 2,000 cubits, that you may see it afar off, and know which way you must go, for you have not gone this way before, and take care you come not near the ark. 5 And Josue said to the people, Be ye sanctified, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. 6 And he said to the priests, Take up the ark of the covenant, and go before the people. And they obeyed his commands, and took it up, and walked before them. 7 And the Lord said to Josue, This day will I begin to exalt thee before Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I am with thee also. 8 And do thou command the priests, that carry the ark of the covenant, and say to them, When you shall have entered into part of the water of the Jordan, stand in it. 9 And Josue said to the children of Israel, Come hither, and hear the word of the Lord your God. 10 And again he said, By this you shall know, that the Lord, the living God, is in the midst of you, and that he shall destroy, before your sight, the Canaanite and the Hethite, the Hivite and the Pherezite, the Girgashite also, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite. 11 Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth shall go before you into the Jordan. 12 Prepare ye 12 men of the tribes of Israel, one of every tribe. 13 And when the priests, that carry the ark of the Lord the God of the whole earth, shall set the soles of their feet in the waters of the Jordan, the waters that are beneath shall run down and go off, and those that come from above, shall. 258. Book of Josue, stand together upon a heap. 14 So the people went out of their tents, to pass over the Jordan, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant, went on before them. 15 And as soon as they came into the Jordan, and their feet were dipped in part of the water. 16 The waters that came down from above stood in one place, and swelling up like a mountain, were seen afar off, from the city that is called Adam, to the place of Sarthan, but those that were beneath, ran down into the sea of the wilderness, until they wholly failed. 17 And the people marched over against Jericho, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, stood girded upon the dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all the people passed over, through the channel that was dried up. Chapter 4 And when they were passed over, the Lord said to Josue, To choose 12 men, one of every tribe, 3 And command them to take out of the midst of the Jordan, where the feet of the priests stood, 12 very hard stones, which you shall set in the place of the camp, where you shall pitch your tents this night. 4 And Josue called 12 men, whom he had chosen out of the children of Israel, one out of every tribe. 5 And he said to them, Go before the ark of the Lord your God to the midst of the Jordan, and carry from thence every man a stone on your shoulders, according to the number of the children of Israel. 6 That it may be a sign among you, and when your children shall ask you tomorrow, saying, What means these stones? 7 You shall answer them, The waters of the Jordan ran off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord when it passed over the same, therefore were these stones set for a monument of the children of Israel forever. 8 The children of Israel therefore did as Josue commanded them, carrying out of the channel of the Jordan 12 stones, as the Lord had commanded him according to the number of the children of Israel unto the place wherein they camped, and there they set them. 9 And Josue put other 12 stones in the midst of the channel of the Jordan, where the priests stood that carried the ark of the covenant, and they are there until this present day. 10 Now the priests that carried the ark, stood in the midst of the Jordan, till all things were accomplished, which the Lord had commanded Josue to speak to the people, and Moses had said to him. And the people made haste, and passed over. 11 And when they had all passed over, the ark also of the Lord passed over, and the priests went before the people. 12 The children of Reuben also, and Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh, went armed before the children of Israel, as Moses had commanded them. 13 And 40,000 fighting men by their troops and bands, marched through the plains and fields of the city of Jericho. 14 In that day the Lord magnified Josue in the sight of all Israel, that they should fear him, as they had feared Moses, while he lived. Book of Josue, 259. 15 And he said to him, 16 Command the priests, that carry the ark of the covenant, to come up out of the Jordan. 17 And he commanded them, saying, Come ye up out of the Jordan. 18 And when they that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, were come up, and began to tread on the dry ground, the waters returned into their channel, and ran as they were wont before. 19 And the people came up out of the Jordan, the 10th day of the first month, and camped in Gilgal, over against the east side of the city of Jericho. 20 And the 12 stones, which they had taken out of the channel of the Jordan, Josue pitched in Gilgal. 21 And said to the children of Israel, When your children shall ask their fathers tomorrow, and shall say to them, What mean these stones? 22 You shall teach them, and say, Israel passed over this Jordan through the dry channel. 23 The Lord your God drying up the waters thereof in your sight, until you passed over. 24 As he had done before in the Red Sea, which he dried up till we passed through. 25 That all the people of the earth may learn the most mighty hand of the Lord, that you also may fear the Lord your God forever. Chapter 5 Now when all the kings of the Amorites, who dwelt beyond the Jordan, westward, and all the kings of Canaan, who possessed the places near the great sea, had heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan before the children of Israel, till they passed over, their heart failed them, and there remained no spirit in them, fearing the coming in of the children of Israel. 2 At that time the Lord said to Josue, Make thee knives of stone, and circumcise the second time the children of Israel. 3 He did what the Lord had commanded, and he circumcised the children of Israel in the hill of the foreskins. 4 Now this is the cause of the second circumcision: all the people that came out of Egypt that were males, all the men fit for war, died in the desert, during the time of the long going about in their way. 6 Now these were all circumcised. But the people that were born in the desert, 6 During the 40 years of the journey in the wide wilderness, were uncircumcised, till all they were consumed that had not heard the voice of the Lord, and to whom he had sworn before, that he would not show them the land flowing with milk and honey. 7 The children of these succeeded in the place of their fathers, and were circumcised by Josue, for they were uncircumcised even as they were born, and no one had circumcised them in the way. 8 Now after they were all circumcised, they remained in the same place of the camp, until they were healed. 9 And the Lord said to Josue, This day have I taken away from you the reproach of Egypt. And the name of that place was called Gilgal, until this present day. 10 And the children of Israel abode in Gilgal, and they kept the phase, on the 14th day of the month at evening, in the plains of Jericho. 11 And they ate on the next day unleavened bread of the corn of the land, and frumenty of the same year. 12 And the manna ceased after they ate of the 260. Book of Josue, corn of the land. Neither did the children of Israel use that food any more, but they ate of the corn of the present year of the land of Canaan. 13 And when Josue was in the field of the city of Jericho, he lifted up his eyes, and saw a man standing over against him, holding a drawn sword, and he went to him, and said, Art thou one of ours, or of our adversaries? 14 And he answered, No, but I am prince of the host of the Lord, and now I am come. 15 Josue fell on his face to the ground, and worshipping, said, What saith my Lord to his servant? 16 Loose, saith he, thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Josue did as was commanded him. Chapter 6 Now Jericho was close shut up and fenced, for fear of the children of Israel, and no man durst go out or come in. 2 And the Lord said to Josue, Behold, I have given into thy hands Jericho, and the king thereof, and all the valiant men. 3 Go round about the city all ye fighting men once a day, so shall ye do for 6 days. 4 And on the 7th day the priests shall take the 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and shall go before the ark of the covenant, and you shall go about the city 7 times, and the priests shall sound the trumpets. 5 And when the voice of the trumpet shall give a longer and broken tune, and shall sound you your ears, all the people shall shout together with a very great shout, and the walls of the city shall fall to the ground, and they shall enter in every one at the place against which they shall stand. 6 Then Josue, the son of Nun, called the priests, and said to them, Take the ark of the covenant, and let 7 other priests take the 7 trumpets of the Jubilee, and march before the ark of the Lord. 7 And he said to the people, Go, and compass the city, armed, marching before the ark of the Lord. 8 And when Josue had ended his words, and the 7 priests blew the 7 trumpets before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 9 And all the armed men went before, the rest of the common people followed the ark, and the sound of the trumpets was heard on all sides. 10 But Josue had commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor shall your voice be heard, nor any word go out of your mouth, until the day come wherein I shall say to you, Cry, and shout. 11 So the ark of the Lord went about the city once a day, and returning into the camp, abode there. 12 And Josue rising before day, the priests took the ark of the Lord. 13 And 7 of them 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and they went before the ark of the Lord, walking and sounding the trumpets, and the armed men went before them, and the rest of the common people followed the ark, and they blew the trumpets. 14 And they went round about the city the second day once, and returned into the camp. So they did 6 days. 15 But the 7th day, rising up early, they went about the city, as it was ordered, 7 times. 16 And when in the 7th going about the priests sounded with the trumpets, Josue said to all Israel, Shout, for the Lord hath delivered the city to you. Book of Josue, 261. 17 And let this city be an anathema, and all things that are in it, to the Lord. Let only Rahab, the harlot, live, with all that are with her in the house, for she hid the messengers whom we sent. 18 But beware ye lest you touch aught of those things that are forbidden, and you be guilty of transgression, and all the camp of Israel be under sin, and be troubled. 19 But whatsoever gold or silver there shall be, or vessels of brass and iron, let it be consecrated to the Lord, laid up in his treasures. 20 So all the people making a shout, and the trumpets sounding, when the voice and the sound thundered in the ears of the multitude, the walls forthwith fell down, and every man went up by the place that was over against him, and they took the city. 21 And killed all that were in it, man and woman, young and old. The oxen also, and the sheep, and the asses, they slew with the edge of the sword. 22 But Josue said to the 2 men that had been sent for spies, Go into the harlot's house, and bring her out, and all things that are hers, as you assured her by oath. 23 And the young men went in, and brought out Rahab, and her parents, her brethren also, and all her goods, and her kindred, and made them to stay without the camp. 24 But they burned the city, and all things that were therein, except the gold and silver, and vessels of brass and iron, which they consecrated unto the treasury of the Lord. 25 But Josue saved Rahab the harlot, and her father's house, and all she had, and they dwelt in the midst of Israel until this present day, because she hid the messengers whom he had sent to spy out Jericho. At that time, Josue made an imprecation, saying, 26 Cursed be the man before the Lord, that shall raise up and build the city of Jericho. In his firstborn may he lay the foundation thereof, and in the last of his children set up its gates. 27 And the Lord was with Josue, and his name was noised throughout all the land. Chapter 7 But the children of Israel transgressed the commandment, and took to their own use of that which was accursed. For Achan, the son of Sharmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took something of the anathema, and the Lord was angry against the children of Israel. 2 And when Josue sent men from Jericho against Hai, which is beside Bethaven, on the east side of the town of Bethel, he said to them, Go up, and view the country, and they fulfilled his command, and viewed Hai. 3 And returning, they said to him, Let not all the people go up, but let 2 or 3 thousand men go, and destroy the city. Why should all the people be troubled in vain, against enemies that are very few? For there went up therefore 3,000 fighting men, who immediately turned their backs. 5 And were defeated by the men of the city of Hai, and there fell of them 36 men, and the enemies pursued them from the gate as far as Sebarim, and they slew them as they fled by the descent, and the heart of the people was struck with fear, and melted like water. 6 But Josue rent his garments, and fell flat on the ground, before the ark of the Lord, until the evening, both he and all the ancients of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. 262. Book of Josue, 7 And Josue said, Alas, O Lord God, why wouldst thou bring this people over the river Jordan, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorite, and to destroy us? Would God we had stayed beyond the Jordan, as we began. 8 My Lord God, what shall I say, seeing Israel turning their backs to their enemies? 9 The Canaanites, and all the inhabitants of the land, will hear of it, and being gathered together will surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do to thy great name? 10 And the Lord said to Josue, Arise, why liest thou flat on the ground? 11 Israel hath sinned, and transgressed my covenant, and they have taken of the anathema, and have stolen and lied, and have hid it among their goods. 12 Neither can Israel stand before his enemies, but he shall flee from them, because he is defiled with the anathema. I will be no more with you, till you destroy him that is guilty of this wickedness. 13 Arise, sanctify the people, and say to them, Be ye sanctified against tomorrow, for thus saith the Lord God of Israel, The curse is in the midst of thee, O Israel, thou canst not stand before thy enemies, till he be destroyed out of thee, that is defiled with this wickedness. 14 And you shall come in the morning, every one by your tribes, and what tribe soever the lot shall find, it shall come by its kindreds, and the kindred by its houses, and the house by the men. 15 And whosoever he be that shall be found guilty of this fact, he shall be burnt with fire, with all his substance, because he hath transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and hath done wickedness in Israel. 16 Josue, therefore, when he rose in the morning, made Israel to come by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was found. 17 Which being brought by in families, it was found to be the family of Zerah. Bringing that also by the houses, he found it to be Zabdi. 18 And bringing his house man by man, he found Achan, the son of Sharmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah. 19 And Josue said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and confess, and tell me what thou hast done, hide it not. 20 And Achan answered Josue, and said to him, Indeed I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel, and thus have I done. 21 For I saw among the spoils a scarlet garment, exceeding good, and 200 sickles of silver, and a golden rule of 50 sickles, and I coveted them, and I took them away, and hid them in the ground in the midst of my tent, and the silver I covered with the earth that I dug up. 22 Josue therefore sent ministers, who running to his tent, found all hid in the same place, together with the silver. 23 And taking them away out of the tent, they brought them to Josue, and to all the children of Israel, and threw them down before the Lord. 24 Then Josue, and all Israel with him, took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garment, and the golden rule, his sons also, and his daughters, his oxen, and asses, and sheep, the tent also, and all the goods, and brought them to the valley of Achor. 25 Where Josue said, Because thou hast troubled us, the Lord trouble thee this day. And all Israel stoned him, and all things that were his, were consumed with fire. 26 And they gathered together upon him a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day, and the wrath of the Lord was turned away from them. And the name of that place was called the valley of Achor, until this. Book of Josue, 263. Day, Chapter 8. And the Lord said to Josue, Fear not, nor be thou dismayed, take with thee all the multitude of fighting men, arise, and go up to the town of Hai. Behold, I have delivered into thy hand the king thereof, and the people, and the city, and the land. 2 And thou shalt do to the city of Hai, and to the king thereof, as thou hast done to Jericho, and to the king thereof, but the spoils, and all the cattle, you shall take for a prey to yourselves, lay an ambush for the city behind it. 3 And Josue rose, and all the army of the fighting men with him, to go up against Hai, and he sent 30,000 chosen valiant men in the night. 4 And commanded them, saying, Lay an ambush behind the city, and go not very far from it, and be ye all ready. 5 But I, and the rest of the multitude which is with me, will approach on the contrary side against the city. And when they shall come out against us, we will flee, and turn our backs, as we did before. 6 Till they pursuing us be drawn farther from the city, for they will think that we flee as before. 7 And whilst we are fleeing, and they pursuing, you shall rise out of the ambush, and shall destroy the city, and the Lord your God will deliver it into your hands. 8 And when you shall have taken it, set it on fire, and you shall do all things so as I have commanded. 9 And he sent them away, and they went on to the place of the ambush, and abode between Bethel and Hai, on the west side of the city of Hai. But Josue stayed that night in the midst of the people. 10 And rising early in the morning, he mustered his soldiers, and went up with the ancients in the front of the army, environed with the aid of the fighting men. 11 And when they were come, and were gone up over against the city, they stood on the north side of the city, between which and them there was a valley in the midst. 12 And he had chosen 5,000 men, and set them to lie in ambush between Bethel and Hai, on the west side of the same city. 13 But all the rest of the army went in battle array on the north side, so that the last of that multitude reached to the west side of the city. So Josue went that night, and stood in the midst of the valley. 14 And when the king of Hai saw this, he made haste in the morning, and went out with all the army of the city, and set it in battle array, toward the desert, not knowing that there lay an ambush behind his back. 15 But Josue, and all Israel gave back, making as if they were afraid, and fleeing by the way of the wilderness. 16 But they shouting together, and encouraging one another, pursued them. And when they were come from the city, 17 And not one remained in the city of Hai and of Bethel, that did not pursue after Israel, leaving the towns open as they had rushed out. 18 The Lord said to Josue, Lift up the shield that is in thy hand, towards the city of Hai, for I will deliver it to thee. 19 And when he had lifted up his shield towards the city, the ambush, that lay hid, rose up immediately, and going to the city, took it, and set it on fire. 20 And the men of the city, that pursued after. 264. Book of Josue. Josue, looking back, and seeing the smoke of the city rise up to heaven, had no more power to flee this way or that way, especially as they that had counterfeited flight, and were going toward the wilderness, turned back most valiantly against them that pursued. 21 So Josue, and all Israel, seeing that the city was taken, and that the smoke of the city rose up, returned, and slew the men of Hai. 22 And they also that had taken and set the city on fire, issuing out of the city to meet their own men, began to cut off the enemies who were surrounded by them. So that the enemies being cut off on both sides, not one of so great a multitude was saved. 23 And they took the king of the city of Hai alive and brought him to Josue. 24 So all being slain that had pursued after Israel, in his flight to the wilderness, and falling by the sword in the same place, the children of Israel returned and laid waste the city. 25 And the number of them that fell that day, both of men and women, was 12,000 persons, all of the city of Hai. 26 But Josue drew not back his hand, which he had stretched out on high, holding the shield, till all the inhabitants of Hai were slain. 27 And the children of Israel divided among them, the cattle and the prey of the city, as the Lord had commanded Josue. 28 And he burnt the city, and made it a heap forever. 29 And he hung the king thereof on a gibbet, until the evening and the going down of the sun. Then Josue commanded, and they took down his carcass from the gibbet, and threw it in the very entrance of the city, heaping upon it a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day. 30 Then Josue built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, in Mount Hebel. 31 As Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the children of Israel, and it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of unhewn stones, which iron had not touched, and he offered upon it holocausts to the Lord, and immolated victims of peace offerings. 32 And he wrote upon stones, the Deuteronomy of the law of Moses, which he had ordered before the children of Israel. 33 And all the people, and the ancients, and the princes, and judges, stood on both sides of the ark, before the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, both the stranger and he that was born among them, half of them by Mount Gerizim, and half by Mount Hebel, as Moses the servant of the Lord, had commanded. And first he blessed the people of Israel. 34 After this, he read all the words of the blessing and the cursing, and all things that were written in the book of the law. 35 He left out nothing of those things which Moses had commanded, but he repeated all before all the people of Israel, with the women and children, and strangers, that dwelt among them. Chapter 9 Now when these things were heard of, all the kings beyond the Jordan, that dwelt in the mountains, and in the plains, in the places near the sea, and on the coasts of the great sea, they also that dwell by Libanus, the Hathite, and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Pherezite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, to gather themselves together, to fight against Josue and Israel with one mind, and one resolution. 3 But they that dwelt in Gabaon, hearing all that Josue had done to Jericho and Hai. Book of Josue. 265. 4 Cunningly devising took for themselves provisions, laying old sacks upon their asses, and wine bottles rent and sewed up again. 5 And very old shoes, which for a show of age were clouded with patches, and old garments upon them. The loaves also, which they carried for provisions by the way, were hard, and broken into pieces. 6 And they went to Josue, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him, and to all Israel with him, We are come from a far country, desiring to make peace with you. And the children of Israel answered them, and said, 7 Perhaps you dwell in the land which falls to our lot, if so, we can make no league with you. 8 But they said to Josue, We are thy servants. Josue said to them, Who are you? And whence came you? 9 They answered, From a very far country thy servants are come in the name of the Lord thy God. For we have heard the fame of his power, all the things that he did in Egypt. 10 And to the 2 kings of the Amorites, that were beyond the Jordan, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, that was in Ashtaroth. 11 And our ancients, and all the inhabitants of our country, said to us, Take with you victuals for a long way, and go meet them, and say, We are your servants, make ye a league with us. 12 Behold, these loaves we took hot, when we set out from our houses to come to you, now they are become dry, and broken in pieces by being exceeding old. 13 These bottles of wine when we filled them were new, now they are rent and burst. These garments we have on, and the shoes we have on our feet, by reason of the very long journey, are worn out, and almost consumed. 14 They took therefore of their victuals and consulted not the mouth of the Lord. 15 And Josue made peace with them, and entering into a league, promised that they should not be slain. The princes also of the multitude swore to them. 16 Now 3 days after the league was made, they heard that they dwelt nigh, and they should be among them. 17 And the children of Israel removed the camp, and came into their cities on the 3rd day, the names of which are, Gabaon, and Caphira, and Beroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. 18 And they slew them not, because the princes of the multitude had sworn in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. Then all the common people murmured against the princes. 19 And they answered them, We have sworn to them in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, and therefore we may not touch them. 20 But this we will do to them, let their lives be saved, lest the wrath of the Lord be stirred up against us, if we should be forsworn. 21 But so let them live, as to serve the whole multitude in hewing wood, and bringing in water, as they were speaking these things. 23 Therefore you shall be under a curse, and your race shall always be hewers of wood, and carriers of water, into the house of my God. 24 They answered, It was told us, thy servants, that the Lord thy God had promised his servant Moses, to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants thereof. Therefore we feared exceedingly and provided for our lives, compelled by the dread we had of you, and we took this counsel. 25 And now we are in thy hand, deal with us as it seemeth good and right unto thee. 26 So Josue did as he had said, and delivered them from the hand of the children of Israel, that they should not be slain. 266. Book of Josue, 27 And he gave orders in that day, that they should be in the service of all the people, and of the altar of the Lord, hewing wood, and carrying water, until this present time, in the place which the Lord hath chosen. Chapter 10. When Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard these things, to wit, that Josue had taken Hai, and had destroyed it, and that the Gabaonites were gone over to Israel, and were their confederates. 2 He was exceedingly afraid. For Gabaon was a great city, and one of the royal cities, and greater than the town of Hai, and all its fighting men were most valiant. 3 Therefore Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Oam, king of Hebron, and to Phair, king of Jeremoth, and to Yaphiah, king of Lachish, and to Debir, king of Eglon, saying, 4 Come up to me, and bring help, that we may take Gabaon, because it hath gone over to Josue, and to the children of Israel. 5 So the 5 kings of the Amorites being assembled together, went up, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jeremoth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, they and their armies, and camped about Gabaon, laying siege to it. 6 But the inhabitants of the city of Gabaon, which was besieged, sent to Josue, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him, Withdraw not thy hands from helping thy servants, come up quickly, and save us, and bring us succor, for all the kings of the Amorites, who dwell in the mountains, are gathered together against us. 7 And Josue went up from Gilgal, and all the army of the warriors with him, most valiant men. 8 But the Lord said to Josue, Fear them not, for I have delivered them into thy hands, none of them shall be able to stand against thee. 9 So Josue going up from Gilgal all the night, came upon them suddenly. 10 And the Lord troubled them, at the sight of Israel, and he slew them with a great slaughter, in Gabaon, and pursued them by the way of the ascent to Bethoron, and cut them off all the way to Azekah and Masada. 11 And when they were fleeing from the children of Israel, and were in the descent of Bethoron, the Lord cast down upon them great stones from heaven, as far as Azekah, and many more were killed with the hailstones, than were slain by the swords of the children of Israel. 12 Then Josue spoke to the Lord in the day that he delivered the Amorite in the sight of the children of Israel, and he said before them, Move not, O sun, toward Gabaon, nor thou, O moon, toward the valley of Ajalon. 13 And the sun and the moon stood still, till the people revenged themselves of their enemies. Is not this written in the book of the just? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down the space of 1 day. 14 There was not before, nor after, so long a day, the Lord obeying the voice of a man, and fighting for Israel. 15 And Josue returned, with all Israel, into the camp of Gilgal. 16 For the 5 kings were fled, and had hid themselves in a cave of the city of Masada. 17 And it was told Josue, that the 5 kings were found hid in a cave of the city of Masada. 18 And he commanded them that were with him, saying, Roll great stones to the mouth of the cave, and set careful men to keep them shut. Book of Josue, 267. Up. 19 And stay ye not, but pursue after the enemies, and kill all the hindermost of them as they flee, and do not suffer them whom the Lord God hath delivered into your hands, to shelter themselves in their cities. 20 So the enemies being slain with a great slaughter, and almost utterly consumed, they that were able to escape from Israel, entered into fenced cities. 21 And all the army returned to Josue, in Masada, where the camp then was, in good health, and without the loss of any one, and no man durst move his tongue against the children of Israel. 22 And Josue gave orders, saying, Open the mouth of the cave, and bring forth to me the 5 kings that lie hid therein. 23 And the ministers did as they were commanded, and they brought out to him the 5 kings out of the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jeremoth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon. 24 And when they were brought out to him, he called all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the army that were with him, Go, and set your feet on the necks of these kings. And when they had gone, and put their feet upon the necks of them lying under them. 25 He said again to them, Fear not, neither be ye dismayed, take courage, and be strong, for so will the Lord do to all your enemies, against whom ye fight. 26 And Josue struck, and slew them, and hanged them upon 5 gibbets, and they hung until the evening. 27 And when the sun was down, he commanded the soldiers to take them down from the gibbets. And after they were taken down, they cast them into the cave, where they had lain hid, and put great stones at the mouth thereof, which remain until this day. 28 The same day Josue took Masada, and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, and killed the king and all the inhabitants thereof, he left not in it the least remains. And he did to the king of Masada, as he had done to the king of Jericho. 29 And he passed from Masada with all Israel to Libnah, and fought against it. 30 And the Lord delivered it with the king thereof into the hands of Israel, and they destroyed the city with the edge of the sword, and all the inhabitants thereof, they left not in it any remains. And they did to the king of Libnah, as they had done to the king of Jericho. 31 From Libnah he passed unto Lachish, with all Israel, and investing it with his army, besieged it. 32 And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hands of Israel, and he took it the following day, and put it to the sword, and every soul that was in it, as he had done to Libnah. 33 At that time Horam, king of Gezer, came up to succor Lachish, and Josue slew him with all his people so as to leave none alive. 34 And he passed from Lachish to Eglon, and surrounded it. 35 And took it the same day, and put to the sword all the souls that were in it, according to all that he had done to Lachish. 36 He went up also with all Israel from Eglon to Hebron, and fought against it. 37 Took it, and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, the king also thereof, and all the towns of that country, and all the souls that dwelt in it, he left not therein any remains, as he had done to Eglon, so did he also to Hebron, putting to the sword all that he found in it. 38 Returning from thence to Debir. 268, Book of Josue. 39 He took it, and destroyed it, the king also thereof, and all the towns round about, he destroyed with the edge of the sword, he left not in it any remains, as he had done to Hebron and Libnah, and to their kings, so did he to Debir, and to the king thereof. 40 So Josue conquered all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the plain, and of Asedath, with their kings, he left not any remains therein, but slew all that breathed, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded him. 41 From Kadesh-barnea even to Gaza, all the land of Goshen even to Gabaon. 42 And all their kings, and their lands he took and wasted at one onset, for the Lord the God of Israel fought for him. 43 And he returned with all Israel to the place of the camp in Galgal. Chapter 11 And when Jabin king of Assur had heard these things, he sent to Jobab king of Madon, and to the king of Cimarron, and to the king of Achshaph, and to the kings of the north, that dwelt in the mountains and in the plains over against the south side of Senaroth, and in the levels and the countries of Dor by the seaside. 3 To the Canaanites also on the east and on the west, and the Amorite, and the Hethite, and the Pharisite, and the Jebusite in the mountains, to the Hivite also who dwelt at the foot of Hermon in the land of Masphah. 4 And they all came out with their troops, a people exceeding numerous as the sand that is on the seashore, their horses also and chariots a very great multitude. 5 And all these kings assembled together at the waters of Merom, to fight against Israel. 6 And the Lord said to Josue, Fear them not, for tomorrow at this same hour I will deliver all these to be slain in the sight of Israel. Thou shalt hamstring their horses, and thou shalt burn their chariots with fire. 7 And Josue came, and all the army with him, against them to the waters of Merom on a sudden, and fell upon them. 8 And the Lord delivered them into the hands of Israel. And they defeated them, and chased them as far as the great Sidon and the waters of Mazeraphat, and the field of Masphi, which is on the east thereof. He slew them all, so as to leave no remains of them. 9 And he did as the Lord had commanded him, he hamstringed their horses and burned their chariots. 10 And presently turning back he took Assur, and slew the king thereof with the sword. Now Assur of old was the head of all these kingdoms. 11 And he cut off all the souls that abode there, he left not in it any remains, but utterly destroyed all, and burned the city itself with fire. 12 And he took and put to the sword and destroyed all the cities round about, and their kings, as Moses the servant of God had commanded him. 13 Except the cities that were on hills and high places, the rest Israel burned, only Assur that was very strong he consumed with fire. 14 And the children of Israel divided among themselves all the spoil of these cities and the cattle, killing all the men. 15 As the Lord had commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Josue, and he accomplished all, he left not one thing undone of all the commandments which the Lord had commanded Moses. 16 So Josue took all the country of the hills, and of the south, and the land of Goshen, and the Book of Josue, 269, plains and the west country, and the mountain of Israel, and the plains thereof. 17 And part of the mountain that goeth up to Seir as far as Baalgad, by the plain of Libanus under Mount Hermon, all their kings he took, smote and slew. 18 Josue made war a long time against these kings. 19 There was not a city that delivered itself to the children of Israel, except the Hivite, who dwelt in Gabaon, for he took all by fight. 24 It was the sentence of the Lord, that their hearts should be hardened, and they should fight against Israel, and fall, and should not deserve any clemency, and should be destroyed as the Lord had commanded Moses. 21 At that time Josue came and cut off the Enansims from the mountains, from Hebron, and Debir, and Anab, and from all the mountain of Judah and Israel, and destroyed their cities. 22 He left not any of the stock of the Anakims, in the land of the children of Israel, except the cities of Gaza, and Geth, and Azotus, in which alone they were left. 23 So Josue took all the land, as the Lord spoke to Moses, and delivered it in possession to the children of Israel, according to their divisions and tribes. And the land rested from wars. Chapter 12 These are the kings, whom the children of Israel slew and possessed their land beyond the Jordan towards the rising of the sun, from the torrent Arnon unto Mount Hermon, and all the east country that looketh towards the wilderness. 2 Sihon king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and had dominion from Aroer, which is seated upon the bank of the torrent Arnon, and of the middle part in the valley, and of half Galaad, as far as the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon. 3 And from the wilderness, to the sea of Senaroth towards the east, and to the sea of the wilderness, which is the most salt sea, on the east side by the way that leadeth to Bethsimoth, and on the south side that lieth under Asedoth, Phasgah, for the border of Og the king of Bashan, of the remnant of the Raphaims who dwelt in Ashtaroth, and in Edrei, and had dominion in Mount Hermon, and in Salcha, and in Albasan, unto the borders. 5 Of Geshuri and Makati, and of half Galaad, the borders of Sihon the king of Heshbon. 6 Moses the servant of the Lord, and the children of Israel slew them, and Moses delivered their land in possession to the Reubenites, and Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. 7 These are the kings of the land, whom Josue and the children of Israel slew beyond the Jordan on the west side from Baalgad in the field of Libanus, unto the mount, part of which goeth up into Seir, and Josue delivered it in possession to the tribes of Israel, to every one their divisions. 8 As well in the mountains as in the plains and the champaign countries. In Asedoth, and in the wilderness, and in the south was the Hethite and the Amorite, the Canaanite and the Pherezite, the Hivite and the Jebusite. 9 The king of Jericho 1, the king of Hai, which is on the side of Bethel, 1. 10 The king of Jerusalem 1, the king of Hebron 1. 11 The king of Jeremoth 1, the king of Lachish 1. 12 The king of Eglon 1, the king of Gezer 1. 270. Book of Josue, 13 The king of Debir 1, the king of Gader 1. 14 The king of Herma 1, the king of Hiram 1. 15 The king of Lebna 1, the king of Otulim 1. 16 The king of Masada 1, the king of Bethel 1. 17 The king of Tapua 1, the king of Ophir 1. 18 The king of Aphek 1, the king of Saran 1. 19 The king of Madon 1, the king of Assur 1. 20 The king of Semaron 1, the king of Aksaph 1. 21 The king of Thanak 1, the king of Megiddo 1. 22 The king of Cades 1, the king of Jachan of Carmel 1. 23 The king of Dor, and of the province of Dor 1, the king of the nations of Galgal 1. 24 The king of Tirsah 1, all the kings 30 and 1. Chapter 13 Josue was old, and far advanced in years, and the Lord said to him, Thou art grown old, and advanced in age, and there is a very large country left, which is not yet divided by lot. 2 To wit, all Galilee, Philistia, and all Geshuri. 3 From the troubled river, that watereth Egypt, unto the border of Acharon northward, the land of Chanaan, which is divided among the lords of the Philistines, the Gesites, the Azotians, the Ascalonites, the Gethites, and the Ekronites. 4 And on the south side are the Hivites, all the land of Chanaan, and Mara of the Sidonians as far as Aphekah, and the borders of the Amorite. 5 And his confines, the country also of Libanus towards the east from Bulgad under Mount Hermon to the entering into Emath. 6 Of all that dwell in the mountains from Libanus, to the waters of Mazerephoth, and all the Sidonians, I am he that will cut them off from before the face of the children of Israel. So let their land come in as a part of the inheritance of Israel, as I have commanded thee. 7 And now divide the land in possession to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, 8 with whom Reuben and Gad have possessed the land, which Moses the servant of the Lord delivered to them beyond the river Jordan, on the east side. 9 For Aroer, which is upon the bank of the Tor and Arnon, and in the midst of the valley and all the plains of Medeba, as far as Dibon. 10 And all the cities of Son, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, unto the borders of the children of Ammon. 11 And Gilad, and the borders of Geshuri and Makati, and all Mount Hermon, and all Basan as far as Salcha. 12 All the kingdom of Og in Basan, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei, he was of the remains of the Raphaims, and Moses overthrew and destroyed them. 13 And the children of Israel would not destroy Geshuri and Makati, and they have dwelt in the midst of Israel, until this present day. 14 But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, but the sacrifices and victims of the Lord God of Israel, are his inheritance, as he spoke to him. 15 And Moses gave a possession to the children of Reuben according to their kindreds. Book of Josue, 271. 16 And their border was from Aroer, which is on the bank of the Tor and Arnon, and in the midst of the valley of the same torrent, all the plain, that leadeth to Medeba. 17 And Heshbon, and all their villages, which are in the plains. Dibon also, and Bamoth Baal, and the town of Balmon. 18 And Jassa, and Sidimoth, and Mephoth. 19 And Kiriathaim, and Sabama, and Sarathazar and the mountain of the valley. 20 Bethphagor and Asedoth, Phasga and Bethasimoth. 21 And all the cities of the plain, and all the kingdoms of Son king of the Amorites, that reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses slew with the princes of Madian, Hivi, and Resem, and Sur and Hur, and Rebe, dukes of Son, inhabitants of the land. 22 Balaam also the son of Beor the soothsayer, the children of Israel slew with the sword among the rest that were slain. 23 And the river Jordan was the border of the children of Reuben. This is the possession of the Reubenites, by their kindreds, of cities and villages. 24 And Moses gave to the tribe of Gad and to his children by their kindreds a possession, of which this is the division. 25 The border of Jaser, and all the cities of Gilad, and half the land of the children of Ammon, as far as Aroer which is over against Rabbah. 26 And from Heshbon unto Ramoth, Mesphi and Betanim, and from Monaim unto the borders of Debir. 27 And in the valley Betharan and Beth-Nimrah, and Succoth, and Saphon the other part of the kingdom of Son king of Heshbon. The limit of this also is the Jordan, as far as the uttermost part of the sea of Sinereth beyond the Jordan on the east side. 28 This is the possession of the children of Gad by their families, their cities, and villages. 29 He gave also to the half-tribe of Manasseh and his children possession according to their kindreds. 30 The beginning whereof is this, from Monaim all Basan, and all the kingdoms of Og king of Basan, and all the villages of Yair, which are in Basan, 80 towns. 31 And half Gilad, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Basan, to the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, to 1/2 of the children of Machir according to their kindreds. 32 This possession Moses divided in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan, over against Jericho on the east side. 33 But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, because the Lord the God of Israel himself is their possession, as he spoke to them. Chapter 14 This is what the children of Israel possessed in the land of Chanaan, which Eleazar the priest, and Josue the son of Nun, and the princes of the families by the tribes of Israel gave to them. 2 Dividing all by lot, as the Lord had commanded the hand of Moses, to the 9 tribes, and the half-tribe. 3 For to 2 tribes and a half Moses had given possession beyond the Jordan, besides the Levites, who received no land among their brethren. 4 But in their place succeeded the children of Joseph divided into 2 tribes, of Manasseh and Ephraim, neither did the Levites receive other portion of land, but cities to dwell in, and there. 272, Book of Josue, suburbs to feed their beasts and flocks. 5 As the Lord had commanded Moses so did the children of Israel, and they divided the land. 6 Then the children of Judah came to Josue in Galgal, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite spoke to him, Thou knowest what the Lord spoke to Moses the man of God concerning me and thee in Kadesh-barn. 7 I was 40 years old when Moses the servant of the Lord sent me from Kadesh-barn, to view the land, and I brought him word again as to me seemed true. 8 But my brethren, that had gone up with me, discouraged the heart of the people, and I nevertheless followed the Lord my God. 9 And Moses swore in that day, saying, The land which thy foot hath trodden upon shall be thy possession, and thy children forever, because thou hast followed the Lord my God. 10 The Lord therefore hath granted me life, as he promised until this present day. It is 40 and 5 years since the Lord spoke this word to Moses, when Israel journeyed through the wilderness. This day I am 85 years old, 11 as strong as I was at that time when I was sent to view the land. The strength of that time continueth in me until this day, as well to fight as to march. 12 Give me therefore this mountain, which the Lord promised, in thy hearing also, wherein are the Anakims, and cities great and strong, if so be the Lord will be with me, and I shall be able to destroy them, as he promised me. 13 And Josue blessed him, and gave him Hebron in possession. 14 And from that time Hebron belonged to Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, until this present day, because he followed the Lord the God of Israel. 15 The name of Hebron before was called Kiriath-arb. Adam the greatest among the Anakims was laid there, and the land rested from wars. Chapter 15 Now the lot of the children of Judah by their kindreds was this, from the frontier of Edom, to the desert of Sin southward, and to the uttermost part of the south coast. 2 Its beginning was from the top of the most salt sea, and from the bay thereof, that looketh to the south. 3 And it goeth out towards the ascent of the Scorpion, and passeth on to Sina, and ascendeth into Kadesh-barn, and reacheth into Esron, going up to Adar, and compassing Karka. 4 And from thence passing along into Asamona, and reaching the torrent of Egypt, and the bounds thereof shall be the great sea, this shall be the limit of the south coast. 5 But on the east side the beginning shall be the most salt sea even to the end of the Jordan, and towards the north from the bay of the sea unto the same river Jordan. 6 And the border goeth up into Beth-hagla, and passeth by the north into Beth-arab, going up to the stone of Bone the son of Reuben. 7 And reaching as far as the borders of Debar from the valley of Achor, and so northward looking towards Galgal, which is opposite to the ascent of Adaman, on the south side of the torrent, and the border passeth the waters that are called the fountain of the sun. And the goings out thereof shall be at the fountain Rogeldate, and it goeth up by the valley of the son of Hinnom on the side of the Jebusite towards the south, the same as Jerusalem, and thence ascending to the top of the mountain, which is. Book of Josue, 273, over against Jeanim to the west in the end of the valley of Raphaim, northward. 9 And it passeth on from the top of the mountain to the fountain of the water of Nephtoah, and reacheth to the towns of Mount Ephron, and it bendeth towards Bala, which is Kiriath-jearim, that is to say, the city of the woods. 10 And it compasseth from Bala westward unto Mount Seir, and passeth by the side of Mount Jearim to the north into Cheslon, and goeth down into Bethsames, and passeth into Thamnah. 11 And reacheth northward to a part of Acharon at the side, and bendeth to Secrona, and passeth Mount Bala, and cometh into Jebneel, and is bounded westward with the great sea. 12 These are the borders round about of the children of Judah in their kindreds. 13 But to Caleb the son of Jephunneh he gave a portion in the midst of the children of Judah, as the Lord had commanded him, Kiriath-arb the father of Anak, which is Hebron. 14 And Caleb destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Anak, Sesai, and Ahiman, and Thlumai of the race of Anak. 15 And going up from thence he came to the inhabitants of Debir, which before was called Kiriath-sepher, that is to say, the city of letters. 16 And Caleb said, He that shall smite Kiriath-sepher, and take it, I will give him Exa my daughter to wife. 17 And Othniel the son of Senez, the younger brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him Exa his daughter to wife. 18 And as they were going together, she was moved by her husband to ask a field of her father, and she sighed as she sat on her ass. And Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? 19 But she answered, Give me a blessing, thou hast given me a southern and dry land, give me also a land that is watered. And Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. 20 This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Judah by their kindreds. 21 And the cities from the uttermost parts of the children of Judah by the borders of Edom to the south, were Kabseel and Eder and Jagur. 22 And Chena and Dimona and Adadah. 23 And Cades and Asor and Jethnam. 24 Ziph and Telem and Balath. 25 New Asor and Kiriath, Hezron, which is Asor. 26 Amam, Sama, and Malada. 27 And Azargada and Haseman and Bethflit. 28 And Hazar-Shual and Bersabea and Beziotia. 29 And Bala and Jim and Esem. 30 And El-Tolad and Cecil and Harma. 31 And Sisleg and Medimina and Sensena. 32 Lebaoth and Salim and Ain and Remen, all the cities. 29, and their villages. 33 But in the plains, Estel and Syria and Asena. 34 And Zano and Enganim and Tapua and Enaim. 35 And Jeremoth and Adulam, Socho and Azekah. 36 And Sarium and Aditham and Gedra and Gederothaim, 14 cities, and their villages. 37 Sanan and Hadassah and Magdal-Gad, 38 Delon and Masepha and Jekthal, 39 Lachis and Beskath and Eglon, 40 Cheban and Lahan and Sethles, 41 and Gediroth and Beth-Dagon and Nama and Masada, 16 cities, and their villages. 42 Labana and Ether and Asan, 43 Jephthah and Esna and Nesib, 44 and Selah and Oxib and Maresa, 9 cities, and their villages. 274. Book of Josue, 45 Acharon with the towns and villages thereof, 46 from Acharon even to the sea, all places that lie towards Azotus and the villages thereof. 47 Azotus with its towns and villages. Gaza with its towns and villages, even to the torrent of Egypt, and the great sea that is the border thereof. 48 and in the mountain Samir and Cheter and Sokoth. 49 and Dana and Kiriath Sena, this is Debir. 50 Anabanis Timo and Anim. 51 Gosen and Olon and Galo, 11 cities and their villages. 52 Arab and Ruma and Esan. 53 and Janam and Beth Thapwa and Aphekah. 54 Athmatha and Kiriath Arb, this is Hebron and Sire, 9 cities and their villages. 55 Maon and Carmel and Ziph and Hotah. 56 Jezreel and Jukatam and Zano. 57 Acane, Gaba and Thamna, 10 cities and their villages. 58 Halhul, and Besher, and Gedor. 59 Mareth, and Bethanoth, and Eltekon, 6 cities and their villages. 60 Kiriath Baal, the same as Kiriath Irim the city of woods, and Areba, 2 cities and their villages. 61 in the desert Betharaba, Medin, and Satracha. 62 in Nebzan, and the city of Salt, and in Gadi, 6 cities and their villages. 63 But the children of Judah could not destroy the Jebusite that dwelt in Jerusalem, and the Jebusite dwelt with the children of Judah in Jerusalem until this present day. Chapter 16. And the lot of the sons of Joseph fell from the Jordan over against Jericho and the waters thereof, on the east, the wilderness which goeth up from Jericho to the mountain of Bethel. 2 And goeth out from Bethel to Luzah, and passeth the border of Archi, to Adaroth. 3 And goeth down westward, by the border of Jephalti, unto the borders of Beth-horon the Nether, and to Gezer, and the countries of it are ended by the great sea. 4 And Manasseh and Ephraim the children of Joseph possessed it. 5 And the border of the children of Ephraim was according to their kindreds, and their possession towards the east was Adaroth Adar unto Beth-horon the upper. 6 And the confines go out unto the sea, but Macmethoth looketh to the north, and it goeth round the borders eastward into Thenoth-Selo, and passeth along on the east side to Janu. 7 And it goeth down from Janu into Adaroth and Naartha, and it cometh to Jericho, and goeth out to the Jordan. 8 From Tapua it passeth on towards the sea into the valley of reeds, and the goings out thereof are at the most salt sea. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Ephraim by their families. 9 And there were cities with their villages separated for the children of Ephraim in the midst of the possession of the children of Manasseh. 10 And the children of Ephraim slew not the Canaanite, who dwelt in Gezer, and the Canaanite dwelt in the midst of Ephraim until this day, paying tribute. Book of Josue, 275, Chapter 17. And this lot fell to the tribe of Manasseh, for he is the firstborn of Joseph to Machir the firstborn of Manasseh the father of Gilad, who was a warlike man, and had for possession Gilad and Basan. 2 And to the rest of the children of Manasseh according to their families, to the children of Abiezer, and to the children of Helek, and to the children of Esriel, and to the children of Shechem, and to the children of Heper, and to the children of Semidah. These are the male children of Manasseh the son of Joseph, by their kindreds. 3 But Salphaad the son of Heper the son of Gilad the son of Machir the son of Manasseh had no sons, but only daughters, whose names are these, Mahlah and Noah and Heglah and Melcha and Tirsah. 4 And they came in the presence of Eleazar the priest and of Josue the son of Nun, and of the princes, saying, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, that a possession should be given us in the midst of our brethren, and he gave them according to the commandment of the Lord a possession amongst the brethren of their father. 5 And there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, beside the land of Gilad and Basan beyond the Jordan. 6 For the daughters of Manasseh possessed inheritance in the midst of his sons. And the land of Gilad fell to the lot of the rest of the children of Manasseh. 7 And the border of Manasseh was from Aser, Macmethoth which looketh towards Sichem, and it goeth out on the right hand by the inhabitants of the fountain of Tapua. 8 For the lot of Manasseh took in the land of Tapua, which is on the borders of Manasseh, and belongs to the children of Ephraim. 9 And the border goeth down to the valley of the reeds, to the south of the torrent of the cities of Ephraim, which are in the midst of the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh is on the north side of the torrent, and the outgoings of it are at the sea. 10 So that the possession of Ephraim is on the south, and on the north that of Manasseh, and the sea is the border of both, and they are joined together in the tribe of Aser on the north, and in the tribe of Issachar on the east. 11 And the inheritance of Manasseh in Issachar and in Aser, was Bethsan and its villages, and Jebim with its villages, and the inhabitants of Dor, with the towns thereof, the inhabitants also of Endor with the villages thereof, and in like manner the inhabitants of Denech with the villages thereof, and the inhabitants of Megiddo with their villages, and the third part of the city of Naphath. 12 Neither could the children of Manasseh overthrow these cities, but the Canaanite began to dwell in his land. 13 But after that the children of Israel were grown strong, they subdued the Canaanites, and made them their tributaries, and they did not kill them. 14 And the children of Joseph spoke to Josue, and said, Why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to possess, whereas I am of so great a multitude, and the Lord hath blessed me? 15 And Josue said to them, If thou be a great people, go up into the woodland, and cut down room for thyself in the land of the Pharisite and the Raphaims, because the possession of Mount Ephraim is too narrow for thee. 16 And the children of Joseph answered him, We cannot go up to the mountains, for the Canaanites that dwell in the lowlands, wherein 276, Book of Josue, are situate Bethsan with its towns, and Jezreel in the midst of the valley, have chariots of iron. 17 And Josue said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, Thou art a great people, and of great strength, thou shalt not have one lot only. 18 But thou shalt pass to the mountain, and shalt cut down the wood, and make thyself room to dwell in, and mayst proceed farther, when thou hast destroyed the Canaanites, who as thou sayest have iron chariots, and are very strong. Chapter 18. And all the children of Israel assembled together in Silo, and there they set up the tabernacle of the testimony, and the land was subdued before them. 2 But there remained 7 tribes of the children of Israel, which as yet had not received their possessions. 3 And Josue said to them, How long are you indolent and slack, and go not in to possess the land which the Lord the God of your fathers hath given you? 4 Choose of every tribe 3 men, that I may send them, and they may go and compass the land, and mark it out according to the number of each multitude, and bring back to me what they have marked out. 5 Divide to yourselves the land into 7 parts, let Judah be in his bounds on the south side, and the house of Joseph on the north. 6 The land in the midst between these mark ye out into 7 parts, and you shall come hither to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord your God. 7 For the Levites have no part among you, but the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuben, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already received their possessions beyond the Jordan eastward, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave them. 8 And when the men were risen up, to go to mark out the land, Josue commanded them saying, Go round the land and mark it out, and return to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord in Silo. 9 So they went and surveying it divided it into 7 parts, writing them down in a book. And they returned to Josue, to the camp in Silo. 10 And he cast lots before the Lord in Silo, and divided the land to the children of Israel into 7 parts. 11 And first came up the lot of the children of Benjamin by their families, to possess the land between the children of Judah, and the children of Joseph. 12 And their border northward was from the Jordan, going along by the side of Jericho on the north side, and thence going up westward to the mountains, and reaching to the wilderness of Bethaven. 13 And passing along southward by Luzah, the same as Bethel, and it goeth down into Ataroth to the mountain, that is on the south of the nether Beth-horon. 14 And it bendeth thence going round towards the sea, south of the mountain that looketh towards Beth-horon to the southwest, and the outgoings thereof are into Kiriath-Baal, which is called also Kiriath-Jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This is their coast towards the sea, westward. 15 But on the south side the border goeth out from part of Kiriath-Jearim towards the sea, and cometh to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah. 16 And it goeth down to that part of the Book of Josue, 277, mountain that looketh on the valley of the children of Hinnom, and is over against the north quarter in the furthermost part of the valley of Raphaim, and it goeth down into Jenim by the side of the Jebusite to the south, and cometh to the fountain of Rogel. 17 Passing thence to the north, and going out to Unsoms, that is to say, the fountain of the sun. 18 And it passeth along to the hills that are over against the ascent of Adamim, and it goeth down to Abenban, that is, the stone of Bone the son of Reuben, and it passeth on the north side to the Champaign countries, and goeth down into the plain. 19 And it passeth by Beth-agla northward, and the outgoings thereof are towards the north of the most salt sea at the south end of the Jordan. 20 Which is the border of it on the east side. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their borders round about, and their families. 21 And their cities were, Jericho and Beth-agla and Baal-Casis. 22 Beth-arabah and Samarium and Bethel. 23 And Evam and Aphara and Ophrah. 24 The town Ammona and Ophni and Gabi, 12 cities, and their villages. 25 Gabam and Ramah and Beroth. 26 And Mesphi, and Kephera, and Amosa. 27 And Resem, Jeraphiel, and Theralah. 28 And Selah, Eleph, and Jebus, which is Jerusalem, Gabot and Kiriath, 14 cities, and their villages. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their families. Chapter 19. And the second lot came forth for the children of Simeon by their kindreds, and their inheritance was, 2 in the midst of the possession of the children of Judah, Bersabeh and Sabi and Melata, 3 and Hazarjuel, Bala, and Usam, 4 and Eltolad, Bethuli, and Harma, 5 and Sisleg and Beth Marcha, both in Hasar Susa. 6 and Beth Lebaoth and Sarhen, 13 cities, and their villages. 7 and Remen and Ether and Asan, 4 cities, and their villages. 8 and all the villages round about these cities to Baalath Beer Ramah to the south quarter. This is the inheritance of the children of Simeon according to their kindreds. 9 in the possession and lot of the children of Judah, because it was too great, and therefore the children of Simeon had their possession in the midst of their inheritance. 10 and the third lot fell to the children of Zabulon by their kindreds, and the border of their possession was unto Sarid. 11 and it went up from the sea and from Marilah, and came to Debazoth, as far as the torrent, which is over against Jekaham. 12 and it returneth from Sarid eastward to the borders of Sisaleth-Tabor, and it goeth out to Dabereth and ascendeth towards Japhi. 13 and it passeth along from thence to the east side of Gath-Hepher and Thickason, and goeth out to Remen, Amtar, and Noah. 14 and it turneth about to the north of Hanathan, and the outgoings thereof are the valley of Jephtal. 15 and Cadath and Nalal and Samaron and Jadalah and Bethlehem, 12 cities and their 278. Book of Josue, villages. 16 This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Zabulon by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. 17 The fourth lot came out to Issachar by their kindreds. 18 And his inheritance was Jezreel and Casaloth and Sunem. 19 And Hapharaim and Sion and Anahareth, 20 And Rabbath and Seshan, Abas, 21 And Ramoth and Engannim and Enhada and Bethphases, 22 And the border thereof cometh to Thabor and Shesima and Bethsames, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the Jordan, 16 cities, and their villages. 23 This is the possession of the sons of Issachar by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. 24 And the fifth lot fell to the tribe of the children of Asher by their kindreds. 25 And their border was Halkath and Charli and Bedin and Aksith. 26 And Almelech and Amad and Mesel, and it reacheth to Carmel by the sea and Sehor and Lebanath. 27 And it returneth towards the east to Beth-Dagon, and passeth along to Zabulon and to the valley of Jephthah towards the north to Beth-Mek and Nahil. And it goeth out to the left side of Kabul. 28 And to Abaron and Roab and Ammon and Cana, as far as the great Sidon. 29 And it returneth to Ormah to the strong city of Tyre, and to Hosa, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the sea from the portion of Achzeba. 30 And Ammah and Aphek and Roab, 22 cities, and their villages. 31 This is the possession of the children of Asher by their kindreds, and the cities and their villages. 32 The sixth lot came out to the sons of Naphtali by their families. 33 And the border began from Heleph and Elon to Sonanim, and Adami, which is Neseb, and Jebneel even to Lechem. 34 And the border returneth westward to Azanot-Thabor, and goeth out from thence to Hakukah, and passeth along to Zabulon southward, and to Asher westward, and to Judah upon the Jordan towards the rising of the sun. 35 And the strong cities are Sedem, Ser, and Emath, and Rekath and Sinereth. 36 And Edema and Arama, Asor. 37 And Seeds and Edrei, and Hasser. 38 And Geran and Magdalil, Horm, and Bethanath and Bethsames, 19 cities, and their villages. 39 This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Naphtali by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. 40 The seventh lot came out to the tribe of the children of Dan by their families. 41 And the border of their possession was Sirah and Estaol, and Hersemes, that is, the city of the sun. 42 Seleban and Ialon and Jethelah, 43 Elon and Themna and Akron, 44 Elt, Gebethan, and Balat, 45 And Judah and Bain and Barak and Gethreman. 46 And Maharkan and Arekan, with the border that looketh towards Joppa. 47 And is terminated there. And the children of Dan went up and fought against Lesem, and took it, and they put it to the sword, and possessed it, and dwelt in it, calling the name of it Lesem Dan, by the name of Dan their father. 48 This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Dan, by their kindreds, the cities and Book of Josue, 279, their villages. 49 And when he had made an end of dividing the land by lot to each one by their tribes, the children of Israel gave a possession to Josue the son of Nun in the midst of them. 50 According to the commandment of the Lord, the city which he asked for, Thamnath-Serah, in Mount Ephraim, and he built up the city, and dwelt in it. 51 These are the possessions which Eleazar the priest, and Josue the son of Nun, and the princes of the families, and of the tribes of the children of Israel, distributed by lot in Silo, before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and they divided the land. Chapter 20. And the Lord spoke to Josue, saying, Speak to children of Israel and say to them, to appoint cities of refuge, of which I spoke to you by the hand of Moses. 3. That whosoever shall kill a person unawares may flee to them, and may escape the wrath of the kinsman, who is the avenger of blood. 4. And when he shall flee to one of these cities, he shall stand before the gate of the city, and shall speak to the ancients of that city, such things as prove him innocent, and so shall they receive him, and give him a place to dwell in. 5. And when the avenger of blood shall pursue him, they shall not deliver him into his hands, because he slew his neighbor unawares, and is not proved to have been his enemy 2 or 3 days before. 6. And he shall dwell in that city, till he stand before judgment to give an account of his fact, and till the death of the high priest, who shall be at that time. Then shall the manslayer return, and go into his own city and house from whence he fled. 7. And they appointed seeds in Galilee of Mount Naphtali, and Sichem in Mount Ephraim, and Kiriath-arb, the same as Hebron in the mountain of Judah. 8. And beyond the Jordan to the east of Jericho, they appointed Bozrah, which is upon the plain of the wilderness of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth and Galad of the tribe of Gad, and Golan and Basan of the tribe of Manasseh. 9. These cities were appointed for all the children of Israel, and for the strangers that dwelt among them, that whosoever had killed a person unawares might flee to them, and not die by the hand of the kinsman, coveting to revenge the blood that was shed, until he should stand before the people to lay open his cause. Chapter 21. Then the princes of the families of Levi came to Eleazar the priest, and to Josue the son of Nun, and to the princes of the kindreds of all the tribes of the children of Israel. 2. And they spoke to them in Silo in the land of Chanaan, and said, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, that city should be given us to dwell in, and their suburbs to feed our cattle. 3. And the children of Israel gave out of their possessions according to the commandment of the Lord, cities and their suburbs. 4. And the lot came out for the family of Gad of the children of Aaron the priest out of the tribes of Judah, and of Simeon, and of Benjamin, 13 cities. 5. And to the rest of the children of Gad, that is, to the Levites, who remained, out of the tribes of Ephraim, and of Dan, and the half. 280. Book of Josue, tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities. 6. And the lot came out to children of Gerson, that they should take of the tribes of Issachar and of Aser and of Naphtali, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Basan, 13 cities. 7. And to the sons of Merari by their kindreds, of the tribes of Reuben and of Gad and of Zabulon, 12 cities. 8. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities and their suburbs, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, giving to every one by lot. 9. Of the tribes of the children of Judah and of Simeon Josue gave cities, whose names are these: 10. To the sons of Aaron, of the families of Gad of the race of Levi. 11. The city of Arb the father of Anak, which is called Hebron, in the mountain of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about. 12. But the fields and the villages thereof he had given to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for his possession. 13. He gave therefore to the children of Aaron the priest, Hebron a city of refuge, and the suburbs thereof, and Lebnah with the suburbs thereof. 14. And Chetar and Estemo, 15. And Holon, and Debir. 16. And Ain, and Jetta, and Bethsames, with their suburbs, 9 cities out of the 2 tribes, as hath been said. 17. And out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, Gabaon, and Gabi. 18. And Anadoth and Almon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. 19. All the cities together of the children of Aaron the priest, were 13, with their suburbs. 20. And to the rest of the families of the children of Gad of the race of Levi was given this possession. 21. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Sichem one of the cities of refuge, with the suburbs thereof in Mount Ephraim, and Gezer. 22. And Sibzaim, and Beth-horon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. 23. And of the tribe of Dan, Eltako, and Gabathon. 24. And Ialon and Gethrammon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. 25. And of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Thanak, and Gethrammon, with their suburbs, 2 cities. 26. All the cities were 10, with their suburbs, which were given to the children of Gad, of the inferior degree. 27. To the children of Gerson also of the race of Levi out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Basan, one of the cities of refuge, and Bozrah, with their suburbs, 2 cities. 28. And of the tribe of Issachar, Seshan, and Dabereth. 29. And Jarimoth, and En-gannim, with their suburbs, 4 cities. 30. And of the tribe of Aser, Misal, and Abdon, 31. And Halkath, and Roab, with their suburbs, 4 cities. 32. Of the tribe also of Naphtali, seeds in Galilee, one of the cities of refuge, and Hamath-dor, and Carthan, with their suburbs, 3 cities. 33. All the cities of the families of Gerson, were 13, with their suburbs. 34. And to the children of Merari, Levites of the inferior degree, by their families were given of the tribe of Zabulon, Jechnam, and Kartha, 35 and Damna and Nalal, 4 cities with their suburbs. Book of Josue, 281. 36 of the tribe of Reuben beyond the Jordan over against Jericho, Bozrah in the wilderness, one of the cities of refuge, Mizar and Jaser and Jethson and Mephoth, 4 cities with their suburbs. 37 of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilad, one of the cities of refuge, and Monaim and Heshbon and Jaser, 4 cities with their suburbs. 38 All the cities of the children of Merari by their families and kindreds, were 12. 39 So all the cities of the Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48. 40 with their suburbs, each distributed by the families. 41 And the Lord God gave to Israel all the land that he had sworn to give to their fathers, and they possessed it, and dwelt in it. 42 And he gave them peace from all nations round about, and none of their enemies durst stand against them, but were brought under their dominion. 43 Not so much as one word, which he had promised to perform unto them, was made void, but all came to pass. Chapter 22. At the same time Josue called the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have done all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, you have also obeyed me in all things. 3 Neither have you left your brethren this long time, until this present day, keeping the commandment of the Lord your God. 4 Therefore as the Lord your God hath given your brethren rest and peace, as he promised, return, and go to your dwellings, and to the land of your possession, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan. 5 Yet so that you observe attentively, and in work fulfill the commandment and the law which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, that you love the Lord your God, and walk in all his ways, and keep all his commandments, and cleave to him, and serve him with all your heart, and with all your soul. 6 And Josue blessed them, and sent them away, and they returned to their dwellings. 7 Now to half the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a possession in Bashan, and therefore to the half that remained, Josue gave a lot among the rest of their brethren beyond the Jordan to the west. And when he sent them away to their dwellings and had blessed them, 8 He said to them, With much substance and riches, you return to your settlements, with silver and gold, brass and iron, and variety of raiment, divide the prey of your enemies with your brethren. 9 So the children of Reuben, and the children of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned, and parted from the children of Israel in Silo, which is in Canaan, to go into Gilad the land of their possession, which they had obtained according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. 10 And when they were come to banks of the Jordan, in the land of Canaan, they built an altar immensely great near the Jordan. 11 And when the children of Israel had heard of it, and certain messengers brought them an account that the children of Reuben, and of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh had built an altar in the land of Canaan, upon the banks of the Jordan, over against the children of Israel. 12 They all assembled in Silo, to go up and fight against them. 282. Book of Josue, 13 And in the meantime they sent to them into the land of Gilad, Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest. 14 And 10 princes with him, one of every tribe. 15 Who came to the children of Reuben, and of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilad, and said to them. 16 Thus saith all the people of the Lord, What meaneth this transgression? Why have you forsaken the Lord the God of Israel, building a sacrilegious altar, and revolting from the worship of him? 17 Is it a small thing to you that you sinned with Beelphegor, and the stain of that crime remaineth in us to this day? And many of the people perished. 18 And you have forsaken the Lord today, and tomorrow his wrath will rage against all Israel. 19 But if you think the land of your possession to be unclean, pass over to the land wherein is the tabernacle of the Lord, and dwell among us. Only depart not from the Lord, and from our society, by building an altar beside the altar of the Lord our God. 20 Did not Achan the son of Zerah transgress the commandment of the Lord, and his wrath lay upon all the people of Israel? And he was but one man, and would to God he alone had perished in his wickedness. 21 And the children of Reuben, and of Gad, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh answered the princes of the embassage of Israel. 22 The Lord the most mighty God, the Lord the most mighty God, he knoweth, and Israel also shall understand, if with the design of transgression we have set up this altar, let him not save us, but punish us immediately. 23 And if we did it with that mind, that we might lay upon it holocausts, and sacrifice, and victims of peace offerings, let him require and judge. 24 And not rather with this thought and design, that we should say, Tomorrow your children will say to our children, What have you to do with the Lord the God of Israel? 25 The Lord hath put the river Jordan for a border between us and you, O ye children of Reuben, and ye children of Gad, and therefore you have no part in the Lord. And by this occasion your children shall turn away our children from the fear of the Lord. We therefore thought it best. 26 And said, Let us build us an altar, not for holocausts, nor to offer victims. 27 But for a testimony between us and you, and our posterity and yours, that we may serve the Lord, and that we may have a right to offer both holocausts, and victims and sacrifices of peace offerings, and that your children tomorrow may not say to our children, You have no part in the Lord. 28 And if they will say so, they shall answer them, Behold the altar of the Lord, which our fathers made, not for holocausts, nor for sacrifice, but for a testimony between us and you. 29 God keep us from any such wickedness that we should revolt from the Lord, and leave off following his steps, by building an altar to offer holocausts, and sacrifices, and victims, beside the altar of the Lord our God, which is erected before his tabernacle. 30 And when Phinehas the priest, and the princes of the embassage, who were with him, had heard this, they were satisfied, and they admitted most willingly the words of the children of Reuben, and Gad, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh. 31 And Phinehas the priest the son of Eleazar said to them, Now we know that the Lord is with Book of Josue, 283, us, because you are not guilty of this revolt, and you have delivered the children of Israel from the hand of the Lord. 32 And he returned with the princes from the children of Reuben and Gad, out of the land of Gilad, into the land of Canaan, to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. 33 And the saying pleased all that heard it. And the children of Israel praised God, and they no longer said that they would go up against them, and fight, and destroy the land of their possession. 34 And the children of Reuben, and the children of Gad called the altar which they had built, our testimony, that the Lord is God. Chapter 23 And when a long time was past, after that the Lord had given peace to Israel, all the nations round about being subdued, and Josue being now old, and far advanced in years, 2 Josue called for all Israel, and for the elders, and for the princes, and for the judges, and for the masters, and said to them, I am old, and far advanced in years. 3 And you see all that the Lord your God hath done to all the nations round about, how he himself hath fought for you. 4 And now since he hath divided to you by lot all the land, from the east of the Jordan unto the great sea, and many nations yet remain, 5 The Lord your God will destroy them, and take them away from before your face, and you shall possess the land as he hath promised you. 6 Only take courage, and be careful to observe all things that are written in the book of the law of Moses, and turn not aside from them neither to the right hand nor to the left. 7 Lest after that you are come in among the Gentiles, who will remain among you, you should swear by the name of their gods, and serve them, and adore them. 8 But cleave ye unto the Lord your God, as you have done until this day. 9 And then the Lord God will take away before your eyes nations that are great and very strong, and no man shall be able to resist you. 10 One of you shall chase 1,000 men of the enemies, because the Lord your God himself will fight for you, as he hath promised. 11 This only take care of with all diligence, that you love the Lord your God. 12 But if you will embrace the errors of these nations that dwell among you, and make marriages with them, and join friendships. 13 Know ye for a certainty that the Lord your God will not destroy them before your face, but they shall be a pit and a snare in your way, and a stumbling block at your side, and stakes in your eyes, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land, which he hath given you. 14 Behold, this day I am going into the way of all the earth, and you shall know with all your mind that of all the words which the Lord promised to perform for you, not one hath failed. 15 Therefore as he hath fulfilled indeed what he promised, and all things prosperous have come, so will he bring upon you all the evils he hath threatened, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land, which he hath given you. 16 When you shall have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he hath made with you, and shall have served strange gods, and adored them, then shall the indignation of the Lord rise up quickly and speedily against you, and you shall be taken away from this excellent land, which he hath delivered to. 284. Book of Josue, Chapter 24. And Josue gathered together all the tribes of Israel and Sichem, and called for the ancients, and the princes and the judges, and the masters, and they stood in the sight of the Lord. 2 And he spoke thus to the people, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, Your fathers dwelt of old on the other side of the river, there the father of Abraham, and Nachor, and they served strange gods. 3 And I took your father Abraham from the borders of Mesopotamia, and brought him into the land of Canaan, and I multiplied his seed. 4 And gave him Isaac, and to him again I gave Jacob and Esau. And I gave to Esau Mount Seir for his possession, but Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. 5 And I sent Moses and Aaron, and I struck Egypt with many signs and wonders. 6 And I brought you and your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea, and the Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and horsemen, as far as the Red Sea. 7 And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, and he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them, and covered them. Your eyes saw all that I did in Egypt, and you dwelt in the wilderness a long time. 8 And I brought you into the land of the Amorite, who dwelt beyond the Jordan. And when they fought against you, I delivered them into your hands, and you possessed their land, and slew them. 9 And Balak son of Ziphor king of Moab arose and fought against Israel. And he sent and called for Balaam son of Beor, to curse you. 10 And I would not hear him, but on the contrary I blessed you by him, and I delivered you out of his hand. 11 And you passed over the Jordan, and you came to Jericho. And the men of that city fought against you, the Amorite, and the Pharisite, and the Canaanite, and the Hethite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, and I delivered them into your hands. 12 And I sent before you and I drove them out from their places, the 2 kings of the Amorites, not with thy sword nor with thy bow. 13 And I gave you a land, in which you had not labored, and cities to dwell in which you built not, vineyards and oliveyards, which you planted not. 14 Now therefore fear the Lord, and serve him with a perfect and most sincere heart, and put away the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. 15 But if it seem evil to you to serve the Lord, you have your choice. Choose this day that which pleaseth you, whom you would rather serve, whether the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house we will serve the Lord. 16 And the people answered, and said, God forbid we should leave the Lord, and serve strange gods. 17 The Lord our God he brought us and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, and did very great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way by which we journeyed, and among all the people through whom we passed. 18 And he hath cast out all the nations, the Amorite the inhabitant of the land into which we are come. Therefore we will serve the Lord, for he is our God. Book of Josue, 285, 19 And Josue said to the people, You will not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God, and mighty and jealous, and will not forgive your wickedness and sins. 20 If you leave the Lord, and serve strange gods, he will turn, and will afflict you, and will destroy you after all the good he hath done you. 21 And the people said to Josue, No, it shall not be so as thou sayest, but we will serve the Lord. 22 And Josue said to the people, You are witnesses, that you yourselves have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they answered, We are witnesses. 23 Now therefore, said he, put away strange gods from among you, and incline your hearts to the Lord the God of Israel. 24 And the people said to Josue, We will serve the Lord our God, and we will be obedient to his commandments. 25 Josue therefore on that day made a covenant, and set before the people commandments and judgments in Sichem. 26 And he wrote all these things in the volume of the law of the Lord, and he took a great stone, and set it under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. 27 And he said to all the people, Behold, this stone shall be a testimony unto you, that it hath heard all the words of the Lord, which he hath spoken to you, lest perhaps hereafter you will deny it, and lie to the Lord your God. 28 And he sent the people away every one to their own possession. 29 And after these things Josue the son of Nun the servant of the Lord died, being 110 years old. 30 And they buried him in the border of his possession in Thamnath-Ser, which is situated in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Giz. 31 And Israel served the Lord all the days of Josue, and of the ancients that lived a long time after Josue, and that had known all the works of the Lord which he had done in Israel. 32 And the bones of Joseph which the children of Israel had taken out of Egypt, they buried in Sichem, in that part of the field which Jacob had bought of the sons of Hemer the father of Sichem, for 100 young ewes, and it was in the possession of the sons of Joseph. 33 Eleazar also the son of Aaron died, and they buried him in Gabbot that belongeth to Phinehas his son, which was given him in Mount Ephraim. Book of Judges, chapter 1. After the death of Josue, the children of Israel consulted the Lord, saying, Who shall go up before us against the Canaanite, and shall be the leader of the war? 2 And the Lord said, Judah shall go up, behold I have delivered the land into his hands. 3 And Judah said to Simeon, his brother, Come up with me into my lot, and fight against the Canaanite, that I also may go along with thee into thy lot. And Simeon went with him. 4 And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanite, and the Pharisite into their hands, and they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. 5 And they found Adonibezek in Bezek, and fought against him, and they defeated the Canaanite, and the Pharisite. 6 And Adonibezek fled, and they pursued after him and took him, and cut off his fingers and toes. 7 And Adonibezek said, 70 kings, having their fingers and toes cut off, gathered up the leavings of the meat under my table, as I have done, so hath God requited me. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. 8 And the children of Judah besieging Jerusalem, took it, and put it to the sword, and set the whole city on fire. 9 And afterwards they went down and fought against the Canaanite, who dwelt in the mountains, and in the south, and in the plains. 11 And departing from thence, he went to the inhabitants of Debir, the ancient name of which was Kiriath-Sepher, that is, the city of letters. 12 And Caleb said, He that shall take Kiriath-Sepher, and lay it waste, to him will I give my daughter Achsah to wife. 13 And Othniel, the son of Senez, the younger brother of Caleb, having taken it, he gave him Achsah his daughter to wife. 14 And as she was going on her way, her husband admonished her to ask a field of her father. And as she sighed sitting on her ass, Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? 15 But she answered, Give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a dry land, give me also a watery land. So Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. 16 And the children of the Sinite, the kinsmen of Moses, went up from the city of palms, with the children of Judah, into the wilderness of Islot, which is at the south side of Arad, and they dwelt with him. 17 And Judah went with Simeon, his brother, and they together defeated the Canaanites that dwelt in Sephiath, and slew them. And the name of the city was called Ormah, that is, Anathema. 18 And Judah took Gaza, with its confines, and Askelon, and Acharon, with their confines. Book of Judges, 287, 19 And the Lord was with Judah, and he possessed the hill country, but was not able to destroy the inhabitants of the valley, because they had many chariots armed with scythes. 20 And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, who destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Anak. 21 But the sons of Benjamin did not destroy the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem, and the Jebusite hath dwelt with the sons of Benjamin in Jerusalem until this present day. 22 The house of Joseph also went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. 23 For when they were besieging the city, which before was called Luzah. 24 They saw a man coming out of the city, and they said to him, Show us the entrance into the city, and we will show thee mercy. 25 And when he had showed them, they smote the city with the edge of the sword, but that man, and all his kindred, they let go. 26 Who being sent away, went into the land of Hedhim, and built there a city, and called it Luzah, which is so called until this day. 27 Manasseh also did not destroy Bethzan, and Thanak, with their villages, nor the inhabitants of Dor, and Jebel, and Megiddo, with their villages. And the Canaanite began to dwell with them. 28 But after Israel was grown strong, he made them tributaries, and would not destroy them. 29 Ephraim also did not slay the Canaanite that dwelt in Gezer, and he dwelt with him. 30 Zabulon destroyed not the inhabitants of Citron, and Nalal, but the Canaanite dwelt among them, and became their tributary. 31 Aser also destroyed not the inhabitants of Akko, and of Sidon, of Aholab, and of Akashbi, and of Helba, and of Aphek, and of Roab. 32 And he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of that land, and did not slay them. 33 Naphtali also destroyed not the inhabitants of Bethsames, and of Bethanath, and he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, and the Bethsamites and Bethanites were tributaries to him. 34 And the Amorites straitened the children of Dan in the mountain, and gave them not a place to go down to the plain. 35 And he dwelt in the mountain hares, that is, of potsherds, in Ajalon and Saalbeam. And the hand of the house of Joseph was heavy upon him, and he became tributary to him. 36 And the border of the Amorite was from the ascent of the Scorpion, the rock, and the higher places. Chapter 2 And an angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to the place of weepers, and said, I made you go out of Egypt, and have brought you into the land for which I swore to your fathers, and I promised that I would not make void my covenant with you forever. 2 On condition that you should not make a league with the inhabitants of this land, but should throw down their altars, and you would not hear my voice. Why have you done this? 3 Wherefore I would not destroy them from before your face, that you may have enemies, and their gods may be your ruin. 4 And when the angel of the Lord spoke these words to all the children of Israel, they lifted up their voice, and wept. 5 And the name of that place was called, the place of weepers, or of tears, and there they of. 288, Book of Judges, for sacrifices to the Lord. 6 And Josue sent away the people, and the children of Israel went every one to his own possession to hold it. 7 And they served the Lord all his days, and the days of the ancients, that lived a long time after him, and who knew all the works of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. 8 And Josue, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. 9 And they buried him in the borders of his possession in Thamnath-Ser, in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Giz. 10 And all that generation was gathered to their fathers, and there arose others that knew not the Lord and the works which he had done for Israel. 11 And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they served Baalim. 12 And they left the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt, and they followed strange gods, and the gods of the people that dwelt round about them, and they adored them. And they provoked the Lord to anger. 13 Forsaking him, and serving Baal and Ashtaroth. 14 And the Lord being angry against Israel, delivered them into the hands of plunderers, who took them and sold them to their enemies, that dwelt round about, neither could they stand against their enemies. 15 But whithersoever they meant to go, the hand of the Lord was upon them, as he had said, and as he had sworn to them, and they were greatly distressed. 16 And the Lord raised up judges, to deliver them from the hands of those that oppressed them, but they would not hearken to them. 17 Committing fornication with strange gods, and adoring them. They quickly forsook the way, in which their fathers had walked, and hearing the commandments of the Lord, they did all things contrary. 18 And when the Lord raised them up judges, in their days, he was moved to mercy, and heard the groanings of the afflicted, and delivered them from the slaughter of the oppressors. 19 But after the judge was dead, they returned, and did much worse things than their fathers had done, following strange gods, serving them, and adoring them. They left not their own inventions, and the stubborn way, by which they were accustomed to walk. 20 And the wrath of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he said, Behold, this nation hath made void my covenant, which I had made with their fathers, and hath despised to hearken to my voice. 21 I also will not destroy the nations which Josue left when he died. 22 That through them I may try Israel, whether they will keep the way of the Lord, and walk in it, as their fathers kept it, or not. 23 The Lord therefore left all these nations, and would not quickly destroy them, neither did he deliver them into the hands of Josue. Chapter 3 These are the nations which the Lord left, that by them he might instruct Israel, and all that had not known the wars of the Canaanites, 2 That afterwards their children might learn to fight with their enemies, and to be trained up to war. 3 The 5 princes of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites. Book of Judges, 289, that dwelt in Mount Libanus, from Mount Baal-Hermon to the entering into Emath. 4 And he left them, that he might try Israel by them, whether they would hear the commandments of the Lord, which he had commanded their fathers, by the hand of Moses, or not. 5 So the children of Israel dwelt in the midst of the Canaanite, and the Hethite, and the Amorite, and the Pherezite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. 6 And they took their daughters to wives, and they gave their own daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. 7 And they did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot their God, and served Baalim and Ashtaroth. 8 And the Lord being angry with Israel, delivered them into the hands of Chushan-Rasothaim, king of Mesopotamia, and they served him 8 years. 9 And they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Savior, and delivered them, to wit, Othniel, the son of Senez, the younger brother of Caleb. 10 And the Spirit of the Lord was in him, and he judged Israel. And he went out to fight, and the Lord delivered Chushan-Rasothaim, king of Syria, and he overthrew him. 11 And the land rested 40 years, and Othniel, the son of Senez, died. 12 And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, who strengthened against them Eglon, king of Moab, because they did evil in his sight. 13 And he joined to him the children of Ammon, and Amalek, and he went and overthrew Israel, and possessed the city of palm trees. 14 And the children of Israel served Eglon, king of Moab, 18 years. 15 And afterwards they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Savior, called Aad, the son of Sarah, the son of Gemini, who used the left hand as well as the right. And the children of Israel sent presents to Eglon, king of Moab, by him. 16 And he made himself a two-edged sword, with a haft in the midst of the length of the palm of the hand, and was girded therewith, under his garment, on the right thigh. 17 And he presented the gifts to Eglon, king of Moab. Now Eglon was exceeding fat. 18 And when he had presented the gifts unto him, he followed his companions that came along with him. 19 Then returning from Gilgal, where the idols were, he said to the king, I have a secret message to thee, O king. And he commanded silence, and all being gone out that were about him. 28 Went into him. Now he was sitting in a summer parlor alone, and he said, I have a word from God to thee. And he forthwith rose up from his throne. 21 And Ahab put forth his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and thrust it into his belly. 22 With such force that the haft went in after the blade into the wound, and was closed up with the abundance of fat, so that he did not draw out the dagger, but left it in the body as he had struck it in, and forthwith, by the secret parts of nature, the excrements of the belly came out. 23 And Ahab carefully shutting the doors of the parlor, and locking them. 24 Went out by a postern door. And the king's servants going in, saw the doors of the parlor shut, and they said, Perhaps he is easing nature in his summer parlor. 25 And waiting a long time, till they were ashamed, and seeing that no man opened the door, they took a key, and opening, they found. 290, Book of Judges, their lord lying dead on the ground. 26 But Hadad, while they were in confusion, escaped, and passed by the place of the idols from whence he had returned. And he came to Sereth. 27 And forthwith he sounded the trumpet in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel went down with him, he himself going in the front. 28 And he said to them, Follow me, for the Lord hath delivered our enemies, the Moabites, into our hands. And they went down after him, and seized upon the fords of the Jordan, which are on the way to Moab, and they suffered no man to pass over. 29 But they slew of the Moabites at that time, about 10,000, all strong and valiant men, none of them could escape. 30 And Moab was humbled that day under the hand of Israel, and the land rested 80 years. 31 After him was Samgar, the son of Anath, who slew of the Philistines 600 men with a plowshare, and he also defended Israel. Chapter 4 And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord after the death of Hadad. 2 And the Lord delivered them up into the hands of Jabin, king of Chanaan, who reigned in Asor, and he had a general of his army named Sisera, and he dwelt in Harosheth of the Gentiles. 3 And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, for he had 900 chariots set with scythes and for 20 years had grievously oppressed them. 4 And there was at that time Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, who judged the people. 5 And she sat under a palm tree, which was called by her name, between Ramah and Bethel, in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel came up to her for all judgment. 6 And she sent and called Baritz, the son of Abinoam, out of Seeds, in Naphtali, and she said to him, The Lord God of Israel hath commanded thee, Go, and lead an army to Mount Tabor, and thou shalt take with thee 10,000 fighting men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zabulon. 7 And I will bring unto thee in the place of the torrent Sison, Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, and his chariots, and all his multitude, and will deliver them into thy hand. 8 And Baritz said to her, If thou wilt come with me, I will go, if thou wilt not come with me, I will not go. 9 She said to him, I will go, indeed, with thee, but at this time the victory shall not be attributed to thee, because Sisera shall be delivered into the hand of a woman. Deborah therefore arose, and went with Baritz to Seeds. 10 And he called unto him Zabulon and Naphtali, and went up with 10,000 fighting men, having Deborah in his company. 11 Now Habor, the Sinite, had some time before departed from the rest of the Sinites, his brethren, the sons of Hobab, the kinsman of Moses, and had pitched his tents unto the valley, which is called Senim, and was near Seeds. 12 And it was told Sisera, that Baritz, the son of Abinoam, was gone up to Mount Tabor. 13 And he gathered together his 900 chariots armed with scythes, and all his army, from Harosheth of the Gentiles, to the torrent Sison. 14 And Deborah said to Baritz, Arise, for this is the day wherein the Lord hath delivered Sisera into thy hands, behold, he is thy leader. And Book of Judges, 291. Baritz went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 fighting men with him. 15 And the Lord struck a terror into Sisera, and all his chariots, and all his multitude, with the edge of the sword, at the sight of Barak, insomuch, that Sisera leaping down from off his chariot, fled away on foot. 16 And Baritz pursued after the fleeing chariots, and the army, unto Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all the multitude of the enemies was utterly destroyed. 17 But Sisera fleeing, came to the tent of Jehoel, the wife of Habor, the Sinite, for there was peace between Jabin, the king of Asor, and the house of Habor, the Sinite. 18 And Jehoel went forth to meet Sisera, and said to him, Come into me, my lord, come in, fear not. He went into her tent, and being covered by her with a cloak. 19 Said to her, Give me, I beseech thee, a little water, for I am very thirsty. She opened a bottle of milk, and gave him to drink, and covered him. 20 And Sisera said to her, Stand before the door of the tent, and when any shall come and inquire of thee, saying, Is there any man here? Thou shalt say, There is none. 21 So Jehoel, Habor's wife, took a nail of the tent, and taking also a hammer, and going in softly, and with silence, she put the nail upon the temples of his head, and striking it with the hammer, drove it through his brain fast into the ground, and so passing from deep sleep to death. He fainted away and died. 22 And behold, Baritz came pursuing after Sisera, and Jehoel went out to meet him, and said to him, Come, and I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, he saw Sisera lying dead, and the nail fastened in his temples. 23 So God that day humbled Jabin, the king of Chanaan, before the children of Israel. 24 Who grew daily stronger, and with a mighty hand overpowered Jabin, king of Chanaan, till they quite destroyed him. Chapter 5 In that day Deborah and Baritz, son of Abinoam, sung, and said, O you of Israel, that have willingly offered your lives to danger, bless the Lord. 3 Hear, O ye kings, give ear, O ye princes, it is I, that will sing to the Lord, I will sing to the Lord, the God of Israel. For O Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, and passadst by the regions of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens and clouds dropped water. 5 The mountains melted before the face of the Lord, and Sinai before the face of the Lord the God of Israel. 6 In the days of Samgar, the son of Anath, in the days of Jehiel, the paths rested, and they that went by them, walked through byways. 7 The valiant men ceased, and rested in Israel, until Deborah arose, a mother arose in Israel. 8 The Lord chose new wars, and he himself overthrew the gates of the enemies, a shield and spear was not seen among 40,000 of Israel. 9 My heart loveth the princes of Israel, O you, that of your own good will offer yourselves to danger, bless the Lord. 11 Where the chariots were dashed together, and the army of the enemies was choked, there let the justices of the Lord be rehearsed, and his clemency towards the brave men of Israel. Then the people of the Lord went down to the gates, and obtained the sovereignty. 12 Arise, arise, O Deborah, arise, arise. And 292. Book of Judges, utter a canticle. Arise, Baritz, and take hold of thy captives, O son of Abinoam. 13 The remnants of the people are saved, the Lord hath fought among the valiant ones. 14 Out of Ephraim he destroyed them into Amalek, and after him out of Benjamin into thy people, O Amalek. Out of Machir there came down princes, and out of Zabulon they that led the army to fight. 15 The captains of Issachar were with Deborah, and followed the steps of Barak, who exposed himself to danger, as one going headlong, and into a pit. Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. 16 Why dwellest thou between two borders, that thou mayst hear the bleatings of the flocks? Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. 17 Gilad rested beyond the Jordan, and Dan applied himself to ships. Asher dwelt on the seashore, and abode in the havens. 18 But Zabulon and Naphtali offered their lives to death in the region of Merom. 19 The kings came and fought, the kings of Chanaan fought in Thenech, by the waters of Megiddo, and yet they took no spoils. 20 There was war made against them from heaven, the stars, remaining in their order and courses, fought against Sisera. 21 The torrent of Sison dragged their carcasses, the torrent of Kedumim, the torrent of Sison, dread thou, my soul, upon the strong ones. 22 The hoofs of the horses were broken whilst the stoutest of the enemies fled amain, and fell headlong down. 23 Curse ye the land of Meroz, said the angel of the Lord, curse the inhabitants thereof, because they came not to the help of the Lord, to help his most valiant men. 24 Blessed among women be Jehiel, the wife of Heber the Sinite, and blessed be she in her tent. 25 He asked her water, and she gave him milk, and offered him butter in a dish fit for princes. 26 She put her left hand to the nail, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and she struck Sisera, seeking in his head a place for the wound, and strongly piercing through his temples. 27 Between her feet he fell, he fainted, and he died. He rolled before her feet, and there he lay lifeless and wretched. 28 His mother looked out at a window, and howled, and she spoke from the dining room, Why is his chariot so long in coming back? Why are the feet of his horses so slow? 29 One that was wiser than the rest of his wives, returned this answer to her mother-in-law. 30 Perhaps he is now dividing the spoils, and the fairest of the women is chosen out for him. Garments of divers colors are given to Sisera for his prey, and furniture of different kinds is heaped together to adorn necks. 31 So let all thy enemies perish, O Lord, but let them that love thee shine, as the sun shineth in his rising. 32 And the land rested for 40 years. Chapter 6 And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hand of Midian 7 years. 2 And they were grievously oppressed by them. And they made themselves dens and caves in the mountains, and strongholds to resist. 3 And when Israel had sown, Midian and Amalek, and the rest of the eastern nations, came. Book of Judges, 293, up. 4 And pitching their tents among them, wasted all things as they were in the blade, even to the entrance of Gaza, and they left nothing at all in Israel for sustenance of life, nor sheep, nor oxen, nor asses. 5 For they and all their flocks came with their tents, and like locusts filled all places, an innumerable multitude of men, and of camels, wasting whatsoever they touched. 6 And Israel was humbled exceedingly in the sight of Midian. 7 And he cried to the Lord, desiring help against the Madianites. 8 And he sent unto them a prophet, and he spoke, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I made you to come up out of Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage. 9 And delivered you out of the hands of the Egyptians, and of all the enemies that afflicted you, and I cast them out at your coming in, and gave you their land. 10 And I said, I am the Lord your God, Fear not the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. And you would not hear my voice. 11 And an angel of the Lord came, and sat under an oak that was in Ephraim, and belonged to Joas, the father of the family of Ezri. And when Gideon, his son, was threshing and cleansing wheat by the winepress, to flee from Madian, 12 The angel of the Lord appeared to him, and said, The Lord is with thee, O most valiant of men. 13 And Gideon said to him, I beseech thee, my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why have these evils fallen upon us? Where are his miracles, which our fathers have told us of, saying, The Lord brought us out of Egypt, but now the Lord hath forsaken us, and delivered us into the hand of Madian. 14 And the Lord looked upon him, and said, Go, in this thy strength, and thou shalt deliver Israel out of the hand of Madian. Know that I have sent thee. 15 He answered, and said, I beseech thee, my Lord, wherewith shall I deliver Israel? Behold, my family is the meanest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. 16 And the Lord said to him, I will be with thee, and thou shalt cut off Madian as one man. 17 And he said, If I have found grace before thee, give me a sign that it is thou that speakest to me. 18 And depart not hence, till I return to thee, and bring a sacrifice, and offer it to thee. And he answered, I will wait thy coming. 19 So Gideon went in, and boiled a kid, and made unleavened loaves of a measure of flour, and putting the flesh in a basket, and the broth of the flesh into a pot, he carried all under the oak, and presented to him. 20 And the angel of the Lord said to him, Take the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and lay them upon that rock, and pour out the broth thereon. And when he had done so, 21 The angel of the Lord put forth the tip of the rod, which he held in his hand, and touched the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and there arose a fire from the rock, and consumed the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and the angel of the Lord vanished out of his sight. 22 And Gideon, seeing that it was the angel of the Lord, said, Alas, my Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. 23 And the Lord said to him, Peace be with thee, fear not, thou shalt not die. 24 And Gideon built there an altar to the Lord, and called it the Lord's Peace, until this present day. And when he was yet in Ephraim, which is of the family of Ezri. 294, Book of Judges, 25 That night the Lord said to him, Take a bullock of thy fathers, and another bullock of 7 years, and thou shalt destroy the altar of Baal, which is thy father's, and cut down the grove that is about the altar. 26 And thou shalt build an altar to the Lord thy God, in the top of this rock, whereupon thou didst lay the sacrifice before, and thou shalt take the second bullock, and shalt offer a holocaust upon a pile of the wood, which thou shalt cut down out of the grove. 27 Then Gideon, taking 10 men of his servants, did as the Lord had commanded him. But fearing his father's house, and the men of that city, he would not do it by day, but did all by night. 28 And when the men of that town were risen in the morning, they saw the altar of Baal destroyed, and the grove cut down, and the second bullock laid upon the altar, which then was built. 29 And they said one to another, Who hath done this? And when they inquired for the author of the fact, it was said, Gideon, the son of Joas, did all this. 30 And they said to Joas, Bring out thy son hither, that he may die, because he hath destroyed the altar of Baal, and hath cut down his grove. 31 He answered them, Are you the avengers of Baal, that you fight for him? He that is his adversary, let him die before tomorrow light appear. If he be a god, let him revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. 32 From that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, because Joas had said, Let Baal revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. 33 Now all Madian, and Amalek, and the eastern people, were gathered together, and passing over the Jordan, camped in the valley of Jezreel. 34 But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet, and called together the house of Abiezer, to follow him. 35 And he sent messengers into all Manasseh, and they also followed him, and other messengers into Aser and Zabulon, and Naphtali, and they came to meet him. 36 And Gideon said to God, If thou wilt save Israel by my hand, as thou hast said. 37 I will put this fleece of wool on the floor, if there be dew in the fleece only, and it be dry on all the ground beside, I shall know that by my hand, as thou hast said, thou wilt deliver Israel. 38 And it was so. And rising before day, wringing the fleece, he filled the vessel with the dew. 39 And he said again to God, Let not thy wrath be kindled against me, if I try once more, seeking a sign in the fleece. I pray that the fleece only may be dry, and all the ground wet with dew. 40 And God did that night as he had requested, and it was dry on the fleece only, and there was dew on all the ground. Chapter 7 Then Jerubbaal, who is the same as Gideon, rising up early, and all the people with him, came to the fountain that is called Harod. Now the camp of Madian was in the valley, on the north side of the high hill. 2 And the Lord said to Gideon, The people that are with thee are many, and Madian shall not be delivered into their hands, lest Israel should glory against me, and say, I was delivered by my own strength. 3 Speak to the people, and proclaim in the hearing of all, whosoever is fearful and timorous, let him return. So 2 and 20 Thou. Book of Judges, 295. Sandmen went away from Mount Gilad and returned home, and only 10,000 remained. 4 And the Lord said to Gideon, The people are still too many, bring them to the waters, and there I will try them, and of whom I shall say to thee, This shall go with thee, let him go, whom I shall forbid to go, let him return. 5 And when the people were come down to the waters, the Lord said to Gideon, They that shall lap the water with their tongues, as dogs are wont to lap, thou shalt set apart by themselves, but they that shall drink bowing down their knees, shall be on the other side. 6 And the number of them that had lapped water, casting it with the hand to their mouth, was 300 men, and all the rest of the multitude had drunk kneeling. 7 And the Lord said to Gideon, By the 300 men, that lapped water, I will save you, and deliver Madian into thy hand, but let all the rest of the people return to their place. 8 So taking victuals and trumpets according to their number, he ordered all the rest of the multitude to depart to their tents, and he with the 300 gave himself to the battle. Now the camp of Madian was beneath him in the valley. 9 The same night the Lord said to him, Arise, and go down into the camp, because I have delivered them into thy hand. 10 But if thou be afraid to go alone, let Phurah, thy servant, go down with thee. 11 And when thou shalt hear what they are saying, then shall thy hands be strengthened, and thou shalt go down more secure to the enemy's camp. And he went down with Phurah his servant, into part of the camp, where was the watch of men in arms. 12 But Madian and Amalek, and all the eastern people, lay scattered in the valley, as a multitude of locusts, their camels also were innumerable, as the sand that lieth on the seashore. 13 And when Gideon was come, one told his neighbor a dream, and in this manner related what he had seen. I dreamt a dream, and it seemed to me as if a hearth cake of barley bread rolled and came down into the camp of Madian, and when it was come to a tent, it struck it, and beat it down flat to the ground. 14 He to whom he spoke, answered, This is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel, for the Lord hath delivered Madian, and all their camp into his hand. 15 And when Gideon had heard the dream, and the interpretation thereof, he adored, and returned to the camp of Israel, and said, Arise, for the Lord hath delivered the camp of Madian into our hands. 16 And he divided the 300 men into 3 parts, and gave them trumpets in their hands, and empty pitchers, and lamps within the pitchers. 17 And he said to them, What you shall see me do you the same. I will go into one part of the camp, and do you as I shall do. 18 When the trumpet shall sound in my hand, do you also blow the trumpets on every side of the camp, and shout together to the Lord and to Gideon. 19 And Gideon, and the 300 men that were with him, went into part of the camp, at the beginning of the midnight watch, and the watchmen being alarmed, they began to sound their trumpets, and to clap the pitchers one against another. 20 And when they sounded their trumpets in 3 places round about the camp, and had broken their pitchers, they held their lamps in their left hands, and with their right hands the trumpets which they blew, and they cried out. 296. Book of Judges, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. 21 Standing every man in his place round about the enemy's camp. So all the camp was troubled, and crying out and howling, they fled away. 22 And the 300 men nevertheless persisted sounding the trumpets. And the Lord sent the sword into all the camp, and they killed one another. 23 Fleeing as far as Bethseta, and the border of Abel-Meholah, in Tebeth. But the men of Israel, shouting from Naphtali, and Asher, and from all Manasseh, pursued after Madian. 24 And Gideon sent messengers into all Mount Ephraim, saying, Come down to meet Madian, and take the waters before them to Bethbara in the Jordan. And all Ephraim shouted, and took the waters before them and the Jordan as far as Bethbara. 25 And having taken 2 men of Madian, Oreb and Zeb, Oreb they slew in the rock of Oreb, and Zeb in the winepress of Zeb. And they pursued Madian, carrying the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon, beyond the waters of the Jordan. Chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim said to him, What is this that thou meanest to do, that thou wouldst not call us, when thou wentest to fight against Madian? And they chid him sharply, and almost offered violence. 2 And he answered them, What could I have done like to that which you have done? Is not one bunch of grapes of Ephraim better than the vintages of Abiezer? 3 The Lord hath delivered into your hands the princes of Madian, Oreb and Zeb. What could I have done like to what you have done? And, when he had said this, their spirit was appeased, with which they swelled against him. 4 And when Gideon was come to the Jordan, he passed over it with the 300 men that were with him, who were so weary that they could not pursue after them that fled. 5 And he said to the men of Succoth, Give, I beseech you, bread to the people that is with me, for they are faint, that we may pursue Zebi, and Salmana, the kings of Madian. 6 The princes of Succoth answered, Peradventure the palms of the hands of Zebi and Salmana are in thy hand, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to thy army. 7 And he said to them, When the Lord therefore shall have delivered Zebi and Salmana into my hands, I will thresh your flesh with the thorns and briars of the desert. 8 And going up from thence, he came to Phanuel, and he spoke the like things to the men of that place. And they also answered him, as the men of Succoth had answered. 9 He said, Therefore, to them also, when I shall return a conqueror in peace, I will destroy this tower. 10 But Zebi and Salmana were resting with all their army. For 15,000 men were left of all the troops of the eastern people, and 120,000 warriors that drew the sword were slain. 11 And Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents, on the east of Nob and Jegba, and smote the camp of the enemies, who were secure, and suspected no hurt. 12 And Zebi and Salmana fled, and Gideon pursued and took them, all their host being put in confusion. 13 And returning from the battle before the sun rising. 14 He took a boy of the men of Succoth, and Book of Judges, 297. He asked him the names of the princes and ancients of Succoth, and he described unto him 77 men. 15 And he came to Succoth, and said to them, Behold Zebi, and Salmana, concerning whom you upbraided me, saying, Peradventure the hands of Zebi and Salmana are in thy hands, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to the men that are weary and faint. 16 So he took the ancients of the city, and thorns and briars of the desert, and tore them with the same, and cut in pieces the men of Succoth. 17 And he demolished the tower of Phanuel, and slew the men of the city. 18 And he said to Zebi and Salmana, What manner of men were they, whom you slew in Thabor? They answered, They were like thee, and one of them is the son of a king. 20 And he said to Jeter, his eldest son, Arise, and slay them. But he drew not his sword, for he was afraid, being but yet a boy. 21 And Zebi and Salmana said, Do thou rise and run upon us, because the strength of a man is according to his age. Gideon rose up, and slew Zebi and Salmana, and he took the ornaments and bosses, with which the necks of the camels of kings are wont to be adorned. 22 And all the men of Israel said to Gideon, Rule thou over us, and thy son, and thy son's son, because thou hast delivered us from the hand of Madian. 23 And he said to them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you, but the Lord shall rule over you. 24 And he said to them, I desire one request of you, give me the earlets of your spoils. For the Ishmaelites were accustomed to wear golden earlets. 25 They answered, We will give them most willingly. And spreading a mantle on the ground, they cast upon it the earlets of the spoils. 26 And the weight of the earlets that he requested, was 1,700 sickles of gold, besides the ornaments, and jewels, and purple raiment, which the kings of Madian were wont to use, and besides the golden chains that were about the camels' necks. 27 And Gideon made an ephod thereof, and put it in his city Ephra. And all Israel committed fornication with it, and it became a ruin to Gideon, and to all his house. 28 But Madian was humbled before the children of Israel, neither could they any more lift up their heads, but the land rested for 40 years, while Gideon presided. 29 So Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house. 30 And he had 70 sons, who came out of his thigh, for he had many wives. 31 And his concubine, that he had in Sichem, bore him a son, whose name was Abimelech. 32 And Gideon, the son of Joash died in a good old age, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father, in Ephra, of the family of Ezri. 33 But after Gideon was dead, the children of Israel turned again, and committed fornication with Baalim. And they made a covenant with Baal, that he should be their God. 34 And they remembered not the Lord their God, who delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies round about. 35 Neither did they show mercy to the house of Jerubbaal Gideon, according to all the good things he had done to Israel. 298. Book of Judges, chapter 9. And Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Sichem, to his mother's brethren, and spoke to them, and to all the kindred of his mother's father, saying, To speak to all the men of Sichem, whether it is better for you that 70 men, all the sons of Jerubbaal, should rule over you, or that one man should rule over you. And withal, consider that I am your bone, and your flesh. 3 And his mother's brethren spoke of him to all the men of Sichem, all these words, and they inclined their hearts after Abimelech, saying, He is our brother. 4 And they gave him 70 weight of silver out of the temple of Balberith, wherewith he hired to himself men that were needy, and vagabonds, and they followed him. 5 And he came to his father's house in Ephraim, and slew his brethren, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men, upon one stone, and there remained only Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, who was hidden. 6 And all the men of Sichem were gathered together, and all the families of the city of Millo, and they went and made Abimelech king, by the oak that stood in Sichem. 7 This being told to Jotham, he went, and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifting up his voice, he cried, and said, Hear me, ye men of Sichem, so may God hear you. 8 The trees went to anoint a king over them, and they said to the olive tree, Reign thou over us. 9 And it answered, Can I leave my fatness, which both gods and men make use of, to come to be promoted among the trees? 10 And the trees said to the fig tree, Come thou and reign over us. 11 And it answered them, Can I leave my sweetness, and my delicious fruits, and go to be promoted among the other trees? 12 And the trees said to the vine, Come thou and reign over us. 13 And it answered them, Can I forsake my wine, that cheereth God and men, and be promoted among the other trees? 14 And all the trees said to the bramble, Come thou and reign over us. 15 And it answered them, If, indeed, ye mean to make me king, come ye, and rest under my shadow, but if you mean it not, let fire come out from the bramble, and devour the cedars of Libanus. 16 Now, therefore, if you have done well, and without sin, in appointing Abimelech king over you, and have dealt well with Jerubbaal, and with his house, and have made a suitable return for the benefits of him who fought for you. 17 And exposed his life to dangers, to deliver you from the hand of Madian. 18 And you are now risen up against my father's house, and have killed his sons, 70 men, upon one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, king over the inhabitants of Sichem, because he is your brother. 19 If therefore you have dealt well, and without fault, with Jerubbaal and his house, rejoice ye, this day, in Abimelech, and may he rejoice in you. 20 But if unjustly, let fire come out from him, and consume the inhabitants of Sichem, and the town of Millo, and let fire come out from the men of Sichem and from the town of Millo, and devour Abimelech. 21 And when he had said thus, he fled, and went into Berah, and dwelt there for fear of Abimelech, his brother. Book of Judges, 299. 22 So Abimelech reigned over Israel 3 years. 23 And the Lord sent a very evil spirit between Abimelech and the inhabitants of Sichem, who began to detest him. 24 And to lay the crime of the murder of the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and the shedding of their blood, upon Abimelech, their brother, and upon the rest of the princes of the Sichemites, who aided him. 25 And they set an ambush against him on the top of the mountains, and while they waited for his coming, they committed robberies, taking spoils of all that passed by, and it was told Abimelech. 26 And Gaal, the son of Obed, came with his brethren, and went over to Sichem. And the inhabitants of Sichem, taking courage at his coming. 27 Went out into the fields, wasting the vineyards, and treading down the grapes, and singing and dancing. They went into the temple of their God, and in their banquets and cups they cursed Abimelech. 28 And Gaal, the son of Obed, cried, Who is Abimelech, and what is Sichem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, and hath made Zebul, his servant, ruler over the men of Amor, the father of Sichem? Why then shall we serve him? 29 Would to God that some man would put this people under my hand, that I might remove Abimelech out of the way. And it was said to Abimelech, Gather together the multitude of an army, and come. 30 For Zebul, the ruler of the city, hearing the words of Gaal, the son of Obed, was very angry. 31 And sent messengers privately to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gaal, the son of Obed, is come into Sichem with his brethren, and in Dev-Uruth to set the city against thee. 32 Arise, therefore, in the night, with the people that is with thee, and lie hid in the field. 33 And betimes in the morning, at sun rising, set upon the city, and when he shall come out against thee, with his people, do to him what thou shalt be able. 34 Abimelech, therefore, arose with all his army, by night, and laid ambushes near Sichem in 4 places. 35 And Gaal, the son of Obed, went out, and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And Abimelech rose up, and all his army with him, from the places of the ambushes. 36 And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, a multitude cometh down from the mountains. And he answered him, Thou seest the shadows of the mountains as if they were the heads of men, and this is thy mistake. 37 Again Gaal said, Behold, there cometh people down from the midst of the land, and one troop cometh by the way that looketh towards the oak. 38 And Zebul said to him, Where is now thy mouth, wherewith thou saidst, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Is not this the people which thou didst despise? Go out, and fight against him. 39 So Gaal went out, in the sight of the people of Sichem, and fought against Abimelech, 40 who chased and put him to flight, and drove him to the city, and many were slain of his people, even to the gate of the city, 41 and Abimelech sat down in Rumah, but Zebul drove Gaal, and his companions, out of the city, and would not suffer them to abide in it, 42 So the day following the people went out into the field. And it was told to Abimelech, 43 And he took his army, and divided it into 300, Book of Judges, 3 companies, and laid ambushes in the fields. And seeing that the people came out of the city, he arose, and set upon them. 44 With his own company, assaulting and besieging the city, whilst the 2 other companies chased the enemies that were scattered about the field. 45 And Abimelech assaulted the city all that day, and took it, and killed the inhabitants thereof, and demolished it, so that he sowed salt in it. 46 And when they who dwelt in the tower of Sichem had heard this, they went into the temple of their god Berith, where they had made a covenant with him, and from thence the place had taken its name, and it was exceeding strong. 47 Abimelech also hearing that the men of the tower of Sichem were gathered together, 48 went up into Mount Selman, he and all his people with him, and taking an axe, he cut down the bough of a tree, and laying it on his shoulder, and carrying it, he said to his companions, What you see me do? Do ye out of hand? 49 So they cut down boughs from the trees, every man as fast as he could, and followed their leader. And surrounding the fort, they set it on fire, and so it came to pass, that with the smoke and with the fire 1,000 persons were killed, men and women together, of the inhabitants of the town of Sichem. 50 Then Abimelech, departing from thence, came to the town of Thebes, which he surrounded and besieged with his army. 51 And there was in the midst of the city a high tower, to which both the men and the women were fled together, and all the princes of the city, and having shut and strongly barred the gate, they stood upon the battlements of the tower to defend themselves. 52 And Abimelech, coming near the tower, fought stoutly, and, approaching to the gate, endeavored to set fire to it. 53 And behold, a certain woman casting a piece of a millstone from above, dashed it against the head of Abimelech, and broke his skull. 54 And he called hastily to his armor-bearer, and said to him, Draw thy sword, and kill me, lest it should be said that I was slain by a woman. He did as he was commanded, and slew him. 55 And when he was dead all the men of Israel that were with him, returned to their homes. 56 And God repaid the evil that Abimelech had done against his father, killing his 70 brethren. 57 The Sychemites also were rewarded for what they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came upon them. Chapter 10 After Abimelech, there arose a ruler in Israel, Thilah, son of Phuah, the uncle of Abimelech, a man of Issachar, who dwelt in Samir of Mount Ephraim. 2 And he judged Israel 23 years, and he died, and was buried in Samir. 3 To him succeeded Yair, the Galaadite, who judged Israel for 22 years, 4 having 30 sons, that rode on 30 ass colts, and were princes of 30 cities, which from his name were called Havoth Yair, that is, the towns of Yair, until this present day, in the land of Galaad. 5 And Yair died, and was buried in the place which is called Kamon. 6 But the children of Israel, adding new sins to their old ones, did evil in the sight of the Lord, and served idols, Baalim and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and of Sidon, and of Moab, and of Book of Judges, 301, the children of Ammon, and of the Philistines, and they left the Lord, and did not serve him. 7 And the Lord being angry with them, delivered them into the hands of the Philistines, and of the children of Ammon. 8 And they were afflicted, and grievously oppressed for 18 years, all they that dwelt beyond the Jordan in the land of the Amorite, who is in Galaad. 9 Insomuch that the children of Ammon, passing over the Jordan, wasted Judah, and Benjamin, and Ephraim, and Israel was distressed exceedingly. 10 And they cried to the Lord, and said, We have sinned against thee, because we have forsaken the Lord our God, and have served Baalim. 11 And the Lord said to them, Did not the Egyptians, and the Amorites, and the children of Ammon, and the Philistines, 12 The Sidonians also, and Amalek, and Chanaan, oppress you, and you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand? 13 And yet you have forsaken me, and have worshipped strange gods, therefore I will deliver you no more. 14 Go, and call upon the gods which you have chosen, let them deliver you in the time of distress. 15 And the children of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned, do thou unto us whatsoever pleaseth thee, only deliver us this time. 16 And saying these things, they cast away out of their coasts all the idols of strange gods, and served the Lord their God, and he was touched with their miseries. 17 And the children of Ammon shouting together, pitched their tents in Galaad, against whom the children of Israel assembled themselves together, and camped in Masphah. 18 And the princes of Galaad said one to another, Whosoever of us shall first begin to fight against the children of Ammon, he shall be the leader of the people of Gilad. Chapter 11. There was at that time Jephthah, the Gileadite, a most valiant man, and a warrior, the son of a woman that was a harlot, and his father was Gilad. 2 Now Gilad had a wife of whom he had sons, who, after they were grown up, thrust out Jephthah, saying, Thou canst not inherit in the house of our father, because thou art born of another mother. 3 Then he fled and avoided them, and dwelt in the land of Tob, and there were gathered to him needy men and robbers, and they followed him as their prince. 4 In those days the children of Ammon made war against Israel. 5 And as they pressed hard upon them, the ancients of Gilad went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob to help them. 6 And they said to him, Come thou, and be our prince, and fight against the children of Ammon. 7 And he answered them, Are not you the men that hated me, and cast me out of my father's house, and now you are come to me, constrained by necessity? 8 And the princes of Gilad said to Jephthah, For this cause we are now come to thee, that thou mayst go with us, and fight against the children of Ammon, and be head over all the inhabitants of Gilad. 9 Jephthah also said to them, If you be come to me sincerely, that I should fight for you against 302. Book of Judges. The children of Ammon, and the Lord shall deliver them into my hand, shall I be your prince? 10 They answered him, The Lord, who heareth these things, he himself is mediator and witness that we will do as we have promised. 11 Jephthah therefore went with the princes of Gilad, and all the people made him their prince. And Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord in Maspha. 12 And he sent messengers to the king of the children of Ammon, to say in his name, What hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me, to waste my land? 13 And he answered them, Because Israel took away my land, when he came up out of Egypt, from the confines of the Arnon unto the Jabbok and the Jordan. Now, therefore, restore the same peaceably to me. 14 And Jephthah again sent word by them, and commanded them to say to the king of Ammon, 15 Thus saith Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. 16 But when they came up out of Egypt, he walked through the desert to the Red Sea, and came into Cades. 17 And he sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Suffer me to pass through thy land. But he would not condescend to his request. He sent also to the king of Moab, who, likewise, refused to give him passage. He abode, therefore, in Cades. 18 And went round the land of Edom at the side, and the land of Moab, and came over against the east coast of the land of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon, and he would not enter the bounds of Moab. 19 So Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and they said to him, Suffer me to pass through thy land, to the river. 20 But he, also despising the words of Israel, suffered him not to pass through his borders, but gathering an infinite multitude, went out against him to Jassah, and made strong opposition. 21 And the Lord delivered him, with all his army, into the hands of Israel, and he slew him, and possessed all the land of the Amorite, the inhabitant of that country. 22 And all the coasts thereof from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. 23 So the Lord, the God of Israel, destroyed the Amorite, his people of Israel fighting against him, and wilt thou now possess his land? 24 Are not those things which thy God Chamos possesseth, due to thee by right? But what the Lord our God hath obtained by conquest, shall be our possession. 25 Unless, perhaps, thou art better than Balak, the son of Ziphor, king of Moab, or canst show that he strove against Israel, and fought against him. 26 Whereas he hath dwelt in Heshbon, and the villages thereof, and in Aroer, and its villages, and in all the cities near the Jordan, for 300 years, why have you for so long a time attempted nothing about this claim? 27 Therefore I do not trespass against thee, but thou wrongest me by declaring an unjust war against me. The Lord be judge, and decide this day, between Israel and the children of Ammon. 28 And the king of the children of Ammon would not hearken to the words of Jephthah, which he sent him by the messengers. 29 Therefore the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and going round Gilad, and Manasseh, and Maspha of Gilad, and passing over from thence to the children of Ammon. 30 He made a vow to the Lord, saying, If Book of Judges. 303 Thou wilt deliver the children of Ammon into my hands. 31 Whosoever shall first come forth out of the doors of my house, and shall meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, the same will I offer a holocaust to the Lord. 32 And Jephthah passed over to the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. 33 And he smote them from Aroer till you come to Meneth, 20 cities, and as far as Abel, which is set with vineyards, with a very great slaughter, and the children of Ammon were humbled by the children of Israel. 34 And when Jephthah returned into Maspha, to his house, his only daughter met him with timbrels and with dances, for he had no other children. 35 And when he saw her, he rent his garments, and said, Alas! My daughter, thou hast deceived me, and thou thyself art deceived, for I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I can do no other thing. 36 And she answered him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth to the Lord, do unto me whatsoever thou hast promised, since the victory hath been granted to thee, and revenge of thy enemies. 37 And she said to her father, Grant me only this, which I desire, let me go, that I may go about the mountains for 2 months, and may bewail my virginity with my companions. 38 And he answered her, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months, and when she was gone with her comrades and companions, she mourned her virginity in the mountains. 39 And the 2 months being expired, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she knew no man. From thence came a fashion in Israel, and a custom has been kept. 40 That, from year to year, the daughters of Israel assemble together, and lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite, for 4 days. Chapter 12 But behold, there rose a sedition in Ephraim. And passing towards the north, they said to Jephthah, When thou wentest to fight against the children of Ammon, why wouldst thou not call us, that we might go with thee? Therefore we will burn thy house. 2 And he answered them, I and my people were at great strife with the children of Ammon, and I called you to assist me, and you would not do it. 3 And when I saw this, I put my life in my own hands, and passed over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hands. What have I deserved, that you should rise up to fight against me? 4 Then calling to him all the men of Gilad, he fought against Ephraim, and the men of Gilad defeated Ephraim, because he had said, Gilad is a fugitive of Ephraim, and dwelleth in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. 5 And the Gileadites secured the fords of the Jordan, by which Ephraim was to return. And when any one of the number of Ephraim came thither in the flight, and said, I beseech you, let me pass, the Gileadites said to him, Art thou not an Ephraimite? If he said, I am not. 6 They asked him, Say then, Sibboleth, which is interpreted, an ear of corn. But he answered, Sibboleth, not being able to express an ear of corn by the same letter. Then presently they took him and killed him in the very passage of the Jordan. And there fell at that time of Ephraim, 42,000. 304, Book of Judges, 7 And Jephthah, the Gileadite, judged Israel 6 years, and he died, and was buried in his city of Gilad. 8 After him Abizan of Bethlehem judged Israel. 9 He had 30 sons, and as many daughters, whom he sent abroad, and gave to husbands, and took wives for his sons, of the same number, bringing them into his house. And he judged Israel 7 years. 10 And he died, and was buried in Bethlehem. 11 To him succeeded Ahialan, a Zabulonite, and he judged Israel 10 years. 12 And he died, and was buried in Zabulon. 13 After him, Abdon, the son of Hillel, a Pharathonite, judged Israel. 14 And he had 40 sons, and of them 30 grandsons, mounted upon 70 ass colts, and he judged Israel 8 years. 15 And he died, and was buried in Pharathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the mount of Amalek. Chapter 13 And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Philistines 40 years. 2 Now there was a certain man of Saraah, and of the race of Dan, whose name was Manu, and his wife was barren. 3 And an angel of the Lord appeared to her, and said, Thou art barren and without children, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. 4 Now therefore beware, and drink no wine nor strong drink, and eat not any unclean thing. 6 Because thou shalt conceive, and bear a son, and no razor shall touch his head, for he shall be a Nazarite of God, from his infancy, and from his mother's womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel from the hands of the Philistines. 6 And when she was come to her husband, she said to him, A man of God came to me, having the countenance of an angel, very awful, and when I asked him whence he came, and by what name he was called, he would not tell me. 7 But he answered thus, Behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Beware thou drink no wine, nor strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, for the child shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, from his mother's womb until the day of his death. 8 Then Manu prayed to the Lord, and said, I beseech thee, O Lord, that the man of God, whom thou didst send, may come again, and teach us what we ought to do concerning the child that shall be born. 9 And the Lord heard the prayer of Manu, and the angel of the Lord appeared again to his wife, as she was sitting in the field. But Manu her husband was not with her. And when she saw the angel, 10 She made haste, and ran to her husband, and told him, saying, Behold, the man hath appeared to me, whom I saw before. 11 He rose up, and followed his wife, and coming to the man, said to him, Art thou he that spoke to the woman? And he answered, I am. 12 And Manu said to him, When thy word shall come to pass, what wilt thou that the child should do? Or from what shall he keep himself? 13 And the angel of the Lord said to Manu, From all the things I have spoken of to thy wife, let her refrain herself. 14 And let her eat nothing that cometh of the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, and whatsoever I have commanded her, let her fulfill and observe. Book of Judges, 305, 15 And Manu said to the angel of the Lord, I beseech thee to consent to my request, and let us dress a kid for thee. 16 And the angel answered him, If thou press me I will not eat of thy bread, but if thou wilt offer a holocaust, offer it to the Lord. And Manu knew not it was the angel of the Lord. 17 And he said to him, What is thy name, that, if thy word shall come to pass, we may honor thee? 18 And he answered him, Why askest thou my name, which is wonderful? 19 Then Manu took a kid of the flocks, and the libations, and put them upon a rock, offering to the Lord, who doth wonderful things, and he and his wife looked on. 20 And when the flame from the altar went up towards heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended also in the same. And when Manu and his wife saw this, they fell flat on the ground. 21 And the angel of the Lord appeared to them no more. And forthwith Manu understood that it was an angel of the Lord. 22 And he said to his wife, We shall certainly die, because we have seen God. 23 And his wife answered him, If the Lord had a mind to kill us, he would not have received a holocaust and libations at our hands, neither would he have showed us all these things, nor have told us the things that are to come. 24 And she bore a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. 25 And the Spirit of the Lord began to be with him in the camp of Dan, between Sirah and Ashtaol. Chapter 14 Then Samson went down to Thamnathah, and seeing there a woman of the daughters of the Philistines. 2 He came up, and told his father and his mother, saying, I saw a woman in Thamnathah of the daughters of the Philistines. I beseech you, take her for me to wife. 3 And his father and mother said to him, Is there no woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all my people, that thou wilt take a wife of the Philistines, who are uncircumcised? And Samson said to his father, Take this woman for me, for she hath pleased my eyes. 4 Now his parents knew not that the thing was done by the Lord, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. 5 Then Samson went down with his father and mother to Thamnathah, and when they were come to the vineyards of the town, behold, a young lion met him, raging and roaring. 6 And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and he tore the lion as he would have torn a kid in pieces, having nothing at all in his hand, and he would not tell this to his father and mother. 7 And he went down, and spoke to the woman that had pleased his eyes. 8 And after some days, returning to take her, he went aside to see the carcass of the lion, and behold there was a swarm of bees in the mouth of the lion, and a honeycomb. 9 And when he had taken it in his hands, he went on eating, and coming to his father and mother, he gave them of it, and they ate, but he would not tell them that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. 11 And when the citizens of that place saw. 306, Book of Judges, him, they brought him 30 companions to be with him. 12 And Samson said to them, I will propose to you a riddle, which if you declare unto me within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 shirts, and as many coats. 13 But if you shall not be able to declare it, you shall give me 30 shirts and the same number of coats. They answered him, Put forth the riddle, that we may hear it. 14 And he said to them, Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And they could not for 3 days expound the riddle. 15 And when the 7th day came, they said to the wife of Samson, Sooth thy husband, and persuade him to tell thee what the riddle meaneth. But if thou wilt not do it, we will burn thee, and thy father's house. Have you called us to the wedding on purpose to strip us? 16 So she wept before Samson and complained, saying, Thou hatest me, and dost not love me, therefore thou wilt not expound to me the riddle, which thou hast proposed to the sons of my people. But he answered, I would not tell it to my father and mother, and how can I tell it to thee? 17 So she wept before him the 7 days of the feast, and, at length, on the 7th day, as she was troublesome to him, he expounded it. And she immediately told her countrymen. 18 And they, on the 7th day before the sun went down, said to him, What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you had not found out my riddle. 19 And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ascalon, and slew there 30 men whose garments he took away, and gave to them that had declared the riddle. And, being exceeding angry, he went up to his father's house. 20 But his wife took one of his friends and bridal companions for her husband. Chapter 15 And a while after, when the days of the wheat harvest were at hand, Samson came, meaning to visit his wife, and he brought her a kid of the flock. And when he would have gone into her chamber, As usual, her father would not suffer him, saying, 2 I thought thou hadst hated her, and therefore I gave her to thy friend, but she hath a sister, who is younger and fairer than she, take her to wife instead of her. 3 And Samson answered him, From this day I shall be blameless in what I do against the Philistines, for I will do you evils. 4 And he went and caught 300 foxes, and coupled them tail to tail, and fastened torches between the tails. 6 And setting them on fire he let the foxes go, that they might run about hither and thither, and they presently went into the standing corn of the Philistines. Which being set on fire, both the corn that was already carried together, and that which was yet standing, was all burnt, insomuch that the flame consumed also the vineyards and the oliveyards. 6 And the Philistines said, Who hath done this thing? And it was answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Thamnathite, because he took away his wife, and gave her to another, hath done these things. And the Philistines went up and burnt both the woman and her father. 7 But Samson said to them, Although you have done this, yet will I be revenged of you. Book of Judges, 307, And then I will be quiet. 8 And he made a great slaughter of them, so that in astonishment they laid the calf of the leg upon the thigh. And going down he dwelt in a cavern of the rock Edom. 9 Then the Philistines going up into the land of Judah, camped in the place which afterwards was called Lechi, that is, the jawbone, where their army was spread abroad. 10 And the men of the tribe of Judah said to them, Why are you come up against us? They answered, We are come to bind Samson, and to pay him for what he hath done against us. 11 Wherefore 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cave of the rock Edom, and said to Samson, Knowest thou not that the Philistines rule over us? Why wouldst thou do thus? And he said to them, As they did to me, so have I done to them. 12 And they said to him, We are come to bind thee, and to deliver thee into the hands of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear to me, and promise me that you will not kill me. 13 They said, We will not kill thee, but we will deliver thee up bound. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and brought him from the rock Edom. 14 Now when he was come to the place of the jawbone, and the Philistine shouting went to meet him, the Spirit of the Lord came strongly upon him, and as flax is wont to be consumed at the approach of fire, so the bands with which he was bound were broken and loosed. 15 And finding a jawbone, even the jawbone of an ass, which lay there, catching it up, he slew therewith 1,000 men. 16 And he said, With the jawbone of an ass, with the jaw of the colt of asses, I have destroyed them, and have slain 1,000 men. 17 And when he had ended these words, singing, he threw the jawbone out of his hand, and called the name of that place Ramath-lechi, which is interpreted the lifting up of the jawbone. 18 And being very thirsty, he cried to the Lord, and said, Thou hast given this very great deliverance and victory into the hand of thy servant, and behold I die for thirst, and shall fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. 19 Then the Lord opened a great tooth in the jaw of the ass, and waters issued out of it, and when he had drunk them, he refreshed his spirit, and recovered his strength. Therefore the name of that place was called the spring of him that invoked from the jawbone, until this present day. 20 And he judged Israel, in the days of the Philistines, 20 years. Chapter 16. He went also into Gaza, and saw there a woman, a harlot, and went in unto her. 2 And when the Philistines had heard this, and it was noised about among them, that Samson was come into the city, they surrounded him, setting guards at the gate of the city, and watching there all the night in silence, that in the morning they might kill him as he went out. 3 But Samson slept till midnight, and then rising, he took both the doors of the gate, with the posts thereof and the bolt, and laying them on his shoulders, carried them up to the top of the hill, which looketh towards Hebron. 4 After this he loved a woman, who dwelt in the valley of Sork, and she was called Dalilah. 5 And the princes of the Philistines came to her, and sought, deceive him, and learn of him wherein his great strength lieth, and how we may be able to overcome him, to bind and afflict him, which if thou shalt do, we will give thee every one. 308. Book of Judges, of us 1,100 pieces of silver. 6 And Dalilah said to Samson, Tell me, I beseech thee, wherein thy greatest strength lieth, and what it is, wherewith if thou wert bound, thou couldst not break loose. 7 And Samson answered her, If I shall be bound with 7 cords, made of sinews not yet dry, but still moist, I shall be weak like other men. 8 And the princes of the Philistines brought unto her 7 cords, such as he spoke of, with which she bound him. 9 Men lying privately in wait with her, and in the chamber, expecting the event of the thing, and she cried out to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And he broke the bands, as a man would break a thread of tow twined with spittle, when it smelleth the fire, so it was not known wherein his strength lay. 10 And Dalilah said to him, Behold thou hast mocked me, and hast told me a false thing, but now at least tell me wherewith thou mayest be bound. 11 And he answered her, If I shall be bound with new ropes, that were never in work, I shall be weak and like other men. 12 Delilah bound him again with these, and cried out, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson, there being an ambush prepared for him in the chamber. But he broke the bands like threads of webs. 13 And Delilah said to him again, How long dost thou deceive me, and tell me lies? Show me wherewith thou mayest be bound. And Samson answered her, If thou plaitest the 7 locks of my head with a lace, and tying them round about a nail, fastenest it in the ground, I shall be weak. 14 And when Delilah had done this, she said to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking out of his sleep, he drew out the nail with the hairs and the lace. 15 And Delilah said to him, How dost thou say thou lovest me, when thy mind is not with me? Thou hast told me lies these 3 times, and wouldst not tell me wherein thy greatest strength lieth. 16 And when she pressed him much, and continually hung upon him for many days, giving him no time to rest, his soul fainted away, and was wearied even unto death. 17 Then opening the truth of the thing, he said to her, The razor hath never come upon my head, for I am a Nazarite, that is to say, consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If my head be shaven, my strength shall depart from me, and I shall become weak, and shall be like other men. 18 Then seeing that he had discovered to her all his mind, she sent to the princes of the Philistines, saying, Come up this once more, for now he hath opened his heart to me. And they went up, taking with them the money which they had promised. 19 But she made him sleep upon her knees, and lay his head in her bosom. And she called a barber and shaved his 7 locks, and began to drive him away, and thrust him from her, for immediately his strength departed from him. 20 And she said, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking from sleep, he said in his mind, I will go out as I did before, and shake myself, not knowing that the Lord was departed from him. 21 Then the Philistines seized upon him, and forthwith pulled out his eyes, and led him bound in chains to Gaza, and shutting him up in prison made him grind. 22 And now his hair began to grow again. 23 And the princes of the Philistines Osem. Book of Judges, 309, bled together, to offer great sacrifices to Dagon their god, and to make merry, saying, Our God hath delivered our enemy Samson into our hands. 24 And the people also seeing this, praised their God, and said the same, Our God hath delivered our adversary into our hands, him that destroyed our country, and killed very many. 25 And rejoicing in their feasts, when they had now taken their good cheer, they commanded that Samson should be called, and should play before them. And being brought out of prison, he played before them, and they made him stand between 2 pillars. 26 And he said to the lad that guided his steps, Suffer me to touch the pillars which support the whole house, and let me lean upon them, and rest a little. 27 Now the house was full of men and women, and all the princes of the Philistines were there. Moreover about 3,000 persons of both sexes, from the roof and the higher part of the house, were beholding Samson's play. 28 But he called upon the Lord, saying, O Lord God, remember me, and restore to me now my former strength, O my God, that I may revenge myself on my enemies, and for the loss of my 2 eyes I may take one revenge. 29 And laying hold on both the pillars on which the house rested, and holding the one with his right hand, and the other with his left, 30 He said, Let me die with the Philistines. And when he had strongly shook the pillars, the house fell upon all the princes, and the rest of the multitude, that was there, and he killed many more at his death, than he had killed before in his life. 31 And his brethren and all his kindred, going down took his body, and buried it between Sirah and Estaol, in the burying place of his father, Manu, and he judged Israel 20 years. Chapter 17 There was at that time a man of Mount Ephraim, whose name was Meshas, who said to his mother, The 1,100 pieces of silver, which thou hadst put aside for thyself, and concerning which thou didst swear in my hearing, behold I have, and they are with me. And she said to him, Blessed be my son by the Lord. 3 So he restored them to his mother, who said to him, I have consecrated and vowed this silver to the Lord, that my son may receive it at my hand, and make a graven and a molten god, so now I deliver it to thee. 4 And he restored them to his mother, and she took 200 pieces of silver and gave them to the silversmith, to make of them a graven and a molten god, which was in the house of Meshas. 5 And he separated also therein a little temple for the god, and made an ephod, and teraphim, that is to say, a priestly garment, and idols, and he filled the hand of one of his sons, and he became his priest. 6 In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. 7 There was also another young man of Bethlehem Judah, of the kindred thereof, and he was a Levite, and dwelt there. 8 Now he went out from the city of Bethlehem, and desired to sojourn wheresoever he should find it convenient for him. And when he was come to Mount Ephraim, as he was on his journey, and had turned aside a little into the house of Meshas, 9 He was asked by him whence he came. And he answered, I am a Levite of Bethlehem, Judah. 310. Book of Judges, and I am going to dwell where I can, and where I shall find a place to my advantage. 10 And Meshes said, Stay with me, and be unto me a father and a priest, and I will give thee every year 10 pieces of silver, and a double suit of apparel, and thy victuals. 11 He was content, and abode with the man, and was unto him as one of his sons. 12 And Meshes filled his hand, and had the young man with him for his priest, saying, 13 Now I know God will do me good, since I have a priest of the race of the Levites. Chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and the tribe of Dan sought them an inheritance to dwell in, for unto that day they had not received their lot among the other tribes. 2 So the children of Dan sent 5 most valiant men, of their stock and family, from Sirah and Estaol, to spy out the land, and to view it diligently, and they said to them, Go, and view the land. They went on their way, and when they came to Mount Ephraim, they went into the house of Meshes, and rested there. 3 And knowing the voice of the young man a Levite, and lodging with him, they said to him, Who brought thee hither? What dost thou here? Why wouldst thou come hither? 4 He answered them, Meshes hath done such and such things for me, and hath hired me to be his priest. 5 Then they desired him to consult the Lord, that they might know whether their journey should be prosperous, and the thing should have effect. 6 He answered them, Go in peace, the Lord looketh on your way, and the journey that you go. 7 So the 5 men going on came to Lys, and they saw how the people dwelt therein without any fear, according to the custom of the Sidonians, secure and easy, having no man at all to oppose them, being very rich, and living separated, at a distance from Sidon and from all men. 8 And they returned to their brethren in Sirah and Estaol, who asked them what they had done, to whom they answered, 9 Arise, and let us go up to them, for we have seen the land which is exceeding rich and fruitful. Neglect not, lose no time, let us go and possess it, there will be no difficulty. 10 We shall come to a people that is secure, into a spacious country, and the Lord will deliver the place to us, in which there is no want of anything that groweth on the earth. 11 There went therefore of the kindred of Dan, to wit, from Sirah and Estaol, 600 men, furnished with arms for war. 12 And going up they lodged in Kiriath-Jearim of Judah, which place from that time is called the camp of Dan, and is behind Kiriath-Jearim. 13 From thence they passed into Mount Ephraim. And when they were come to the house of Meshes. 14 The 5 men, that before had been sent to view the land of Lys, said to the rest of their brethren, You know that in these houses there is an ephod and teraphim, and a graven and a molten god, see what you are pleased to do. 15 And when they had turned a little aside, they went into the house of the young man a Levite, who was in the house of Meshes, and they saluted him with words of peace. 16 And the 600 men stood before the door, appointed with their arms. 17 But they that were gone into the house. Book of Judges, 311, of the young man, one about to take away the graven god, and the ephod, and the teraphim, and the molten god, and the priest stood before the door, the 600 valiant men waiting not far off. 18 So they that were gone and took away the graven thing, the ephod, and the idols, and the molten god, and the priest said to them, What are you doing? 19 And they said to him, Hold thy peace, and put thy finger on thy mouth, and come with us, that we may have thee for a father, and a priest. Whether is better for thee, to be a priest in the house of one man, or in a tribe and family in Israel? 20 When he heard this, he agreed to their words, and took the ephod, and the idols, and the graven god, and departed with them. 21 And when they were going forward, and had put before them the children and the cattle, and all that was valuable. 22 And were now at a distance from the house of Meshes, the men that dwelt in the houses of Meshes gathering together followed them. 23 And began to shout out after them. They looked back, and said to Meshes, What aileth thee? Why dost thou cry? 24 And he answered, You have taken away my gods which I have made me, and the priest, and all that I have, and do you say, What aileth thee? 25 And the children of Dan said to him, See thou say no more to us, lest men enraged come upon thee, and thou perish with all thy house. 26 And so they went on the journey they had begun. But Meshes, seeing that they were stronger than he, returned to his house. 27 And the 600 men took the priest, and the things we spoke of before, and came to Lys, to a people that was quiet and secure, and smote them with the edge of the sword, and the city they burnt with fire. 28 There being no man at all who brought them any succor, because they dwelt far from Sidon, and had no society or business with any man, and the city was in the land of Roab, and they rebuilt it, and dwelt therein. 29 Calling the name of the city Dan, after the name of their father, who was the son of Israel, which before was called Lys. 30 And they set up to themselves the graven idol, and Jonathan the son of Jersam, the son of Moses. He and his sons were priests in the tribe of Dan, until the day of their captivity. 31 And the idol of Meshes remained with them all the time that the house of God was in Silo. In those days there was no king in Israel. Chapter 19. There was a certain Levite, who dwelt on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took a wife of Bethlehem Judah. 2 And she left him, and returned to her father's house in Bethlehem, and abode with him 4 months. 3 And her husband followed her, willing to be reconciled with her, and to speak kindly to her, and to bring her back with him, having with him a servant and 2 asses, and she received him, and brought him into her father's house. And when his father-in-law had heard this, and had seen him, he met him with joy. 4 And embraced the man. And the son-in-law tarried in the house of his father-in-law 3 days, eating with him and drinking familiarly. 5 But on the 4th day, arising early in the morning, he desired to depart. But his father-in-law kept him, and said to him, Taste first a little. 312. Book of Judges. Bread, and strengthen thy stomach, and so thou shalt depart. 6 And they sat down together, and ate and drank. And the father of the young woman said to his son-in-law, I beseech thee to stay here today, and let us make merry together. 7 But he rising up, began to be for departing. And nevertheless his father-in-law earnestly pressed him, and made him stay with him. 8 But when morning was come, the Levite prepared to go on his journey. And his father-in-law said to him again, I beseech thee to take a little meat, and strengthening thyself, till the day be farther advanced, afterwards thou mayest depart. And they ate together. 9 And the young man arose to set forward with his wife and servant. And his father-in-law spoke to him again, Consider that the day is declining, and draweth toward evening. Tarry with me today also, and spend the day in mirth, and tomorrow thou shalt depart, that thou mayest go into thy house. 10 His son-in-law would not consent to his words, but forthwith went forward, and came over against Jebus, which by another name is called Jerusalem, leading with him 2 asses loaden, and his concubine. 11 And now they were come near Jebus, and the day was far spent, and the servant said to his master, Come, I beseech thee, let us turn into the city of the Jebusites, and lodge there. 12 His master answered him, I will not go into the town of another nation, who are not of the children of Israel, but I will pass over to Gaba. 13 And when I shall come thither, we will lodge there, or at least in the city of Ramah. 14 So they passed by Jebus, and went on their journey, and the sun went down upon them when they were by Gaba, which is in the tribe of Benjamin. 15 And they turned into it to lodge there. And when they were come in, they sat in the street of the city, for no man would receive them to lodge. 16 And behold they saw an old man, returning out of the field and from his work in the evening, and he also was of Mount Ephraim, and dwelt as a stranger in Gaba, but the men of that country were the children of Gemini. 17 And the old man lifting up his eyes, saw the man sitting with his bundles in the street of the city, and said to him, Whence comest thou? And whither goest thou? 18 He answered him, We came out from Bethlehem Judah, and we are going to our home, which is on the side of Mount Ephraim, from whence we went to Bethlehem, and now we go to the house of God, and none will receive us under his roof. 19 We have straw and hay for provender of the asses, and bread and wine for the use of myself and of thy handmaid, and of the servant that is with me, we want nothing but lodging. 20 And the old man answered him, Peace be with thee, I will furnish all things that are necessary, only I beseech thee, stay not in the street. 21 And he brought him into his house, and gave provender to his asses, and after they had washed their feet, he entertained them with a feast. 22 While they were making merry, and refreshing their bodies with meat and drink, after the labor of the journey, the men of that city, sons of Belial, came and beset the old man's house, and began to knock at the door, calling to the master of the house, and saying, Bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may abuse him. 23 And the old man went out to them, and said, Do not so, my brethren, do not so wickedly, because this man is come into my lodging. And Book of Judges. 313. Cease I pray you from this folly. 24 I have a maiden daughter, and this man hath a concubine. I will bring them out to you, and ye may humble them, and satisfy your lust, only, I beseech you, commit not this crime against nature on the man. 25 They would not be satisfied with his words, which the man seeing, brought out his concubine to them, and abandoned her to their wickedness, and when they had abused her all the night, they let her go in the morning. 26 But the woman, at the dawning of the day, came to the door of the house, where her lord lodged, and there fell down. 27 And in the morning the man arose, and opened the door, that he might end the journey he had begun, and behold his concubine lay before the door with her hands spread on the threshold. 28 He thinking she was taking her rest, said to her, Arise, and let us be going. But as she made no answer, perceiving she was dead, he took her up, and laid her upon his ass, and returned to his house. 29 And when he was come home, he took a sword, and divided the dead body of his wife with her bones into 12 parts, and sent the pieces into all the borders of Israel. 30 And when everyone had seen this, they all cried out, There was never such a thing done in Israel, from the day that our fathers came up out of Egypt, until this day. Give sentence, and decree in common what ought to be done. Chapter 20 Then all the children of Israel went out, and gathered together as one man, from Dan to Bersabee, with the land of Gilad, to the Lord, in Masphah. 2 And all the chiefs of the people, and all the tribes of Israel, met together in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 footmen fit for war. 3 And the Levite, the husband of the woman that was killed, being asked, how so great a wickedness had been committed. 4 Answered, I came into Gaba, of Benjamin, with my wife, and there I lodged. 5 And behold, the men of that city, in the night beset the house wherein I was, intending to kill me, and abused my wife with an incredible fury of lust, so that at last she died. 6 And I took her and cut her in pieces, and sent the parts into all the borders of your possession, because there never was so heinous a crime, and so great an abomination committed in Israel. 7 You are all here, O children of Israel, determine what you ought to do. 8 And all the people standing, answered as by the voice of one man, We will not return to our tents, neither shall any one of us go into his own house. 9 But this we will do in common against Gaba. 10 We will take 10 men of 100 out of all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, to bring victuals for the army, that we may fight against Gaba of Benjamin, and render to it for its wickedness, what it deserveth. 11 And all Israel were gathered together against the city, as one man, with one mind, and one counsel. 12 And they sent messengers to all the tribe of Benjamin, to say to them, Why hath so great 314. Book of Judges, an abomination been found among you? 13 Deliver up the men of Gaba, that have committed this heinous crime, that they may die, and the evil may be taken away out of Israel. But they would not hearken to the proposition of their brethren the children of Israel. 14 But out of all the cities which were of their lot, they gathered themselves together into Gaba, to aid them, and to fight against the whole people of Israel. 15 And there were found of Benjamin 25,000 men that drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gaba. 16 Who were 700 most valiant men, fighting with the left hand as well as with the right, and slinging stones so sure that they could hit even a hair, and not miss by the stones going on either side. 17 Of the men of Israel also, beside the children of Benjamin, were found 400,000 that drew swords and were prepared to fight. 18 And they arose and came to the house of God, that is, to Shiloh, and they consulted God, and said, Who shall be in our army the first to go to the battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord answered them, Let Judah be your leader. 19 And forthwith the children of Israel rising in the morning, camped by Gaba. 20 And going out from thence to fight against Benjamin, began to assault the city. 21 And the children of Benjamin coming out of Gaba slew of the children of Israel that day 22,000 men. 22 Again Israel, trusting in their strength and their number, set their army in array in the same place, where they had fought before. 23 Yet so that they first went up and wept before the Lord until night, and consulted him, and said, Shall I go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin my brethren or not? And he answered them, Go up against them, and join battle. 24 And when the children of Israel went out the next day to fight against the children of Benjamin, 25 The children of Benjamin sallied forth out of the gates of Gaba, and meeting them, made so great a slaughter of them, as to kill 18,000 men that drew the sword. 26 Wherefore all the children of Israel came to the house of God, and sat and wept before the Lord, and they fasted that day till the evening, and offered to him holocausts, and victims of peace offerings. 27 And inquired of him concerning their state. At that time the ark of the covenant of the Lord was there. 28 And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was over the house. So they consulted the Lord, and said, Shall we go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin, our brethren, or shall we cease? And the Lord said to them, Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. 29 And the children of Israel set ambushes round about the city of Gaba. 30 And they drew up their army against Benjamin the third time, as they had done the first and second. 31 And the children of Benjamin boldly issued out of the city, and seeing their enemies flee, pursued them a long way, so as to wound and kill some of them, as they had done the first and second day, whilst they fled by 2 highways, whereof one goeth up to Bethel and the other to Gaba. And they slew about 30 men, 32 For they thought to cut them off as they did before. But they artfully feigning a flight. Book of Judges, 315, designed to draw them away from the city, and by their seeming to flee, to bring them to the highways aforesaid. 33 Then all the children of Israel rising up out of the places where they were, set their army in battle array, in the place which is called Balthamar. The ambushes also, which were about the city, began by little and little to come forth. 34 And to march from the west side of the city. And other 10,000 men chosen out of all Israel, attacked the inhabitants of the city, and the battle grew hot against the children of Benjamin, and they understood not that present death threatened them on every side. 35 And the Lord defeated them before the children of Israel, and they slew of them in that day 25,100, all fighting men, and that drew the sword. 36 But the children of Benjamin, when they saw themselves to be too weak, began to flee. Which the children of Israel seeing, gave them place to flee, that they might come to the ambushes that were prepared, which they had set near the city. 37 And they that were in ambush arose on a sudden out of their covers, and whilst Benjamin turned their backs to the slayers, went into the city, and smote it with the edge of the sword. 38 Now the children of Israel had given a sign to them, whom they had laid in ambushes, that after they had taken the city, they should make a fire, that by the smoke rising on high, they might show that the city was taken. 39 And when the children of Israel saw this in the battle, 40 And perceived, as it were, a pillar of smoke rise up from the city, and Benjamin looking back, saw that the city was taken, and that the flames ascended on high. 41 They that before had made as if they fled, turning their faces, stood bravely against them. Which the children of Benjamin seeing, turned their backs. 42 And began to go towards the way of the desert, the enemy pursuing them thither also. And they that fired the city came also out to meet them. 43 And so it was, that they were slain on both sides by the enemies, and there was no rest of their men dying. They fell and were beaten down on the east side of the city of Gaba. 44 And they that were slain in the same place, were 18,000 men, almost valiant soldiers. 45 And when they that remained of Benjamin saw this, they fled into the wilderness, and made towards the rock that is called Rimmon. In that flight also, as they were straggling, and going different ways, they slew of them 5,000 men. And as they went farther, they still pursued them, and slew also other 2,000. 46 And so it came to pass, that all that were slain of Benjamin, in divers places, were 25,000 fighting men, most valiant for war. 47 And there remained of all the number of Benjamin only 600 men that were able to escape, and flee to the wilderness, and they abode in the rock Rimmon 4 months. 48 But the children of Israel returning, put all the remains of the city to the sword, both men and beasts, and all the cities and villages of Benjamin were consumed with devouring flames. 316. Book of Judges, chapter 21. Now the children of Israel had also sworn in Maspha, saying, None of us shall give of his daughters to the children of Benjamin to wife. 2 And they all came to the house of God in Silo, and sitting before him till the evening, lifted up their voices, and began to lament and weep, saying, 3 O Lord God of Israel, why is so great an evil come to pass in thy people, that this day one tribe should be taken away from among us? 4 And rising early the next day, they built an altar, and offered their holocausts, and victims of peace, and they said, 5 Who is there among all the tribes of Israel that came not up with the army of the Lord? For they had bound themselves with a great oath, when they were in Maspha, that whosoever were wanting should be slain. 6 And the children of Israel being moved with repentance for their brother Benjamin, began to say, One tribe is taken away from Israel. 7 Whence shall they take wives? For we have all in general sworn, not to give our daughters to them. 8 Therefore they said, Who is there of all the tribes of Israel, that came not up to the Lord to Maspha? And, behold, the inhabitants of Habasgalad were found not to have been in that army. 9. 10 So they sent 10,000 of the most valiant men, and commanded them, saying, Go and put the inhabitants of Habasgalad to the sword, with their wives and their children. 11 And this is what you shall observe, every male, and all women that have known men, you shall kill, but the virgins you shall save. 12 And there were found of Habasgalad 400 virgins, that had not known the bed of a man, and they brought them to the camp in Silo, into the land of Canaan. 13 And they sent messengers to the children of Benjamin, that were in the rock Rimmon, and commanded them to receive them in peace. 14 And the children of Benjamin came at that time, and wives were given them of Habasgalad, but they found no others, whom they might give in like manner. 15 And all Israel was very sorry, and repented for the destroying of one tribe out of Israel. 16 And the ancients said, What shall we do with the rest, that have not received wives? For all the women in Benjamin are dead. 17 And we must use all care, and provide with great diligence, that one tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. 18 For as to our own daughters we cannot give them, being bound with an oath and a curse, whereby we said, Cursed be he that shall give Benjamin any of his daughters to wife. 19 So they took counsel, and said, Behold, There is a yearly solemnity of the Lord in Silo, which is situate on the north of the city of Bethel, and on the east side of the way, that goeth from Bethel to Sichem, and on the south of the town of Lebonah. 20 And they commanded the children of Benjamin and said, Go, and lie hid in the vineyards. 21 And when you shall see the daughters of Silo come out, as the custom is, to dance, come ye on a sudden out of the vineyards, and catch you every man his wife among them, and go into the land of Benjamin. 22 And when their fathers and their brethren shall come, and shall begin to complain against you, and to chide, we will say to them, Have pity on them, for they took them not away as by the Book of Judges. 317. Right of a war or conquest, but when they asked to have them, you gave them not, and the fault was committed on your part. 23 And the children of Benjamin did as they had been commanded, and, according to their number, they carried off for themselves every man his wife of them that were dancing, and they went into their possession, and built up their cities, and dwelt in them. 24 The children of Israel also returned by their tribes, and families, to their dwellings. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. Book of Ruth, chapter 1. In the days of the judges, when the judges ruled, there came a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem Judah, went to sojourn in the land of Moab with his wife and his 2 sons. 2 He was named Elimelech, and his wife Noemi, and his 2 sons, the one Mahalan, and the other Sheluan, Ephrathites of Bethlehem Judah. And entering into the country of Moab, they abode there. 3 And Elimelech the husband of Noemi died, and she remained with her sons. 4 And they took wives of the women of Moab, of which one was called Orpah, and the other Ruth. And they dwelt there 10 years. 5 And they both died, to wit, Mahalan and Sheluan, and the woman was left alone, having lost both her sons and her husband. 6 And she arose to go from the land of Moab to her own country, with both her daughters-in-law, for she had heard that the Lord had looked upon his people, and had given them food. 7 Wherefore she went forth out of the place of her sojournment, with both her daughters-in-law, and being now in the way to return into the land of Judah. 8 She said to them, Go ye home to your mothers, the Lord deal mercifully with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. 9 May he grant you to find rest in the houses of the husbands whom you shall take. And she kissed them. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep. 10 And to say, We will go on with thee to thy people. 11 But she answered them, Return, my daughters, why come ye with me? Have I any more sons in my womb, that you may hope for husbands of me? 12 Return again, my daughters, and go your ways, for I am now spent with age, and not fit for wedlock. Although I might conceive this night, and bear children. 13 If you would wait till they were grown up, and come to man's estate, you would be old women before you marry. Do not so, my daughters, I beseech you, for I am grieved the more for your distress, and the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. 14 And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, and returned. Ruth stuck close to her mother-in-law. 15 And Noemi said to her, Behold thy kinswoman is returned to her people, and to her gods, go thou with her. 16 She answered, Be not against me, to desire that I should leave thee and depart, for whithersoever thou shalt go, I will go, and where thou shalt dwell, I also will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. 17 The land that shall receive thee dying, in the same will I die, and there will I be buried. Book of Ruth, 319. The Lord do so and so to me, and add more also, if aught but death part me and thee. 18 Then Noemi, seeing that Ruth was steadfastly determined to go with her, would not be against it, nor persuade her any more to return to her friends. 20 But she said to them, Call me not Noemi, but call me Mara, for the Almighty hath quite filled me with bitterness. 21 I went out full and the Lord hath brought me back empty. Why then do you call me Noemi, whom the Lord hath humbled, and the Almighty hath afflicted? 22 So Noemi came with Ruth, the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, from the land of her sojournment, and returned into Bethlehem, in the beginning of the barley harvest. Chapter 2. Now her husband Elimelech had a kinsman, a powerful man, and very rich, whose name was Booz. 3 And Ruth, the Moabitess, said to her mother-in-law, If thou wilt, I will go into the field, and glean the ears of corn that escape the hands of the reapers, wheresoever I shall find grace with a householder, that will be favorable to me. And she answered her, Go, my daughter. 3 She went, therefore, and gleaned the ears of corn after the reapers. And it happened that the owner of that field was Booz, who was of the kindred of Elimelech. 4 And behold, he came out of Bethlehem, and said to the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. 5 And Booz said to the young man that was set over the reapers, Whose maid is this? 6 And he answered him, This is the Moabitess, who came with Noemi, from the land of Moab. 7 And she desired leave to glean the ears of corn that remain, following the steps of the reapers, and she hath been in the field from morning till now, and hath not gone home for one moment. 8 And Boaz said to Ruth, Hear me, daughter, do not go to glean in any other field, and do not depart from this place, but keep with my maids. 9 And follow where they reap, for I have charged my young men, not to molest thee, and if thou art thirsty, go to the vessels, and drink of the waters whereof the servants drink. 11 And he answered her, All hath been told me, that thou hast done to thy mother-in-law after the death of thy husband, and how thou hast left thy parents, and the land wherein thou wast born, and art come to a people which thou knewest not heretofore. 12 The Lord render unto thee for thy work, and mayst thou receive a full reward of the Lord the God of Israel, to whom thou art come, and under whose wings thou art fled. 13 And she said, I have found grace in thy eyes, my Lord, who hast comforted me, and hast spoken to the heart of thy handmaid, who am not like to one of thy maids. 14 And Boaz said to her, At mealtime come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. So she sat at the side of the reapers, and she heaped to herself frumenty, and ate and was filled, and took the leavings. 15 And she arose from thence, to glean the ears of corn as before. And Boaz commanded his servants, saying, If she would even reap with you, hinder her not. 16 And let fall some of your handfuls of purpose, and leave them, that she may gather them. 320. Book of Ruth, without shame, and let no man rebuke her when she gathereth them. 17 She gleaned therefore in the field till evening, and beating out with a rod, and threshing what she had gleaned, she found about the measure of an ephah of barley, that is, 3 bushels. 18 Which she took up, and returned into the city, and showed it to her mother-in-law. Moreover, she brought out, and gave her of the remains of her meat, wherewith she had been filled. 19 And her mother-in-law said to her, Where hast thou gleaned today, and where hast thou wrought? Blessed be he that hath had pity on thee. And she told her with whom she had wrought, and she told the man's name, that he was called Boaz. 20 And Naomi answered her, Blessed be he of the Lord, because the same kindness which he showed to the living, he hath kept also to the dead. And again she said, The man is our kinsman. 21 And Ruth said, He also charged me, that I should keep close to his reapers, till all the corn should be reaped. 22 And her mother-in-law said to her, It is better for thee, my daughter, to go out to reap with his maids, lest in another man's field someone may resist thee. 23 So she kept close to the maids of Boaz, and continued to glean with them, till all the barley and the wheat were laid up in the barns. Chapter 3 After she was returned to her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, My daughter, I will seek rest for thee, and will provide that it may be well with thee. To this Boaz, with whose maids thou wast joined in the field, is our near kinsman, and behold this night he winnoweth barley in the threshing floor. 3 Wash thyself therefore and anoint thee, and put on thy best garments, and go down to the barn floor, but let not the man see thee, till he shall have done eating and drinking. 4 And when he shall go to sleep, mark the place wherein he sleepeth, and thou shalt go in, and lift up the clothes wherewith he is covered towards his feet, and shalt lay thyself down there, and he will tell thee what thou must do. 5 She answered, Whatsoever thou shalt command, I will do. 6 And she went down to the barn floor, and did all that her mother-in-law had bid her. 7 And when Boaz had eaten, and drunk, and was merry, he went to sleep by the heap of sheaves, and she came softly, and uncovering his feet, laid herself down. 8 And behold, when it was now midnight the man was afraid, and troubled, and he saw a woman lying at his feet. 9 And he said to her, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth, thy handmaid, spread thy coverlet over thy servant, for thou art a near kinsman. 10 And he said, Blessed art thou of the Lord, my daughter, and thy latter kindness has surpassed the former, because thou hast not followed young men either poor or rich. 11 Fear not therefore, but whatsoever thou shalt say to me I will do to thee. For all the people that dwell within the gates of my city, know that thou art a virtuous woman. 12 Neither do I deny myself to be near of kin, but there is another nearer than I. 13 Rest thou this night, and when morning is come, if he will take thee by the right of kindred. Book of Ruth, 321. All is well, but if he will not, I will undoubtedly take thee, so the Lord liveth. Sleep till the morning. 14 So she slept at his feet till the night was going off. And she arose before men could know one another, and Boaz said, Beware lest any man know that thou camest hither. 15 And again he said, Spread thy mantle, wherewith thou art covered, and hold it with both hands. And when she spread it and held it, he measured 6 measures of barley, and laid it upon her. And she carried it, and went into the city. 16 And came to her mother-in-law, who said to her, What hast thou done, daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. 17 And she said, Behold, he hath given me 6 measures of barley, for he said, I will not have thee return empty to thy mother-in-law. 18 And Noemi said, Wait, my daughter, till we see what end the thing will have. For the man will not rest until he have accomplished what he hath said. Chapter 4 2 And Boaz, taking 10 men of the ancients of the city, said to them, Sit ye down here. 3 They sat down, and he spoke to the kinsman, Noemi, who is returned from the country of Moab, will sell a parcel of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech. 4 I would have thee to understand this, and would tell thee before all that sit here, and before the ancients of my people. If thou wilt take possession of it by the right of kindred, buy it, and possess it, but if it please thee not, tell me so, that I may know what I have to do. For there is no near kinsman besides thee, who art first, and me, who am second. But he answered, I will buy the field. 5 And Boaz said to him, When thou shalt buy the field at the woman's hand, thou must take also Ruth, the Moabitess, who is the wife of the deceased, to raise up the name of thy kinsman in his inheritance. 6 He answered, I yield up my right of next to kin, for I must not cut off the posterity of my own family. Do thou make use of my privilege, which I profess I do willingly forego. 7 Now this in former times was the manner in Israel between kinsmen, that if at any time one yielded his right to another, that the grant might be sure, the man put off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. This was a testimony of cession of right in Israel. 8 So Boaz said to his kinsman, Put off thy shoe. And immediately he took it off from his foot. 9 And he said to the ancients, and to all the people, You are witnesses this day, that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and Chilion's, and Mahlon's, of the hand of Noemi. 10 And have taken to wife Ruth, the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, to raise up the name of the deceased in his inheritance, lest his name be cut off, from among his family and his brethren and his people. You, I say, are witnesses of this thing. 11 Then all the people that were in the gate, and the ancients, answered, We are witnesses. The Lord make this woman who cometh into thy house, like Rachel, and Leah, who built up the house of Israel, that she may be an example of virtue in Ephratah, and may have a famous name in Bethlehem. 12 And that the house may be, as the house of Phares, whom Tamar bore unto Judah, of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young. 322. Book of Ruth, Woman. 13 Boaz therefore took Ruth, and married her, and went in unto her, and the Lord gave her to conceive, and to bear a son. 14 And the women said to Noemi, Blessed be the Lord, who hath not suffered thy family to want a successor, that his name should be preserved in Israel. 16 And Noemi taking the child, laid it in her bosom, and she carried it, and was a nurse unto it. 17 And the women, her neighbors, congratulating with her, and saying, There is a son born to Noemi, called his name Obed, he is the father of Isai, the father of David. 18 These are the generations of Phares. Phares begot Esron. 19 Esron begot Aram. Aram begot Amminadab. 20 Amminadab begot Nahasson. Nahasson begot Salmon. 21 Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. 22 Obed begot Isai. Isai begot David. First Book of Samuel, Chapter 1. There was a man of Ramathaim-Sophim, of Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Thohu, the son of Suph, an Ephraimite. 2 And he had 2 wives, the name of one was Anna, and the name of the other Phinehah. Phinehah had children, but Anna had no children. 3 And this man went up out of his city upon the appointed days, to adore and to offer sacrifice to the Lord of hosts in Silo. And the 2 sons of Heli, Ophni, and Phinehas, were there priests of the Lord. 4 Now the day came, and Elkanah offered sacrifice, and gave to Phinehah, his wife, and to all her sons and daughters, portions. 5 But to Anna he gave 1 portion with sorrow, because he loved Anna. And the Lord had shut up her womb. 6 Her rival also afflicted her, and troubled her exceedingly, insomuch that she upbraided her, that the Lord had shut up her womb. 7 And thus she did every year, when the time returned, that they went up to the temple of the Lord, and thus she provoked her, but Anna wept, and did not eat. 8 Then Elkanah, her husband, said to her, Anna, why weepest thou? And why dost thou not eat? And why dost thou afflict thy heart? Am not I better to thee than 10 children? 9 So Anna arose after she had eaten and drunk in Silo, and Heli, the priest, sitting upon a stool before the door of the temple of the Lord. 10 As Anna had her heart full of grief, she prayed to the Lord, shedding many tears. 11 And she made a vow, saying, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt look down, and wilt be mindful of me, and not forget thy handmaid, and wilt give to thy servant a man-child, I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall come upon his head. 12 And it came to pass, as she multiplied prayers before the Lord, that Heli observed her mouth, 13 Now Anna spoke in her heart, and only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard at all. Heli therefore thought her to be drunk. 14 And said to her, How long wilt thou be drunk? Digest a little the wine, of which thou hast taken too much. 15 Anna answering, said, Not so, my lord, for I am an exceeding unhappy woman, and have drunk neither wine nor any strong drink, but I have poured out my soul before the Lord. 16 Count not thy handmaid for one of the daughters of Belial, for out of the abundance of my sorrow and grief have I spoken till now. 17 Then Heli said to her, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition, which thou hast asked of him. 18 And she said, Would to God thy handmaid may find grace in thy eyes. So the woman went. 324. First Book of Samuel, on her way, and ate, and her countenance was no more changed. 19 And they rose in the morning, and worshipped before the Lord, and they returned, and came into their house at Ramathah. And Elkanah knew Anna his wife, and the Lord remembered her. 20 And it came to pass when the time was come about, Anna conceived and bore a son, and called his name Samuel, because she had asked him of the Lord. 21 And Elkanah, her husband, went up, and all his house, to offer to the Lord the solemn sacrifice, and his vow. 22 But Anna went not up, for she said to her husband, I will not go till the child be weaned, and till I may carry him, that he may appear before the Lord, and may abide always there. 23 And Elkanah, her husband, said to her, Do what seemeth good to thee, and stay till thou wean him, and I pray that the Lord may fulfill his word. So the woman stayed at home, and gave her son suck, till she weaned him. 24 And after she had weaned him, she carried him with her, with 3 calves, and 3 bushels of flour, and a bottle of wine, and she brought him to the house of the Lord in Silo. Now the child was as yet very young. 25 And they immolated a calf, and offered the child to Heli. 26 And Anna said, I beseech thee, my lord, as thy soul liveth, my lord, I am that woman, who stood before thee here praying to the Lord. 27 For this child did I pray, and the Lord hath granted me my petition, which I asked of him. 28 Therefore I also have lent him to the Lord all the days of his life, he shall be lent to the Lord. And they adored the Lord there. And Anna prayed, and said, Chapter 2 My heart hath rejoiced in the Lord, and my horn is exalted in my God, my mouth is enlarged over my enemies, because I have joyed in thy salvation. 2 There is none holy as the Lord is, for there is no other beside thee, and there is none strong like our God. 3 Do not multiply to speak lofty things, boasting, let old matters depart from your mouth, for the Lord is a God of all knowledge, and to him are thoughts prepared. 4 The bow of the mighty is overcome, and the weak are girt with strength. 5 They that were full before, have hired out themselves for bread, and the hungry are filled, so that the barren hath borne many, and she that had many children is weakened. 6 The Lord killeth and maketh alive, he bringeth down to hell, and bringeth back again. 7 The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich, he humbleth and he exalteth. 8 He raiseth up the needy from the dust, and lifteth up the poor from the dunghill, that he may sit with princes, and hold the throne of glory. For the poles of the earth are the Lord's, and upon them he hath set the world. 9 He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, because no man shall prevail by his own strength. 10 The adversaries of the Lord shall fear him, and upon them shall he thunder in the heavens. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give empire to his king, and shall exalt the horn of his Christ. 11 And Elkanah went to Ramathah, to his house, but the child ministered in the sight of the Lord before the face of Heli the priest. First Book of Samuel, 325. 12 Now the sons of Heli were children of Belial, not knowing the Lord. 13 Nor the office of the priests to the people, but whosoever had offered a sacrifice, the servant of the priest came, while the flesh was in boiling, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand. 14 And thrust it into the kettle, or into the cauldron, or into the pot, or into the pan. And all that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took to himself. Thus did they to all Israel that came to Silo. 15 Also before they burnt the fat, the servant of the priest came, and said to the man that sacrificed, Give me flesh to boil for the priest, for I will not take of thee sodden flesh, but raw. 16 And he that sacrificed said to him, Let the fat first be burned today, according to the custom, and then take to thee as much as thy soul desireth. But he answered, and said to him, Not so, but thou shalt give it me now, or else I will take it by force. 17 Wherefore the sin of the young men was exceeding great before the Lord, because they withdrew men from the sacrifice of the Lord. 18 But Samuel ministered before the face of the Lord, being a child girded with a linen ephod. 19 And his mother made him a little coat, which she brought to him on the appointed days, when she went up with her husband, to offer the solemn sacrifice. 20 And Heli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and he said to him, the Lord give thee seed of this woman, for the loan thou hast lent to the Lord. And they went to their own home. 21 And the Lord visited Anna, and she conceived, and bore 3 sons, and 2 daughters, and the child Samuel became great before the Lord. 22 Now Heli was very old, and he heard all that his sons did to all Israel, and how they lay with the women that waited at the door of the tabernacle. 23 And he said to them, Why do ye these kinds of things, which I hear, very wicked things, from all the people? 24 Do not so, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear, that you make the people of the Lord to transgress. 25 If one man shall sin against another, God may be appeased in his behalf, but if a man shall sin against the Lord, who shall pray for him? And they hearkened not to the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. 26 But the child Samuel advanced, and grew on, and pleased both the Lord and men. 27 And there came a man of God to Heli, and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Did I not plainly appear to thy father's house, when they were in Egypt in the house of Pharaoh? 28 And I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, and burn incense to me, and to wear the ephod before me, and I gave to thy father's house of all the sacrifices of the children of Israel. 29 Why have you kicked away my victims, and my gifts which I commanded to be offered in the temple, and thou hast rather honored thy sons than me, to eat the firstfruits of every sacrifice of my people Israel? 30 Wherefore thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, I said indeed that thy house, and the house of thy father, should minister in my sight, forever. But now saith the Lord, Far be this from me, but whosoever shall glorify me, him will I glorify, but they that despise me, shall be despised. 31 Behold the days come, and I will cut off thy arm, and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thy house. 326, First Book of Samuel, 32 And thou shalt see thy rival in the temple, in all the prosperity of Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thy house forever. 33 However, I will not altogether take away a man of thee from my altar, but that thy eyes may faint, and thy soul be spent, and a great part of thy house shall die, when they come to man's estate. 34 And this shall be a sign to thee, that shall come upon thy 2 sons, Ophni and Phinehas, in one day they shall both of them die. 35 And I will raise me up a faithful priest, who shall do according to my heart, and my soul, and I will build him a faithful house, and he shall walk all days before my anointed. 36 And it shall come to pass, that whosoever shall remain in thy house shall come that he may be prayed for, and shall offer a piece of silver, and a roll of bread, and shall say, Put me, I beseech thee, to somewhat of the priestly office, that I may eat a morsel of bread. Chapter 3 Now the child Samuel ministered to the Lord before Heli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days, there was no manifest vision. 2 And it came to pass one day when Heli lay in his place, and his eyes were grown dim, that he could not see. 3 Before the lamp of God went out, Samuel slept in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. 4 And the Lord called Samuel. And he answered, Here am I. 5 And he ran to Heli, and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. He said, I did not call, go back and sleep. And he went and slept. 6 And the Lord called Samuel again. And Samuel arose and went to Heli, and said, Here am I, for thou calledst me. He answered, I did not call thee, my son, return and sleep. 7 Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, neither had the word of the Lord been revealed to him. 8 And the Lord called Samuel again the 3rd time. And he arose up and went to Heli. 9 And said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. Then Heli understood that the Lord called the child, and he said to Samuel, Go, and sleep, and if he shall call thee any more, thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went, and slept in his place. 10 And the Lord came, and stood, and he called, as he had called the other times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. 11 And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I do a thing in Israel, and whosoever shall hear it, both his ears shall tingle. 12 And that day I will raise up against Heli all the things I have spoken concerning his house, I will begin, and I will make an end. 13 For I have foretold unto him, that I will judge his house forever, for iniquity, because he knew that his sons did wickedly, and did not chastise them. 14 Therefore have I sworn to the house of Heli, that the iniquity of his house shall not be expiated with victims nor offerings forever. 15 And Samuel slept till morning, and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to tell the vision to Heli. 16 Then Heli called Samuel, and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here am I. 17 And he asked him, What is the word that the Lord hath spoken to thee? I beseech thee, hide it not from me. May God do so and so to thee, and add so and so, if thou hide from me. First Book of Samuel, 327, one word of all that were said to thee. 18 So Samuel told him all the words, and did not hide them from him. And he answered, It is the Lord, let him do what is good in his sight. 19 And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and not one of his words fell to the ground. 20 And all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, knew that Samuel was a faithful prophet of the Lord. 21 And the Lord again appeared in Silo, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Silo, according to the word of the Lord. And the word of Samuel came to pass to all Israel. Chapter 4 And it came to pass in those days, that the Philistines gathered themselves together to fight, and Israel went out to war against the Philistines, and camped by the stone of Help. And the Philistines came to Aphek. 2 And put their army in array against Israel. And when they had joined battle, Israel turned their backs to the Philistines, and there were slain in that fight, here and there in the fields, about 4,000 men. 3 And the people returned to the camp, and the ancients of Israel said, Why hath the Lord defeated us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch unto us the ark of the covenant of the Lord from Silo, and let it come in the midst of us, that it may save us from the hand of our enemies. 4 So the people sent to Silo, and they brought from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, sitting upon the cherubims, and the 2 sons of Heli, Ophni, and Phinehas, were with the ark of the covenant of God. 5 And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord was come into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, and the earth rang again. 6 And the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, and they said, What is this noise of a great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. 7 And the Philistines were afraid, saying, God is come into the camp. And sighing, they said, Woe to us, for there was no such great joy yesterday, and the day before, woe to us! Who shall deliver us from the hand of these high gods? These are the gods that struck Egypt with all the plagues in the desert. 9 Take courage, and behave like men, ye Philistines, lest you come to be servants to the Hebrews, as they have served you. Take courage and fight. 10 So the Philistines fought, and Israel was overthrown, and every man fled to his own dwelling, and there was an exceeding great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. 11 And the ark of God was taken, and the 2 sons of Heli, Ophni, and Phinehas, were slain. 12 And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Silo the same day, with his clothes rent, and his head strewed with dust. 13 And when he was come, Heli sat upon a stool over against the way, watching. For his heart was fearful for the ark of God. And when the man was come into the city, he told it, and all the city cried out. 14 And Heli heard the noise of the cry, and he said, What meaneth the noise of this uproar? But he made haste, and came, and told Heli. 15 Now Heli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim, and he could not see. 16 And he said to Heli, I am he that came from the battle, and have fled out of the field this day. And he said to him, What is there done, my son? 328, First Book of Samuel, 17 And he that brought the news answered, and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines, and there has been a great slaughter of the people. Moreover thy 2 sons, Ophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken. 18 And when he had named the ark of God, he fell from his stool backwards by the door, and broke his neck and died. For he was an old man, and far advanced in years, and he judged Israel 40 years. 19 And his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was big with child, and near her time, and hearing the news that the ark of God was taken, and her father-in-law, and her husband, were dead, she bowed herself and fell in labor, for her pains came upon her on a sudden. 20 And when she was upon the point of death, they that stood about her said to her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. She answered them not, nor gave heed to them. 21 And she called the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is gone from Israel, because the ark of God was taken, and for her father-in-law, and for her husband. 22 And she said, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken. Chapter 5 And the Philistines took the ark of God, and carried it from the stone of Help into Azotus. 2 And the Philistines took the ark of God, and brought it into the temple of Dagon, and set it by Dagon. 3 And when the Azotians arose early the next day, behold, Dagon lay upon his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord, and they took Dagon, and set him again in his place. 4 And the next day again, when they rose in the morning, they found Dagon lying upon his face on the earth before the ark of the Lord, and the head of Dagon, and both the palms of his hands, were cut off upon the threshold. 5 And only the stump of Dagon remained in its place. For this cause neither the priests of Dagon, nor any that go into the temple, tread on the threshold of Dagon in Azotus unto this day. 6 And the hand of the Lord was heavy upon the Azotians, and he destroyed them, and afflicted Azotus and the coasts thereof with emerods. And in the villages and fields in the midst of that country, there came forth a multitude of mice, and there was the confusion of a great mortality in the city. 7 And the men of Azotus, seeing this kind of plague, said, The ark of the God of Israel shall not stay with us, for his hand is heavy upon us, and upon Dagon, our God. 8 And sending, they gathered together all the lords of the Philistines to them, and said, What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel? And the Gethites answered, Let the ark of the God of Israel be carried about. And they carried the ark of the God of Israel about. 9 And while they were carrying it about, the hand of the Lord came upon every city with an exceeding great slaughter, and he smote the men of every city, both small and great, and they had emerods in their secret parts. And the Gethites consulted together, and made themselves seats of skins. 10 Therefore they sent the ark of God into Acharon. And when the ark of God was come into Acharon, the Acharonites cried out, saying, They have brought the ark of the God of Israel to us, to kill us and our people. 11 They sent therefore, and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, First Book of Samuel, 329. Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it return into its own place, and not kill us and our people. 12 For there was the fear of death in every city, and the hand of God was exceeding heavy. The men also that did not die, were afflicted with the emerods, and the cry of every city went up to heaven. Chapter 6 Now the ark of God was in the land of the Philistines 7 months. 2 And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us how we are to send it back to its place. And they said, 3 If you send back the ark of the God of Israel, send it not away empty, but render unto him what you owe for sin, and then you shall be healed, and you shall know why his hand departeth not from you. 4 They answered, What is it we ought to render unto him for sin? And they answered, 5 According to the number of the provinces of the Philistines you shall make 5 golden emerods, and 5 golden mice, for the same plague hath been upon you all, and upon your lords, and you shall make the likeness of your emerods, and the likeness of the mice, that have destroyed the land, and you shall give glory to the God of Israel, to see if he will take off his hand from you, and from your gods, and from your land. 6 Why do you harden your hearts, as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? Did not he, after he was struck, then let them go, and they departed? 7 Now, therefore, take and make a new cart, and 2 kine that have calved, on which there hath come no yoke, tie to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. 8 And you shall take the ark of the Lord, and lay it on the cart, and the vessels of gold, which you have paid him for sin, you shall put into a little box at the side thereof, and send it away, that it may go. 9 And you shall look, and if it go up by the way of his own coasts, towards Bethsames, then he hath done us this great evil, but if not, we shall know that it is not his hand hath touched us, but it hath happened by chance. 10 They did therefore in this manner, and taking 2 kine, that had sucking calves, they yoked them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. 11 And they laid the ark of God upon the cart, and the little box that had in it the golden mice, and the likeness of the emerods. 12 And the kine took the straight way, that leadeth to Bethsames, and they went along the way, lowing as they went, and turned not aside neither to the right hand nor to the left, and the lords of the Philistines followed them as far as the borders of Bethsames. 13 Now the Bethsamites were reaping wheat in the valley, and lifting up their eyes, they saw the ark, and rejoiced to see it. 14 And the cart came into the field of Josue, a Bethsamite, and stood there. And there was a great stone, and they cut in pieces the wood of the cart, and laid the kine upon it a holocaust to the Lord. 15 And the Levites took down the ark of God, and the little box that was at the side of it, wherein were the vessels of gold, and they put them upon the great stone. The men also of Bethsames offered holocausts, and sacrificed victims that day to the Lord. 330. First Book of Samuel, 16 And the 5 princes of the Philistines saw, and they returned to Acharon the same day. 17 And these are the golden emerods, which the Philistines returned for sin to the Lord, for Azotus 1, for Gaza 1, for Askelon 1, for Geth 1, for Acharon 1. 18 And the golden mice, according to the number of the cities of the Philistines, of the 5 provinces, from the fenced city to the village that was without wall, and to the great table, whereon they set down the ark of the Lord, which was still that day in the field of Josue the Bethsamite. 19 But he slew of the men of Bethsames, because they had seen the ark of the Lord, and he slew of the people 70 men, and 50,000 of the common people. And the people lamented, because the Lord had smitten the people with a great slaughter. 20 And the men of Bethsames said, Who shall be able to stand before the Lord this holy God? And to whom shall he go up from us? 21 And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath-Jearim, saying, The Philistines have brought back the ark of the Lord, come ye down and fetch it up to you. Chapter 7. And the men of Kiriath-Jearim came, and fetched up the ark of the Lord, and carried it into the house of Abinadab, in Gaba, and they sanctified Eleazar, his son, to keep the ark of the Lord. 2 And it came to pass, that from the day the ark of the Lord abode in Kiriath-Jearim, days were multiplied and all the house of Israel rested, following the Lord. 3 And Samuel spoke to all the house of Israel, saying, If you turn to the Lord with all your heart, put away the strange gods from among you, Baalim and Ashtaroth, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines. 4 Then the children of Israel put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only. 5 And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mesphath, that I may pray to the Lord for you. 6 And they gathered together to Mesphath, and they drew water, and poured it out before the Lord, and they fasted on that day, and they said there, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mesphath. 7 And the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were gathered together to Mesphath, and the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the children of Israel heard this, they were afraid of the Philistines. 8 And they said to Samuel, Cease not to cry to the Lord our God for us, that he may save us out of the hand of the Philistines. 9 And Samuel took a sucking lamb, and offered it whole for a holocaust to the Lord, and Samuel cried to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. 10 And it came to pass, when Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines began the battle against Israel, but the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and terrified them, and they were overthrown before the face of Israel. 11 And the men of Israel going out of Mesphath, pursued after the Philistines, and made slaughter of them till they came under Bethchar. 12 And Samuel took a stone, and laid it between Mesphath and Sen, and he called the place the stone of help. And he said, Thus far the Lord hath helped us. First Book of Samuel, 331. 13 And the Philistines were humbled, and they did not come any more into the borders of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines, all the days of Samuel. 14 And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel, were restored to Israel, from Achor unto Geth, and their borders, and he delivered Israel from the hand of the Philistines, and there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. 15 And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. 16 And he went every year about to Bethel and to Gilgal and to Mesphath, and he judged Israel in the foresaid places. 17 And he returned to Ramathah, for there was his house, and there he judged Israel. He built also there an altar to the Lord. Chapter 8. And it came to pass, when Samuel was old, that he appointed his sons to be judges over Israel. 2 Now the name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of the second was Abiah, judges in Bersabeh. 3 And his sons walked not in his ways, but they turned aside after lucre, and took bribes, and perverted judgment. 4 Then all the ancients of Israel being assembled came to Samuel to Ramathah. 5 And they said to him, Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways, make us a king, to judge us, as all nations have. 6 And the word was displeasing in the eyes of Samuel, that they should say, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord. 7 And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to the voice of the people in all that they say to thee. For they have not rejected thee, but me, that I should not reign over them. 8 According to all their works, they have done from the day that I brought them out of Egypt until this day, as they have forsaken me, and served strange gods, so do they also unto thee. 9 Now, therefore, hearken to their voice, but yet testify to them, and foretell them the right of the king, that shall reign over them. 10 Then Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people that had desired a king of him. 11 And said, This will be the right of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons, and put them in his chariots, and will make them his horsemen, and his running footmen, to run before his chariots. 12 And he will appoint of them to be his tribunes, and his centurions, and to plow his fields, and to reap his corn, and to make him arms and chariots. 13 Your daughters also he will take to make him ointments, and to be his cooks, and bakers. 14 And he will take your fields, and your vineyards, and your best oliveyards, and give them to his servants. 15 Moreover he will take the tenth of your corn, and of the revenues of your vineyards, to give to his eunuchs and servants. 16 Your servants also, and handmaids, and your goodliest young men, and your asses, he will take away, and put them to his work. 17 Your flocks also he will tithe, and you shall be his servants. 18 And you shall cry out in that day from the face of the king, whom you have chosen to yourselves, and the Lord will not hear you in that day, because you desired unto yourselves a king. 19 But the people would not hear the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but there shall be. 332. First Book of Samuel, a king over us. 20 And we also will be like all nations, and our kings shall judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles for us. 21 And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and rehearsed them in the ears of the Lord. 22 And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to their voice, and make them a king. And Samuel said to the men of Israel, Let every man go to his city. Chapter 9 Now there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Cis, the son of Abiel, the son of Serer, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, the son of a man of Gemini, valiant and strong. 2 And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice and goodly man, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward he appeared above all the people. 3 And the asses of Cis, Saul's father, were lost, and Cis said to his son Saul, Take one of the servants with thee, and arise, go, and seek the asses. And when they had passed through Mount Ephraim, 4 And through the land of Celesia, and had not found them, they passed also through the land of Salim, and they were not there, and through the land of Gemini, and found them not. 5 And when they were come to the land of Suph, Saul said to the servant that was with him, Come, let us return, lest perhaps my father forget the asses, and be concerned for us. 6 And he said to him, Behold, there is a man of God in this city, a famous man, all that he saith, cometh certainly to pass. Now, therefore, let us go thither, perhaps he may tell us of our way, for which we are come. 7 And Saul said to his servant, Behold, we will go, but what shall we carry to the man of God? The bread is spent in our bags, and we have no present to make to the man of God, nor anything at all. 8 The servant answered Saul again, and said, Behold, there is found in my hand the fourth part of a sickle of silver, let us give it to the man of God, that he may tell us our way. 9 Now in time past in Israel, when a man went to consult God, he spoke thus, Come, let us go to the seer. For he that is now called a prophet, in time past was called a seer. 10 And Saul said to his servant, Thy word is very good, come let us go. And they went into the city, where the man of God was. 11 And when they went up the ascent to the city, they found maids coming out to draw water, and they said to them, Is the seer here? 12 They answered and said to them, He is, behold he is before you, make haste now, for he came today into the city. For there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place. 13 As soon as you come into the city, you shall immediately find him, before he go up to the high place to eat, for the people will not eat till he come, because he blesseth the victim, and afterwards they eat that are invited. Now, therefore, go up, for today you shall find him. 14 And they went up into the city. And when they were walking in the midst of the city, behold, Samuel was coming out over against them, to go up to the high place. 15 Now the Lord had revealed to the ear of Samuel the day before Saul came, saying, 16 Tomorrow about this same hour I will send thee a man of the land of Benjamin, and thou shalt anoint him to be ruler over my people Israel, and he shall save my people out of the hand. First Book of Samuel, 333, of the Philistines, for I have looked down upon my people, because their cry has come to me. 17 And when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said to him, Behold the man, of whom I spoke to thee, this man shall reign over my people. 18 And Saul came to Samuel in the midst of the gate, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, where is the house of the seer? 19 And Samuel answered Saul, saying, I am the seer, go up before me to the high place, that you may eat with me today, and I will let thee go in the morning, and tell thee all that is in thy heart. 20 And as for the asses, which were lost 3 days ago, be not solicitous, because they are found. And for whom shall be all the best things of Israel? Shall they not be for thee and for all thy father's house? 21 And Saul answering, said, Am not I a son of Gemini of the least tribe of Israel, and my kindred the last among all the families of the tribe of Benjamin? Why then hast thou spoken this word to me? 22 Then Samuel taking Saul, and his servant, brought them into the parlor, and gave them a place at the head of them that were invited. For there were about 30 men. 23 And Samuel said to the cook, Bring the portion which I gave thee, and commanded thee to set it apart by thee. 24 And the cook took up the shoulder, and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, Behold what is left, set it before thee, and eat, because it was kept of purpose for thee, when I invited the people. And Saul ate with Samuel that day. 25 And they went down from the high place into the town, and he spoke with Saul upon the top of the house, and he prepared a bed for Saul on the top of the house, and he slept. 26 And when they were risen in the morning, and it began now to be light, Samuel called Saul on the top of the house, saying, Arise, that I may let thee go. And Saul arose, and they went out both of them, to wit, he and Samuel. 27 And as they were going down in the end of the city, Samuel said to Saul, Speak to the servant to go before us, and pass on, but stand thou still a while, that I may tell thee the word of the Lord. Chapter 10. And Samuel took a little vial of oil, and poured it upon his head, and kissed him, and said, Behold, the Lord hath anointed thee to be prince over his inheritance, and thou shalt deliver his people out of the hands of their enemies, that are round about them. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that God hath anointed thee to be prince. 2. When thou shalt depart from me this day, thou shalt find 2 men by the sepulchre of Rachel in the borders of Benjamin to the south, and they shall say to thee, The asses are found which thou wentest to seek, and thy father, thinking no more of the asses, is concerned for you, and saith, What shall I do for my son? 3. And when thou shalt depart from thence, and go farther on, and shalt come to the oak of Tabor, there shall meet thee 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one carrying 3 kids, and another 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. 4. And they will salute thee, and will give thee 2 loaves, and thou shalt take them at their hand. 5. After that thou shalt come to the hill of God, where the garrison of the Philistines is, and when thou shalt be come there into the city, thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down. 334. First Book of Samuel, from the high place, with a psaltery, and a timbrel, and a pipe, and a harp before them, and they shall be prophesying. 6. And the Spirit of the Lord shall come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be changed into another man. 7. When therefore these signs shall happen to thee, do whatsoever thy hand shall find, for the Lord is with thee. 8. And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal, that thou mayst offer an oblation, and sacrifice victims of peace. 7 days shalt thou wait, till I come to thee, and I will show thee what thou art to do. 9. So when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, God gave unto him another heart, and all these things came to pass that day. 11. And all that had known him yesterday and the day before, seeing that it was with the prophets, and prophesied, said to each other, What is this that hath happened to the son of Cis? Is Saul also among the prophets? 12. And one answered another, saying, And who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb. Is Saul also among the prophets? 13. And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. 14. And Saul's uncle said to him, and to his servant, Whither went you? They answered, To seek the asses, and not finding them, we went to Samuel. 15. And his uncle said to him, Tell me what Samuel said to thee. 16. And Saul said to his uncle, He told us that the asses were found. But of the matter of the kingdom of which Samuel had spoken to him, he told him not. 17. And Samuel called together the people to the Lord in Maspha. 18. And he said to the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kings who afflicted you. 19. But you this day have rejected your God, who only hath saved you out of all your evils and your tribulations, and you have said, Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore stand before the Lord by your tribes, and by your families. 20. And Samuel brought to him all the tribes of Israel, and the lot fell on the tribe of Benjamin. 21. And he brought the tribe of Benjamin and the kindreds thereof, and the lot fell upon the kindred of Metri, and it came to Saul, the son of Cis. They sought him therefore, and he was not found. 22. And after this they consulted the Lord whether he would come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he is hidden at home. 23. And they ran and fetched him thence, and he stood in the midst of the people, and he was higher than any of the people from the shoulders and upward. 24. And Samuel said to all the people, Surely you see him whom the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. And all the people cried and said, God save the king. 25. And Samuel told the people the law of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before the Lord. And Samuel sent away all the people, every one to his own house. 26. Saul also departed to his own house in Gabba, and there went with him a part of the army, whose hearts God had touched. 27. But the children of Belial said, Shall this fellow be able to save us? And they despised him, and brought him no presents, but he dissembled as though he heard not. First Book of Samuel, 335, Chapter 11. And it came to pass about a month after this, that Naz, the Ammonite, came up, and began to fight against Habas-Galad. And all the men of Habas said to Naz, Make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee. 2. And Naz, the Ammonite, answered them, On this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may pluck out all your right eyes, and make you a reproach in all Israel. 3. And the ancients of Habas said to him, Allow us 7 days, that we may send messengers to all the coasts of Israel, and if there be no one to defend us, we will come out to thee. 4. The messengers therefore came to Gabba of Saul, and they spoke these words in the hearing of the people, and all the people lifted up their voices, and wept. 5. And behold, Saul came, following oxen out of the field, and he said, What aileth the people that they weep? And they told him the words of the men of Habas. 6. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Saul, when he had heard these words, and his anger was exceedingly kindled. 7 And taking both the oxen, he cut them in pieces, and sent them into all the coasts of Israel, by messengers, saying, Whosoever shall not come forth, and follow Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen. And the fear of the Lord fell upon the people, and they went out as one man. 8 And he numbered them in Bezek, and there were of the children of Israel 300,000, and of the men of Judah 30,000. 9 And they said to the messengers that came, Thus shall you say to the men of Habas Galad, Tomorrow, when the sun shall be hot, you shall have relief. The messengers therefore came, and told the men of Habas, and they were glad. 10 And they said, In the morning we will come out to you, and you shall do what you please with us. 11 And it came to pass, when the morrow was come, that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and he came into the midst of the camp in the morning watch, and he slew the Ammonites until the day grew hot, and the rest were scattered, so that 2 of them were not left together. 12 And the people said to Samuel, Who is he that said, Shall Saul reign over us? Bring the men, and we will kill them. 13 And Saul said, No man shall be killed this day, because the Lord this day hath wrought salvation in Israel. 14 And Samuel said to the people, Come, and let us go to Gilgal, and let us renew the kingdom there. 15 And all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king, before the Lord in Gilgal, and they sacrificed their victims of peace before the Lord. And there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. Chapter 12 And Samuel said to all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened to your voice in all that you said to me, and have made a king over you. 2 And now the king goeth before you, but I am old and grey-headed, and my sons are with you, having then conversed with you from my youth until this day. Behold, here I am. 3 Speak of me before the Lord, and before his anointed, whether I have taken any man's ox, or ass, if I have wronged any man, if I have oppressed any man, if I have taken a bribe at any man's hand, and I will despise it this day. 336 First Book of Samuel, and will restore it to you. 4 And they said, Thou hast not wronged us, nor oppressed us, nor taken aught at any man's hand. 5 And he said to them, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand. And they said, He is witness. 6 And Samuel said to the people, It is the Lord who made Moses and Aaron, and brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt. 7 Now, therefore, stand up, that I may plead in judgment against you before the Lord, concerning all the kindness of the Lord, which he hath shown to you, and to your fathers. 8 How Jacob went into Egypt, and your fathers cried to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, and brought your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. 9 And they forgot the Lord their God, and he delivered them into the hands of Sisera, captain of the army of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. 11 And the Lord sent Jerubbaal, and Badon, and Jephthah, and Samuel, and delivered you from the hand of your enemies round about, and you dwelt securely. 12 But seeing that Naz, king of the children of Ammon, was come against you, you said to me, Nay, but a king shall reign over us, whereas the Lord your God was your king. 13 Now, therefore, your king is here, whom you have chosen and desired. Behold, the Lord hath given you a king. 14 If you will fear the Lord, and serve him, and hearken to his voice, and not provoke the mouth of the Lord, then shall both you, and the king who reigneth over you, be followers of the Lord your God. 15 But if you will not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but will rebel against his words, the hand of the Lord shall be upon you, and upon your fathers. 16 Now then stand, and see this great thing which the Lord will do in your sight. 17 Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call upon the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, and you shall know, and see that you yourselves have done a great evil in the sight of the Lord, in desiring a king over you. 18 And Samuel cried unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. 19 And all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, Pray for thy servants to the Lord thy God, that we may not die, for we have added to all our sins this evil, to ask for a king. 20 And Samuel said to the people, Fear not, you have done all this evil, but yet depart not from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart. 21 And turn not aside after vain things, which shall never profit you, nor deliver you, because they are vain. 22 And the Lord will not forsake his people for his great name's sake, because the Lord hath sworn to make you his people. 23 And far from me be this sin against the Lord, that I should cease to pray for you, and I will teach you the good and right way. 24 Therefore fear the Lord, and serve him in truth, and with your whole heart, for you have seen the great works which he hath done among you. 25 But if you will still do wickedly, both you and your king shall perish together. First Book of Samuel, 337, Chapter 13 Saul was a child of 1 year when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. 2 And Saul chose him 3,000 men of Israel, and 2,000 were with Saul in Machmas, and in Mount Bethel, and 1,000 with Jonathan in Gabah of Benjamin, and the rest of the people he sent back every man to their dwellings. 3 And Jonathan smote the garrison of the Philistines which was in Gabah. And when the Philistines had heard of it, Saul sounded the trumpet over all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. 4 And all Israel heard this report, Saul hath smitten the garrison of the Philistines, and Israel took courage against the Philistines. And the people were called together after Saul to Gilgal. 5 The Philistines also were assembled to fight against Israel, 30,000 chariots, and 6,000 horsemen, and a multitude of people besides, like the sand on the seashore for number. And going up they camped in Machmas, at the east of Bethaven. 6 And when the men of Israel saw that they were straitened, they hid themselves in caves, and in thickets, and in rocks, and in dens, and in pits. 7 And some of the Hebrews passed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and Gilad. And when Saul was yet in Gilgal, all the people that followed him were greatly afraid. 8 And he waited 7 days, according to the appointment of Samuel, and Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people slipped away from him. 9 Then Saul said, Bring me the holocaust, and the peace offerings. And he offered the holocaust. 10 And when he had made an end of offering the holocaust, behold Samuel came, and Saul went forth to meet him and salute him. 11 And Samuel said to him, What hast thou done? Saul answered, Because I saw that the people slipped from me, and thou wast not come according to the days appointed, and the Philistines were gathered together in Machmas. 12 I said, Now will the Philistines come down upon me to Gilgal? And I have not appeased the face of the Lord. Forced by necessity, I offered the holocaust. 13 And Samuel said to Saul, Thou hast done foolishly, and hast not kept the commandments of the Lord thy God, which he commanded thee. And if thou hadst not done thus, the Lord would now have established thy kingdom over Israel forever. 14 But thy kingdom shall not continue. The Lord hath sought him a man according to his own heart, and him hath the Lord commanded to be prince over his people, because thou hast not observed that which the Lord commanded. 15 And Samuel arose and went up from Gilgal to Gabah of Benjamin. And the rest of the people went up after Saul, to meet the people who fought against them, going from Gilgal to Gabah, in the hill of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people, that were found with him, about 600 men. 16 And Saul, and Jonathan his son, and the people that were present with them, were in Gabah of Benjamin, but the Philistines encamped in Machmas. 17 And there went out of the camp of the Philistines 3 companies to plunder. 1 company went towards the way of Ephah to the land of Sual. 18 And another went by the way of Beth-oron, and the third turned to the way of the border. 338. First Book of Samuel, above the valley of Seboim towards Thc desert. 19 Now there was no smith to be found in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines had taken this precaution, lest the Hebrews should make them swords or spears. 20 So all Israel went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his plowshare, and his spade, and his axe, and his rake. 21 So that their shares, and their spades, and their forks, and their axes, were blunt, even to the goad, which was to be mended. 22 And when the day of battle was come, there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan, except Saul and Jonathan his son. 23 And the army of the Philistines went out in order to advance further in Machmas. Chapter 14. Now it came to pass one day that Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, and let us go over to the garrison of the Philistines, which is on the other side of yonder place. But he told not this to his father. 2 And Saul abode in the uttermost part of Gabah, under the pomegranate tree, which was in Magron, and the people with him were about 600 men. 3 And Achias, the son of Achitob, brother of Ichabod the son of Phinehas, the son of Heli, the priest of the Lord in Silo, wore the ephod. And the people knew not whither Jonathan was gone. For now there were between the ascents, by which Jonathan sought to go over to the garrison of the Philistines, rocks standing up on both sides, and steep cliffs like teeth on the one side, and on the other. The name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other was Sene. 5 One rock stood out toward the north, over against Machmas, and the other to the south, over against Geba. 6 And Jonathan said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, let us go over to the garrison of these uncircumcised, it may be the Lord will do for us, because it is easy for the Lord to save either by many, or by few. 7 And his armor-bearer said to him, Do all that pleaseth thy mind, go whither thou wilt, and I will be with thee wheresoever thou hast a mind. 8 And Jonathan said, Behold, we will go over to these men. And when we shall be seen by them. 9 If they shall speak thus to us, Stay till we come to you, let us stand still in our place, and not go up to them. 10 But if they shall say, Come up to us, let us go up, because the Lord hath delivered them into our hands, this shall be a sign unto us. 11 So both of them discovered themselves to the garrison of the Philistines, and the Philistines said, Behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes wherein they were hid. 12 And the men of the garrison spoke to Jonathan, and to his armor-bearer, and said, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing. And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, Let us go up, follow me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hands of Israel. 13 And Jonathan went up creeping on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And some fell before Jonathan, others his armor-bearer slew as he followed him. 14 And the first slaughter which Jonathan and his armor-bearer made, was of about 20 men, within half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen is wont to plow in a day. 15 And there was a miracle in the camp, in First Book of Samuel, 339. The fields, and all the people of their garrison, who had gone out to plunder, were amazed, and the earth trembled, and it happened as a miracle from God. 16 And the watchmen of Saul, who were in Gabah of Benjamin looked, and behold a multitude overthrown, and fleeing this way and that. 17 And Saul said to the people that were with him, Look, and see who is gone from us. And when they had saw it, it was found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not there. 18 And Saul said to Achias, Bring the ark of the Lord. 19 And while Saul spoke to the priest, there rose a great uproar in the camp of the Philistines, and it increased by degrees, and was heard more clearly. And Saul said to the priest, Draw in thy hand. 20 Then Saul, and all the people that were with him, shouted together, and they came to the place of the fight, and behold every man's sword was turned upon his neighbor, and there was a very great slaughter. 21 Moreover, the Hebrews that had been with the Philistines yesterday and the day before, and went up with them into the camp, returned to be with the Israelites, who were with Saul and Jonathan. 22 And all the Israelites that had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines fled, joined themselves with their countrymen in the fight. And there were with Saul about 10,000 men. 23 And the Lord saved Israel that day. And the fight went on as far as Bethaven. 24 And the men of Israel were joined together that day, and Saul adjured the people, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat food till evening, till I be revenged of my enemies. So, none of the people tasted any food. 25 And all the common people came into a forest, in which there was honey upon the ground. 26 And when the people came into the forest, behold the honey dropped, but no man put his hand to his mouth. For the people feared the oath. 27 But Jonathan had not heard when his father adjured the people, and he put forth the end of the rod, which he had in his hand, and dipped it in a honeycomb, and he carried his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened. 28 And one of the people answering, said, Thy father hath bound the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat any food this day. 29 And Jonathan said, My father hath troubled the land, you have seen yourselves that my eyes are enlightened, because I tasted a little of this honey. 30 How much more if the people had eaten of the prey of their enemies, which they found? Had there not been made a greater slaughter among the Philistines? 31 So they smote that day the Philistines, from Machmas to Aijalon. And the people were wearied exceedingly. 32 And falling upon the spoils, they took sheep, and oxen, and calves, and slew them on the ground, and the people ate them with the blood. 33 And they told Saul that the people had sinned against the Lord, eating with the blood. And he said, You have transgressed, roll here to me now a great stone. 34 And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the people, and tell them to bring me every man his ox and his ram and slay them upon this stone, and eat, and you shall not sin against the Lord, in eating with the blood. So all the people, 340, First Book of Samuel, brought every man his ox with him till the night, and slew them there. 35 And Saul built an altar to the Lord, and he then first began to build an altar to the Lord. 36 And Saul said, Let us fall upon the Philistines by night, and destroy them till the morning light, and let us not leave a man of them. And the people said, Do all that seemeth good in thy eyes. And the priest said, Let us draw near hither unto God. 37 And Saul consulted the Lord, Shall I pursue after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hands of Israel? And he answered him not that day. 38 And Saul said, Bring hither all the corners of the people, and know, and see by whom this sin hath happened today. 39 As the Lord liveth, who is the Saviour of Israel, if it was done by Jonathan, my son, he shall surely die. In this none of the people gainsaid him. 40 And he said to all Israel, Be you on one side and I, with Jonathan, my son, will be on the other side. And the people answered Saul, Do what seemeth good in thy eyes. 41 And Saul said to the Lord, O Lord God of Israel, give a sign, by which we may know, what the meaning is, that thou answerest not thy servant today, if this iniquity be in me, or in my son Jonathan, give a proof, or if this iniquity be in thy people, give holiness." And Jonathan and Saul were taken, and the people escaped. 42 And Saul said, "Cast lots between me, and Jonathan, my son." And Jonathan was taken. 43 And Saul said to Jonathan, "Tell me what thou hast done." And Jonathan told him, and said, "I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod, which was in my hand, and behold I must die." 44 And Saul said, "May God do so and so to me, and add still more, for dying thou shalt die, O Jonathan." 45 And the people said to Saul, "Shall Jonathan then die, who hath wrought this great salvation in Israel? This must not be, as the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground, for he hath wrought with God this day." So the people delivered Jonathan, that he should not die. 46 And Saul went back, and did not pursue after the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own places. 47 And Saul, having his kingdom established over Israel, fought against all his enemies round about, against Moab, and against the children of Ammon, and Edom, and the kings of Soba, and the Philistines, and whithersoever he turned himself, he overcame. 48 And gathering together an army, he defeated Amalek, and delivered Israel from the hand of them that spoiled them. 49 And the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Jesai, and Melchishua, and the names of his 2 daughters. The name of the firstborn was Merib, and the name of the younger Michal. 50 And the name of Saul's wife was Achinoam, the daughter of Achimaas, and the name of the captain of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, the cousin german of Saul. 51 For Cis was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was son of Abiel. 52 And there was a great war against the Philistines all the days of Saul. For whomsoever Saul saw to be a valiant man, and fit for war, he took him to himself. First Book of Samuel, 341. Chapter 15. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint thee king over his people Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the Lord. 2 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I have reckoned up all that Amalek hath done to Israel, how he opposed them in the way when they came up out of Egypt. 3 Now therefore go, and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that he hath, spare him not, nor covet anything that is his, but slay both man and woman, child and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." 4 So Saul commanded the people, and numbered them as lambs, 200,000 footmen, and 10,000 of the men of Judah. 5 And when Saul was come to the city of Amalek, he laid ambushes in the torrent. 6 And Saul said to the Sinite, "Go, depart, and get ye down from Amalek, lest I destroy thee with him. For thou hast shown kindness to all the children of Israel, when they came up out of Egypt." And the Sinite departed from the midst of Amalek. 7 And Saul smote Amalek from Havilah, until thou comest to Sur, which is over against Egypt. 8 And he took Agag, the king of Amalek, alive, but all the common people he slew with the edge of the sword. 9 And Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the flocks of sheep, and of the herds, and the garments and the rams, and all that was beautiful, and would not destroy them, but everything that was vile, and good for nothing, that they destroyed. 10 And the word of the Lord came to Samuel. 11 It repenteth me that I have made Saul king, for he hath forsaken me, and hath not executed my commandments. And Samuel was grieved, and he cried unto the Lord all night. 12 And when Samuel rose early, to go to Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel that Saul was come to Carmel, and had erected for himself a triumphant arch, and returning had passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul was offering a holocaust to the Lord, out of the choicest of the spoils, which he had brought from Amalek. 13 And when Samuel was come to Saul, Saul said to him, "Blessed be thou of the Lord, I have fulfilled the word of the Lord." 14 And Samuel said, "What meaneth then this bleating of the flocks, which soundeth in my ears, and the lowing of the herds, which I hear?" 15 And Saul said, "They have brought them from Amalek, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the herds, that they might be sacrificed to the Lord thy God. But the rest we have slain." 16 And Samuel said to Saul, "Suffer me, and I will tell thee what the Lord hath said to me this night." And he said to him, "Speak." 17 And Samuel said, "When thou wast a little one in thy own eyes, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee to be king over Israel." 18 And the Lord sent thee on the way, and said, "Go, and kill the sinners of Amalek, and thou shalt fight against them until thou hast utterly destroyed them." 19 Why then didst thou not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but hast turned to the prey, and hast done evil in the eyes of the Lord? 20 And Saul said to Samuel, "Yea, I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord, and have walked in the way by which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek. And Amalek I have slain." 342. First Book of Samuel, 21 But the people took of the spoils, sheep and oxen, as the firstfruits of those things that were slain, to offer sacrifice to the Lord their God in Gilgal. 22 And Samuel said, Doth the Lord desire holocausts and victims, and not rather that the voice of the Lord should be obeyed? For obedience is better than sacrifices, and to hearken rather than to offer the fat or rams. 23 Because it is like the sin of witchcraft, to rebel, and like the crime of idolatry, to refuse to obey. Forasmuch, therefore, as thou hast rejected the word of the Lord hath also rejected thee from being king. 24 And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, because I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and thy words, fearing the people, and obeying their voice. 25 But now bear, I beseech thee, my sin, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord. 26 And Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with thee, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. 27 And Samuel turned about to go away, but he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. 28 And Samuel said to him, The Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to thy neighbor who is better than thee. 29 But the triumpher in Israel will not spare, and will not be moved to repentance, for he is not a man that he should repent. 30 Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now before the ancients of my people, and before Israel, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord thy God. 31 So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul adored the Lord. 32 And Samuel said, Bring hither to me Agag, the king of Amalek. And Agag was presented to him very fat, and trembling. And Agag said, Doth bitter death separate in this manner? 33 And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed him in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. 34 And Samuel departed to Ramathah, but Saul went up to his house in Gabah. 35 And Samuel saw Saul no more till the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, because the Lord repented that he had made him king over Israel. Chapter 16 And the Lord said to Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul, whom I have rejected from reigning over Israel? Fill thy horn with oil, and come, that I may send thee to Isai, the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. 2 And Samuel said, How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it, and he will kill me. And the Lord said, Thou shalt take with thee a calf of the herd, and thou shalt say, I am come to sacrifice to the Lord. 3 And thou shalt call Isai to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou art to do, and thou shalt anoint him whom I shall show to thee. 4 Then Samuel did as the Lord had said to him. And he came to Bethlehem, and the ancients of the city wondered, and meeting him, they said, Is thy coming hither peaceable? 5 And he said, It is peaceable, I am come to offer sacrifice to the Lord. Be ye sanctified, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Isai and his sons, and called them to the sacrifice. First Book of Samuel, 343. 6 And when they were come in, he saw Eliab, and said, Is the Lord's anointed before him? 7 And the Lord said to Samuel, Look not on his countenance, nor on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him, nor do I judge according to the look of man, for man seeth those things that appear. But the Lord beholdeth the heart. 8 And Isai called Abinadab, and brought him before Samuel. And he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. 9 And Isai brought Shammah, and he said of him, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. 10 Isai therefore brought his 7 sons before Samuel, and Samuel said to Isai, The Lord hath not chosen any one of these. 11 And Samuel said to Isai, Are here all thy sons? He answered, There remaineth yet a young one, who keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said to Isai, Send, and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. 12 He sent therefore and brought him. Now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, and of a comely face. And the Lord said, Arise, and anoint him, for this is he. 13 Then Samuel took the horn of oil, and anointed him in the midst of his brethren, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward, and Samuel rose up, and went to Ramathah. 14 But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. 15 And the servants of Saul said to him, Behold, now an evil spirit from God troubled thee. 16 Let our Lord give orders, and thy servants who are before thee, will seek out a man skillful in playing on the harp, that when the evil spirit from the Lord is upon thee, he may play with his hand, and thou mayst bear it more easily. 17 And Saul said to his servants, Provide me then some man that can play well, and bring him to me. 18 And one of the servants answering, said, Behold, I have seen a son of Isai, the Bethlehemite, a skillful player, and one of great strength, and a man fit for war, and prudent in his words, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him. 19 Then Saul sent messengers to Isai, saying, Send me David, thy son, who is in the pastures. 20 And Isai took an ass laden with bread, and a bottle of wine, and a kid of the flock, and sent them by the hand of David, his son, to Saul. 21 And David came to Saul, and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and made him his armor-bearer. 22 And Saul sent to Isai, saying, Let David stand before me, for he hath found favor in my sight. 23 So whensoever the evil spirit from the Lord was upon Saul, David took his harp, and played with his hand, and Saul was refreshed, and was better, for the evil spirit departed from him. Chapter 17 Now the Philistines gathering together their troops to battle, assembled at Socho of Judah, and camped between Socho and Azekah, in the borders of Damim. 2 And Saul and the children of Israel being gathered together, came to the valley of Terebinth, and they set the army in array to fight against the Philistines. 3 And the Philistines stood on a mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on a mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. 344. First Book of Samuel. 4 And there went out a man baseborn from the camp of the Philistines, named Goliath, of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. 5 And he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was clothed with a coat of mail with scales, and the weight of his coat of mail was 5,000 sickles of brass. 6 And he had greaves of brass on his legs, and a buckler of brass covered his shoulders. 7 And the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and the head of his spear weighed 600 sickles of iron, and his armor-bearer went before him. 8 And standing, he cried out to the bands of Israel, and said to them, Why are you come out prepared to fight? Am not I a Philistine, and you the servants of Saul? Choose out a man of you, and let him come down and fight hand to hand. 9 If he be able to fight with me, and kill me, we will be servants to you, but if I prevail against him, and kill him, you shall be servants, and shall serve us. 10 And the Philistine said, I have defied the bands of Israel this day, give me a man, and let him fight with me hand to hand. 11 And Saul and all the Israelites hearing these words of the Philistine, were dismayed, and greatly afraid. 12 Now David was the son of an Ephrathite, of Bethlehem Judah, before mentioned, whose name was Isai, who had 8 sons, and was an old man in the days of Saul, and of great age among men. 13 And his 3 eldest sons followed Saul to the battle, and the names of his 3 sons that went to the battle, were Eliab, the firstborn, and the second, Abinadab, and the third Sama. 14 But David was the youngest. So the 3 eldest having followed Saul. 15 David went, and returned from Saul, to feed his father's flock at Bethlehem. 16 Now the Philistine came out morning and evening, and presented himself 40 days. 17 And Isai said to David, his son, Take for thy brethren an ephah of frumenty, and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp to thy brethren. 18 And carry these 10 little cheeses to the tribune, and go see thy brethren, if they are well, and learn with whom they are placed. 19 But Saul, and they, and all the children of Israel, were in the valley of Terebinth, fighting against the Philistines. 20 David, therefore, arose in the morning, and gave the charge of the flock to the keeper, and went away loaded, as Isai had commanded him. And he came to the place of Maglah, and to the army, which was going out to fight, and shouted for the battle. 21 For Israel had put themselves in array, and the Philistines who stood against them were prepared. 22 And David leaving the vessels which he had brought, under the care of the keeper of the baggage, ran to the place of the battle, and asked if all things went well with his brethren. 23 And as he talked with them, that baseborn man, whose name was Goliath, the Philistine, of Gath, showed himself coming up from the camp of the Philistines, and he spoke according to the same words, and David heard them. 24 And all the Israelites, when they saw the man, fled from his face, fearing him exceedingly. 25 And some one of Israel said, Have you seen this man that has come up? For he is come up to defy Israel. And the man that shall slay him, the king will enrich with great riches, and will give him his daughter, and will make his father's house free from tribute in Israel. 26 And David spoke to the men that stood by. First Book of Samuel. 345. Him, saying, What shall be given to the man that shall kill this Philistine, and shall take away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God? 27 And the people answered him the same words, saying, These things shall be given to the man that shall slay him. 28 Now when Eliab his eldest brother heard this, when he was speaking with others, he was angry with David, and said, Why camest thou hither? And why didst thou leave those few sheep in the desert? I know thy pride, and the wickedness of thy heart, that thou art come down to see the battle. 29 And David said, What have I done? Is there not cause to speak? 30 And he turned a little aside from him to another, and said the same word. And the people answered him as before. 31 And the words which David spoke were heard, and were rehearsed before Saul. 32 And when he was brought to Saul, he said to him, Let not any man's heart be dismayed in him, I thy servant will go, and will fight against the Philistine. 33 And Saul said to David, Thou art not able to withstand this Philistine, nor to fight against him, for thou art but a boy, but he is a warrior from his youth. 34 And David said to Saul, Thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion, or a bear, and took a ram out of the midst of the flock. 35 And I pursued after them, and struck them, and delivered it out of their mouth, and they rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled, and killed them. 36 For I thy servant have killed both a lion and a bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be also as one of them. I will go now, and take away the reproach of the people, for who is this uncircumcised Philistine, who hath dared to curse the army of the living God? 37 And David said, The Lord who delivered me out of the paw of the lion, and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said to David, Go, and the Lord be with thee. 38 And Saul clothed David with his garments, and put a helmet of brass upon his head, and armed him with a coat of mail. 39 And David, having girded his sword upon his armor, began to try if he could walk in armor, for he was not accustomed to it. And David said to Saul, I cannot go thus, for I am not used to it. And he laid them off. 40 And he took his staff, which he had always in his hands, and chose him 5 smooth stones out of the brook, and put them into the shepherd's scrip, which he had with him, and he took a sling in his hand, and went forth against the Philistine. 41 And the Philistine came on, and drew nigh against David, and his armor-bearer went before him. 42 And when the Philistine looked, and beheld David, he despised him. For he was a young man, ruddy, and of a comely countenance. 43 And the Philistine said to David, Am I a dog, that thou comest to me with a staff? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. 44 And he said to David, Come to me, and I will give thy flesh to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth. 45 And David said to the Philistine, Thou comest to me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a shield, but I come to thee in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, which thou hast defied. 346, First Book of Samuel, 46 This day, and the Lord will deliver thee into my hand, and I will slay thee, and take away thy head from thee, and I will give the carcasses of the army of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. 47 And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear, for it is his battle, and he will deliver you into our hands. 48 And when the Philistine arose, and was coming, and drew nigh to meet David, David made haste, and ran to the fight to meet the Philistine. 49 And he put his hand into his scrip, and took a stone, and cast it with the sling, and fetching it about, struck the Philistine in the forehead, and he fell on his face upon the earth. 50 And David prevailed over the Philistine, with a sling and a stone, and he struck, and slew the Philistine. And as David had no sword in his hand. 51 He ran, and stood over the Philistine, and took his sword, and drew it out of the sheath, and slew him, and cut off his head. And the Philistines, seeing that their champion was dead, fled away. 52 And the men of Israel and Judah rising up shouted, and pursued after the Philistines till they came to the valley and to the gates of Acharon, and there fell many wounded of the Philistines in the way of Saaraim, and as far as Gath, and as far as Acharon. 53 And the children of Israel returning, after they had pursued the Philistines, fell upon their camp. 54 And David taking the head of the Philistine, brought it to Jerusalem, but his armor he put in his tent. 55 Now at the time that Saul saw David going out against the Philistines, he said to Abner, the captain of the army, Of what family is this young man descended, Abner? And Abner said, As thy soul liveth, O king, I know not. 56 And the king said, Inquire thou, whose son this young man is. 57 And when David was returned, after the Philistine was slain, Abner took him, and brought him in before Saul, with the head of the Philistine in his hand. 58 And Saul said to him, Young man, of what family art thou? And David said, I am the son of thy servant Isai the Bethlehemite. Chapter 18 And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking to Saul, the son of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. 2 And Saul took him that day, and would not let him return to his father's house. 3 And David and Jonathan made a covenant, for he loved him as his own soul. 4 And Jonathan stripped himself of the coat with which he was clothed, and gave it to David, and the rest of his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. 5 And David went out to whatsoever business Saul sent him, and he behaved himself prudently, and Saul set him over the soldiers, and he was acceptable in the eyes of all the people, and especially in the eyes of Saul's servants. 6 Now when David returned, After he slew the Philistine, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing, to meet King Saul, with timbrels of joy, and cornets. 7 And the women sung as they played, and they said, Saul slew his thousands, and David. First Book of Samuel, 347, his 10,000s. 8 And Saul was exceeding angry, and this word was displeasing in his eyes, and he said, They have given David 10,000s, and to me they have given but 1,000, what can he have more but the kingdom? 9 And Saul did not look on David with a good eye from that day and forward. 10 And the day after, the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of his house. And David played with his hand as at other times. And Saul held a spear in his hand. 11 And threw it, thinking to nail David to the wall, and David stepped aside out of his presence twice. 12 And Saul feared David, because the Lord was with him, and was departed from Saul himself. 13 Therefore Saul removed him from him, and made him a captain over 1,000 men, and he went out and came in before the people. 14 And David behaved wisely in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. 15 And Saul saw that he was exceeding prudent, and began to beware of him. 16 But all Israel and Judah loved David, for he came in and went out before them. 17 And Saul said to David, Behold my elder daughter Merab, her will I give thee to wife, only be a valiant man, and fight the battles of the Lord. Now Saul said within himself, Let not my hand be upon him, but let the hands of the Philistines be upon him. 18 And David said to Saul, Who am I, or what is my life, or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law of the king? 19 And it came to pass at the time when Merab, the daughter of Saul, should have been given to David, that she was given to Hadriel, the Malathite, to wife. 20 But Michal, the other daughter of Saul, loved David. And it was told Saul, and it pleased him. 21 And Saul said, I will give her to him, that she may be a stumbling block to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be upon him. And Saul said to David, In 2 things thou shalt be my son-in-law this day. 22 And Saul commanded his servants to speak to David privately, saying, Behold, thou pleasest the king, and all his servants love thee. Now, therefore be the king's son-in-law. 23 And the servants of Saul spoke all these words in the ear of David. And David said, Doth it seem to you a small matter to be the king's son-in-law? But I am a poor man, and of small ability. 24 And the servants of Saul told him, saying, Such words as these hath David spoken. 25 And Saul said, Speak thus to David, The king desireth not any dowry, but only 100 foreskins of the Philistines, to be avenged of the king's enemies. Now Saul thought to deliver David into the hands of the Philistines. 26 And when his servants had told David the words that Saul had said, the word was pleasing in the eyes of David to be the king's son-in-law. 27 And after a few days David rose up, and went with the men that were under him, and he slew of the Philistines 200 men, and brought their foreskins and numbered them out to the king, that he might be his son-in-law. Saul therefore gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife. 28 And Saul saw, and understood that the Lord was with David. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, loved him. 29 And Saul began to fear David more, and Saul became David's enemy continually. 348, First Book of Samuel, 30 And the princes of the Philistines went forth, and from the beginning of their going forth, David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, and his name became very famous. Chapter 19 And Saul spoke to Jonathan, his son, and to all his servants, that they should kill David. But Jonathan, the son of Saul, loved David exceedingly. 2 And Jonathan told David, saying, Saul, my father, seeketh to kill thee, wherefore look to thyself, I beseech thee, in the morning and thou shalt abide in a secret place, and shalt be hid. 3 And I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where thou art, and I will speak of thee to my father, and whatsoever I shall see, I will tell thee. 4 And Jonathan spoke good things of David to Saul, his father, and said to him, Sin not, O king, against thy servant, David, because he hath not sinned against thee, and his works are very good towards thee. 5 And he put his life in his hand, and slew the Philistine, and the Lord wrought great salvation for all Israel. Thou sawest it and didst rejoice. Why therefore wilt thou sin against innocent blood, by killing David, who is without fault? 6 And when Saul heard this, he was appeased with the words of Jonathan, and swore, As the Lord liveth, he shall not be slain. 7 And Jonathan called David, and told him all these words, and Jonathan brought in David to Saul, and he was before him, as he had been yesterday and the day before. 8 And the war began again, and David went out, and fought against the Philistines, and defeated them with a great slaughter, and they fled from his face. 9 And the evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul, and he sat in his house, and held a spear in his hand, and David played with his hand. 10 And Saul endeavored to nail David to the wall with his spear. And David slipped away out of the presence of Saul, and the spear missed him, and was fastened in the wall, and David fled, and escaped that night. 11 Saul therefore sent his guards to David's house to watch him, that he might be killed in the morning. And when Michal, David's wife, had told him this, saying, Unless thou save thyself this night, tomorrow thou wilt die. 12 She let him down through a window. And he went and fled away, and escaped. 13 And Michal took an image, and laid it on the bed, and put a goat's skin, with a hair at the head of it, and covered it with clothes. 14 And Saul sent officers to seize David, and it was answered that he was sick. 15 And again Saul sent to see David, saying, Bring him to me in the bed, that he may be slain. 16 And when the messengers were come in, they found an image upon the bed, and a goat's skin at his head. 17 And Saul said to Michal, Why hast thou deceived me so, and let my enemy go and flee away? And Michal answered Saul, Because he said to me, Let me go, or else I will kill thee. 18 But David fled and escaped, and came to Samuel in Rammath, and told him all that Saul had done to him, and he and Samuel went and dwelt in Najoth. 19 And it was told Saul by some, saying, Behold, David is in Najoth, in Rammath. 20 So Saul sent officers to take David, and when they saw a company of prophets prophesy. First Book of Samuel, 349. And Samuel presiding over them, the Spirit of the Lord came also upon them, and they likewise began to prophesy. 21 And when this was told Saul, he sent other messengers, but they also prophesied. And again Saul sent messengers the third time, and they prophesied also. And Saul being exceeding angry. 22 Went also himself to Rammath, and came as far as the great cistern, which is in Socho, and he asked, and said, In what place are Samuel and David? And it was told him, Behold, they are in Najoth, in Rammath. 23 And he went to Najoth, in Rammath, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him also, and he went on, and prophesied till he came to Najoth, in Rammath. 24 And he stripped himself also of his garments, and prophesied with the rest before Samuel, and lay down naked all that day and night. This gave occasion to a proverb, What? Is Saul too among the prophets? Chapter 20. But David fled from Najoth, which is in Rammath, and came and said to Jonathan, What have I done? What is my iniquity, and what is my sin against thy father, that he seeketh my life? 2 And he said to him, God forbid, thou shalt not die, for my father will do nothing, great or little, without first telling me. Hath then my father hid this word only from me? No, this shall not be. 3 And he swore again to David. And David said, Thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thy sight, and he will say, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly, as the Lord liveth, and thy soul liveth, there is but one step between me and death. 4 And Jonathan said to David, Whatsoever thy soul shall say to me, I will do for thee. 5 And David said to Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I, according to custom, am wont to sit beside the king to eat. Let me go then that I may be hid in the field till the evening of the third day. 6 If thy father look and inquire for me, thou shalt answer him, David asked me that he might run to Bethlehem, his own city, because there are solemn sacrifices there for all of his tribe. 7 If he shall say, It is well, thy servant shall have peace, but if he be angry, know that his malice is come to its height. 8 Deal mercifully then with thy servant, for thou hast brought me, thy servant, into a covenant of the Lord with thee. But if there be any iniquity in me, do thou kill me, and bring me not into thy father. 9 And Jonathan said, Far be this from thee, for if I should certainly know that evil is determined by my father against thee, I could do no otherwise than tell thee. 10 And David answered Jonathan, Who shall bring me word, if thy father should answer thee harshly concerning me? 11 And Jonathan said to David, Come, and let us go out into the field. And when they were both of them gone out into the field, 12 Jonathan said to David, O Lord God of Israel, if I shall discover my father's mind, tomorrow, or the day after, and there be anything good for David, and I send not immediately to thee, and make it known to thee. 13 May the Lord do so and so to Jonathan, and add still more. But if my father shall continue in malice against thee, I will discover it. 350. First Book of Samuel, to thy ear, and will send thee away, that thou mayst go in peace, and the Lord be with thee, as he hath been with my father. 14 And if I live, thou shalt show me the kindness of the Lord, but if I die? 15 Thou shalt not take away thy kindness from my house forever, when the Lord shall have rooted out the enemies of David, every one of them from the earth. May he take away Jonathan from his house, and may the Lord require it at the hands of David's enemies. 16 Jonathan therefore made a covenant with the house of David, and the Lord required it at the hands of David's enemies. 17 And Jonathan swore again to David, because he loved him, for he loved him as his own soul. 18 And Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and thou wilt be missed. 19 For thy seat will be empty till after tomorrow. So thou shalt go down quickly, and come to the place where thou must be hid, on the day when it is lawful to work, and thou shalt remain beside the stone, which is called Ezel. 20 And I will shoot 3 arrows near it, and will shoot as if I were exercising myself at a mark. 21 And I will send a boy, saying to him, Go and fetch me the arrows. 22 If I shall say to the boy, Behold, the arrows are on this side of thee, take them up, come thou to me, because there is peace to thee, and there is no evil, as the Lord liveth. But if I shall speak thus to the boy, Behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go in peace, for the Lord hath sent thee away. 23 And concerning the word which I and thou have spoken, the Lord be between thee and me forever. 24 So David was hid in the field, and the new moon came, and the king sat down to eat bread. 25 And when the king sat down upon his chair, which was beside the wall, Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place appeared empty. 26 And Saul said nothing that day, for he thought it might have happened to him, that he was not clean, nor purified. 27 And when the second day after the new moon was come, David's place appeared empty again. And Saul said to Jonathan, his son, Why cometh not the son of Isai to meet neither yesterday, nor today? 28 And Jonathan answered Saul, He asked leave of me earnestly to go to Bethlehem. 29 And he said, Let me go, for there is a solemn sacrifice in the city, one of my brethren hath sent for me, and now if I have found favor in thy eyes, I will go quickly, and see my brethren. For this cause he came not to the king's table. 30 Then Saul being angry against Jonathan, said to him, Thou son of a woman that is the ravisher of a man, do I not know that thou lovest the son of Isai to thy own confusion, and to the confusion of thy shameless mother? 31 For as long as the son of Isai liveth upon earth, thou shalt not be established, nor thy kingdom. Therefore now presently send, and fetch him to me, for he is the son of death. 32 And Jonathan answering Saul, his father, said, Why shall he die? What hath he done? 33 And Saul caught up a spear to strike him. And Jonathan understood that it was determined by his father to kill David. 34 So Jonathan rose from the table in great anger, and did not eat bread on the second day after the new moon. For he was grieved for David, because his father had put him to confusion. 35 And when the morning came, Jonathan, First Book of Samuel, 351, went into the field according to the appointment with David, and a little boy with him. 36 And he said to his boy, Go, and fetch me the arrows which I shoot. And when the boy ran, he shot another arrow beyond the boy. 37 The boy therefore came to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, and Jonathan cried after the boy, and said, Behold, the arrow is there further beyond thee. 38 And Jonathan cried again after the boy, saying, Make haste speedily, stand not. And Jonathan's boy gathered up the arrows, and brought them to his master. 39 And he knew not at all what was doing, for only Jonathan and David knew the matter. 40 Jonathan therefore gave his arms to the boy, and said to him, Go, and carry them into the city. 41 And when the boy was gone, David rose out of his place, which was toward the south, and falling on his face to the ground, adored thrice, and kissing one another, they wept together, but David more. 42 And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, and let all stand that we have sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. 43 And David arose, and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. Chapter 21 And David came to Nob, to Achimelech, the priest, and Achimelech was astonished at David's coming. And he said to him, Why art thou alone, and no man with thee? 2 And David said to Achimelech, the priest, The king hath commanded me a business, and said, Let no man know the thing for which thou art sent by me, and what manner of commands I have given thee, and I have appointed my servants to such and such a place. 3 Now therefore if thou have anything at hand, though it were but 5 loaves, give me, or whatsoever thou canst find. 4 And the priest answered David, saying, I have no common bread at hand, but only holy bread, if the young men be clean, especially from women. 5 And David answered the priest, and said to him, Truly, as to what concerneth women, we have refrained ourselves from yesterday and the day before, when we came out, and the vessels of the young men were holy. Now this way is defiled, but it shall also be sanctified this day in the vessels. 6 The priest therefore gave him hallowed bread, for there was no bread there, but only the loaves of proposition, which had been taken away from before the face of the Lord, that hot loaves might be set up. 7 Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, within the tabernacle of the Lord, and his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the chiefest of Saul's herdsmen. 8 And David said to Achimelech, Hast thou here at hand a spear, or a sword? For I brought not my own sword, nor my own weapons with me, for the king's business required haste. 9 And the priest said, Lo, here is the sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom thou slewest in the valley of Terebinth, wrapped up in a cloth behind the ephod. If thou wilt take this, take it, for here there is no other but this. And David said, There is none like that, give it me. 10 And David arose and fled that day from the face of Saul, and came to Achish, the king of Gath. 352. First Book of Samuel. 11 And the servants of Achish, when they saw David, said to him, Is not this David, the king of the land? Did they not sing to him in their dances, saying, Saul hath slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s? 12 But David laid up these words in his heart, and was exceedingly afraid at the face of Achish, the king of Gath. 13 And he changed his countenance before them, and slipped down between their hands, and he stumbled against the doors of the gate, and his spittle ran down upon his beard. 14 And Achish said to his servants, You saw the man was mad, why have you brought him to me? 15 Have we need of madmen, that you have brought in this fellow, to play the madman in my presence? Shall this fellow come into my house? Chapter 22. David therefore went from thence, and fled to the cave of Adullam. And when his brethren, and all his father's house, had heard of it, they went down to him thither. 2 And all that were in distress, and oppressed with debt, and under affliction of mind, gathered themselves unto him, and he became their prince, and there were with him about 400 men. 3 And David departed from thence into Masphah of Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, Let my father and my mother tarry with you, I beseech thee, till I know what God will do for me. 4 And he left them under the eyes of the king of Moab, and they abode with him all the days that David was in the hold. 5 And Gad the prophet said to David, Abide not in the hold, depart, and go into the land of Judah. And David departed, and came into the forest of Hereth. 6 And Saul heard that David was seen, and the men that were with him. Now whilst Saul abode in Gabba, and was in the wood, which is by Ramah, having his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him. 7 He said to his servants that stood about him, Hear me now, ye sons of Gemini, will the son of Isai give every one of you fields, and vineyards, and make you all tribunes, and centurions? 8 That all of you have conspired against me, and there is no one to inform me, especially when even my son hath entered into league with the son of Isai? There is not one of you that pitieth my case, nor that giveth me any information. Because my son hath raised up my servant against me, plotting against me to this day. 9 And Doeg, the Edomite, who stood by, and was the chief among the servants of Saul, answering, said, I saw the son of Isai, in Nob, with Achimelech, the son of Achitob, the priest. 10 And he consulted the Lord for him, and gave him victuals, and gave him the sword of Goliath, the Philistine. 11 And the king sent to call for Achimelech, the priest, the son of Achitob, and all his father's house, the priests that were in Nob, and they came all of them to the king. 12 And Saul said to Achimelech, Hear, thou son of Achitob. He answered, Here I am, my lord. 13 And Saul said to him, Why have you conspired against me, thou, and the son of Isai, and thou hast given him bread and a sword, and hast consulted the Lord for him, that he should rise up against me, continuing a traitor to this day? 14 And Achimelech answering the king, said, And who amongst all thy servants is so faithful? First Book of Samuel. 353, As David, who is the king's son-in-law, and goeth forth at thy bidding, and is honorable in thy house. 15 Did I begin today to consult the Lord for him? Far be this from me, let not the king suspect such a thing against his servant, or any one in all my father's house, for thy servant knew nothing of this matter, either little or great. 16 And the king said, Dying thou shalt die, Achimelech, thou and all thy father's house. 17 And the king said to the messengers that stood about him, Turn, and kill the priests of the Lord, for their hand is with David, because they knew that he was fled, and they told it not to me. And the king's servants would not put forth their hands against the priests of the Lord. 18 And the king said to Doeg, Turn thou, and fall upon the priests. And Doeg, the Edomite, turned, and fell upon the priests, and slew in that day 85 men that wore the linen ephod. 19 And Nob, the city of the priests, he smote with the edge of the sword, both men and women, children and sucklings, and ox, and ass, and sheep, with the edge of the sword. 20 But one of the sons of Achimelech, the son of Achitob, whose name was Abiathar, escaped, and fled to David. 21 And told him that Saul had slain the priests of the Lord. 22 And David said to Abiathar, I knew that day when Doeg, the Edomite, was there, that without doubt he would tell Saul, I have been the occasion of the death of all the souls of thy father's house. 23 Abide thou with me, fear not, For he that seeketh my life, seeketh thy life also, and with me thou shalt be saved. Chapter 23. And they told David, saying, Behold, the Philistines fight against Selah, and they rob the barns. 2 Therefore David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go and smite these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, Go, and thou shalt smite the Philistines, and shalt save Selah. 3 And the men that were with David said to him, Behold, we are in fear here in Judea, how much more if we go to Selah against the bands of the Philistines? 4 Therefore David consulted the Lord again. And he answered and said to him, Arise, and go to Selah, for I will deliver the Philistines into thy hand. 5 David, therefore, and his men, went to Selah, and fought against the Philistines, and brought away their cattle, and made a great slaughter of them, and David saved the inhabitants of Selah. 6 Now at that time, when Abiathar, the son of Achimelech, fled to David, to Selah, he came down, having an ephod with him. 7 And it was told Saul that David was come to Selah, and Saul said, The Lord hath delivered him into my hands, and he is shut up, being come into a city that hath gates and bars. 8 And Saul commanded all the people to go down to fight against Selah, and to besiege David and his men. 9 Now when David understood that Saul secretly prepared evil against him, he said to Abiathar, the priest, Bring hither the ephod. 10 And David said, O Lord God of Israel, thy servant hath heard a report, that Saul designeth to come to Selah, to destroy the city for my sake. 11 Will the men of Selah deliver me into his hands? And will Saul come down, as thy servant hath heard? O Lord God of Israel, tell thy 354. First Book of Samuel, servant. And the Lord said, He will come down. 12 And David said, Will the men of Selah deliver me and my men into the hands of Saul? And the Lord said, They will deliver thee up. 13 Then David and his men, who were about 600, arose, and departing from Selah, wandered up and down, uncertain where they should stay. And it was told Saul that David was fled from Selah, and had escaped, wherefore he forbore to go out. 14 But David abode in the desert in strongholds, and he remained in a mountain of the desert of Ziph, in a woody hill. And Saul sought him always, but the Lord delivered him not into his hands. 15 And David saw that Saul was come out to seek his life. And David was in the desert of Ziph, in a wood. 16 And Jonathan, the son of Saul, arose, and went to David, into the wood, and strengthened his hands in God, and he said to him, 17 Fear not, for the hand of my father, Saul, shall not find thee, and thou shalt reign over Israel, and I shall be next to thee, yea, and my father knoweth this. 18 And they two made a covenant before the Lord, and David abode in the wood, but Jonathan returned to his house. 19 And the Ziphites went up to Saul, in Gabba, saying, Lo, doth not David lie hid with us in the strongholds of the wood, in Mount Hachilah, which is on the right hand of the desert? 20 Now therefore come down, as thy soul hath desired to come down, and it shall be our business to deliver him into the king's hands. 21 And Saul said, Blessed be ye of the Lord, for you have pitied my case. 22 Go, therefore, I pray you, and use all diligence, and curiously inquire, and consider the place where his foot is, and who hath seen him there, for he thinketh of me, that I lie craftily and wait for him. 23 Consider, and see all his lurking holes, wherein he is hid, and return to me with the certainty of the thing, that I may go with you. And if he should even go down into the earth to hide himself, I will search him out in all the thousands of Judah. 24 And they rose, and went to Ziph before Saul, and David and his men were in the desert of Maon, in the plain at the right hand of Jessamon. 25 Then Saul and his men went to seek him, and it was told David, and forthwith he went down to the rock, and abode in the wilderness of Maon, and when Saul had heard of it, he pursued after David in the wilderness of Maon. 26 And Saul went on this side of the mountain, and David and his men were on the other side of the mountain, and David despaired of being able to escape from the face of Saul, and Saul and his men encompassed David and his men round about, to take them. 27 And a messenger came to Saul, saying, Make haste to come, for the Philistines have poured in themselves upon the land. 28 Wherefore Saul returned, leaving the pursuit of David, and went to meet the Philistines. For this cause they called that place the Rock of Division. Chapter 24. Then David went up from thence, and dwelt in strongholds of En-gadi. 2 And when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, they told him, saying, Behold, David is in the desert of En-gadi. 3 Saul, therefore, took 3,000 chosen. First Book of Samuel, 355, men out of all Israel, and went out to seek after David and his men, even upon the most craggy rocks, which are accessible only to wild goats. 4 And he came to the sheepcotes which were in his way, and there was a cave, into which Saul went, to ease nature. Now David and his men lay hid in the inner part of the cave. 5 And the servants of David said to him, Behold the day, of which the Lord said to thee, I will deliver thy enemy unto thee, that thou mayst do to him as it shall seem good in thy eyes. Then David arose, and secretly cut off the hem of Saul's robe. 6 After which David's heart struck him, because he had cut off the hem of Saul's robe. 7 And he said to his men, The Lord be merciful unto me, that I may do no such thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, as to lay my hand upon him, because he is the Lord's anointed. 8 And David stopped his men with his words, and suffered them not to rise against Saul, but Saul, rising up out of the cave, went on his way. 9 And David also rose up after him, and going out of the cave, cried after Saul, saying, My lord the king. And Saul looked behind him, and David bowing himself down to the ground, worshipped. 10 And said to Saul, Why dost thou hear the words of men that say, David seeketh thy hurt? 12 Moreover, see and know, O my father, the hem of thy robe in my hand, that when I cut off the hem of thy robe, I would not put out my hand against thee. Reflect, and see, that there is no evil in my hand, nor iniquity, neither have I sinned against thee, but thou liest in wait for my life, to take it away. 13 The Lord judge between me and thee, and the Lord revenge me of thee, but my hand shall not be upon thee. 14 As also it is said in the old proverb, From the wicked shall wickedness come forth, therefore my hand shall not be upon thee. After whom dost thou come out, O King of Israel? 15 After whom dost thou pursue? After a dead dog, after a flea. 16 Be the Lord judge, and judge between me and thee, and see, and judge my cause, and deliver me out of thy hand. 17 And when David had made an end of speaking these words to Saul, Saul said, Is this thy voice, my son David? And Saul lifted up his voice, and wept. 18 And he said to David, Thou art more just than I, for thou hast done good to me, and I have rewarded thee with evil. 19 And thou hast showed this day what good things thou hast done to me, how the Lord delivered me into thy hand, and thou hast not killed me. 20 For who when he hath found his enemy, will let him go well away? But the Lord reward thee for this good turn, for what thou hast done to me this day. 21 And now as I know that thou shalt surely be king, and have the kingdom of Israel in thy hand. 22 Swear to me by the Lord, that thou wilt not destroy my seed after me, nor take away my name from the house of my father. 23 And David swore to Saul. So Saul went home, and David and his men went up into safer places. Chapter 25 And Samuel died, and all Israel was gathered together, and they mourned for him, and buried him in his house in Ramathah. And David rose, and went down into the wilderness of Pharan. 356. First Book of Samuel. 2 Now there was a certain man in the wilderness of Maon, and his possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep, and 1,000 goats, and it happened that he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. 3 Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail. And she was a prudent and very comely woman, but her husband was churlish, and very bad and ill-natured, and he was of the house of Caleb. 4 And when David heard in the wilderness, that Nabal was shearing his sheep, 5 He sent 10 young men, and said to them, Go up to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and salute him in my name with peace. 6 And you shall say, Peace be to my brethren, and to thee, and peace to thy house, and peace to all that thou hast. 7 I have heard that thy shepherds that were with us in the desert were shearing, we never molested them, neither was there aught missing to them of the flock at any time, all the while they were with us in Carmel. 8 Ask thy servants, and they will tell thee. Now therefore let thy servants find favor in thy eyes, for we are come in a good day. Whatsoever thy hand shall find give to thy servants, and to thy son David. 9 And when David's servants came, they spoke to Nabal all these words in David's name, and then held their peace. 10 But Nabal answering the servants of David, said, Who is David? And what is the son of Isai? Servants are multiplied nowadays who flee from their masters. 11 Shall I then take my bread, and my water, and the flesh of my cattle, which I have killed for my shearers, and give to men whom I know not whence they are? 12 So the servants of David went back their way, and returning came and told him all the words that he said. 13 Then David said to his young men, Let every man gird on his sword. And they girded on every man his sword. And David also girded on his sword, and there followed David about 400 men, and 200 remained with the baggage. 14 But one of the servants told Abigail, the wife of Nabal, saying, Behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness, to salute our master, and he rejected them. 15 These men were very good to us, and gave us no trouble, neither did we ever lose anything all the time that we conversed with them in the desert. 16 They were a wall unto us, both by night and day, all the while we were with them keeping the sheep. 17 Wherefore consider, and think what thou hast to do, for evil is determined against thy husband, and against thy house, and he is the son of Belial, so that no man can speak to him. 18 Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves, and 2 vessels of wine, and 5 sheep ready dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of dry figs, and laid them upon asses. 19 And she said to her servants, Go before me, behold, I will follow after you. But she told not her husband, Nabal. 20 And when she had gotten upon an ass, and was coming down to the foot of the mountain, David and his men came down over against her, and she met them. 21 And David said, Truly in vain have I kept all that belonged to this fellow in the wilderness, and nothing was lost of all that pertained unto. First Book of Samuel, 357. Him, and he hath returned me evil for good. 22nd Of May God do so, and add more to the foes of David, if I leave of all that belong to him till the morning, any that pisseth against the wall. 23 And when Abigail saw David, she made haste and lighted off the ass, and fell before David, on her face, and adored upon the ground. 24 And she fell at his feet, and said, Upon me let this iniquity be, my lord, let thy handmaid speak, I beseech thee, in thy ears, and hear the words of thy servant. 25 Let not my lord the king, I pray thee, regard this naughty man, Nabal, for according to his name, he is a fool, and folly is with him. But I, thy handmaid, did not see thy servants, my lord, whom thou sentest. 26 Now therefore, my lord, the Lord liveth, and thy soul liveth, who hath withholden thee from coming to blood, and hath saved thy hand to thee, and now let thy enemies be as Nabal, and all they that seek evil to my lord. 27 Wherefore receive this blessing, which thy handmaid hath brought to thee, my lord, and give it to the young men that follow thee, my lord. 28 Forgive the iniquity of thy handmaid, for the Lord will surely make for my lord a faithful house, because thou, my lord, fightest the battles of the Lord, let not evil therefore be found in thee all the days of thy life. 29 For if a man at any time shall rise, and persecute thee, and seek thy life, the soul of my lord shall be kept, as in the bundle of the living, with the Lord thy God, but the souls of thy enemies shall be whirled, as with the violence and whirling of a sling. 30 And when the Lord shall have done to thee, my lord, all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have made thee prince over Israel. 32 And David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, who sent thee this day to meet me, and blessed be thy speech. 33 And blessed be thou, who hast kept me today from coming to blood, and revenging me with my own hand. 34 Otherwise, as the Lord liveth, the God of Israel, who hath withholden me from doing thee any evil, if thou hadst not quickly come to meet me, there had not been left in Nabal by the morning light, any that pisseth against the wall. 35 And David received at her hand all that she had brought him, and said to her, Go in peace into thy house, behold I have heard thy voice, and honored thy face. 36 And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold he had a feast in his house, like the feast of a king, and Nabal's heart was merry, for he was very drunk, and she told him nothing less or more until morning. 37 But early in the morning, when Nabal had digested his wine, his wife told him these words, and his heart died within him, and he became as a stone. 38 And after 10 days had passed, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. 39 And when David had heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord, who hath judged the cause of my reproach, at the hand of Nabal, and hath kept his servant from evil, and the Lord hath returned the wickedness of Nabal upon his head. Then David sent and treated with Abigail, that he might take her to himself for a wife. 40 And David's servants came to Abigail, to Carmel, and spoke to her, saying, David hath sent us to thee, to take thee to himself for a wife. 41 And she arose, and bowed herself down with her face to the earth, and said, Behold. 358. First Book of Samuel, Let thy servant be a handmaid, to wash the feet of the servants of my lord. 42 And Abigail arose, and made haste, and got upon an ass, and 5 damsels went with her, her waiting maids, and she followed the messengers of David, and became his wife. 43 Moreover David took also Achinoam of Jezreel, and they were both of them his wives. 44 But Saul gave Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Phalti, the son of Lais, who was of Gal'im. Chapter 26. And the men of Ziph came to Saul in Gabba, saying, Behold David is hid in the hill of Hachilah, which is over against the wilderness. 2 And Saul arose, and went down to the wilderness of Ziph having with him 3,000 chosen men of Israel, to seek David in the wilderness of Ziph. 3 And Saul encamped in Gabba Hachilah, which was over against the wilderness in the way, and David abode in the wilderness. And seeing that Saul was come after him into the wilderness, for he sent spies, and learned that he was most certainly come thither. 5 And David arose secretly, and came to the place where Saul was, and when he had beheld the place, wherein Saul slept, and Abner, the son of Ner, the captain of his army, and Saul sleeping in a tent, and the rest of the multitude round about him. 6 David spoke to Achimelech, the Hethite, and Abishai, the son of Sarvia, the brother of Joab, saying, Who will go down with me to Saul into the camp? And Abishai said, I will go with thee. 7 So David and Abishai came to the people by night, and found Saul lying and sleeping in a tent, and his spear fixed in the ground at his head, and Abner and the people sleeping round about him. 8 And Abishai said to David, God hath shut up thy enemy this day into thy hands, now then I will run him through with my spear, even to the earth at once, and there shall be no need of a second time. 9 And David said to Abishai, Kill him not, for who shall put forth his hand against the Lord's anointed, and shall be guiltless? 10 And David said, As the Lord liveth, unless the Lord shall strike him, or his day shall come to die, or he shall go down to battle, and perish. 11 The Lord be merciful unto me, and keep me that I never put forth my hand against the Lord's anointed. But now take the spear which is at his head, and the cup of water, and let us go. 12 So David took the spear, and the cup of water which was at Saul's head, and they went away, and no man saw it, or knew it, or awaked, but they were all asleep, for a deep sleep from the Lord was fallen upon them. 13 And when David was gone over to the other side, and stood on the top of the hill afar off, and a good space was between them. 14 David cried to the people, and to Abner, the son of Ner, saying, Wilt thou not answer, Abner? And Abner answering, said, Who art thou, that criest, and disturbest the king? 15 And David said to Abner, Art not thou a man? And who is like unto thee in Israel? Why then hast thou not kept thy lord the king? For there came one of the people in to kill the king thy lord. 16 This thing is not good, that thou hast done, as the Lord liveth, you are the sons of death, who have not kept your master, the Lord's anointed. And now where is the king's spear, and the cup? First Book of Samuel, 359, of water, which was at his head. 17 And Saul knew David's voice, and said, Is this thy voice, my son David? And David said, It is my voice, my lord the king. 18 And he said, Wherefore doth my lord persecute his servant? What have I done? Or what evil is there in my hand? 19 Now therefore hear, I pray thee, my lord the king, the words of thy servant. If the Lord stir thee up against me, let him accept of sacrifice. But if the sons of men, they are cursed in the sight of the Lord, who have cast me out this day, that I should not dwell in the inheritance of the Lord. Saying, Go, serve strange gods. 20 And now let not my blood be shed upon the earth before the Lord, for the king of Israel is come out to seek a flea, as the partridge is hunted in the mountains. 21 And Saul said, I have sinned, return, my son David, for I will no more do thee harm, because my life hath been precious in thy eyes this day, for it appeareth that I have done foolishly, and have been ignorant in very many things. 22 And David answering, said, Behold the king's spear, let one of the king's servants come over and fetch it. 23 And the Lord will reward every one according to his justice, and his faithfulness, for the Lord hath delivered thee this day into my hand, and I would not put forth my hand against the Lord's anointed. 24 And as thy life hath been much set by this day in my eyes, so let my life be much set by in the eyes of the Lord, and let him deliver me from all distress. 25 Then Saul said to David, Blessed art thou, my son David, and truly doing thou shalt do, and prevailing thou shalt prevail. And David went on his way, and Saul returned to his place. Chapter 27 And David said in his heart, I shall one day or other fall into the hands of Saul. Is it not better for me to flee, and to be saved in the land of the Philistines, that Saul may despair of me, and cease to seek me in all the coasts of Israel? I will flee then out of his hands. 2 And David arose, and went away, both he and the 600 men that were with him, to Achish, the son of Maok, king of Geth. 3 And David dwelt with Achish at Geth, he and his men, every man with his household, and David with his 2 wives, Achinoam, the Jezreelitess, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. 4 And it was told Saul that David was fled to Geth, and he sought no more after him. 4 And it was told Saul that David was fled to Geth, and he sought no more after him. 5 And David said to Achish, If I have found favor in thy sight, let a place be given me in one of the cities of this country, that I may dwell there, for why should thy servant dwell in the royal city with thee? 6 Then Achish gave him Sisleg that day, for which reason Sisleg belongeth to the kings of Judah unto this day. 7 And the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines, was 4 months. 8 And David and his men went up, and pillaged Geshuri, and Jertzi, and the Amalekites, for these were of old the inhabitants of the countries, as men go to Sur, even to the land of Egypt. 9 And David wasted all the land, and left neither man nor woman alive, and took away the sheep, and the oxen, and the asses, and the camels, and the apparel, and returned and came to Achish. 10 And Achish said to him, Whom hast thou gone against today? David answered, Against the south of Judah, and against the south of Jair. 360. First Book of Samuel, Amiel, and against the south of Seni. 11 And David saved neither man nor woman, neither brought he any of them to Geth, saying, Lest they should speak against us. So did David, and such was his proceeding all the days that he dwelt in the country of the Philistines. 12 And Achish believed David, saying, He hath done much harm to his people Israel, therefore he shall be my servant forever. Chapter 28. And it came to pass in those days, that the Philistines gathered together their armies, to be prepared for war against Israel, and Achish said to David, Know thou now assuredly, that thou shalt go out with me to the war, thou, and thy men. 2 And David said to Achish, Now thou shalt know what thy servant will do. And Achish said to David, And I will appoint thee to guard my life forever. 3 Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel mourned for him, and buried him in Ramathah, his city. And Saul had put away all the magicians and soothsayers out of the land. 4 And the Philistines were gathered together, and came and encamped in Sunem, and Saul also gathered together all Israel, and came to Gelbo. 5 And Saul saw the army of the Philistines, and was afraid, and his heart was very much dismayed. 6 And he consulted the Lord, and he answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by priests, nor by prophets. 7 And Saul said to his servants, Seek me a woman that hath a divining spirit, and I will go to her, and inquire by her. And his servants said to him, There is a woman that hath a divining spirit at Endor. 8 Then he disguised himself, and put on other clothes, and he went, and 2 men with him, and they came to the woman by night, and he said to her, Divine to me by thy divining spirit, and bring me up him whom I shall tell thee. 9 And the woman said to him, Behold, thou knowest all that Saul hath done, and how he hath rooted out the magicians and soothsayers from the land. Why then dost thou lay a snare for my life, to cause me to be put to death? 10 And Saul swore unto her by the Lord, saying, As the Lord liveth, there shall no evil happen to thee for this thing. 11 And the woman said to him, Whom shall I bring up to thee? And he said, Bring me up Samuel. 13 And the king said to her, Fear not, what hast thou seen? And the woman said to Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. 14 And he said to her, What form is he of? And she said, An old man cometh up, and he is covered with a mantle. And Saul understood that it was Samuel, and he bowed himself with his face to the ground, and adored. 15 And Samuel said to Saul, Why hast thou disturbed my rest, that I should be brought up? And Saul said, I am in great distress, for the Philistines fight against me, and God is departed from me, and would not hear me, neither by the hand of prophets, nor by dreams, therefore I have called thee, that thou mayst show me what I shall do. 16 And Samuel said, Why askest thou me, seeing the Lord has departed from thee, and is gone over to thy rival? 17 For the Lord will do to thee as he spoke by me, and he will rend thy kingdom out of thy hand, and will give it to thy neighbor David. First Book of Samuel, 361. 18 Because thou didst not obey the voice of the Lord, neither didst thou execute the wrath of his indignation upon Amalek. Therefore hath the Lord done to thee what thou sufferest this day. 19 And the Lord also will deliver Israel with thee into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow thou and thy son shall be with me, and the Lord will also deliver the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. 20 And forthwith Saul fell all along on the ground, for he was frightened with the words of Samuel, and there was no strength in him, for he had eaten no bread all that day. 21 And the woman came to Saul, and said to him, Behold, thy handmaid hath obeyed thy voice, and I have put my life in my hand, and I hearkened unto the words which thou spokest to me. 22 Now therefore, I pray thee, hearken thou also to the voice of thy handmaid, and let me set before thee a morsel of bread, that thou mayst eat and recover strength, and be able to go on thy journey. 23 But he refused, and said, I will not eat. But his servants and the woman forced him, and at length hearkening to their voice, he arose from the ground, and sat upon the bed. 24 Now the woman had a fatted calf in the house, and she made haste and killed it, and taking meal, kneaded it, and baked some unleavened bread. 25 And set it before Saul, and before his servants. And when they had eaten they rose up, and walked all that night. Chapter 29. Now all the troops of the Philistines were gathered together to Aphek, and Israel also encamped by the fountain, which is in Jezreel. 2 And the lords of the Philistines marched with their hundreds and their thousands, but David and his men were in the rear with Achish. 3 And the princes of the Philistines said to Achish, What mean these Hebrews? And Achish said to the princes of the Philistines, Do you not know David, who was the servant of Saul, the king of Israel, and hath been with me many days, or years, and I have found no fault in him. Since the day that he fled over to me until this day, for but the princes of the Philistines were angry with him, and they said to him, Let this man return, and abide in his place, which thou hast appointed him, and let him not go down with us to battle, lest he be an adversary to us, when we shall begin to fight, for how can he otherwise appease his master? But with our heads? 5 Is not this David, to whom they sung in their dances, saying, Saul slew his thousands, and David his 10,000s? 6 Then Achish called David, and said to him, As the Lord liveth, thou art upright and good in my sight, and so is thy going out, and thy coming in with me in the army, and I have not found any evil in thee, since the day that thou camest to me unto this day, but thou pleasest not the Lord's. 7 Return therefore, and go in peace, and offend not the eyes of the princes of the Philistines. 8 And David said to Achish, But what have I done, or what hast thou found in me thy servant, from the day that I have been in thy sight until this day, that I may not go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king? 362. First Book of Samuel, 9 And Achish answering, said to David, I know that thou art good in my sight, as an angel of God, but the princes of the Philistines have said, He shall not go up with us to the battle. 10 Therefore arise in the morning, thou, and the servants of thy lord, who came with thee, and when you are up before day, and it shall begin to be light, go on your way. 11 So David and his men arose in the night, that they might set forward in the morning, and return to the land of the Philistines, and the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30. Now when David and his men were come to Sisleg on the 3rd day, the Amalekites had made an invasion on the south side upon Sisleg, and had smitten Sisleg, and burned it with fire. 2 And had taken the women captives that were in it, both little and great, and they had not killed any person, but had carried them with them, and went on their way. 3 So when David and his men came to the city, and found it burnt with fire, and that their wives, and their sons, and their daughters, were taken captives. 4 David and the people that were with him, lifted up their voices, and wept till they had no more tears. 5 For the 2 wives also of David were taken captives, Achinoam, the Jezreelitess, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. 6 And David was greatly afflicted, for the people had a mind to stone him, for the soul of every man was bitterly grieved for his sons and daughters. But David took courage in the Lord his God. 7 And he said to Abiathar, the priest, the son of Achimelech, Bring me hither the ephod. And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. 8 And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I pursue after these robbers, and shall I overtake them, or not? And the Lord said to him, Pursue after them, for thou shalt surely overtake them and recover the prey. 9 So David went, he and the 600 men that were with him, and they came to the torrent Besor, and some, being weary, stayed there. 10 But David pursued, he and 400 men, for 200 stayed, who, being weary, could not go over the torrent Besor. 11 And they found an Egyptian in the field, and brought him to David, and they gave him bread to eat, and water to drink. 12 Is also a piece of a cake of figs, and 2 bunches of raisins. And when he had eaten them, his spirit returned, and he was refreshed, for he had not eaten bread, nor drunk water, 3 days and 3 nights. 13 And David said to him, To whom dost thou belong, or whence dost thou come? And whither art thou going? He said, I am a young man of Egypt, the servant of an Amalekite, and my master left me, because I began to be sick 3 days ago. 14 For we made an invasion on the south side of Cerethi, and upon Judah, and upon the south of Caleb, and we burned Sisleg with fire. 15 And David said to him, Canst thou bring me to this company? And he said, Swear to me by God, that thou wilt not kill me, nor deliver me into the hands of my master, and I will bring thee to this company. And David swore to him. 16 And when he had brought him, behold, they were lying spread abroad upon all the ground, eating and drinking, and as it were keeping a festival day, for all the prey and the spoils which they had taken out of the land of the Philistines. First Book of Samuel, 363. And out of the land of Judah, 17 And David slew them from the evening unto the evening of the next day, and there escaped not a man of them, but 400 young men, who had gotten upon camels, and fled. 18 So David recovered all that the Amalekites had taken, and he rescued his 2 wives. 19 And there was nothing missing small or great, neither of their sons or their daughters, nor of the spoils, and whatsoever they had taken, David recovered all. 20 And he took all the flocks and the herds, and made them go before him, and they said, This is the prey of David. 21 And David came to the 200 men, who, being weary, had stayed, and were not able to follow David, and he had ordered them to abide at the torrent Besor, and they came out to meet David, and the people that were with him. And David coming to the people, saluted them peaceably. 22 Then all the wicked and unjust men, that had gone with David, answering, said, Because they came not with us, we will not give them anything of the prey which we have recovered, but let every man take his wife, and his children, and be contented with them, and go his way. 23 But David said, You shall not do so, my brethren, with these things, which the Lord hath given us, who hath kept us, and hath delivered the robbers that invaded us into our hands. 24 And no man shall hearken to you in this matter, but equal shall be the portion of him that went down to battle, and of him that abode at the baggage, and they shall divide alike. 25 And this hath been done from that day forward, and since was made a statute and an ordinance, and is a law in Israel. 26 Then David came to Sisleg, and sent presents of the prey to the ancients of Judah, his neighbors, saying, Receive a blessing of the prey of the enemies of the Lord. 27 To them that were in Bethel, and that were in Ramoth to the south, and to them that were in Cheter. 28 And to them that were in Aroer, and that were in Sephamoth, and that were in Estemo. 29 And that were in Rishal, and that were in the cities of Jerahmeel, and that were in the cities of Seni. 30 And that were in Arama, and that were in the lake Hasan, and that were in Athach. 31 And that were in Hebron, and to the rest that were in those places, in which David had abode with his men. Chapter 31 And the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down slain in Mount Gelbo. 2 And the Philistines fell upon Saul, and upon his sons, and they slew Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Melchishua, the sons of Saul. 3 And the whole weight of the battle was turned upon Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was grievously wounded by the archers. 4 Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw thy sword, and kill me, lest these uncircumcised come, and slay me, and mock at me. And his armor-bearer would not, for he was struck with exceeding great fear. Then Saul took his sword, and fell upon it. 5 And when his armor-bearer saw this, to wit, that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died with him. 6 So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and his armor-bearer, and all his men that same day. 364. First Book of Samuel, together. 7 And the men of Israel, that were beyond the valley, and beyond the Jordan, seeing that the Israelites were fled, and that Saul was dead, and his sons, forsook their cities, and fled, and the Philistines came and dwelt there. 8 And on the morrow the Philistines came to strip the slain, and they found Saul and his 3 sons lying in Mount Gelbo. 9 And they cut off Saul's head, and stripped him of his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines round about, to publish it in the temples of their idols and among their people. 10 And they put his armor in the temple of Ashtaroth, but his body they hung on the wall of Bethsan. 11 Now when the inhabitants of Habasgalad had heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul, 12 All the most valiant men arose, and walked all the night, and took the body of Saul, and the bodies of his sons, from the wall of Bethsan, and they came to Habasgalad, and burnt them there. 13 And they took their bones, and buried them in the wood of Habas, and fasted 7 days. Second Book of Samuel, chapter 1. Now it came to pass, after Saul was dead, that David returned from the slaughter of the Amalekites, and abode 2 days in Sisleg. 2 And on the 3rd day, there appeared a man who came out of Saul's camp, with his garments rent, and dust strewed on his head, and when he came to David, he fell upon his face, and adored. 3 And David said to him, From whence comest thou? And he said to him, I am fled out of the camp of Israel. 4 And David said unto him, What is the matter that has come to pass? Tell me, he said. The people are fled from the battle, and many of the people are fallen and dead, moreover Saul and Jonathan his son are slain. 5 And David said to the young man that told him, How knowest thou that Saul and Jonathan his son are dead? 6 And the young man that told him, said, I came by chance upon Mount Gelbo, and Saul leaned upon his spear, and the chariots and horsemen drew nigh unto him. 7 And looking behind him, and seeing me, he called me. And I answered, Here am I. 8 And he said to me, Who art thou? And I said to him, I am an Amalekite. 9 And he said to me, Stand over me, and kill me, for anguish has come upon me, and as yet my whole life is in me. 10 So standing over him, I killed him, for I knew that he could not live after the fall. And I took the diadem that was on his head, and the bracelet that was on his arm, and have brought them hither to thee, my lord. 11 Then David took hold of his garments and rent them, and likewise all the men that were with him. 12 And they mourned, and wept, and fasted until evening for Saul, and for Jonathan his son, and for the people of the Lord, and for the house of Israel, because they were fallen by the sword. 13 And David said to the young man that told him, Whence art thou? He answered, I am the son of a stranger of Amalek. 14 David said to him, Why didst thou not fear to put out thy hand to kill the Lord's anointed? 15 And David calling one of his servants, said, Go near and fall upon him. And he struck him so that he died. 16 And David said to him, Thy blood be upon thy own head, for thy own mouth hath spoken against thee, saying, I have slain the Lord's anointed. 17 And David made this kind of lamentation over Saul, and over Jonathan his son. 18 And he said, Consider, O Israel, for them that are dead, wounded on thy high places. 19 The illustrious of Israel are slain upon thy mountains, how are the valiant fallen? 366. Second Book of Samuel, 20 Tell it not in Geth, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. 21 Ye mountains of Gelbo, let neither dew, nor rain come upon you, neither be they fields of firstfruits, for there was cast away the shield of the valiant, the shield of Saul as though he had not been anointed with oil. 22 From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the valiant, the arrow of Jonathan never turned back, and the sword of Saul did not return empty. 23 Saul and Jonathan, lovely, and comely in their life, even in death they were not divided, they were swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. 24 Ye daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with scarlet and delights, who gave ornaments of gold for your attire. 25 How are the valiant fallen in battle? Jonathan slain in the high places? 26 I grieve for thee, my brother Jonathan, exceeding beautiful, and amiable to me above the love of women. As the mother loveth her only son, so did I love thee. 27 How are the valiant fallen, and the weapons of war perished? Chapter 2. And after these things David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up into one of the cities of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. And David said, Whither shall I go up? And he answered him, Into Hebron. 2 So David went up, and his 2 wives Achinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. 3 And the men also that were with him, David brought up every man with his household, and they abode in the towns of Hebron. 4 And the men of Judah came, and anointed David there, to be king over the house of Judah. And it was told David that the men of Habasgalad had buried Saul. 5 David therefore sent messengers to the men of Habasgalad, and said to them, Blessed be you to the Lord, who have shown this mercy to your master Saul, and have buried him. 6 And now the Lord surely will render you mercy and truth, and I also will requite you for this good turn, because you have done this thing. 7 Let your hands be strengthened, and be ye men of valor, for although your master Saul be dead, yet the house of Judah hath anointed me to be their king. 8 But Abner the son of Ner, general of Saul's army, took Ishbosheth the son of Saul, and led him about through the camp. 9 And made him king over Gilad, and over Geshuri, and over Jezreel, and over Ephraim, and over Benjamin, and over all Israel. 10 Ishbosheth the son of Saul was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 2 years, and only the house of Judah followed David. 11 And the number of the days that David abode, reigning in Hebron over the house of Judah, was 7 years and 6 months. 12 And Abner the son of Ner, and the servants of Ishbosheth the son of Saul, went out from the camp to Gibeon. 13 And Joab the son of Sarvia, and the servants of David went out, and met them by the pool of Gibeon. And when they were come together, they sat down over against one another, the one on the one side of the pool, and the other on the other side. Second Book of Samuel, 367. 14 And Abner said to Joab, Let the young men rise, and play before us. And Joab answered, Let them rise. 15 Then there rose and went over 12 in number of Benjamin, of the part of Ishbosheth the son of Saul, and 12 of the servants of David. 16 And every one catching his fellow by the head, thrust his sword into the side of his adversary, and they fell down together, and the name of the place was called, the Field of the Valiant, in Gibeon. 17 And there was a very fierce battle that day, and Abner was put to flight, with the men of Israel, by the servants of David. 18 And there were the 3 sons of Sarvia there, Joab, and Abishai, and Asael. Now Asael was a most swift runner, like one of the roes that abide in the woods. 19 And Asael pursued after Abner, and turned not to the right hand nor to the left from following Abner. 20 And Abner looked behind him, and said, Art thou Asael? And he answered, I am. 21 And Abner said to him, Go to the right hand or to the left, and lay hold on one of the young men and take thee his spoils. But Asael would not leave off following him close. 22 And again Abner said to Asael, Go off, and do not follow me, lest I be obliged to stab thee to the ground, and I shall not be able to hold up my face to Jotham thy brother. 23 But he refused to hearken to him, and would not turn aside, wherefore Abner struck him with his spear with a backstroke in the groin, and thrust him through, and he died upon the spot, and all that came to the place where Asael fell down and died stood still. 24 Now while Joab and Abishai pursued after Abner, the sun went down, and they came as far as the hill of the aqueduct, that lieth over, against the valley by the way of the wilderness in Gibeon. 25 And the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together to Abner, and being joined in one body, They stood on the top of a hill. 26 And Abner cried out to Joab, and said, Shall thy sword rage unto utter destruction? Knowest thou not that it is dangerous to drive people to despair? How long dost thou defer to bid the people cease from pursuing after their brethren? 27 And Joab said, As the Lord liveth, if thou hadst spoke sooner, even in the morning the people should have retired from pursuing after their brethren. 28 Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and all the army stood still, and did not pursue after Israel any farther, nor fight any more. 29 And Abner and his men walked all that night through the plains, and they passed the Jordan, and having gone through all Beth-horon, came to the camp. 30 And Joab returning, after he had left Abner, assembled all the people, and there were wanting of David's servants 19 men, beside Asahel. 31 But the servants of David had killed of Benjamin, and of the men that were with Abner, 360, who all died. 32 And they took Asahel, and buried him in the sepulchre of his father in Bethlehem. And Joab, and the men that were with him, marched all the night, and they came to Hebron at break of day. Chapter 3 Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, David prospering and growing always stronger and stronger. But 368, Second Book of Samuel, the house of Saul decaying daily. 2 And sons were born to David in Hebron, and his firstborn was Ammon of Achinoam the Jezreelitess. 3 And his second Caleb of Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel, and the third Absalom the son of Maachah the daughter of Thalmai king of Geshur. 4 And the fourth Adonias, the son of Haggith, and the fifth Saphathiah the son of Abital. 5 And the sixth Jethram of Eglah the wife of David, these were born to David in Hebron. 6 Now while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner the son of Ner ruled the house of Saul. 7 And Saul had a concubine named Risphah, the daughter of Aiah, and Ishbosheth said to Abner, 8 Why didst thou go into my father's concubine? And he was exceedingly angry for the words of Ishbosheth, and said, Am I a dog's head against Judah this day, who have shown mercy to the house of Saul thy father, and to his brethren and friends? And have not delivered thee into the hands of David, and hast thou sought this day against me to charge me with a matter concerning a woman? 9 So do God to Abner, and more also, unless as the Lord hath sworn to David, so I do to him. 10 That the kingdom be translated from the house of Saul, and the throne of David be set up over Israel, and over Judah from Dan to Beersheba. 11 And he could not answer him a word, because he feared him. 12 Abner therefore sent messengers to David for himself, saying, Whose is the land? And that they should say, Make a league with me, and my hand shall be with thee, and I will bring all Israel to thee. 13 And he said, Very well, I will make a league with thee, but one thing I require of thee, saying, Thou shalt not see my face before thou bring Michal the daughter of Saul, and so thou shalt come, and see me. 14 And David sent messengers to Ishbosheth the son of Saul, saying, Restore my wife Michal, whom I espoused to me for 100 foreskins of the Philistines. 15 And Ishbosheth sent, and took her from her husband Phaltiel, the son of Lais. 16 And her husband followed her, weeping as far as Bahurim, and Abner said to him, Go and return. And he returned. 17 Abner also spoke to the ancients of Israel, saying, Both yesterday and the day before you sought for David that he might reign over you. 18 Now then do it, because the Lord hath spoken to David, saying, By the hand of my servant David the first will save my people Israel from the hands of the Philistines, and of all their enemies. 19 And Abner spoke also to Benjamin. And he went to speak to David in Hebron all that seemed good to Israel, and to all Benjamin. 20 And he came to David in Hebron with 20 men, and David made a feast for Abner, and his men that came with him. 21 And Abner said to David, I will arise, that I may gather all Israel unto thee my lord the king, and may enter into a league with thee, and that thou mayst reign over all as thy soul desireth. Now when David had brought Abner on his way, and he was gone in peace. 22 Immediately, David's servants and Joab came, after having slain the robbers, with an exceeding great booty. And Abner was not with David in Hebron, for he had now sent him away, and he was gone in peace. 23 And Joab and all the army that was with him, came afterwards, and it was told Joab, that Abner the son of Ner came to the king, and he hath sent him away, and he is gone in peace. Second Book of Samuel, 369. 24 And Joab went into the king, and said, What hast thou done? Behold Abner came to thee, why didst thou send him away, and he is gone and departed? 25 Knowest thou not Abner the son of Ner, that to this end he came to thee, that he might deceive thee, and to know thy going out, and thy coming in, and to know all thou dost? 26 Then Joab going out from David, sent messengers after Abner, and brought him back from the cistern of Sirah. David knowing nothing of it. 27 And when Abner was returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside to the middle of the gate, to speak to him treacherously, and he stabbed him there in the groin, and he died, in revenge of the blood of Asahel his brother. 28 And when David heard of it, after the thing was now done, he said, I, and my kingdom are innocent before the Lord forever of the blood of Abner the son of Ner. 29 And may it come upon the head of Joab, and upon all his father's house, and let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue of seed, or that is a leper, or that holdeth the distaff, or that falleth by the sword, or that wanteth bread. 30 So Joab and Abishai his brother slew Abner, because he had killed their brother Asahel at Gabaon in the battle. 31 And David said to Joab, and to all the people that were with him, Rend your garments, and gird yourselves with sackcloths, and mourn before the funeral of Abner. And King David himself followed the bier. 32 And when they had buried Abner in Hebron, King David lifted up his voice, and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people also wept. 33 And the king mourning and lamenting over Abner, said, Not as cowards are wont to die, hath Abner died. 34 Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet laden with fetters, but as men fall before the children of iniquity, so didst thou fall. And all the people repeating it wept over him. 35 And when all the people came to take meat with David, while it was yet broad day, David swore, saying, So do God to me, and more also, if I taste bread or anything else before sunset. 36 And all the people heard, and they were pleased, and all that the king did seemed good in the sight of all the people. 37 And all the people, and all Israel understood that day that it was not the king's doing, that Abner the son of Ner was slain. 38 The king also said to his servants, Do you not know that a prince and a great man is slain this day in Israel? 39 But I as yet am tender, though anointed king. And these men the sons of Sarvia are too hard for me, the Lord reward him that doth evil according to his wickedness. Chapter 4 And Ishbosheth the son of Saul heard that Abner was slain in Hebron, and his hands were weakened, and all Israel was troubled. 2 Now the son of Saul had 2 men captains of his bands, the name of the one was Baanah, and the name of the other Rechab, the sons of Reuben a Beerothite of the children of Benjamin, for Beeroth also was reckoned in Benjamin. 3 And the Beerothites fled into Gethaim, and were sojourners there until that time. 4 And Jonathan the son of Saul had a son that was lame of his feet, for he was 5 years old when the tidings came of Saul and Jonathan from Jezreel. And his nurse took him up and fled, and as she made haste to flee, he fell and 370, Second Book of Samuel, became lame, and his name was Mephibosheth. 5 And the sons of Reuben the Beerothite, Rechab and Baanah coming, went into the house of Ishbosheth in the heat of the day, and he was sleeping upon his bed at noon. And the doorkeeper of the house, who was cleansing wheat, was fallen asleep. 6 And they entered into the house secretly taking ears of corn, and Rechab and Baanah his brothers stabbed him in the groin, and fled away. 7 For when they came into the house, he was sleeping upon his bed in a parlor, and they struck him and killed him, and taking away his head they went off by the way of the wilderness, walking all night. 8 And they brought the head of Ishbosheth to David to Hebron, and they said to the king, Behold the head of Ishbosheth the son of Saul thy enemy who sought thy life, and the Lord hath revenged my lord the king this day of Saul, and of his seed. 9 But David answered Rechab, and Baanah his brother, the sons of Reuben the Beerothite, and said to them, As the Lord liveth, who hath delivered my soul out of all distress. 10 The man that told me, and said, Saul is dead, who thought he brought good tidings, I apprehended, and slew him in Sisleg, who should have been rewarded for his news. 11 How much more now when wicked men have slain an innocent man in his own house, upon his bed, shall I not require his blood at your hand, and take you away from the earth? 12 And David commanded his servants and they slew them, and cutting off their hands and feet, hanged them up over the pool in Hebron, but the head of Ishbosheth they took and buried in the sepulchre of Abner in Hebron. Chapter 5 Then all the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron, saying, Behold we are thy bone and thy flesh. 2 Moreover yesterday also and the day before, when Saul was king over us, thou wast he that did lead out and bring in Israel, and the Lord said to thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be prince over Israel. 3 The ancients also of Israel came to the king of Hebron, and King David made a league with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David to be king over Israel. 4 David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. 5 In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. 6 And the king and all the men that were with him went to Jerusalem to the Jebusites the inhabitants of the land, and they said to David, Thou shalt not come in hither unless thou take away the blind and the lame that say, David shall not come in hither. 7 But David took the castle of Sion, the same as the city of David. 8 For David had offered that day a reward to whosoever should strike the Jebusites and get up to the gutters of the tops of the houses, and take away the blind and the lame that hated the soul of David. Therefore it is said in the proverb, The blind and the lame shall not come into the temple. 9 And David dwelt in the castle, and called it, the City of David, and built round about from Millo and inwards. 10 And he went on prospering and growing up, and the Lord God of hosts was with him. 11 And Hiram the king of Tyre sent Meson. 2nd Book of Samuel, 371. Gers to David, and cedar trees, and carpenters, and masons for walls, and they built a house for David. 12 And David knew that the Lord had confirmed him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom over his people Israel. 13 And David took more concubines and wives of Jerusalem, after he was come from Hebron, and there were born to David other sons also and daughters. 14 And these are the names of them, that were born to him in Jerusalem, Samuel, and Sobab, and Nathan, and Solomon. 15 And Jebihar, and Elijah, and Nepheg. 16 And Yephiah, and Elisama, and Eliada, and Elipheleth. 17 And the Philistines heard that they had anointed David to be king over Israel, and they all came to seek David, and when David heard of it, he went down to a stronghold. 18 And the Philistines coming spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. 19 And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up to the Philistines? And wilt thou deliver them into my hand? And the Lord said to David, Go up, for I will surely deliver the Philistines into thy hand. 20 And David came to Baal-Pharazim, and defeated them there, and he said, The Lord hath divided my enemies before me, as waters are divided. Therefore the name of the place was called Baal-Pharazim. 21 And they left there their idols, which David and his men took away. 22 And the Philistines came up again and spread themselves into the valley of Rephaim. 23 And David consulted the Lord, Shall I go up against the Philistines, and wilt thou deliver them into my hands? He answered, Go not up against them but fetch a compass behind them. And thou shalt come upon them over against the pear trees. 24 And when thou shalt hear the sound of one going in the tops of the pear trees, then shalt thou join battle, for then will the Lord go out before thy face to strike the army of the Philistines. 25 And David did as the Lord had commanded him, and he smote the Philistines from Gaba until thou come to Gezer. Chapter 6 And David again gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. 2 And David arose and went, with all the people that were with him of the men of Judah to fetch the ark of God, upon which the name of the Lord of hosts is invoked, who sitteth over it upon the cherubims. 3 And they laid the ark of God upon a new cart, and took it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gaba, and Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, drove the new cart. 4 And when they had taken it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gaba, Ahio having care of the ark of God went before the ark. 5 But David and all Israel played before the Lord on all manner of instruments made of wood, on harps and lutes and timbrels and cornets and cymbals. 6 And when they came to the floor of Nachon, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of God, and took hold of it, because the oxen kicked and made it lean aside. 7 And the indignation of the Lord was enkindled against Uzzah, and he struck him for his rashness, and he died there before the ark of God. 8 And David was grieved because the Lord 372, 2nd Book of Samuel, had struck Uzzah, and the name of that place was called, the striking of Uzzah, to this day. 9 And David was afraid of the Lord that day, saying, How shall the ark of the Lord come to me? 10 And he would not have the ark of the Lord brought into himself into the city of David, but he caused it to be carried into the house of Obededom the Gethite. 11 And the ark of the Lord abode in the house of Obededom the Gethite 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obededom, and all his household. 12 And it was told King David, that the Lord had blessed Obededom, and all that he had, because of the ark of God. So David went, and brought away the ark of God out of the house of Obededom into the city of David with joy. And there were with David 7 choirs, and calves for victims. 13 And when they that carried the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed an ox and a ram. 14 And David danced with all his might before the Lord, and David was girded with a linen ephod. 15 And David and all the louse of Israel brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord with joyful shouting, and with sound of trumpet. 16 And when the ark of the Lord was come into the city of David, Michal the daughter of Saul, looking out through a window, saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. 17 And they brought the ark of the Lord, and set it in its place in the midst of the tabernacle, which David had pitched for it, and David offered holocausts, and peace offerings before the Lord. 18 And when he had made an end of offering holocausts and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. 19 And he distributed to all the multitude of Israel, both men and women, to every one, a cake of bread, and a piece of roasted beef, and fine flour fried with oil, and all the people departed every one to his own house. 20 And David returned to bless his own house, and Michal the daughter of Saul coming out to meet David, said, How glorious was the king of Israel today, uncovering himself before the handmaids of his servants, and was naked, as if one of the buffoons should be naked. 21 And David said to Michal, before the Lord, who chose me rather than thy father, and then all his house, and commanded me to be ruler over the people of the Lord in Israel. 22 I will both play and make myself meaner than I have done, and I will be little in my own eyes. And with the handmaids of whom thou speakest, I shall appear more glorious. 23 Therefore Michal the daughter of Saul had no child to the day of her death. Chapter 7 And it came to pass when the king sat in his house, and the Lord had given him rest on every side from all his enemies. 2 He said to Nathan the prophet, Dost thou see that I dwell in a house of cedar, and the ark of God is lodged within skins? 3 And Nathan said to the king, Go, do all that is in thy heart, because the Lord is with thee. 4 But it came to pass that night, that the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, 5 Go, and say to my servant David, Thus saith the Lord, Shalt thou build me a house to dwell in? 2nd Book of Samuel, 373, 6 Whereas I have not dwelt in a house from the day that I brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt even to this day, but have walked in a tabernacle, and in a tent. 7 In all the places that I have gone through with all the children of Israel, did ever I speak a word to any one of the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? 8 And now thus shalt thou speak to my servant David. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee out of the pastures from following the sheep to be ruler over my people Israel. 9 And I have been with thee wheresoever thou hast walked, and have slain all thy enemies from before thy face, and I have made thee a great man, like unto the name of the great ones that are on the earth. 10 And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, and they shall dwell therein, and shall be disturbed no more, neither shall the children of iniquity afflict them any more as they did before. 11 From the day that I appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give thee rest from all thy enemies. And the Lord foretelleth to thee, that the Lord will make thee a house. 12 And when thy days shall be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of the bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. 13 He shall build a house to my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. 14 I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son, and if he commit any iniquity, I will correct him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. 15 But my mercy I will not take away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I removed from before my face. 16 And thy house shall be faithful, and thy kingdom forever before thy face, and thy throne shall be firm forever. 17 According to all these words and according to all this vision so did Nathan speak to David. 18 And David went in, and sat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that thou hast brought me thus far? 19 But yet this hath seemed little in thy sight, O Lord God, unless thou didst also speak of the house of thy servant for a long time to come, for this is the law of Adam, O Lord God. 20 And what can David say more unto thee? For thou knowest thy servant, O Lord God. 21 For thy word's sake. And according to thy own heart thou hast done all these great things, so that thou wouldst make it known to thy servant. 22 Therefore thou art magnified, O Lord God, because there is none like to thee, neither is there any God besides thee, in all the things that we have heard with our ears. 23 And what nation is there upon earth, as thy people Israel, whom God went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for them great and terrible things, upon the earth, before the face of thy people, whom thou redeemedst to thyself out of Egypt, from the nations and their gods. 24 For thou hast confirmed to thyself thy people Israel to be an everlasting people, and thou, O Lord God, art become their God. 25 And now, O Lord God, raise up forever the word that thou hast spoken, concerning thy servant and concerning his house, and do as thou hast spoken. 26 That thy name may be magnified forever, and it may be said, The Lord of hosts is God over Israel. And the house of thy servant David. 374, 2nd Book of Samuel, shall be established before the Lord. 27 Because thou, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, hast revealed to the ear of thy servant, saying, I will build thee a house, therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer to thee. 28 And now, O Lord God, thou art God, and thy word shall be true, for thou hast spoken to thy servant these good things. 29 And now begin, and bless the house of thy servant, that it may endure forever before thee, because thou, O Lord God, hast spoken it, and with thy blessing let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. Chapter 8 And it came to pass after this that David defeated the Philistines, and brought them down, and David took the bridle of tribute out of the hand of the Philistines. 2 And he defeated Moab, and measured them with a line, casting them down to the earth, and he measured with 2 lines, one to put to death, and one to save alive, and Moab was made to serve David under tribute. 3 David defeated also Hadarezer the son of Roab king of Soba, when he went to extend his dominion over the river Euphrates. 4 And David took from him 1,700 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen, and huffed all the chariot horses, and only reserved of them for 100 chariots. 5 And the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadarezer the king of Soba, and David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men. 6 And David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and Syria served David under tribute, and the Lord preserved David in all his enterprises, whithersoever he went. 7 And David took the arms of gold, which the servants of Hadarezer wore, and brought them to Jerusalem. 8 And out of Beteh, and out of Beroth, cities of Hadarezer, King David took an exceeding great quantity of brass. 9 And thou the king of Hamath heard that David had defeated all the forces of Hadarezer. 10 And thou sent Joram his son to King David, to salute him, and to congratulate with him, and to return him thanks, because he had fought against Hadarezer, and had defeated him. For thou was an enemy to Hadarezer, and in his hand were vessels of gold, and vessels of silver, and vessels of brass. 11 And King David dedicated them to the Lord, together with the silver and gold that he had dedicated of all the nations, which he had subdued. 12 Of Syria, and of Moab, and of the children Ammon, and of the Philistines, and of Amalek, and of the spoils of Hadarezer the son of Roab king of Soba. 13 David also made himself a name, when he returned after taking Syria in the valley of the salt pits, killing 18,000. 14 And he put guards in Edom, and placed there a garrison, and all Edom was made to serve David, and the Lord preserved David in all enterprises he went about. 15 And David reigned over all Israel, and David did judgment and justice to all his people. 16 And Joab the son Sarvia was over the army, and Josaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. 17 And Zadok the son of Achitob, and Achimelech the son of Abiathar, were the priests, and Saraz was the scribe. 2nd Book of Samuel, 375. 18 And Benaias the son of Joiada was over the Cerethi and Phalethi, and the sons of David were the princes. Chapter 9. And David said, Is there any one, think you, left of the house of Saul, that I may show kindness to him for Jonathan's sake? 2 Now there was of the house of Saul, a servant named Siba, and when the king had called him to him, he said to him, Art thou Siba? And he answered, I am Siba thy servant. 3 And the king said, Is there any one left of the house of Saul, that I may show the mercy of God unto him? And Siba said to the king, There is a son of Jonathan left, who is lame of his feet. 4 Where is he? Said he. And Siba said to the king, Behold, he is in the house of Machir the son of Ammiel in Lodabar. 5 Then King David sent, and brought him out of the house of Machir the son of Ammiel of Lodabar. 6 And when Mephibosheth the son of Jonathan the son of Saul was come to David, he fell on his face and worshipped. And David said, Mephibosheth? And he answered, Behold thy servant. 7 And David said to him, Fear not, for I will surely show thee mercy for Jonathan thy father's sake, and I will restore the lands of Saul the father, and thou shalt eat bread at my table always. 8 He bowed down to him, and said, Who am I thy servant, that thou shouldst look upon such a dead dog as I am? 9 Then the king called Siba the servant of Saul, and said to him, All that belonged to Saul, and all his house, I have given to thy master's son. 10 Thou therefore and the sons and thy servants shall till the land for him, and thou shalt bring in food for thy master's son, that he may be maintained, and Mephibosheth the son of thy master shall always eat bread at my table. And Siba had 15 sons and 20 servants. 11 And Siba said to the king, As thou my lord the hast commanded thy servant, so will thy servant do, and Mephibosheth shall eat at my table, as one of the sons of the king. 12 And Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Mihah, and all that kindred of the house of Siba served Mephibosheth. 13 But Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, because he ate always of the king's table, and he was lame of both feet. Chapter 10. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Anan his son reigned in his stead. 2 And David said, I will show kindness to Anan the son of Dos, as his father showed kindness to me. So David sent his servants to comfort him for the death of his father. But when the servants of David were come into the land of the children of Ammon, 3 The princes of the children of Ammon said to Anan their lord, Thinkest thou that for the honor of thy father, David hath sent comforters to thee, and hath not David rather sent his servants to thee to search, and spy into the city, and overthrow it? 4 Wherefore Anan took the servants of David, and shaved off the one half of their beards, and cut away half of their garments even to the buttocks, and sent them away. 376. 2nd Book of Samuel, 5 When this was told David, he sent to meet them, for the men were sadly put to confusion, and David commanded them, saying, Stay at Jericho, till your beards be grown, and then return. 6 And the children of Ammon seeing that they had done an injury to David, sent and hired the Syrians of Roab, and the Syrians of Soba, 20,000 footmen, and of the king of Maachah 1,000 men, and of Istub 12,000 men. 7 And when David heard this, he sent Joab and the whole army of warriors. 8 And the children of Ammon came out, and set their men in array at the entering in of the gate, but the Syrians of Sobah, and of Roab, and of Istub, and of Maachah were by themselves in the field. 9 Then Joab, seeing that the battle was prepared against him, both before and behind, chose of all the choice men of Israel, and put them in array against the Syrians. 10 And the rest of the people he delivered to Abishai his brother, who set them in array against the children of Ammon. 11 And Joab said, If the Syrians are too strong for me, then thou shalt help me, but if the children of Ammon are too strong for thee, then I will help thee. 12 Be of good courage, and let us fight for our people, and for the city of our God, and the Lord will do what is good in his sight. 13 And Joab and the people that were with him began to fight against the Syrians, and they immediately fled before him. 14 And the children of Ammon, seeing that the Syrians were fled, they fled also before Abishai, and entered into the city, and Joab returned from the children of Ammon, and came to Jerusalem. 15 Then the Syrians, seeing that they had fallen before Israel, gathered themselves together. 16 And Hadarezer sent and fetched the Syrians, that were beyond the river, and brought over their army, and Sabach, the captain of the host of Hadarezer, was their general. 17 And when this was told David, he gathered all Israel together, and passed over the Jordan, and came to Helam, and the Syrians set themselves in array against David, and fought against him. 18 And the Syrians fled before Israel, and David slew of the Syrians the men of 700 chariots, and 40,000 horsemen, and smote Sabach the captain of the army, who presently died. 19 And all the kings that were auxiliaries of Hadarezer, seeing themselves overcome by Israel, were afraid and fled away. 8 And 50,000 men before Israel. And they made peace with Israel, and served them, and all the Syrians were afraid to help the children of Ammon any more. Chapter 11 And it came to pass at the return of the year, at the time when kings go forth to war, that David sent Joab and his servants with him, and all Israel, and they spoiled the children of Ammon, and besieged Rabbah, but David remained in Jerusalem. 2 In the meantime it happened that David arose from his bed after noon, and walked upon the roof of the king's house, and he saw from the roof of his house a woman washing herself, over against him, and the woman was very beautiful. 3 And the king sent, and inquired who the Second Book of Samuel, 377, woman was. And it was told him, that she was Bathsheba the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Urias the Hittite. 4 And David sent messengers, and took her, and she came into him, and he slept with her, and presently she was purified from her uncleanness. 5 And she returned to her house having conceived. And she sent and told David, and said, I have conceived. 6 And David sent to Joab, saying, Send me Urias the Hittite. And Joab sent Urias to David. 7 And Urias came to David. And David asked how Joab did, and the people, and how the war was carried on. 8 And David said to Urias, Go into thy house, and wash thy feet. And Urias went out from the king's house, and there went out after him a mess of meat from the king. 9 But Urias slept before the gate of the king's house, with the other servants of his lord, and went not down to his own house. 10 And it was told David by some that said, Urias went not to his house. And David said to Urias, Didst thou not come from thy journey? Why didst thou not go down to thy house? 11 And Urias said to David, The ark of God and Israel and Judah dwell in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord abide upon the face of the earth, and shall I go into my house? To eat and to drink, and to sleep with my wife? By thy welfare and by the welfare of thy soul I will not do this thing. 12 Then David said to Urias, Tarry here today, and tomorrow I will send thee away. Urias tarried in Jerusalem that day and the next. 13 And David called him to eat and to drink before him, and he made him drunk, and he went out in the evening, and slept on his couch with the servants of his lord, and went not down into his house. 14 And when the morning was come, David wrote a letter to Joab, and sent it by the hand of Urias. 15 Writing in the letter, Set ye Urias in the front of the battle, where the fight is strongest, and leave ye him, that he may be wounded and die. 16 Wherefore as Joab was besieging the city, he put Urias in the place where he knew the bravest men were. 17 And the men coming out of the city, fought against Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Urias the Hittite was killed also. 18 Then Joab sent, and told David all things concerning the battle. 19 And he charged the messenger, saying, When thou hast told all the words of the battle to the king. 20 If thou see him to be angry, and he shall say, Why did you approach so near to the wall to fight? Knew you not that many darts are thrown from above off the wall? 21 Who killed Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast a piece of a millstone upon him from the wall and slew him in Thebes? Why did you go near the wall? Thou shalt say, Thy servant Urias the Hittite is also slain. 22 So the messenger departed, and came and told David all that Joab had commanded him. 23 And the messenger said to David, The men prevailed against us, and they came out to us into the field, and we vigorously charged and pursued them even to the gate of the city. 24 And the archers shot their arrows at thy servants from off the wall above, and some of the king's servants are slain, and thy servant Urias the Hittite is also dead. 25 And David said to the messenger, Thus. 378, Second Book of Samuel, Shalt thou say to Joab, Let not this thing discourage thee, for various is the event of war, and sometimes one, sometimes another is consumed by the sword. Encourage thy warriors against the city, and exhort them that thou mayest overthrow it. 26 And the wife of Urias heard that Urias her husband was dead, and she mourned for him. 27 And the mourning being over, David sent and brought her into his house, and she became his wife, and she bore him a son, and this thing which David had done, was displeasing to the Lord. Chapter 12 And the Lord sent Nathan to David, and when he was come to him, he said to him, There were 2 men in one city, the one rich, and the other poor. 2 The rich man had exceeding many sheep and oxen. 3 But the poor man had nothing at all but one little ewe lamb, which he had bought and nourished up, and which had grown up in his house together with his children, eating of his bread, and drinking of his cup, and sleeping in his bosom, and it was unto him as a daughter. 4 And when a certain stranger was come to the rich man, he spared to take of his own sheep and oxen, to make a feast for that stranger, who was come to him, but took the poor man's ewe, and dressed it for the man that was come to him. 5 And David's anger being exceedingly kindled against that man, he said to Nathan, As the Lord liveth, the man that hath done this is a child of death. 6 He shall restore the ewe fourfold, because he did this thing, and had no pity. 7 And Nathan said to David, Thou art the man. Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, I anointed thee king over Israel, and I delivered thee from the hand of Saul. 8 And gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives into thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel and Judah, and if these things be little, I shall add far greater things unto thee. 9 Why therefore hast thou despised the word of the Lord, to do evil in my sight? Thou hast killed Urias the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. 10 Therefore the sword shall never depart from thy house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Urias the Hittite to be thy wife. 11 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thy own house, and I will take thy wives before thy eyes and give them to thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of the sun. 12 For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing in the sight of all Israel, and in the sight of the sun. 13 And David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, The Lord also hath taken away thy sin, thou shalt not die. 14 Nevertheless, because thou hast given occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme, for this thing, the child that is born to thee, shall surely die. 15 And Nathan returned to his house. The Lord also struck the child which the wife of Urias had borne to David, and his life was despaired of. 16 And David besought the Lord for the child, and David kept a fast, and going in by himself lay upon the ground. Second Book of Samuel, 379. 17 And the ancients of his house came, to make him rise from the ground, but he would not, neither did he eat meat with them. 18 And it came to pass on the 7th day that the child died, and the servants of David feared to tell him, that the child was dead, for they said, Behold, when the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he would not hearken to our voice, how much more will he afflict himself if we tell him that the child is dead? 19 But when David saw his servants whispering, he understood that the child was dead, and he said to his servants, Is the child dead? They answered him, He is dead. 20 Then David arose from the ground, and washed and anointed himself, and when he had changed his apparel, he went into the house of the Lord, and worshipped, and then he came into his own house, and he called for bread, and ate. 21 And his servants said to him, What thing is this that thou hast done? Thou didst fast and weep for the child, while it was alive, but when the child was dead, thou didst rise up, and eat bread. 22 And he said, While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept for him, for I said, Who knoweth whether the Lord may not give him to me, and the child may live? 23 But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Shall I be able to bring him back any more? I shall go to him rather, but he shall not return to me. 24 And David comforted Bathsheba his wife, and went in unto her, and slept with her, and she bore a son, and he called his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him. 25 And he sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and called his name, Amiable to the Lord, because the Lord loved him. 26 And Joab fought against Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and laid close siege to the royal city. 27 And Joab sent messengers to David, saying, I have fought against Rabbath, and the city of waters is about to be taken. 28 Now therefore gather thou the rest of the people together, and besiege the city and take it, lest when the city shall be wasted by me, the victory be ascribed to my name. 29 Then David gathered all the people together, and went out against Rabbath, and after fighting, he took it. 30 And he took the crown of their king from his head, the weight of which was a talent of gold, set with most precious stones, and it was put upon David's head, and the spoils of the city which were very great he carried away. 31 And bringing forth the people thereof he sawed them, and drove over them chariots armed with iron, and divided them with knives, and made them pass through brick kilns, so did he to all the cities of the children of Ammon, and David returned, with all the army to Jerusalem. Chapter 13. And it came to pass after this that Ammon the son of David loved the sister of Absalom the son of David, who was very beautiful, and her name was Tamar. 2 And he was exceedingly fond of her, so that he fell sick for the love of her, for as she was a virgin, he thought it hard to do anything dishonestly with her. 3 Now Ammon had a friend, named Jonadab the son of Sema the brother of David, a very wise man. 4 And he said to him, Why dost thou grow? 380. Second Book of Samuel. Sullen from day to day, O son of the king? Why dost thou not tell me the reason of it? And Ammon said to him, I am in love with Tamar the sister of my brother Absalom. 5 And Jonadab said to him, Lie down upon thy bed, and feign thyself sick, and when thy father shall come to visit thee, say to him, Let my sister Tamar, I pray thee, come to me, to give me to eat, and to make me a mess, that I may eat it at her hand. 6 So Ammon lay down, and made as if he were sick, and when the king came to visit him, Ammon said to the king, I pray thee let my sister Tamar come, and make in my sight 2 little messes, that I may eat at her hand. 7 Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, Come to the house of thy brother Ammon, and make him a mess. 8 And Tamar came to the house of Ammon her brother, but he was laid down, and she took meal and tempered it, and dissolving it in his sight she made little messes. 9 And taking what she had boiled, she poured it out, and set it before him, but he would not eat. And Ammon said, Put out all persons from me. And when they had put all persons out, 10 Ammon said to Tamar, Bring the mess into the chamber, that I may eat at thy hand. And Tamar took the little messes which she had made, and brought them into her brother Ammon in the chamber. 11 And when she had presented him the meat, he took hold of her, and said, Come lie with me, my sister. 12 She answered him, Do not so, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing must be done in Israel. Do not thou this folly. 13 For I shall not be able to bear my shame, and thou shalt be as one of the fools in Israel, but rather speak to the king, and he will not deny me to thee. 14 But he would not hearken to her prayers, but being stronger overpowered her and lay with her. 15 Then Ammon hated her with an exceeding great hatred, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her before. And Ammon said to her, Arise, and get thee gone. 16 She answered him, The evil which now thou dost against me, in driving me away, is greater than that which thou didst before. And he would not hearken to her. 17 But calling the servants that ministered to him, he said, Thrust this woman out from me, and shut the door after her. 18 And she was clothed with a long robe, for the king's daughters that were virgins, used such kind of garments. Then his servant thrust her out, and shut the door after her. 19 And she put ashes on her head, and rent her long robe and laid her hands upon her head, and went on crying. 20 And Absalom her brother said to her, Hath thy brother Ammon lain with thee? But now, sister, hold thy peace, he is thy brother, and afflict not thy heart for this thing. So Tamar remained pining away in the house of Absalom her brother. 21 And when King David heard of these things he was exceedingly grieved, and he would not afflict the spirit of his son Ammon, for he loved him, because he was his firstborn. 22 But Absalom spoke not to Ammon neither good nor evil, for Absalom hated Ammon because he had ravished his sister Tamar. 23 And it came to pass after 2 years, that the sheep of Absalom were shorn in Baalasar, which is near Ephraim, and Absalom invited all the king's sons. Second Book of Samuel, 381. 24 And he came to the king, and said to him, Behold thy servant's sheep are shorn. Let the king, I pray, with his servants come to his servant. 25 And the king said to Absalom, Nay, my son, do not ask that we should all come, and be chargeable to thee. And when he pressed him, and he would not go, he blessed him. 26 And Absalom said, If thou wilt not come, at least let my brother Ammon, I beseech thee, come with us. And the king said to him, It is not necessary that he should go with thee. 27 But Absalom pressed him, so that he let Ammon and all the king's sons go with him. And Absalom made a feast as it were the feast of a king. 28 And Absalom had commanded his servants, saying, Take notice when Ammon shall be drunk with wine, And when I shall say to you, strike him, and kill him, fear not, for it is I that command you, take courage, and be valiant men. 29 And the servants of Absalom did to Ammon as Absalom had commanded them. And all the king's sons arose and got up every man upon his mule, and fled. 30 And while they were yet in the way, a rumor came to David, saying, Absalom hath slain all the king's sons, and there is not one of them left. 31 And the king rose up, and rent his garments, and fell upon the ground, and all his servants, that stood about him, rent their garments. 32 But Jonadab the son of Shema David's brother answering, said, Let not my lord the king think that all the king's sons are slain, Ammon only is dead, for he was appointed by the mouth of Absalom from the day that he ravished his sister Tamar. 33 Now therefore let not my lord the king take this thing into his heart, saying, All the king's sons are slain, for Ammon only is dead. 34 But Absalom fled away, and the young man that kept the watch, lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold there came much people by a byway on the side of the mountain. 35 And Jonadab said to the king, Behold the king's sons are come, as thy servant said, so it is. 36 And when he made an end of speaking, the king's sons also appeared, and coming and they lifted up their voice, and wept, and the king also and all his servants wept very much. 37 But Absalom fled, and went to Thalmai the son of Ammiel the king of Geshur. And David mourned for his son every day. 38 And Absalom after he was fled, and come into Geshur, was there 3 years. And King David ceased to pursue after Absalom, because he was comforted concerning the death of Ammon. Chapter 14 And Joab the son of Sarvia, understanding that the king's heart was turned to Absalom, sent to the Kua, and fetched from thence a wise woman, and said to her, Feign thyself to be a mourner, and put on mourning apparel, and be not anointed with oil, that thou mayest be as a woman that had a long time been mourning for one dead. 3 And thou shalt go into the king, and shalt speak to him in this manner. And Joab put the words in her mouth. 4 And when the woman of the Kua was come in to the king, she fell before him upon the ground, and worshipped, and said, Save me, O king. 5 And the king said to her, What is the matter with thee? She answered, Alas, I am a widow. 382. Second Book of Samuel, Woman, for my husband is dead. 6 And thy handmaid had 2 sons, and they quarreled with each other in the field, and there was none to part them, and the one struck the other, and slew him. 7 And behold the whole kindred rising against thy handmaid, saith, Deliver him that hath slain his brother, that we may kill him for the life of his brother, whom he slew, and that we may destroy the heir, and they seek to quench my spark which is left, and will leave my husband no name, nor remainder upon the earth. 8 And the king said to the woman, Go to thy house, and I will give charge concerning thee. 9 And the woman of the Kua said to the king, Upon me, my lord, be the iniquity, and upon the house of my father, but may the king and his throne be guiltless. 10 And the king said, If anyone shall say aught against thee, bring him to me, and he shall not touch thee any more. 11 And she said, Let the king remember the Lord his God, that the next of kin be not multiplied to take revenge, and that they may not kill my son. And he said, As the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of thy son fall to the earth. 12 The woman said, Let thy handmaid speak one word to my lord the king. And he said, Speak. 13 And the woman said, Why hast thou thought such a thing against the people of God, and why hath the king spoken this word, to sin, and not bring home again his own exile? 14 We all die, and like waters that return no more, we fall down into the earth, neither will God have a soul to perish, but recalleth. Meaning that he that is cast off should not altogether perish. 15 Now therefore I am come, to speak this word to my lord the king before the people. And thy handmaid said, I will speak to the king, it may be the king will perform the request of his handmaid. 16 And the king hath hearkened to me to deliver his handmaid out of the hand of all that would destroy me and my son together out of the inheritance of God. 17 Then let thy handmaid say, that the word of the Lord the king be made as a sacrifice. For even as an angel of God, so is my lord the king, then he is neither moved with blessing nor cursing, wherefore the Lord thy God is also with thee. 18 And the king answering, said to the woman, Hide not from me the thing that I ask thee. And the woman said to him, Speak, my lord the king. 19 And the king said, Is not the hand of Joab with thee in all this? The woman answered, and said, By the health of thy soul, my lord, O king, it is neither on the left hand, nor on the right, in all these things which my lord the king hath spoken, for thy servant Joab, he commanded me. And he put all these words into the mouth of thy handmaid. 20 That I should come about with this form of speech, thy servant Joab commanded this, but thou, my lord, O king, art wise, according to the wisdom of an angel of God, to understand all things upon earth. 21 And the king said to Joab, Behold, I am appeased and have granted thy request, go therefore and fetch back the boy Absalom. 22 And Joab falling down to the ground upon his face, adored, and blessed the king, and Joab said, This day thy servant hath understood, that I have found grace in thy sight, my lord, O king, for thou hast fulfilled the request of thy servant. 23 Then Joab arose and went to Geshur, and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. Second Book of Samuel, 383, 24 But the king said, Let him return into his house, and let him not see my face. So Absalom returned into his house, and saw not the king's face. 25 But in all Israel there was not a man so comely, and so exceedingly beautiful as Absalom, from the sole of the foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him. 26 And when he pulled his hair he weighed the hair of his head at 200 sickles, according to the common weight. 27 And there were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Tamar, and she was very beautiful. 28 And Absalom dwelt 2 years in Jerusalem, and saw not the king's face. 29 He sent therefore to Joab, to send him to the king, but he would not come to him. And when he had sent the second time, and he would not come to him. 30 He said to his servants, You know the field of Joab near my field, that hath a crop of barley, go now and set it on fire. So the servants of Absalom set the corn on fire. And Joab's servants coming with their garments rent, said, The servants of Absalom have set part of the field on fire. 31 Then Joab arose, and came to Absalom to his house, and said, Why have thy servants set my corn on fire? 32 And Absalom answered Joab, I sent to thee beseeching thee to come to me, that I might send thee to the king, to say to him, Wherefore am I come from Geshur? It had been better for me to be there. I beseech thee therefore that I may see the face of the king, and if he be mindful of my iniquity, let him kill me. 33 So Joab going into the king, told him all. And Absalom was called for, and he went into the king, and prostrated himself on the ground before him, and the king kissed Absalom. Chapter 15 Now after these things Absalom made himself chariots, and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. 2 And Absalom rising up early stood by the entrance of the gate, and when any man had business to come to the king's judgment, Absalom called him to him, and said, Of what city art thou? He answered, and said, Thy servant is of such tribe of Israel. 3 And Absalom answered him, Thy words seem to me good and just. But there is no man appointed by the king to hear thee. And Absalom said, 4 Oh that they would make me judge over the land, that all that have business might come to me, that I might do them justice. 5 Moreover when any man came to him to salute him, he put forth his hand, and took him, and kissed him. 6 And this he did to all Israel that came for judgment, to be heard by the king, and he enticed the hearts of the men of Israel. 7 And after 40 years, Absalom said to King David, Let me go, and pay my vows which I have vowed to the Lord in Hebron. 8 For thy servant made a vow, when he was in Geshur of Syria, saying, If the Lord shall bring me again into Jerusalem, I will offer sacrifice to the Lord. 9 And King David said to him, Go in peace. And he arose, and went to Hebron. 10 And Absalom sent spies into all the tribes of Israel, saying, As soon as you shall hear the 384, Second Book of Samuel, sound of the trumpet, say ye, Absalom reigneth in Hebron. 11 Now there went with Absalom 200 men out of Jerusalem that were called, going with simplicity of heart, and knowing nothing of the design. 12 Absalom also sent for Achitophel the Gilonite, David's counselor, from his city Gilo. And while he was offering sacrifices, there was a strong conspiracy, and the people running together increased with Absalom. 13 And there came a messenger to David, saying, All Israel with their whole heart followeth Absalom. 14 And David said to his servants, that were with him in Jerusalem, Arise and let us flee, for we shall not escape else from the face of Absalom. Make haste to go out, lest he come and overtake us, and bring ruin upon us, and smite the city with the edge of the sword. 15 And the king's servants said to him, Whatsoever our lord the king shall command, we thy servants will willingly execute. 16 And the king went forth, and all his household on foot, and the king left 10 women his concubines to keep the house. 17 And the king going forth and all Israel on foot, stood afar off from the house. 18 And all his servants walked by him, and the bands of the Cerethi, and the Philithi, and all the Gethites, valiant warriors, 600 men who had followed him from Geth on foot, went before the king. 19 And the king said to Ittai the Gethite, Why comest thou with us? Return and dwell with the king, for thou art a stranger, and art come out of thy own place. 20 Yesterday thou camest, and today shalt thou be forced to go forth with us? But I shall go whither I am going. Return thou, and take back thy brethren with thee, and the Lord will show thee mercy, and truth, because thou hast shown grace and fidelity. 21 And Ittai answered the king, saying, as the Lord liveth, and as my lord the king liveth, in what place soever thou shalt be, my lord, O king, either in death, or in life, there will thy servant be. 22 And David said to Ithai, Come, and pass over. And Ithai the Gethite passed, and all the men that were with him, and the rest of the people. 23 And they all wept with a loud voice, and all the people passed over. The king also himself went over the brook Cedron, and all the people marched towards the way that looketh to the desert. 24 And Zadok the priest also came, and all the Levites with him carrying the ark of the covenant of God, and they set down the ark of God, and Abiathar went up, till all the people that was come out of the city had done passing. 25 And the king said to Zadok, Carry back the ark of God into the city. If I shall find grace in the sight of the Lord, he will bring me again, and he will show me it, and his tabernacle. 26 But if he shall say to me, Thou pleasest me not, I am ready, let him do that which is good before him. 27 And the king said to Zadok the priest, O seer, return into the city in peace, and let Achimaas thy son, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar, your 2 sons, be with you. 28 Behold, I will lie hid in the plains of the wilderness, till there come word from you to certify me. 29 So Zadok and Abiathar carried back the ark of God into Jerusalem, and they tarried there. 30 But David went up by the ascent of Mount Olivet, going up and weeping, walking barefoot. 2nd Book of Samuel, 385, and with his head covered, and all the people that were with them, went up with their heads covered weeping. 31 And it was told David that Achitophel also was in the conspiracy with Absalom, and David said, Infatuate, O Lord, I beseech thee, the counsel of Achitophel. 32 And when David was come to the top of the mountain, where he was about to adore the Lord, behold Sheshai the Arachite, came to meet him with his garment rent and his head covered with earth. 33 And David said to him, If thou come with me, thou wilt be a burden to me. 34 But if thou return into the city, and wilt say to Absalom, I am thy servant, O king, as I have been thy father's servant, so I will be thy servant, thou shalt defeat the counsel of Achitophel. 35 And thou hast with thee Zadok, and soever thou shalt hear out of the king's house, thou shalt tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. 36 And there are with him their 2 sons Achimaas, the son of Zadok, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar, and you shall send by them to me everything that you shall hear. 37 Then Sheshai the friend of David went into the city, and Absalom came into Jerusalem. Chapter 16 And when David was a little past the top of the hill, behold Ziba the servant of Mephibosheth came to meet him with 2 asses, laden with 200 loaves of bread, and 100 bunches of raisins, 100 cakes of figs, and a vessel of wine. 2 And the king said to Ziba, What mean these things? And Ziba answered, The asses are for the king's household to sit on, and the loaves, and the figs for thy servants to eat, and the wine to drink if any man be faint in the desert. 3 And the king said, Where is thy master's son? And Ziba answered the king, He remained in Jerusalem, saying, Today, will the house of Israel restore me the kingdom of my father. 4 And the king said to Ziba, I give thee all that belonged to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, I beseech thee let me find grace before thee, my lord, O king. 5 And King David came as far as Bahurim, and behold there came out from thence a man of the kindred of the house of Saul named Shimei, the son of Jerah, and coming out he cursed as he went on. 6 And he threw stones at David, and at all the servants of King David, and all the people, and all the warriors walked on the right, and on the left side of the king. 7 And thus said Shimei when he cursed the king, Come out, thou man of blood, and thou man of Belial. 8 The Lord hath repaid thee for all the blood of the house of Saul, because thou hast usurped the kingdom in his stead, and the Lord hath given the kingdom into the hand of Absalom thy son, and behold thy evils press upon thee, because thou art a man of blood. 9 And Abishai the son of Sarvia said to the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? I will go, and cut off his head. 10 And the king said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Sarvia? Let him alone and let him curse, for the Lord hath bid him curse David, and who is he that shall dare say, Why hath he done so? 11 And the king said to Abishai, and to all his servants, Behold my son, who came forth from my bowels, seeketh my life, how much more now a son of Gemini? Let him alone that he may curse. 386, 2nd Book of Samuel, as the Lord hath bidden him. 12 Perhaps the Lord may look upon my affliction, and the Lord may render me good for the cursing of this day. 13 And David and his men with him went by the way. And Shimei by the hillside went over against him, cursing, and casting stones at him, and scattering earth. 14 And the king and all the people with him came weary, and refreshed themselves there. 15 But Absalom and all his people came into Jerusalem, and Achitophel was with him. 16 And when Sheshai the Arachite, David's friend, was come to Absalom, he said to him, God save thee, O king, God save thee, O king. 17 And Absalom said to him, Is this thy kindness to thy friend? Why wentest thou not with thy friend? 18 And Sheshai answered Absalom, Nay, for I will be his, whom the Lord hath chosen, and all this people, and all Israel, and with him will I abide. 19 Besides this, whom shall I serve? Is it not the king's son? As I have served thy father, so will I serve thee also. 20 And Absalom said to Achitophel, Consult what we are to do. 21 And Achitophel said to Absalom, Go into the concubines of thy father, whom he hath left to keep the house, that when all Israel shall hear that thou hast disgraced thy father, their hands may be strengthened with thee. 22 So they spread a tent for Absalom on the top of the house, and he went into his father's concubines before all Israel. 23 Now the counsel of Achitophel, which he gave in those days, was as if a man should consult God, so was all the counsel of Achitophel, both when he was with David, and when he was with Absalom. Chapter 17 And Achitophel said to Absalom, I will choose me 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. 2 And coming upon him I will defeat him, and when all the people is put to flight that is with him, I will kill the king who will be left alone. 3 And I will bring back all the people, as if they were but one man, for thou seekest but one man, and all the people shall be in peace. 4 And his saying pleased Absalom, and all the ancients of Israel. 5 But Absalom said, Call Sheshai the Arachite, and let us hear what he also saith. 6 And when Sheshai was come to Absalom, Absalom said to him, Achitophel hath spoken after this manner, shall we do it or not? What counsel dost thou give? 7 And Sheshai said to Absalom, The counsel that Achitophel hath given this time is not good. 8 And again Sheshai said, Thou knowest thy father, and the men that are with him, that they are very valiant, and bitter in their mind, as a bear raging in the wood when her whelps are taken away, and thy father is a warrior, and will not lodge with the people. 9 Perhaps he now lieth hid in pits, or in some other place where he liest, and when any one shall fall at the first, every one that heareth it shall say, There is a slaughter among the people that followed Absalom. 10 And the most valiant man whose heart is as the heart of a lion, shall melt for fear, for all the people of Israel know thy father to be a valiant man, and that all who are with him are valiant. 11 But this seemeth to me to be good counsel, let all Israel be gathered to thee, from Dan to. 2 Book of Samuel, 387. Bersabee, as the sand of the sea which cannot be numbered, and thou shalt be in the midst of them. 12 And we shall come upon him in what place soever he shall be found, and we shall cover him, as the dew falleth upon the ground, and we shall not leave of the men that are with him, not so much as one. 13 And if he shall enter into any city, all Israel shall cast ropes round about that city, and we will draw it into the river, so that there shall not be found so much as one small stone thereof. 14 And Absalom, and all the men of Israel said, The counsel of Sheshai the Arachite is better than the counsel of Achitophel, and by the will of the Lord the profitable counsel of Achitophel was defeated, that the Lord might bring evil upon Absalom. 15 And Sheshai said to Zadok and Abiathar the priests, Thus and thus did Achitophel counsel Absalom, and the ancients of Israel, and thus did I counsel them. 16 Now therefore send quickly, and tell David, saying, Tarry not this night in the plains of the wilderness, but without delay pass over, lest the king be swallowed up, and all the people that is with him. 17 And Jonathan and Achimaas stayed by the fountain Rogel, and there went a maid and told them, and they went forward, to carry the message to King David, for they might not be seen, nor enter into the city. 18 But a certain boy saw them, and told Absalom, but they making haste went into the house of a certain man in Bahrein, who had a well in his court, and they went down into it. 19 And a woman took, and spread a covering over the mouth of the well, as it were to dry sodden barley, and so the thing was not known. 20 And when Absalom's servants were come into the house, they said to the woman, Where is Achimaas and Jonathan? And the woman answered them, They passed on in haste, after they had tasted a little water. But they that sought them, when they found them not, returned into Jerusalem. 21 And when they were gone, they came up out of the well, and going on told King David, and said, Arise, and pass quickly over the river, for this manner of counsel has Achitophel given against you. 22 So David arose, and all the people that were with him, and they passed over the Jordan, until it grew light, and not one of them was left that was not gone over the river. 23 But Achitophel, seeing that his counsel was not followed, saddled his ass, and arose and went home to his house and to his city, and putting his house in order, hanged himself, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father. 24 But David came to the camp, and Absalom passed over the Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him. 25 Now Absalom appointed Amasa in Joab's stead over the army, and Amasa was the son of a man who was called Jethro, of Jezreel, who went into Abigail the daughter of Naz, the sister of Sarvia who was the mother of Joab. 26 And Israel camped with Absalom in the land of Galaad. 27 And when David was come to the camp, Sobi the son of Naz of Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and Machir the son of Ammiel of Lodabar and Berechiah the Galaadite of Rogelim, 28 brought him beds, and tapestry, and earthen vessels, and wheat, and barley, and meal, and parched corn, and beans, and lentils, and fried pulse. 29 And honey, and butter, and sheep, and fat calves, and they gave to David and the people. 388. Second Book of Samuel, that were with him, to eat, for they suspected that the people were faint with hunger and thirst in the wilderness. Chapter 18. And David, having reviewed his people, appointed over them captains of thousands and of hundreds. 2 And sent forth a third part of the people under the hand of Joab, and a third part under the hand of Abishai the son of Sarvia Joab's brother, and a third part under the hand of Ethai, who was of Geth. And the king said to the people, I also will go forth with you. 3 And the people answered, Thou shalt not go forth, for if we flee away, they will not much mind us, or if half of us should fall, they will not greatly care, for thou alone art accounted for 10,000, it is better therefore that thou shouldst be in the city to succor us. 4 And the king said to them, What seemeth good to you, that will I do. And the king stood by the gate, and all the people went forth by their troops, by hundreds and by thousands. 5 And the king commanded Joab, and Abishai, and Ethai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. And all the people heard the king giving charge to all the princes concerning Absalom. 6 So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim. 7 And the people of Israel were defeated there by David's army, and a great slaughter was made that day of 20,000 men. 8 And the battle there was scattered over the face of all the country, and there were many more of the people whom the forest consumed, than whom the sword devoured that day. 9 And it happened that Absalom met the servants of David, riding on a mule, and as the mule went under a thick and large oak, his head stuck in the oak, and while he hung between the heaven and the earth, the mule on which he rode passed on. 10 And one saw this and told Joab, saying, I saw Absalom hanging upon an oak. 11 And Joab said to the man that told him, If thou sawest him, why didst thou not stab him to the ground, and I would have given thee 10 sickles of silver, and a belt. 12 And he said to Joab, If thou wouldst have paid down in my hands 1,000 pieces of silver, I would not lay my hands upon the king's son, for in our hearing the king charged thee, and Abishai, and Ethai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. 13 Yea, and if I should have acted boldly against my own life, this could not have been hid from the king, and wouldst thou have stood by me? 14 And Joab said, Not as thou wilt, but I will set upon him in thy sight. So he took 3 lances in his hand, and thrust them into the heart of Absalom, and whilst he yet panted for life, sticking on the oak. 15 10 Young men, armor-bearers of Joab, ran up, and striking him slew him. 16 And Joab sounded the trumpet, and kept back the people from pursuing after Israel in their flight, being willing to spare the multitude. 17 And they took Absalom, and cast him into a great pit in the forest, and they laid an exceeding great heap of stones upon him, but all Israel fled to their own dwellings. 18 Now Absalom had reared up for himself, in his lifetime, a pillar, which is in the king's valley, for he said, I have no son, and this shall be the monument of my name. And he called the pillar. Second Book of Samuel, 389, by his own name, and it is called the hand of Absalom, to this day. 19 And Achimaas the son of Zadok said, I will run and tell the king, that the Lord hath done judgment for him from the hand of his enemies. 20 And Joab said to him, Thou shalt not be the messenger this day, but shalt bear tidings another day. This day I will not have thee bear tidings, because the king's son is dead. 21 And Joab said to Chisai, Go, and tell the king what thou hast seen. Chisai bowed down to Joab, and ran. 22 Then Achimaas the son of Zadok said to Joab again, Why might not I also run after Chisai? And Joab said to him, Why wilt thou run, my son? Thou wilt not be the bearer of good tidings. 23 He answered, But what if I run? And he said to him, Run. Then Achimaas running by a nearer way passed Chisai. 24 And David sat between the 2 gates, and the watchman that was on the top of the gate upon the wall, lifting up his eyes, saw a man running alone. 25 And crying out he told the king, and the king said, If he be alone, there are good tidings in his mouth. And as he was coming apace, and drawing nearer. 26 The watchman saw another man running, and crying aloud from above, he said, I see another man running alone. And the king said, He also is a good messenger. 27 And the watchman said, The running of the foremost seemeth to me like the running of Achimaas the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and cometh with good news. 28 And Achimaas crying out, said to the king, God save thee, O king. And falling down before the king with his face to the ground, he said, Blessed be the Lord thy God, who hath shut up the men that have lifted up their hands against the Lord my king. 29 And the king said, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Achimaas said, I saw a great tumult, O king, when thy servant Joab sent me thy servant, I know nothing else. 30 And the king said to him, Pass, and stand here. 31 And when he had passed, and stood still, Josiah appeared, and coming up he said, I bring good tidings, my lord, the king, for the Lord hath judged for thee this day from the hand of all that have risen up against thee. 32 And the king said to Josiah, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Josiah answering him, said, Let the enemies of my lord, the king, and all that rise against him unto evil, be as the young man is. 33 The king therefore being much moved, went up to the high chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went he spoke in this manner, My son Absalom, Absalom my son, would to God that I might die for thee, Absalom my son Absalom. Chapter 19 And it was told Joab, that the king wept and mourned for his son. 2 In the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people, for the people heard say that day, The king grieveth for his son. 3 And the people shunned the going into the city that day as a people would do that hath turned their backs, and fled away from the battle. 4 And the king covered his head, and cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absa. 390, Second Book of Samuel, my son, O my son. 5 Then Joab going into the house to the king, said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants, that have saved thy life, and the lives of thy sons, and of thy daughters, and the lives of thy wives, and the lives of thy concubines. 6 Thou lovest them that hate thee, and thou hatest them that love thee, and thou hast shown this day that thou carest not for thy nobles, nor for thy servants, and I now plainly perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had been slain, then it would have pleased thee. 7 Now therefore arise, and go out, and speak to the satisfaction of thy servants, for I swear to thee by the Lord, that if thou wilt not go forth, there will not tarry with thee so much as one this night, and that will be worse to thee, than all the evils that have befallen thee from thy youth until now. 8 Then the king arose and sat in the gate, and it was told to all the people that the king sat in the gate, and all the people came before the king, but Israel fled to their own dwellings. 9 And all the people were at strife in all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king delivered us out of the hand of our enemies, and he saved us out of the hand of the Philistines, and now he is fled out of the land for Absalom. 10 But Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in the battle. How long are you silent, and bring not back the king? 11 And King David sent to Zadok, and Abiathar the priests, saying, Speak to the ancients of Judah, saying, Why are you the last to bring the king back to his house? 12 You are my brethren, you are my bone, and my flesh, why are you the last to bring back the king? 13 And say ye to Amasa, Art not thou my bone, and my flesh? So do God to me and add more, if thou be not the chief captain of the army before me always in the place of Joab. 14 And he inclined the heart of all the men of Judah, as it were of one man, and they sent to the king, saying, Return thou, and all thy servants. 15 And the king returned and came as far as the Jordan, and all Judah came as far as Gilgal to meet the king, and to bring him over the Jordan. 16 And Shimei the son of Gera the son of Gemini of Bahraim, made haste and went down with the men of Judah to meet King David. 17 With 1,000 men of Benjamin, and Seba the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons, and 20 servants were with him, and going over the Jordan. 18 They passed the fords before the king, that they might help over the king's household, and do according to his commandment. And Shimei the son of Gera falling down before the king, when he was come over the Jordan. 19 Said to him, Impute not to me, my lord, the iniquity, nor remember the injuries of thy servant on the day that thou, my lord, the king, wentest out of Jerusalem, nor lay it up in thy heart, O king. 20 For I thy servant acknowledge my sin, and therefore I am come this day the first of all the house of Joseph, and am come down to meet my lord the king. 21 But Abisai the son of Sarvia answering, said, Shall Shimei for these words not be put to death, because he cursed the Lord's anointed? 22 And David said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Sarvia? Why are you a Satan this day to me? Shall there any man be killed this day in Israel? Do not I know that this day I am made king over Israel? 23 And the king said to Shimei, Thou shalt not die. And he swore unto him. Second Book of Samuel, 391. 24 And Mephibosheth the son of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had neither washed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his garments from the day that the king went out, until the day of his return in peace. 25 And when he met the king at Jerusalem, the king said to him, Why camest thou not with me, Mephibosheth? 26 And he answering, said, My lord, O king, my servant despised me, for I thy servant spoke to him to saddle me an ass, that I might get on and go with the king, for I thy servant am lame. 27 Moreover he hath also accused me thy servant to thee, my lord the king, but thou my lord the king art as an angel of God, do what pleaseth thee. 28 For all of my father's house were no better than worthy of death before my lord the king, and thou hast set me thy servant among the guests of thy table, what just complaint therefore have I? Or what right to cry any more to the king? 29 Then the king said to him, Why speakest thou any more? What I have said is determined, thou and Seba divide the possessions. 30 And Mephibosheth answered the king, Yea, let him take all, for as much as my lord the king is returned peaceably into his house. 31 Barzillai also the Galaadite coming down from Rogelim, brought the king over the Jordan, being ready also to wait on him beyond the river. 32 Now Barzillai the Galaadite was of a great age, that is to say, 80 years old, and he provided the king with sustenance when he abode in the camp, for he was a man exceeding rich. 33 And the king said to Barzillai, Come with me that thou mayest rest secure with me in Jerusalem. 34 And Barzillai said to the king, How many are the days of the years of my life, that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? 35 I am this day 80 years old, are my senses quick to discern sweet and bitter? Or can meat or drink delight thy servant? Or can I hear any more the voice of singing men and singing women? Why should thy servant be a burden to my lord, the king? 36 I thy servant will go on a little way from the Jordan with thee, I need not this recompense. 37 But I beseech thee let thy servant return, and die in my own city, and be buried by the sepulchre of my father, and of my mother. But there is thy servant Chamam, let him go with thee, my lord, the king, and do to him whatsoever seemeth good to thee. 38 Then the king said to him, Let Chamam go over with me, and I will do for him whatsoever shall please thee, and all that thou shalt ask of me, thou shalt obtain. 39 And when all the people and the king had passed over the Jordan, the king kissed Barzillai, and blessed him, and he returned to his own place. 40 So the king went on to Gilgal, and Chamam with him. Now all the people of Judah had brought the king over, and only half of the people of Israel were there. 41 Therefore all the men of Israel running together to the king, said to him, Why have our brethren the men of Judah stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household over the Jordan, and all the men of David with him? 42 And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, Because the king is nearer to me, why art thou angry for this matter? Have we eaten anything of the king's, or have any gifts been given us? 43 And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, and said, I have 10 parts in the king more. 392, Second Book of Samuel. Then thou, and David belongeth to me more than to thee, why hast thou done me a wrong, and why was it not told me first, that I might bring back my king? And the men of Judah answered more harshly than the men of Israel. Chapter 20 And there happened to be there a man of Belial, whose name was Seba, the son of Bachri, a man of Gemini, and he sounded the trumpet, and said, We have no part in David, nor inheritance in the son of Isai, return to thy dwellings, O Israel. 2 And all Israel departed from David, and followed Seba the son of Bachri, but the men of Judah stuck to their king from the Jordan unto Jerusalem. 3 And when the king was come into his house at Jerusalem, he took the 10 women his concubines, whom he had left to keep the house, and put them inward, allowing them provisions, and he went not in unto them, but they were shut up unto the day of their death living in widowhood. 4 And the king said to Amasa, Assemble to me all the men of Judah against the 3rd day, and be thou here present. 5 So Amasa went to assemble the men of Judah, but he tarried beyond the set time which the king had appointed him. 6 And David said to Abishai, Now will Seba the son of Bachri do us more harm than did Absalom. Take thou therefore the servants of thy lord, and pursue after him, lest he find fenced cities, and escape us. 7 So Joab's men went out with him, and the Cerethi and the Philithi, and all the valiant men went out of Jerusalem to pursue after Seba the son of Bachri. 8 And when they were at the great stone which is in Gabaon, Amasa coming met them. And Joab had on a close coat of equal length with his habit, and over it was girded with a sword hanging down to his flank, in a scabbard, made in such manner as to come out with the least motion and strike. 9 And Joab said to Amasa, God save thee, my brother. And he took Amasa by the chin with his right hand to kiss him. 10 But Amasa did not take notice of the sword, which Joab had, and he struck him in the side, and shed out his bowels to the ground, and gave him not a second wound, and he died. And Joab, and Abishai his brother pursued after Seba the son of Bachri. 11 In the meantime some men of Joab's company stopping at the dead body of Amasa, said, Behold he that would have been in Joab's stead the companion of David. 12 And Amasa embrued with blood, lay in the midst of the way. A certain man saw this that all the people stood still to look upon him, So he removed Amasa out of the highway into the field, and covered him with a garment, that they who passed might not stop on his account. 13 And when he was removed out of the way, all the people went on following Joab to pursue after Saba the son of Bachri. 14 Now he had passed through all the tribes of Israel unto Abela and Beth-Maachah, and all the chosen men were gathered together unto him. 15 And they came, and besieged him in Abela, and in Beth-Maachah, and they cast up works round the city, and the city was besieged, and all the people that were with Joab labored to throw down the walls. 16 And a wise woman cried out from the city, Hear, hear, and say to Joab, Come near hither, and I will speak with thee. Second Book of Samuel, 393, 17 And when he was come near to her, she said to him, Art thou Joab? And he answered, I am. And she spoke thus to him, Hear the words of thy handmaid. He answered, I do hear. 18 And she again said, A saying was used in the old proverb, They that inquire, let them inquire in Abela, and so they made an end. 19 Am not I she that answered truth in Israel, and thou seekest to destroy the city, and to overthrow a mother in Israel? Why wilt thou throw down the inheritance of the Lord? 20 And Joab answering said, God forbid that I should, I do not throw down, nor destroy. 21 The matter is not so, but a man of Mount Ephraim, Saba the son of Bachri by name, hath lifted up his hand against King David. Deliver him only, and we will depart from the city. And the woman said to Joab, Behold, his head shall be thrown to thee from the wall. 22 So she went to all the people, and spoke to them wisely, and they cut off the head of Saba the son of Bachri, and cast it out to Joab. And he sounded the trumpet, and they departed from the city, every one to their home, and Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. 23 So Joab was over all the army of Israel, and Benaias the son of Joiada was over the Sarathites and Philisthites. 24 But Aduram over the tributes, and Josaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. 25 And Sheva was scribe, and Sadok and Abiathar, priests. 26 And Ira the Jairite was the priest of David. Chapter 21 And there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years successively, and David consulted the oracle of the Lord. And the Lord said, It is for Saul, and his bloody house, because he slew the Gabaonites. 2 Then the king, calling for the Gabaonites, said to them, 3 David therefore said to the Gabaonites, What shall I do for you? And what shall be the atonement or you, that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? 4 And the Gabaonites said to him, We have no contest about silver and gold, but against Saul and against his house, neither do we desire that any man be slain of Israel. And the king said to them, What will you then that I should do for you? 5 And they said to the king, The man that crushed us and oppressed us unjustly, we must destroy in such manner that there be not so much as one left of his stock in all the coasts of Israel. 6 Let 7 men of his children be delivered unto us, that we may crucify them to the Lord in Gabaa of Saul, once the chosen of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. 7 And the king spared Mephibosheth the son of Jonathan the son of Saul, because of the oath of the Lord, that had been between David and Jonathan the son of Saul. 8 So the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah the daughter of Aiah, whom she bore to Saul, Armoni, and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal the daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Hadriel the son of Berechiah, that was of Melati. 9 And gave them into the hands of the Gabaonites. And they crucified them on a hill before the Lord, and these 7 died together. 394, Second Book of Samuel. In the first days of the harvest, when the barley began to be reaped, 10 And Rizpah the daughter of Aiah took haircloth, and spread it under her upon the rock from the beginning of the harvest, till water dropped upon them out of heaven, and suffered neither the birds to tear them by day, nor the beasts by night. 11 And it was told David, what Rizpah the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. 12 And David went, and took the bones of Saul, and the bones of Jonathan his son from the men of Habas-Galad, who had stolen them from the street of Bethzan, where the Philistines had hanged them when they had slain Saul and Gelbo. 13 And he brought from thence the bones of Saul, and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered up the bones of them that were crucified. 14 And they buried them with the bones of Saul, and of Jonathan his son in the land of Benjamin, in the side, in the sepulchre of Cis his father, and they did all that the king had commanded, and God showed mercy again to the land after these things. 15 And the Philistines made war again against Israel, and David went down, and his servants with him, and fought against the Philistines. And David growing faint. 16 Jezebel, who was of the race of Arapha, the iron of whose spear weighed 300 ounces, being girded with a new sword, attempted to kill David. 17 And Abishai the son of Sarvia rescued him, and striking the Philistine killed him. Then David's men swore unto him saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to battle, lest thou put out the lamp of Israel. 18 There was also a second battle in Gob, against the Philistines. Then Sobochai of Husati slew Soph of the race of Ephah of the family of the giants. 19 And there was a third battle in Gob against the Philistines, in which Adiodatus the son of the forest and embroiderer of Bethlehem slew Goliath the Gethite. The shaft of his spear was like a weaver's beam. 20 A fourth battle was in Geth, where there was a man of great stature, that had 6 fingers on each hand, and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all, and he was of the race of Ephah. 21 And he reproached Israel, and Jonathan the son of Shimei the brother of David slew him. 22 These 4 were born of Ephah in Geth, and they fell by the hand of David, and of his servants. Chapter 22 And David spoke to the Lord the words of this canticle, in the day that the Lord delivered him out of the hand of all his enemies, and out of the hand of Saul. 2 And he said, The Lord is my rock, and my strength, and my Savior. 3 God is my strong one, in him will I trust, my shield, and the horn of my salvation. He lifteth me up, and is my refuge, my Savior. Thou wilt deliver me from iniquity. 4 I will call on the Lord who is worthy to be praised, and I shall be saved from my enemies. 5 For the pangs of death have surrounded me, the floods of Belial have made me afraid. 6 The cords of hell compassed me, the snares of death prevented me. 7 In my distress I will call upon the Lord, and I will cry to my God, and he will hear my voice out of his temple, and my cry shall come to his. 2nd Book of Samuel, 395, years. 8 The earth shook and trembled, the foundations of the mountains were moved, and shaken, because he was angry with them. 9 A smoke went up from his nostrils, and a devouring fire out of his mouth, coals were kindled by it. 10 He bowed the heavens, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. 11 And he rode upon the cherubims, and flew, and slid upon the wings of the wind. 12 He made darkness a covering round about him, dropping waters out of the clouds of the heavens. 13 By the brightness before him, the coals of fire were kindled. 14 The Lord shall thunder from heaven, and the Most High shall give forth his voice. 15 He shot arrows and scattered them, lightning, and consumed them. 16 And the overflowings of the sea appeared, and the foundations of the world were laid open at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the spirit of his wrath. 17 He sent from on high, and took me, and drew me out of many waters. 18 He delivered me from my most mighty enemy, and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me. 19 He prevented me in the day of my affliction, and the Lord became my stay. 20 And he brought me forth into a large place, he delivered me, because I pleased him. 21 The Lord will reward me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands he will render to me. 22 Because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. 23 For all his judgments are in my sight, and his precepts I have not removed from me. 24 And I shall be perfect with him, and shall keep myself from my iniquity. 25 And the Lord will recompense me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands in the sight of his eyes. 26 With the Holy One thou wilt be holy, and with the valiant perfect. 27 With the elect thou wilt be elect, and with the perverse thou wilt be perverted. 28 And the poor people thou wilt save, and with thy eyes thou shalt humble the haughty. 29 For thou art my lamp, O Lord, and thou, O Lord, wilt enlighten my darkness. 30 For in thee I will run girded, in my God I will leap over the wall. 31 God, his way is immaculate, the word of the Lord is tried by fire, he is the shield of all that trust in him. 32 Who is God but the Lord, and who is strong but our God? 33 God who hath girded me with strength, and made my way perfect. 34 Making my feet like the feet of harts, and setting me upon my high places. 35 He teacheth my hands to war, and maketh my arms like a bow of brass. 36 Thou hast given me the shield of my salvation, and thy mildness hath multiplied me. 37 Thou shalt enlarge my steps under me, and my ankles shall not fail. 38 I will pursue after my enemies, and crush them, and will not return again till I consume them. 39 I will consume them and break them in pieces, so that they shall not rise, they shall fall under my feet. 40 Thou hast girded me with strength to battle, thou hast made them that resisted me to bow under me. 396, 2nd Book of Samuel, 41 My enemies thou hast made to turn their back to me, them that hated me, and I shall destroy them. 42 They shall cry, and there shall be none to save, to the Lord, and he shall not hear them. 43 I shall beat them as small as the dust of the earth, I shall crush them and spread them abroad like the mire of the streets. 44 Thou wilt save me from the contradictions of my people, thou wilt keep me to be the head of the Gentiles, the people which I know not, shall serve me. 45 The sons of the stranger will resist me, at the hearing of the ear they will obey me. 46 The strangers are melted away, and shall be straitened in their distresses. 47 The Lord liveth, and my God is blessed, and the strong God of my salvation shall be exalted. 48 God who giveth me revenge, and bringeth down people under me, 49 Who bringest me forth from my enemies, and liftest me up from them that resist me, from the wicked man thou shalt deliver me. 50 Therefore will I give thanks to thee, O Lord, among the Gentiles, and will sing to thy name. 51 Giving great salvation to his king, and showing mercy to David his anointed, and to his seed forever. Chapter 23. Now these are David's last words. David the son of Isai said, the man to whom it was appointed concerning the Christ of the God of Jacob, the excellent psalmist of Israel said, to the Spirit of the Lord hath spoken by me, and his word by my tongue. 3 The God of Israel said to me, the strong one of Israel spoke, the ruler of men, the just ruler in the fear of God. 4 As the light of the morning, when the sun riseth, shineth in the morning without clouds, and as the grass springeth out of the earth by a rain. 5 Neither is my house so great with God, that he should make with me an eternal covenant, firm in all things and assured. For he is all my salvation, and all my will, neither is there aught thereof that springeth not up. 6 But transgressors shall all of them be plucked up as thorns, which are not taken away with hands. 7 And if a man will touch them, he must be armed with iron and with the staff of a lance, but they shall be set on fire and burnt to nothing. 8 These are the names of the valiant men of David. Jezbaam sitting in the chair was the wisest chief among the three, he was like the most tender little worm of the wood, who killed 800 men at one onset. 9 After him was Eleazar the son of Dodo the Ahite, one of the 3 valiant men that were with David when they defied the Philistines, and they were there gathered together to battle. 10 And when the men of Israel were gone away, he stood and smote the Philistines till his hand was weary, and grew stiff with the sword, and the Lord wrought a great victory that day, and the people that were fled away, returned to take spoils of them that were slain. 11 And after him was Sema the son of Age-of-Arari. And the Philistines were gathered together in a troop, for there was a field full of lentils. And when the people were fled from the face of the Philistines, 12 He stood in the midst of the field, and defended it, and defeated the Philistines. And the Second Book of Samuel, 397, Lord gave a great victory. 13 Moreover also before this the 3 who were princes among the 30, went down and came to David in the harvest time into the cave of Adullam, and the camp of the Philistines was in the valley of the giants. 14 And David was then in a hold, and there was a garrison of the Philistines then in Bethlehem. 15 And David longed, and said, Oh that some man would get me a drink of the water out of the cistern, that is in Bethlehem, by the gate. 16 And the 3 valiant men broke through the camp of the Philistines, and drew water out of the cistern of Bethlehem, that was by the gate, and brought it to David, but he would not drink, but offered it to the Lord. 17 Saying, The Lord be merciful to me, that I may not do this, shall I drink the blood of these men that went, and the peril of their lives? Therefore he would not drink. These things did these 3 mighty men. 18 Abishai also the brother of Joab, the son of Sarvia, was chief among 3, and he lifted up his spear against 300 whom he slew, and he was renowned among the 3. 19 And the noblest of 3, and was their chief, but to the 3 first he attained not. 20 And Benaias the son of Joiada a most valiant man, of great deeds, of Kabseel, he slew the 2 lions of Moab, and he went down, and slew a lion in the midst of a pit, in the time of snow. 21 He also slew an Egyptian, a man worthy to be a sight, having a spear in his hand, but he went down to him with a rod, and forced the spear out of the hand of the Egyptian, and slew him with his own spear. 22 These things did Benaias the son of Joiada. 23 And he was renowned among the 3 valiant men, who were the most honorable among the 30, but he attained not to the first 3, and David made him of his privy council. 24 Asahel the brother of Joab was one of the 30, Elianan the son of Dodo of Bethlehem. 25 Sema of Harati, Elika of Harati. 26 Heels of Thulti, Hira the son of Axes of the Kua. 27 Abiezer of Anatoth, Mobana of Husati. 28 Selman the Ahite, Maharai the Netophathite. 29 Hold the son of Bana, also a Netophathite, Itai the son of Ribai of Gabot of the children of Benjamin. 30 Benaiah the Pharathonite, Hadiah of the Torrent Gaz. 31 Abiobin the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Beromi. 32 Eliabah of Salaboni. The sons of Jason, Jonathan. 33 Sema of Arori, Eliam the son of Sarar the Ararite. 34 Eliphalet the son of Osbai the son of Makati, Iliam the son of Akatophel the Jelonite. 35 Hezrai of Carmel, Pharai of Arbi. 36 Igal the son of Nathan of Soba, Bani of Gadi. 37 Selek of Ammoni, Naharai the Berothite, armor-bearer of Joab the son of Sarvia. 38 Ira the Jethrite, Gareb also a Jethrite. 39 Urias the Hethite, 30 and 7 in all. Chapter 24. And the anger of the Lord was again kindled against Israel, and stirred up David among them, saying, Go, number Israel and Judah. 398, Second Book of Samuel, 2 And the king said to Joab the general of his army, Go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba, and number ye the people that I may know the number of them. 3 And Joab said to the king, The Lord thy God increase thy people, and make them as many more as they are now, and again multiply them 100-fold in the sight of my lord the king. But what meaneth my lord the king by this kind of thing? 4 But the king's words prevailed over the words of Joab, and of the captains of the army, and Joab, and the captains of the soldiers went out from the presence of the king, to number the people of Israel. 5 And when they had passed the Jordan, they came to Aroer to the right side of the city, which is in the vale of Gad. 6 And by Yazer they passed into Gilad, and to the lower land of Hodsi, and they came into the woodlands of Dan. And going about by Sidon. 7 They passed near the walls of Tyre, and all the land of the Hivite, and the Canaanite, and they came to the south of Judah into Beersheba. 8 And having gone through the whole land, after 9 months and 20 days, they came to Jerusalem. 9 And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people to the king, and there were found of Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and of Judah 500,000 fighting men. 10 But David's heart struck him, after the people were numbered, and David said to the Lord, I have sinned very much in what I have done, but I pray thee, O Lord, to take away the iniquity of thy servant, because I have done exceeding foolishly. 11 And David arose in the morning, and the word of the Lord came to Gad the prophet and the seer of David, saying, 12 Go, and say to David, Thus saith the Lord, I give thee thy choice of 3 things, choose one of them which thou wilt, that I may do it to thee. 13 And when Gad was come to David, he told him, saying, Either 7 years of famine shall come to thee in thy land, or thou shalt flee 3 months before thy adversaries, and they shall pursue thee, or for 3 days there shall be a pestilence in thy land. Now therefore deliberate, and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. 14 And David said to Gad, I am in a great strait, but it is better that I should fall into the hands of the Lord than into the hands of men. 15 And the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel, from the morning unto the time appointed, and there died of the people from Dan to Beersheba 70,000 men. 16 And when the angel of the Lord had stretched out his hand over Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord had pity on the affliction, and said to the angel that slew the people, It is enough, now hold thy hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the thrashing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. 17 And David said to the Lord, when he saw the angel striking the people, It is I am he that have sinned, I have done wickedly. These that are the sheep, what have they done? Let thy hand, I beseech thee, be turned against me, and against my father's house. 18 And Gad came to David that day, and said, Go up, and build an altar to the Lord in the thrashing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. 19 And David went up according to the word of Gad which the Lord had commanded him. 20 And Araunah looked, and saw the king and his servants coming towards him. 2nd Book of Samuel, 399, 21 And going out he worshipped the king, bowing with his face to the earth, and said, Wherefore is my lord the king come to his servant? And David said to him, To buy the thrashing floor of thee, and build an altar to the Lord, that the plague, which raggeth among the people, may cease. 22 And Araunah said to David, Let my lord the king take, and offer, as it seemeth good to him. Thou hast here oxen for a holocaust, and the wain, and the yokes of the oxen for wood. 23 All these things Araunah as a king gave to the king, and Araunah said to the king, The Lord thy God receive thy vow. 24 And the king answered him, and said, Nay, but I will buy it of thee, at a price, and I will not offer to the Lord my God holocaust free cost. So David bought the floor, and the oxen, for 50 sickles of silver. 25 And David built there an altar to the Lord, and offered holocausts and peace offerings, and the Lord became merciful to the land, and the plague was stayed from Israel. 3rd Book of Kings, chapter 1. Now King David was old, and advanced in years, and when he was covered with clothes he was not warm. 2 His servants therefore said to him, Let us seek for our lord the king, a young virgin, and let her stand before the king, and cherish him, and sleep in his bosom and warm our lord the king. 3 So they sought a beautiful young woman, in all the coasts of Israel, and they found Abisag, a son of Midas, and brought her to the king. 4 And the damsel was exceedingly beautiful, and she slept with the king, and served him, but the king did not know her. 5 And Adonias, the son of Haggith, exalted himself, saying, I will be king. And he made himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. 6 Neither did his father rebuke him at any time, saying, Why hast thou done this? And he also was very beautiful, the next in birth after Absalom. 7 And he conferred with Joab, the son of Sarvia, and with Abiathar, the priest, who furthered Adonias' side. 8 But Zadok, the priest, and Benaias, the son of Joiada, and Nathan, the prophet, and Semei, and Ray, And the strength of David's army was not with Adonias. 9 And Adonias having slain rams and calves, and all fat cattle, by the stone of Zoheleth, which was near the fountain Rogel, invited all his brethren, the king's sons, and all the men of Judah, the king's servants. 10 But Nathan, the prophet, and Benaiah, and all the valiant men, and Solomon, his brother, he invited not. 11 And Nathan said to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, Hast thou not heard that Adonias, the son of Haggith, reigneth, and our lord David knoweth it not? 12 Now then, come, take my counsel, and save thy life, and the life of thy son Solomon. 13 Go, and get thee unto King David, and say to him, Didst not thou, my lord, O king, swear to me, thy handmaid, saying, Solomon, thy son, shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne? Why then doth Adonias reign? 14 And while thou art yet speaking there with the king, I will come in after thee, and will fill up thy words. 15 So Bathsheba went into the king into the chamber. Now the king was very old, and Abisag, the son of Midas, ministered to him. 16 Bathsheba bowed herself, and worshipped the king. And the king said to her, What is thy will? 17 She answered, and said, My lord, thou didst swear to thy handmaid, by the Lord thy God, saying, Solomon, thy son, shall reign after. Third Book of Kings, 401, Me, and he shall sit on my throne. 18 And behold, now Adonias reigneth, and thou, my lord the king, knowest nothing of it. 19 He hath killed oxen, and all fat cattle, and many rams, and invited all the king's sons, and Abiathar, the priest, and Joab, the general of the army, but Solomon, thy servant, he invited not. 20 And now, my lord, O king, the eyes of all Israel are upon thee, that thou shouldst tell them, who shall sit on thy throne, my lord the king, after thee. 21 Otherwise it shall come to pass, when my lord the king sleepeth with his fathers, that I, and my son, Solomon, shall be accounted offenders. 22 As she was yet speaking with the king, Nathan, the prophet, came. 23 And they told the king, saying, Nathan, the prophet, is here. And when he was come in before the king, and had worshipped, bowing down to the ground. 24 Nathan said, My lord, O king, hast thou said, Let Adonias reign after me, and let him sit upon my throne? 25 Because he is gone down today, and hath killed oxen, and fatlings, and many rams, and invited all the king's sons, and the captains of the army, and Abiathar the priest, and they are eating and drinking before him, and saying, God save King Adonias. 26 But me, thy servant, and Zadok, the priest, and Benaiah, the son of Joiada, and Solomon, thy servant, he hath not invited. 27 Is this word come out from my lord the king, and hast thou not told me, thy servant, who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? 28 And King David answered, and said, Call to me Bathsheba. And when she was come into, the king, and stood before him. 29 The king swore, and said, As the Lord liveth, who hath delivered my soul out of all distress. 30 Even as I swore to thee, by the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, Solomon thy son, shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead, so will I do this day. 31 And Bathsheba, bowing with her face to the earth, worshipped the king, saying, May my lord David live forever. 32 King David also said, Call me Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, and Benaiah, the son of Joiada. And when they were come in before the king. 33 He said to them, Take with you the servants of your lord, and set my son Solomon upon my mule, and bring him to Gihon. 34 And let Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, anoint him their king over Israel, and you shall sound the trumpet, and shall say, God save King Solomon. 35 And you shall come up after him, and he shall come, and shall sit upon my throne, and he shall reign in my stead, and I will appoint him to be ruler over Israel, and over Judah. 36 And Benaiah, the son of Joiada, answered the king, saying, Amen, so say the Lord, the God of my lord the king. 37 As the Lord hath been with my lord the king, so be he with Solomon, and make his throne higher than the throne of my lord King David. 38 So Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, went down, and Benaiah, the son of Joiada, and the Serathi, and Philithi, and they set Solomon upon the mule of King David, and brought him to Gihon. 39 And Zadok, the priest, took a horn of oil out of the tabernacle, and anointed Solomon. 402, Third Book of Kings. And they sounded the trumpet, and all the people said, God save King Solomon. 40 And all the multitude went up after him, and the people played with pipes, and rejoiced with a great joy, and the earth rang with the noise of their cry. 41 And Adonias, and all that were invited by him, heard it, and now the feast was at an end. Joab also, hearing the sound of the trumpet, said, What meaneth this noise of the city in an uproar? 42 While he yet spoke, Jonathan, the son of Abiathar, the priest, came, and Adonias said to him, Come in, because thou art a valiant man, and bringest good news. 43 And Jonathan answered Adonias, Not so, for our lord, King David, hath appointed Solomon king. 44 And hath sent with him Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, and Benaiah, the son of Joiada, and the Serathi, and the Philithi, and they have set him upon the king's mule. 45 And Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, have anointed him king, in Gihon. And they are gone up from thence rejoicing, so that the city rang again. This is the noise that you have heard. 46 Moreover, Solomon sitteth upon the throne of the kingdom. 47 And the king's servants going in, have blessed our lord King David, saying, May God make the name of Solomon greater than thy name, and make his throne greater than thy throne. And the king adored in his bed. 48 And he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who hath given this day one to sit on my throne, my eyes seeing it. 49 Then all the guests of Adonias were afraid, and they all arose, and every man went his way. 50 And Adonias fearing Solomon, arose and went, and took hold of the horn of the altar. 51 And they told Solomon, saying, Behold, Adonias fearing King Solomon, hath taken hold of the horn of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon swear to me this day, that he will not kill his servant with the sword. 52 And Solomon said, If he be a good man, there shall not so much as one hair of his head fall to the ground, but if evil be found in him, he shall die. 53 Then King Solomon sent, and brought him out from the altar, and going in, he worshipped King Solomon, and Solomon said to him, Go to thy house. Chapter 2 And the days of David drew nigh that he should die, and he charged his son Solomon, saying, 2 I am going the way of all flesh, take thou courage and show thyself a man. 3 And keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and observe his ceremonies, and his precepts, and judgments, and testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayst understand all thou dost, and whithersoever thou shalt turn thyself. 4 That the Lord may confirm his words, which he hath spoken of me, saying, If thy children shall take heed to their ways, and shall walk before me in truth, with all their heart, and with all their soul, there shall not be taken away from thee a man on the throne of Israel. 5 Thou knowest also what Joab, the son of Sarvia, hath done to me, what he did to the 2 captains of the army of Israel, to Abner, the son of Ner, and to Amasa, the son of Jeter, whom he slew, and shed the blood of war in peace. And 3rd Book of Kings, 403, put the blood of war on his girdle that was about his loins, and in his shoes that were on his feet. 6 Do, therefore, according to thy wisdom, and let not his hoary head go down to hell in peace. 7 But show kindness to the sons of Berzillai, the Galaadite, and let them eat at thy table, for they met me when I fled from the face of Absalom, thy brother. 8 Thou hast also with thee Semei, the son of Jerah, the son of Gemini, of Bahrein, who cursed me with a grievous curse, when I went to the camp, but because he came down to meet me when I passed over the Jordan, and I swore to him by the Lord, saying, I will not kill thee with the sword. 9 Do not thou hold him guiltless. But thou art a wise man, and knowest what to do with him, and thou shalt bring down his grey hairs with blood to the grave. 10 So David slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David. 11 And the days that David reigned in Israel, were 40 years, in Hebron he reigned 7 years, in Jerusalem 33. 12 And Solomon sat upon the throne of his father David, and his kingdom was strengthened exceedingly. 13 And Adonias, the son of Haggith, came to Bathsheba the mother of Solomon. And she said to him, Is thy coming peaceable? He answered, It is peaceable. 14 And he added, I have a word to speak with thee. She said to him, Speak. And he said, 15 Thou knowest that the kingdom was mine, and all Israel had preferred me to be their king, but the kingdom is transferred, and is become my brother's, for it was appointed him by the Lord. 16 Now therefore, I ask one petition of thee, turn not away my face. And she said to him, Say on. 17 And he said, I pray thee speak to King Solomon to give me Abisag, the son of Midas, to wife. 18 And Bathsheba said, Well, I will speak for thee to the king. 19 Then Bathsheba came to King Solomon, to speak to him for Adonias, and the king arose to meet her, and bowed to her, and sat down upon his throne, and a throne was set for the king's mother, and she sat on his right hand. 20 And she said to him, I desire one small petition of thee, do not put me to confusion. And the king said to her, My mother ask, for I must not turn away thy face. 21 And she said, Let Abisag, the son of Itus, be given to Adonias, thy brother, to wife. 22 And King Solomon answered, and said to his mother, Why dost thou ask Abisag, the son of Itus, for Adonias? Ask for him also the kingdom, for he is my elder brother, and hath Abiathar, the priest, and Joab, the son of Sarvia. 23 Then King Solomon swore by the Lord, saying, So and so may God do to me, and add more, if Adonias hath not spoken this word against his own life. 24 And now, as the Lord liveth, who hath established me, and placed me upon the throne of David, my father, and who hath made me a house, as he promised, Adonias shall be put to death this day. 25 And King Solomon sent by the hand of Baneas, the son of Joiada, who slew him, and he died. 26 And the king said also to Abiathar, the priest, Go to Anatoth, to thy lands, for indeed thou art worthy of death, but I will not at this time put thee to death, because thou didst carry the ark of the Lord God before David, my father, and hast endured trouble and all the troubles my 404. Third Book of Kings, father endured. 27 So Solomon cast out Abiathar from being the priest of the Lord, that the word of the Lord might be fulfilled, which he spoke concerning the house of Heli in Silo. 28 And the news came to Joab, because Joab had turned after Adonias, and had not turned after Solomon, and Joab fled into the tabernacle of the Lord, and took hold on the horn of the altar. 29 And it was told King Solomon, that Joab was fled into the tabernacle of the Lord, and was by the altar, and Solomon sent Baneas, the son of Joiada, saying, Go, kill him. 30 And Baneas came to the tabernacle of the Lord, and said to him, Thus saith the king, Come forth. And he said, I will not come forth, but here I will die. Baneas brought word back to the king, saying, Thus saith Joab, and thus he answered me. 31 And the king said to him, Do as he hath said, and kill him, and bury him, and thou shalt remove the innocent blood which hath been shed by Joab, for me, and from the house of my father. 32 And the Lord shall return his blood upon his own head, because he murdered 2 men, just and better than himself, and slew them with the sword, my father, David, not knowing it, Abner, the son of Ner, general of the army of Israel, and Amasa, the son of Cheter, general of the army of Judah. 33 And their blood shall return upon the head of Joab, and upon the head of his seed forever. But to David and his seed, and his house, and to his throne, be peace forever from the Lord. 34 So Baneas, the son of Joiada, went up, and setting upon him slew him, and he was buried in his house in the desert. 35 And the king appointed Baneas, the son of Joiada, in his room over the army, and Zadok, the priest, he put in the place of Abiathar. 36 The king also sent, and called for Semei, and said to him, Build thee a house in Jerusalem, and dwell there, and go not out from thence anywhere. 37 For on what day soever thou shalt go out, and shalt pass over the brook Cedron, know that thou shalt be put to death, thy blood shall be upon thy own head. 38 And Semei said to the king, The saying is good, as my lord the king hath said, so will thy servant do. And Semei dwelt in Jerusalem many days. 39 And it came to pass after 3 years, that the servants of Semei ran away to Achish, the son of Maachah, the king of Geth, and it was told Semei that his servants were gone to Geth. 40 And Semei rose, and saddled his ass, and went to Achish, to Geth, to seek his servants, and he brought them out of Geth. 41 And it was told Solomon, that Semei had gone from Jerusalem to Geth, and was come back. 42 And sending he called for him, and said to him, Did I not protest to thee by the Lord, and tell thee before, on what day soever thou shalt go out and walk abroad anywhere, know that thou shalt die? And thou answeredst me, The word that I have heard is good. 43 Why then hast thou not kept the oath of the Lord, and the commandment that I laid upon thee? 44 And the king said to Semei, Thou knowest all the evil, of which thy heart is conscious, which thou didst to David, my father. The Lord hath returned thy wickedness upon thy own head. 45 And King Solomon shall be blessed, and the throne of David shall be established before the Lord forever. Third Book of Kings, 405, 46 So the king commanded Baneas, the son of Joiada, and he went out and struck him, and he died. Chapter 3 And the kingdom was established in the hand of Solomon, and he made affinity with Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, for he took his daughter, and brought her into the city of David, until he had made an end of building his own house, and the house of the Lord, and the wall of Jerusalem round about. 2 But yet the people sacrificed in the high places, for there was no temple built to the name of the Lord until that day. 3 And Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the precepts of David, his father, only he sacrificed in the high places, and burned incense. 4 He went therefore to Gabaon, to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 victims for holocausts did Solomon offer upon that altar, in Gabaon. 5 And the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, saying, Ask what thou wilt that I should give thee. 6 And Solomon said, Thou hast showed great mercy to thy servant David, my father, even as he walked before thee in truth, and justice, and an upright heart with thee, and thou hast kept thy great mercy for him, and hast given him a son to sit on his throne, as it is this day. 7 And now, O Lord God, thou hast made thy servant king instead of David, my father, and I am but a child, and know not how to go out and come in. 8 And thy servant is in the midst of the people which thou hast chosen, an immense people, which cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude. 9 Give therefore to thy servant an understanding heart, to judge thy people, and discern between good and evil. For who shall be able to judge this people, thy people, which is so numerous? 10 And the word was pleasing to the Lord, that Solomon had asked such a thing. 11 And the Lord said to Solomon, Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life nor riches, nor the lives of thy enemies, but hast asked for thyself wisdom to discern judgment. 12 Behold, I have done for thee according to thy words, and have given thee a wise and understanding heart, insomuch that there hath been no one like thee before thee, nor shall arise after thee. 13 Yea, and the things also which thou didst not ask, I have given thee, to wit, riches and glory, so that no one hath been like thee among the kings in all days heretofore. 14 And if thou wilt walk in my ways, and keep my precepts and my commandments, as thy father walked, I will lengthen thy days. 15 And Solomon awaked, and perceived that it was a dream, and when he was come to Jerusalem, he stood before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and offered holocausts, and sacrificed victims of peace offerings, and made a great feast for all his servants. 16 Then there came 2 women that were harlots, to the king, and stood before him. 17 And one of them said, I beseech thee, my lord, I and this woman dwelt in one house, and I was delivered of a child with her in the chamber. 18 And the third day after I was delivered, she also was delivered, and we were together, and no other person with us in the house, only we two. 406, Third Book of Kings. 19 And this woman's child died in the night, for in her sleep she overlaid him. 20 And rising in the dead time of the night, she took my child from my side, while I, thy handmaid, was asleep, and laid it in her bosom, and laid her dead child in my bosom. 21 And when I arose in the morning, to give my child suck, behold it was dead, but considering him more diligently, when it was clear day, I found that it was not mine which I bore. 22 And the other woman answered, It is not so as thou sayest, but thy child is dead, and mine is alive. On the contrary, she said, Thou liest, for my child liveth, and thy child is dead. And in this manner they strove before the king. 23 Then said the king, The one saith, My child is alive, and thy child is dead. And the other answereth, Nay, but thy child is dead, and mine liveth. 24 The king therefore said, Bring me a sword. And when they had brought a sword before the king, 25 Divide, said he, the living child in two, and give half to the one and half to the other. 26 But the woman, whose child was alive, said to the king, I beseech thee, my lord, give her the child alive, and do not kill it. But the other said, Let it be neither mine nor thine, but divide it. 27 The king answered, and said, Give the living child to this woman, and let it not be killed, for she is the mother thereof. 28 And all Israel heard the judgment which the king had judged, and they feared the king, seeing that the wisdom of God was in him to do judgment. Chapter 4 And King Solomon reigned over all Israel. 2 And these were the princes which he had: Azarias, the son of Sadok, the priest. 3 Elihoreph, and Ahiah, the sons of Sisa, scribes. Josaphat, the son of Ahilud, recorder. 4 Benaias, the son of Joiada, over the army, and Sadok, and Abiathar, priests. 5 Azarias, the son of Nathan, over them that were about the king. Zabad, the son of Nathan, the priest, the king's friend. 6 And Ahisar, governor of the house, and Adoniram, the son of Abda, over the tribute. 7 And Solomon had 12 governors over all Israel, who provided victuals for the king and for his household, for every one provided necessaries, each man his month in the year. 8 And these are their names: Benner, in Mount Ephraim; 9 Benkar, in Machis, and in Saalbim, and in Bethsames, and in Elon, and in Bethan and Danbanst, in Aruboth, his was Socho, and all the land of Epher. 11 Ben-Abinadab, to whom belonged all Naphathor; he had Taphath, the daughter of Solomon, to wife. 12 Bana, the son of Ahilud, who governed Phenech, and Megiddo, and all Bethzan, which is by Sarthana, beneath Jezreel, from Bethzan unto Abel-Mahulah, over against Jechmon. 13 Ben-Gabr, in Ramoth Galaad, He had the town of Yair, the son of Manasseh, in Galaad. He was chief in all the country of Argob, which is in Bashan, 80 great cities with walls, and brazen bolts. 14 Ahinadab, the son of Oddo, was chief in Monaim. 15 Achimaas, in Naphtali. He also had Basemath, the daughter of Solomon, to wife. Third Book of Kings, 407. 16 Bana, the son of Husi, in Asher, and in Balath. 17 Josaphat, the son of Pharu, in Issachar. 18 Samai, the son of Elah, in Benjamin. 19 Gaber, the son of Uri, in the land of Galaad, in the land of Son, the king of the Amorites, and of Og, the king of Bashan, over all that were in that land. 20 Judah and Israel were innumerable, as the sand of the sea in multitude, eating and drinking, and rejoicing. 21 And Solomon had under him all the kingdoms, from the river to the land of the Philistines, even to the border of Egypt, and they brought him presents, and served him all the days of his life. 22 And the provision of Solomon, for each day, was 30 measures of fine flour, and 80 measures of meal. 23 10 fat oxen, and 20 out of the pastures, and 100 rams, besides venison of harts, roes, and buffles, and fatted fowls. 24 For he had all the country which was beyond the river, from Thaphsah to Gazan, and all the kings of those countries, and he had peace on every side round about. 25 And Judah, and Israel, dwelt without any fear, every one under his vine, and under his fig tree, from Dan to Bersabeh, all the days of Solomon. 26 And Solomon had 40,000 stalls of chariot horses, and 12,000 for the saddle. 27 And the foresaid governors of the king fed them, and they furnished the necessaries also for King Solomon's table, with great care, in their time. 28 They brought barley also, and straw for the horses and beasts, to the place where the king was, according as it was appointed them. 29 And God gave to Solomon wisdom, and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart, as the sand that is on the seashore. 30 And the wisdom of Solomon surpassed the wisdom of all the Orientals, and of the Egyptians. 31 And he was wiser than all men, wiser than Ethan, the Ezrahite, and Haman, and Chalcol, and Dorda, the sons of Mahal, and he was renowned in all nations round about. 32 Solomon also spoke 3,000 parables, and his poems were 1,005. 33 And he treated about trees, from the cedar that is in Libanus, unto the hyssop that cometh out of the wall, and he discoursed of beasts, and of fowls, and of creeping things, and of fishes. 34 And they came from all nations to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and from all the kings of the earth, who heard of his wisdom. Chapter 5 And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants to Solomon, for he heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father, for Hiram had always been David's friend. 2 Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, 3 Thou knowest the will of David, my father, and that he could not build a house to the name of the Lord his God, because of the wars that were round about him, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. 4 But now the Lord my God hath given me rest round about, and there is no adversary nor evil occurrence. 5 Wherefore I purpose to build a temple to the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord spoke to David my father, saying, Thy son, whom I will set upon the throne, in thy place, he shall build. 408. Third Book of Kings, a house to my name. 6 Give orders, therefore, that thy servants cut me down cedar trees, out of Libanus, and let my servants be with thy servants, and I will give thee the hire of thy servants whatsoever thou wilt ask, for thou knowest how there is not among my people a man that has skill to hew wood like to the Sidonians. 7 Now when Hiram had heard the words of Solomon, he rejoiced exceedingly, and said, Blessed be the Lord God this day, who hath given to David a very wise son over this numerous people. 8 And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have heard all thou hast desired of me, and I will do all thy desire concerning cedar trees, and fir trees. 9 My servants shall bring them down from Libanus to the sea, and I will put them together in floats, on the sea, and convey them to the place, which thou shalt signify to me, and will land them there, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt allow me necessaries to furnish food for my household. 10 So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees, and fir trees, according to all his desire. 11 And Solomon allowed Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat, for provision for his house, and 20 measures of the purest oil, thus gave Solomon to Hiram every year. 12 And the Lord gave wisdom to Solomon, as he promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they two made a league together. 13 And King Solomon chose workmen out of all Israel, and the levy was of 30,000 men. 14 And he sent them to Libanus, 10,000 every month, by turns, so that 2 months they were at home, and Adoniram was over this levy. 15 And Solomon had 70,000 to carry burdens, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountain. 16 besides the overseers who were over every work, in number 3,300, that ruled over the people, and them that did the work. 17 And the king commanded that they should bring great stones, costly stones, for the foundation of the temple, and should square them. 18 And the masons of Solomon, and the masons of Hiram, hewed them, and the Gibeons prepared timber and stones to build the house. Chapter 6 And it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of the reign of Solomon over Israel, in the month Zeo, he began to build a house to the Lord. 2 And the house, which King Solomon built to the Lord, was 60 cubits in length, and 20 cubits in breadth, and 30 cubits in height. 3 And there was a porch before the temple, of 20 cubits in length, according to the measure of the breadth of the temple, and it was 10 cubits in breadth, before the face of the temple. 4 And he made in the temple oblique windows. 5 And upon the wall of the temple, he built floors round about, in the walls of the house, round about the temple and the oracle, and he made chambers in the sides round about. 6 The floor that was underneath was 5 cubits in breadth, and the middle floor was 6 cubits in breadth, and the third floor was 7 cubits in breadth. And he put beams in the house round about on the outside, that they might not. 3rd Book of Kings, 409. Be fastened in the walls of the temple. 7 And the house, when it was in building, was built of stones, hewed and made ready, so that there was neither hammer nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house when it was in building. 8 The door, for the middle side, was on the right hand of the house, and by winding stairs they went up to the middle room, and from the middle to the third. 9 So he built the house, and finished it, and he covered the house with roofs of cedar. 10 And he built a floor over all the house, 5 cubits in height, and he covered the house with timber of cedar. 11 And the word of the Lord came to Solomon. 12 As for this house, which thou art building, if thou wilt walk in my statutes, and execute my judgments, and keep all my commandments, walking in them, I will fulfill my word to thee, which I spoke to David thy father. 13 And I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, and I will not forsake my people Israel. 14 So Solomon built the house, and finished it. 15 And he built the walls of the house on the inside, with boards of cedar, from the floor of the house to the top of the walls, and to the roofs. He covered it with boards of cedar on the inside, and he covered the floor of the house with planks of fir. 16 And he built up 20 cubits with boards of cedar at the hinder part of the temple, from the floor to the top, and made the inner house of the oracle to be the Holy of Holies. 17 And the temple itself, before the doors of the oracle, was 40 cubits long. 18 And all the house was covered within with cedar, having the turnings, and the joints thereof artfully wrought, and carvings projecting out. All was covered with boards of cedar, and no stone could be seen in the wall at all. 19 And he made the oracle in the midst of the house, in the inner part, to set there the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 20 Now the oracle was 20 cubits in length, and 20 cubits in breadth, and 20 cubits in height. And he covered it, and overlaid it with most pure gold. And the altar also he covered with cedar. 21 And the house before the oracle he overlaid with most pure gold, and fastened on the plates with nails of gold. 22 And there was nothing in the temple that was not covered with gold, the whole altar of the oracle he covered also with gold. 23 And he made in the oracle 2 cherubims of olive tree, of 10 cubits in height. 24 One wing of the cherub was 5 cubits, and the other wing of the cherub was 5 cubits, that is, in all 10 cubits, from the extremity of one wing to the extremity of the other wing. 25 The second cherub also was 10 cubits, and the measure, and the work was the same in both the cherubims. 26 That is to say, one cherub was 10 cubits high, and in like manner the other cherub. 27 And he set the cherubims in the midst of the inner temple, and the cherubims stretched forth their wings, and the wing of the one touched one wall, and the wing of the other cherub touched the other wall, and the other wings in the midst of the temple touched one another. 28 And he overlaid the cherubims with gold. 29 And all the walls of the temple round about he carved with divers figures and carvings, and he made in them cherubims and palm trees, and divers representations, as it were standing out, and coming forth from the wall. 410, 3rd Book of Kings, 30 And the floor of the house he also overlaid with gold within and without. 31 And in the entrance of the oracle, he made little doors of olive tree, and posts of 5 corners. 32 And 2 doors of olive tree, and he carved upon them figures of cherubims, and figures of palm trees, and carvings very much projecting, and he overlaid them with gold. And he covered both the cherubims and the palm trees, and the other things, with gold. 33 And he made in the entrance of the temple posts of olive tree 4 square. 34 And 2 doors of fir tree, one of each side, and each door was double, and so opened with folding leaves. 35 And he carved cherubims, and palm trees, and carved work standing very much out, and he overlaid all with golden plates in square work by rule. 36 And he built the inner court with 3 rows of polished stones, and 1 row of beams of cedar. 37 In the 4th year was the house of the Lord founded, in the month Zio. 38 And in the 11th year, in the month Bul, the house was finished in all the works thereof, and in all the appurtenances thereof, and he was 7 years in building it. Chapter 7 And Solomon built his own house in 13 years, and brought it to perfection. 2 He built also the house of the forest of Libanus. The length of it was 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 cubits, and the height 30 cubits, and 4 galleries between pillars of cedar, for he had cut cedar trees into pillars. 3 And he covered the whole vault with boards of cedar, and it was held up with 45 pillars. And 1 row had 15 pillars, 4 set one against another. 5 And looking one upon another, with equal space between the pillars, and over the pillars were square beams in all things equal. 6 And he made a porch of pillars of 50 cubits in length, and 30 cubits in breadth, and another porch before the greater porch, and pillars, and chapiters upon the pillars. 7 He made also the porch of the throne wherein is the seat of judgment, and covered it with cedar wood from the floor to the top. 8 And in the midst of the porch, was a small house, where he sat in judgment of the like work. He made also a house for the daughter of Pharaoh, of the same work, as this porch. 9 All of costly stones, which were sawed by a certain rule and measure, both within and without, from the foundation to the top of the walls, and without, unto the great court. 10 And the foundations were of costly stones, great stones of 10 cubits or 8 cubits. 11 And above there were costly stones of equal measure hewed, and in like manner planks of cedar. 12 And the great court was made round with 3 rows of hewed stones, and 1 row of planks of cedar, which also was observed in the inner court of the house of the Lord, and in the porch of the house. 13 And King Solomon sent, and brought Hiram from Tyre. 14 The son of a widow woman, of the tribe of Naphtali, whose father was a Tyrian, an artificer in brass, and full of wisdom, and understanding, and skill to work all work in brass. And when he was come to King Solomon, he wrought. 3rd Book of Kings, 411, all his work. 15 And he cast 2 pillars in brass, each pillar was 18 cubits high, and a line of 12 cubits compassed both the pillars. 16 He made also 2 chapiters of molten brass, to be set upon the tops of the pillars. The height of one chapiter was 5 cubits, and the height of the other chapiter was 5 cubits. 17 And a kind of network, and chain work wreathed together with wonderful art. Both the chapiters of the pillars were cast, 7 rows of nets were on one chapiter, and 7 nets on the other chapiter. 18 And he made the pillars, and 2 rows round about each network to cover the chapiters, that were upon the top, with pomegranates, and in like manner did he to the other chapiter. 19 And the chapiters that were upon the top of the pillars, were of lily work, in the porch of 4 cubits. 20 And again there were other chapiters on the top of the pillars above, according to the measure of the pillar over against the network, and of pomegranates there were 200, in rows round about the other chapiter. 21 And he set up the 2 pillars in the porch of the temple, and when he had set up the pillar on the right hand, he called the name thereof Jachin. In like manner he set up the 2nd pillar, and called the name thereof Buz. 22 And upon the tops of the pillars he made lily work, so the work of the pillars was finished. 23 He made also a molten sea, of 10 cubits, from brim to brim, round all about, the height of it was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. 24 And a graven work, under the brim of it, compassed it for 10 cubits going about the sea. There were 2 rows cast of chamfered sculptures. 25 And it stood upon 12 oxen, of which 3 looked towards the north, and 3 towards the west, and 3 towards the south, and 3 towards the east, and the sea was above upon them, and their hinder parts were all hid within. 26 And the laver was a handbreadth thick, and the brim thereof was like the brim of a cup, or the leaf of a crisped lily. It contained 2,000 baits. 27 And he made 10 bases of brass, every base was 4 cubits in length, and 4 cubits in breadth, and 3 cubits high. 28 And the work itself of the bases, was intergraven, and there were gravings between the joinings. 29 And between the little crowns and the ledges, were lions, and oxen, and cherubims, and in the joinings likewise above, and under the lions and oxen, as it were bands of brass hanging down. 30 And every base had 4 wheels, and axletrees of brass, and at the 4 sides were undersetters, under the laver molten, looking one against another. 31 The mouth also of the laver within, was in the top of the chapiter, and that which appeared without, was of 1 cubit all round, and together it was 1 cubit and a half, and in the corners of the pillars were divers engravings, and the spaces between the pillars were square, not round. 32 And the 4 wheels, which were at the 4 corners of the base, were joined one to another under the base. The height of the wheel was 1 cubit and a half. 33 And there were such wheels as are used to be made in a chariot, and their axletrees, and spokes, and strakes, and naves, were all cast. 34 And the 4 undersetters, that were at every corner of each base, were of the base itself, cast and joined together. 412. Third Book of Kings, 35 And on the top of the base, there was a round compass of half a cubit, so wrought that the laver might be set thereon, having its gravings, and divers sculptures of itself. 36 He engraved also in those plates, which were of brass, and in the corners, cherubims, and lions, and palm trees, in likeness of a man standing, so that they seemed not to be engraven, but added round about. 37 After this manner, he made 10 bases, of one casting and measure, and the like graving. 38 He made also 10 lavers of brass, one laver contained 4 baits, and was of 4 cubits, and upon every base, in all 10, he put as many lavers. 39 And he set the 10 bases, 5 on the right side of the temple, and 5 on the left, and the sea he put on the right side of the temple, over against the east southward. 40 And Hiram made cauldrons, and shovels, and basins, and finished all the work of King Solomon in the temple of the Lord. 41 The 2 pillars and the 2 cords of the chapiters, upon the chapiters of the pillars, and the 2 networks, to cover the 2 cords, that were upon the top of the pillars. 42 And 400 pomegranates for the 2 networks, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, to cover the cords of the chapiters, which were upon the tops of the pillars. 43 And the 10 bases, and the 10 lavers on the bases. 44 And 1 sea, and 12 oxen under the sea. 45 And the cauldrons, and the shovels, and the basins. All the vessels that Hiram made for King Solomon, for the house of the Lord, were of fine brass. 46 In the plains of the Jordan, did the king cast them in a clay ground, between Sokoth and Sartham. 47 And Solomon placed all the vessels, but for its exceeding great multitude the brass could not be weighed. 48 And Solomon made all the vessels for the house of the Lord, the altar of gold, and the table of gold, upon which the loaves of proposition should be set. 49 And the golden candlesticks, 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left, over against the oracle, of pure gold, and the flowers like lilies, and the lamps over them of gold, and golden snuffers. 50 And pots, and flesh hooks, and bowls, and mortars, and censers, of most pure gold, and the hinges for the doors of the inner house of the Holy of Holies, and for the doors of the house of the temple, were of gold. 51 And Solomon finished all the work that he made in the house of the Lord, and brought in the things that David, his father, had dedicated, the silver and the gold, and the vessels, and laid them up in the treasures of the house of the Lord. Chapter 8 Then all the ancients of Israel, with the princes of the tribes, and the heads of the families of the children of Israel, were assembled to King Solomon, in Jerusalem, that they might carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, out of the city of David, that is, out of Sion. 2 And all Israel assembled themselves to King Solomon, on the festival day, in the month of Ethanim, the same as the 7th month. 3 And all the ancients of Israel came, and the priests took up the ark. 4 And carried the ark of the Lord, and the tabernacle of the covenant, and all the vessels of. Third Book of Kings, 413. The sanctuary, that were in the tabernacle, and the priests and the Levites carried them. 5 And King Solomon, and all the multitude of Israel, that were assembled unto him, went with him before the ark, and they sacrificed sheep and oxen, that could not be counted or numbered. 6 And Tbe priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Lord into its place, into the oracle of the temple, into the Holy of Holies, under the wings of the cherubims. 7 For the cherubim spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and covered the ark, and the staves thereof above. 8 And whereas the staves stood out, the ends of them were seen without, in the sanctuary before the oracle, but were not seen farther out, and there they have been unto this day. 9 Now in the ark there was nothing else but the 2 tables of stone, which Moses put there at Horeb, when the Lord made a covenant with the children of Israel, when they came out of the land of Egypt. 10 And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the sanctuary, that a cloud filled the house of the Lord. 11 And the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. 12 Then Solomon said, The Lord said that he would dwell in a cloud. 13 Building, I have built a house for thy dwelling, to be thy most firm throne forever. 14 And the king turned his face, and blessed all the assembly of Israel, for all the assembly of Israel stood. 15 And Solomon said, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel, who spoke with his mouth to David, my father, and with his own hands hath accomplished it, saying, 16 Since the day that I brought my people, Israel, out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel, for a house to be built, that my name might be there, but I chose David to be over my people Israel. 17 And David, my father, would have built a house to the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. 18 And the Lord said to David, my father, whereas thou hast thought in thy heart to build a house to my name, thou hast done well in having this same thing in thy mind. 19 Nevertheless, thou shalt not build me a house, but thy son, that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build a house to my name. 20 The Lord hath performed his word which he spoke. And I stand in the room of David, my father, and sit upon the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built a house to the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. 21 And I have set there a place for the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Lord, which he made with our fathers, when they came out of the land of Egypt. 22 And Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord, in the sight of the assembly of Israel, and spread forth his hands towards heaven. 23 And said, Lord God of Israel, there is no God like thee, in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants, that have walked before thee with all their heart. 24 Who hast kept with thy servant David, my father, what thou hast promised him, with thy mouth thou didst speak, and with thy hands thou hast performed, as this day proveth. 25 Now, therefore, O Lord God of Israel, keep with thy servant David, my father, what thou hast spoken to him, saying, there shall not be taken away of thee a man in my sight, to sit on the throne of Israel, yet so that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me as. 414. Third Book of Kings. Thou hast walked in my sight. 26 And now, Lord God of Israel, let thy words be established, which thou hast spoken to thy servant David, my father. 27 Is it then to be thought that God should indeed dwell upon earth? For if heaven, and the heavens of heavens, cannot contain thee, how much less this house which I have built? 28 But have regard to the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplications, O Lord, my God, hear the hymn and the prayer, which thy servant prayeth before thee this day. 29 That thy eyes may be open upon this house, night and day, upon the house of which thou hast said, my name shall be there, that thou mayst hearken to the prayer which thy servant prayeth, in this place to thee. 30 That thou mayst hearken to the supplication of thy servant, and of thy people Israel, whatsoever they shall pray for in this place, and hear them in the place of thy dwelling in heaven, and when thou hearest, show them mercy. 31 If any man trespass against his neighbor, and have an oath upon him, wherewith he is bound, and come, because of the oath, before thy altar, to thy house. 32 Then hear thou in heaven, and do and judge thy servants, condemning the wicked, and bringing his way upon his own head, and justifying the just, and rewarding him according to his justice. 33 If thy people Israel shall fly before their enemies, and doing penance, and confessing to thy name, shall come and pray, and make supplications to thee in this house. 34 Then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them back to the land which thou gavest to their fathers. 35 If heaven shall be shut up, and there shall be no rain, because of their sins, and they, praying in this place, shall do penance to thy name, and shall be converted from their sins, by occasion of their afflictions. 36 Then hear thou them in heaven, and forgive the sins of thy servants, and of thy people Israel, and show them the good way wherein they should walk, and give rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people in possession. 37 If a famine arise in the land, or a pestilence, or corrupt air, or blasting, or locust, or mildew, if their enemy afflict them, besieging the gates, whatsoever plague, whatsoever infirmity. 38 Whatsoever curse or imprecation shall happen to any man of thy people Israel, when a man shall know the wound of his own heart, and shall spread forth his hands in this house. 39 Then hear thou in heaven, in the place of thy dwelling, and forgive, and do so as to give to every one according to his ways, as thou shalt see his heart. 40 That they may fear thee all the days that they live upon the face of the land, which thou hast given to our fathers. 41 Moreover also the stranger, who is not of thy people Israel, when he shall come out of a far country for thy name's sake, for they shall hear everywhere of thy great name, and thy mighty hand. 42 And thy stretched out arm, so when he shall come, and shall pray in this place. 43 Then hear thou in heaven, in the firmament of thy dwelling place, and do all those things, for which that stranger shall call upon thee, that all the people of the earth may learn to fear thy name, as do thy people Israel, and may prove that thy name is called upon on this house, which I have built. 44 If thy people go out to war against their enemy. Third Book of Kings. 415. Amis, by what way soever thou shalt send them, they shall pray to thee towards the way of the city, which thou hast chosen, and towards the house, which I have built to thy name. 45 And then hear thou in heaven their prayers, and their supplications, and do judgment for them. 46 But if they sin against thee, and thou being angry, deliver them up to their enemies, so that they be led away captives into the land of their enemies, far or near. 47 Then if they do penance in their heart, in the place of captivity, and being converted, make supplication to thee in their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done unjustly, we have committed wickedness. 48 And return to thee with all their heart, and all their soul, in the land of their enemies, to which they have been led captives, and pray to thee towards the way of their land, which thou gavest to their fathers, and of the city which thou hast chosen, and of the temple which I have built to thy name. 49 Then hear thou in heaven, in the firmament of thy throne, their prayers, and their supplications, and do judgment for them. 50 And forgive thy people, that have sinned against thee, and all their iniquities, by which they have transgressed against thee, and give them mercy before them that have made them captives, that they may have compassion on them. 51 For they are thy people, and thy inheritance, whom thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron. 52 That thy eyes may be open to the supplication of thy servant, and of thy people Israel, to hear them in all things for which they shall call upon thee. 53 For thou hast separated them to thyself for an inheritance, from amongst all the people of the earth, as thou hast spoken by Moses, thy servant, when thou broughtest our fathers out of Egypt, O Lord God. 54 And it came to pass, when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication to the Lord, that he rose from before the altar of the Lord, for he had fixed both knees on the ground, and had spread his hands towards heaven. 55 And he stood, and blessed all the assembly of Israel with a loud voice, saying, 56 Blessed be the Lord, who hath given rest to his people Israel, according to all that he promised. There hath not failed so much as one word of all the good things that he promised by his servant Moses. 57 The Lord our God be with us, as he was with our fathers, and not leave us, nor cast us off. 58 But may he incline our hearts to himself, that we may walk in all his ways, and keep his commandments, and his ceremonies, and all his judgments, which he commanded our fathers. 59 And let these my words, wherewith I have prayed before the Lord, be nigh unto the Lord our God day and night, that he may do judgment for his servant, and for his people Israel, day by day. 60 That all the people of the earth may know, that the Lord he is God, and there is no other besides him. 61 Let our hearts also be perfect with the Lord our God, that we may walk in his statutes, and keep his commandments, as at this day. 62 And the king, and all Israel with him, offered victims before the Lord. 63 And Solomon slew victims of peace offerings, which he sacrificed to the Lord, 2. 416, Third Book of Kings, and 20,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep. So the king, and all the children of Israel, dedicated the temple of the Lord. 64 In that day the king sanctified the middle of the court, that was before the house of the Lord, for there he offered the holocaust, and sacrifice, and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar that was before the Lord, was too little to receive the holocaust, and sacrifice, and the fat of the peace offerings. 65 And Solomon made at the same time a solemn feast, and all Israel with him, a great multitude, from the entrance of Emath to the river of Egypt, before the Lord our God, 7 days and 7 days, that is, 14 days. 66 And on the 8th day, he sent away the people, and they blessed the king, and went to their dwellings, rejoicing, and glad in heart, for all the good things that the Lord had done for David, his servant, and for Israel, his people. Chapter 9 And it came to pass when Solomon had finished the building of the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all that he desired and was pleased to do. 2 That the Lord appeared to him the second time, as he had appeared to him in Gabaon. 3 And the Lord said to him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication, which thou hast made before me. I have sanctified this house, which thou hast built, to put my name there forever, and my eyes, and my heart, shall be there always. 4 And if thou wilt walk before me, as thy father walked, in simplicity of heart, and in uprightness, and wilt do all that I have commanded thee, and wilt keep my ordinances, and my judgments. 5 I will establish the throne of thy kingdom over Israel forever, as I promised David, thy father, saying, There shall not fail a man of thy race upon the throne of Israel. 6 But if you and your children, revolting, shall turn away from following me, and will not keep my commandments, and my ceremonies, which I have set before you, but will go and worship strange gods, and adore them. 7 I will take away Israel from the face of the land which I have given them, and the temple which I have sanctified to my name, I will cast out of my sight, and Israel shall be a proverb, and a byword among all people. 8 And this house shall be made an example of, every one that shall pass by it, shall be astonished, and shall hiss, and say, Why hath the Lord done thus to this land, and to this house? 9 And they shall answer, Because they forsook the Lord their God, who brought their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and followed strange gods, and adored them, and worshipped them, therefore hath the Lord brought upon them all this evil. 10 And when 20 years were ended, after Solomon had built the 2 houses, that is, the house of the Lord, and the house of the king, 11 Then Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. 12 And Hiram came out of Tyre, to see the towns which Solomon had given him, and they pleased him not. 13 And he said, Are these the cities which thou hast given me, brother? And he called them the land of trouble, unto this day. 14 And Hiram sent to King Solomon 100. Third Book of Kings, 417. And 20 talents of gold. 15 This is the sum of the expenses, which King Solomon offered to build the house of the Lord, and his own house, and Millo, and the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazor, and Megiddo, and Gezer. 16 Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, came up and took Gezer, and burned it with fire, and slew the Canaanite that dwelt in the city, and gave it for a dowry to his daughter, Solomon's wife. 17 So Solomon built Gezer, and Beth-horon the nether. 18 And Baalath, and Palmyra, in the land of the wilderness. 19 And all the towns that belonged to himself, and were not walled, he fortified, the cities also of the chariots, and the cities of the horsemen, and whatsoever he had a mind to build in Jerusalem, and in Libanus, and in all the land of his dominion. 20 All the people that were left of the Amorites, and Hathites, and Pharishites, and Hivites, and Jebusites, that are not of the children of Israel. 21 Their children, that were left in the land, to wit, such as the children of Israel had not been able to destroy, Solomon made tributary unto this day. 22 But of the children of Israel, Solomon made not any to be bondmen, but they were warriors, and his servants, and his princes, and captains, and overseers of the chariots and horses. 23 And there were 550 chief officers set over all the works of Solomon, and they had people under them, and had charge over the appointed works. 24 And the daughter of Pharaoh came up out of the city of David to her house, which Solomon had built for her. Then did he build Millo. 25 Solomon also offered 3 times every year holocausts, and victims of peace offerings, upon the altar which he had built to the Lord, and he burned incense before the Lord, and the temple was finished. 26 And King Solomon made a fleet in Azion-Geber, which is by Elath, on the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. 27 And Hiram sent his servants in the fleet, sailors that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. 28 And they came to Ophir, and they brought from thence to King Solomon 420 talents of gold. Chapter 10. And the queen of Saba, having heard of the fame of Solomon in the name of the Lord, came to try him with hard questions. 2 And entering into Jerusalem with a great train, and riches, and camels that carried spices, and an immense quantity of gold, and precious stones, she came to King Solomon, and spoke to him all that she had in her heart. 3 And Solomon informed her of all the things she proposed to him, there was not any word the king was ignorant of, and which he could not answer her. 4 And when the queen of Saba saw all the wisdom of Solomon, and the house which he had built. 5 And the meat of his table, and the apartments of his servants, and the order of his ministers, and their apparel, and the cupbearers, and the holocausts, which he offered in the house of the Lord, she had no longer any spirit in her. 6 And she said to the king, The report is true, which I heard in my own country. 7 Concerning thy words, and concerning thy wisdom. And I did not believe them that told. 418. Third Book of Kings. Me, till I came myself, and saw with my own eyes, and have found that the half hath not been told me. Thy wisdom and thy works exceed the fame which I heard. 8 Blessed are thy men, and blessed are thy servants, who stand before thee always, and hear thy wisdom. 9 Blessed be the Lord thy God, whom thou hast pleased, and who hath set thee upon the throne of Israel, because the Lord hath loved Israel forever, and hath appointed thee king, to do judgment and justice. 10 And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and of spices a very great store, and precious stones. There was brought no more such abundance of spices as these which the queen of Saba gave to King Solomon. 11. 13 And King Solomon gave the queen of Saba all that she desired, and asked of him, besides what he offered her of himself of his royal bounty. And she returned, and went to her own country, with her servants. 14 And the weight of the gold that was brought to Solomon every year, was 666 talents of gold. 15 Besides that which the men brought him that were over the tributes, and the merchants, and they that sold by retail, and all the kings of Arabia, and the governors of the country. 16 And Solomon made 200 shields of the purest gold, he allowed 600 sickles of gold for the plates of one shield. 17 And 300 targets of fine gold, 300 pounds of gold covered one target, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Libanus. 18 King Solomon also made a great throne of ivory, and overlaid it with the finest gold. 19 It had 6 steps, and the top of the throne was round behind, and there were 2 hands on either side holding the seat, And 2 lions stood, one at each hand. 20 and 12 little lions stood upon the 6 steps, on the one side and on the other. There was no such work made in any kingdom. 21 Moreover, all the vessels out of which King Solomon drank, were of gold, and all the furniture of the house of the forest of Libanus was of most pure gold. There was no silver, nor was any account made of it in the days of Solomon. 22 For the king's navy, once in 3 years, went with the navy of Hiram by sea to Tharsis, and brought from thence gold, and silver, and elephants' teeth, and apes, and peacocks. 23 And King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom. 24 And all the earth desired to see Solomon's face, to hear his wisdom, which God had given in his heart. 25 And everyone brought him presents, vessels of silver and of gold, garments, and armor, and spices, and horses, and mules, every year. 26 And Solomon gathered together chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, and he bestowed them in fenced cities, and with the king in Jerusalem. 27 And he made silver to be as plentiful in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars to be as common as sycamores which grow in the plains. 28 And horses were brought for Solomon out of Egypt, and koa, for the king's merchants. Third Book of Kings, 419, bought them out of Koa, and brought them at a set price. 29 And a chariot of 4 horses came out of Egypt, for 600 sickles of silver, and a horse for 150. And after this manner did all the kings of the Hethites, and of Syria, sell horses. Chapter 11 And King Solomon loved many strange women, besides the daughter of Pharaoh, and women of Moab, and of Ammon, and of Edom, and of Sidon, and of the Hethites. 2 of the nations concerning which the Lord said to the children of Israel, You shall not go in unto them, neither shall any of them come into yours, for they will most certainly turn away your hearts to follow their gods. And to these was Solomon joined with a most ardent love. 3 And he had 700 wives as queens, and 300 concubines, and the women turned away his heart. 4 And when he was now old, his heart was turned away by women to follow strange gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David, his father. 5 But Solomon worshipped Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Moloch, the idol of the Ammonites. 6 And Solomon did that which was not pleasing before the Lord, and did not fully follow the Lord, as David, his father. 7 Then Solomon built a temple for Tammuz, the idol of Moab, on the hill that is over against Jerusalem, and for Moloch, the idol of the children of Ammon. 8 And he did in this manner for all his wives that were strangers, who burned incense, and offered sacrifice to their gods. 9 And the Lord was angry with Solomon, because his mind was turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice. 10 And had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not follow strange gods, but he kept not the things which the Lord commanded him. 11 The Lord therefore said to Solomon, Because thou hast done this, and hast not kept my covenant, and my precepts, which I have commanded thee, I will divide and rend thy kingdom, and will give it to thy servant. 12 Nevertheless, in thy days I will not do it, for David thy father's sake, but I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. 13 Neither will I take away the whole kingdom, but I will give one tribe to thy son, for the sake of David, my servant, and Jerusalem, which I have chosen. 14 And the Lord raised up an adversary to Solomon, Hadad, the Edomite, of the king's seed, in Edom. 15 For when David was in Edom, and Joab, the general of the army, was gone up to bury them that were slain, and had killed every male in Edom. 16:17 Then Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants, with him, to go into Egypt, and Hadad was then a little boy. 18 And they arose out of Madian, and came into Pharaoh, and they took men with them from Pharaoh, and went into Egypt, to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, who gave him a house, and appointed him victuals, and assigned him land. 19 And Hadad found great favor before Pharaoh, insomuch that he gave him to wife the 420, Third Book of Kings, own sister of his wife, Taphnes, the queen. 20 And the sister of Taphnes bore him his son, Genubath, and Taphnes brought him up in the house of Pharaoh, and Genubath dwelt with Pharaoh among his children. 21 And when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his fathers, and that Joab, the general of the army, was dead, he said to Pharaoh, Let me depart, that I may go to my own country. 22 And Pharaoh said to him, Why, what is wanting to thee with me, that thou seekest to go to thy own country? But he answered, Nothing, yet I beseech thee to let me go. 23 God also raised up against him an adversary, Rezin, the son of Eliada, who had fled from his master, Adrezer, the king of Soba. 24 And he gathered men against him, and he became a captain of robbers, when David slew them of Soba, and they went to Damascus, and dwelt there, and they made him king in Damascus. 25 And he was an adversary to Israel all the days of Solomon, and this is the evil of Hadad, and his hatred against Israel, and he reigned in Syria. 26 Jeroboam also, the son of Nebat, an Ephrathite, of Sereda, a servant of Solomon, whose mother was named Sarah, a widow woman, lifted up his hand against the king. 27 And this is the cause of his rebellion against him, for Solomon built Millo, and filled up the breach of the city of David, his father. 28 And Jeroboam was a valiant and mighty man, and Solomon, seeing him a young man ingenious and industrious, made him chief over the tributes of all the house of Joseph. 29 So it came to pass at that time, that Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, and the prophet Ahijah, the Silonite, clad with a new garment, found him in the way, and they two were alone, in the field. 30 And Ahijah, taking his new garment, wherewith he was clad, divided it into 12 parts. 31 And he said to Jeroboam, Take to thee 10 pieces, for thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give thee 10 tribes. 32 But one tribe shall remain to him for the sake of my servant, David, and Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. 33 Because he hath forsaken me, and hath adored Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Chamos, the god of Moab, and Moloch, the god of the children of Ammon, and hath not walked in my ways, to do justice before me, and to keep my precepts, and judgments, as did David, his father. 34 Yet I will not take away all the kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince all the days of his life, for David my servant's sake, whom I chose, who kept my commandments, and my precepts. 35 But I will take away the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give thee 10 tribes. 36 And to his son I will give 1 tribe, that there may remain a lamp for my servant, David, before me always in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen, that my name might be there. 37 And I will take thee, and thou shalt reign over all that thy soul desireth, and thou shalt be king over Israel. 38 If then thou wilt hearken to all that I shall command thee, and wilt walk in my ways, and do what is right before me, keeping my commandments and my precepts, as David, my servant, did, I will be with thee, and will build thee up a faithful house, as I built a house for David. And I will deliver Israel to thee. 39 And I will for this afflict the seed of David. Third Book of Kings, 421. But yet not forever. 40 Solomon, therefore, sought to kill Jeroboam, but he arose, and fled into Egypt, to Sheshak, the king of Egypt, and was in Egypt till the death of Solomon. 41 And the rest of the words of Solomon, and all that he did in his wisdom, behold, they are all written in the book of the words of the days of Solomon. 42 And the days that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem, over all Israel, were 40 years. 43 And Solomon slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David, his father, and Rehoboam, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 12 And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for thither were all Israel come together to make him king. 2 But Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who was yet in Egypt, a fugitive from the face of King Solomon, hearing of his death, returned out of Egypt. 3 And they sent and called him, and Jeroboam came, and all the multitude of Israel, and they spoke to Rehoboam, saying, For thy father laid a grievous yoke upon us, now, therefore, do thou take off a little of the grievous service of thy father, and of his most heavy yoke, which he put upon us, and we will serve thee. 5 And he said to them, Go till the 3rd day, and come to me again. And when the people was gone. 6 King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men, that stood before Solomon, his father, while he yet lived, and he said, What counsel do you give me, that I may answer this people? 7 They said to him, If thou wilt yield to this people today, and condescend to them, and grant their petition, and wilt speak gentle words to them, they will be thy servants always. 8 But he left the counsel of the old men, which they had given him, and consulted with the young men that had been brought up with him, and stood before him. 9 And he said to them, What counsel do you give me, that I may answer this people, who have said to me, Make the yoke, which thy father put upon us, lighter? 10 And the young men that had been brought up with him, said, Thus shalt thou speak to this people, who have spoken to thee, saying, Thy father made our yoke heavy, do thou ease us. Thou shalt say to them, My little finger is thicker than the back of my father. 11 And now my father put a heavy yoke upon you, but I will add to your yoke. My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with scorpions. 12 So Jeroboam, and all the people, came to Rehoboam the 3rd day, as the king had appointed, saying, Come to me again the 3rd day. 13 And the king answered the people roughly, leaving the counsel of the old men, which they had given him. 14 And he spoke to them according to the counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add to your yoke. My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with scorpions. 15 And the king condescended not to the people, for the Lord was turned away from him, to make good his word, which he had spoken in the hand of Ahijah, the Silonite, to Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. 16 Then the people, seeing that the king would not hearken to them, answered him, saying, What portion have we in David? Or what? 422, Third Book of Kings, Inheritance in the son of Isai? Go home to thy dwellings, O Israel. Now, David, look to thy own house. So Israel departed to their dwellings. 17 But as for all the children of Israel that dwelt in the cities of Judah, Rehoboam reigned over them. 18 Then King Rehoboam sent Joram, who was over the tribute, and all Israel stoned him, and he died. Wherefore King Rehoboam made haste to get him up into his chariot, and he fled to Jerusalem. 19 And Israel revolted from the house of David, unto this day. 20 And it came to pass when all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, that they gathered an assembly, and sent and called him, and made him king over all Israel, and there was none that followed the house of David but the tribe of Judah only. 21 And Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, and gathered together all the house of Judah, and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen men for war, to fight against the house of Israel, and to bring the kingdom again under Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. 22 But the word of the Lord came to Semaiah, the man of God, saying, 23 Speak to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, the king of Judah, and to all the house of Judah, and Benjamin, and the rest of the people, saying, 24 Thus saith the Lord, You shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Let every man return to his house, for this thing is from me. They hearkened to the word of the Lord, and returned from their journey, as the Lord had commanded them. 25 And Jeroboam built Sichem in Mount Ephraim, and dwelt there, and going out from thence, he built Phanuel. 26 And Jeroboam said in his heart, Now shall the kingdom return to the house of David. 27 If this people go up to offer sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, and the heart of this people will turn to their lord Rehoboam, the king of Judah, and they will kill me, and return to him. 28 And finding out a device, he made 2 golden calves, and said to them, Go ye up no more to Jerusalem. Behold thy gods, O Israel, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt. 29 And he set the one in Bethel, and the other in Dan. 30 And this thing became an occasion of sin, for the people went to adore the calf as far as Dan. 31 And he made temples in the high places, and priests of the lowest of the people, who were not of the sons of Levi. 32 And he appointed a feast in the 8th month, on the 15th day of the month, after the manner of the feast that was celebrated in Judah, and going up to the altar, he did in like manner in Bethel, to sacrifice to the calves, which he had made, and he placed in Bethel priests of the high places, which he had made. 33 And he went up to the altar, which he had built in Bethel, on the 15th day of the 8th month, which he had devised of his own heart, and he ordained a feast to the children of Israel, and went up on the altar to burn incense. Chapter 13 And behold there came a man of God out of Judah, by the word of the Lord, to Bethel, when Jeroboam was standing upon the altar, and burning incense. 2 And he cried out against the altar in the word of the Lord, and said, O altar, altar, thus. Third Book of Kings, 423, saith the Lord, Behold a child shall be born to the house of David, Josias by name, and he shall immolate upon thee the priests of the high places, who now burn incense upon thee, and he shall reburn men's bones upon thee. 3 And he gave a sign the same day, saying, This shall be the sign, that the Lord hath spoken, Behold the altar shall be rent, and the ashes that are upon it, shall be poured out. 4 And when the king had heard the word of the man of God, which he had cried out against the altar in Bethel, he stretched forth his hand from the altar, saying, Lay hold on him. And his hand which he stretched forth against him, withered, and he was not able to draw it back again to him. 5 The altar also was rent, and the ashes were poured out from the altar, according to the sign which the man of God had given before in the word of the Lord. 6 And the king said to the man of God, Entreat the face of the Lord thy God, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored to me. And the man of God besought the face of the Lord, and the king's hand was restored to him, and it became as it was before. 7 And the king said to the man of God, Come home with me to dine, and I will make thee presents. 8 And the man of God answered the king, If thou wouldst give me half thy house, I will not go with thee, nor eat bread, nor drink water in this place. 9 For so it was enjoined me by the word of the Lord commanding me, Thou shalt not eat bread, nor drink water, nor return by the same way that thou camest. 10 So he departed by another way, and returned not by the way that he came into Bethel. 11 Now a certain old prophet dwelt in Bethel. And his sons came to him, and told him all the works that the man of God had done that day in Bethel, and they told their father the words which he had spoken to the king. 12 And their father said to them, What way went he? His sons showed him the way by which the man of God went, who came out of Judah. 13 And he said to his sons, Saddle me the ass. And when they had saddled it, he got up. 14 And went after the man of God, and found him sitting under a turpentine tree, and he said to him, Art thou the man of God who camest from Judah? He answered, I am. 15 And he said to him, Come home with me to eat bread. 16 But he said, I must not return, nor go with thee, neither will I eat bread, or drink water in this place. 17 Because the Lord spoke to me, in the word of the Lord, saying, Thou shalt not eat bread, and thou shalt not drink water there, nor return by the way thou wentest. 18 He said to him, I also am a prophet like unto thee, and an angel spoke to me, in the word of the Lord, saying, Bring him back with thee into thy house, that he may eat bread, and drink water. He deceived him. 19 And brought him back with him, so he ate bread, and drank water in his house. 20 And as they sat at table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet that brought him back. 21 And he cried out to the man of God who came out of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord, because thou hast not been obedient to the Lord, and hast not kept the commandment which the Lord thy God commanded thee. 22 And hast returned, and eaten bread, and drunk water in the place wherein he commanded thee that thou shouldst not eat bread, nor drink water, thy dead body shall not be brought into. 424. Third Book of Kings, the sepulchre of thy fathers. 23 And when he had eaten and drunk, he saddled his ass for the prophet, whom he had brought back. 24 And when he was gone, a lion found him in the way, and killed him, and his body was cast in the way, and the ass stood by him, and the lion stood by the dead body. 25 And behold, men passing by, saw the dead body cast in the way, and the lion standing by the body. And they came and told it in the city, wherein the old prophet dwelled. 26 And when that prophet, who had brought him back out of the way, heard of it, he said, It is the man of God, that was disobedient to the mouth of the Lord, and the Lord hath delivered him to the lion, and he hath torn him, and killed him, according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke to him. 27 And he said to his sons, Saddle me an ass. And when they had saddled it. 28 And he was gone, he found the dead body cast in the way, and the ass and the lion standing by the carcass. The lion had not eaten of the dead body, nor hurt the ass. 29 And the prophet took up the body of the man of God, and laid it upon the ass, and going back brought it into the city of the old prophet, to mourn for him. 30 And he laid his dead body in his own sepulchre, and they mourned over him, saying, Alas! Alas, my brother! 31 And when they had mourned over him, he said to his sons, When I am dead, bury me in the sepulchre wherein the man of God is buried, lay my bones beside his bones. 32 For assuredly the word shall come to pass which he hath foretold in the word of the Lord, against the altar that is in Bethel, and against all the temples of the high places, that are in the cities of Samaria. 33 After these words, Jeroboam came not back from his wicked way, but on the contrary, he made of the meanest of the people priests of the high places, whosoever would, he filled his hand, and he was made a priest of the high places. 34 And for this cause did the house of Jeroboam sin, and was cut off, and destroyed from the face of the earth. Chapter 14. At that time Abiah, the son of Jeroboam, fell sick. 2 And Jeroboam said to his wife, Arise, and change thy dress, that thou be not known to be the wife of Jeroboam, and go to Silo, where Ahijah, the prophet is, who told me that I should reign over this people. 3 Take also with thee 10 loaves, and cracknels, and a pot of honey, and go to him, for he will tell thee what will become of this child. 4 Jeroboam's wife did as he told her, and rising up, went to Silo, and came to the house of Ahijah, but he could not see, for his eyes were dim by reason of his age. 5 And the Lord said to Ahijah, Behold, the wife of Jeroboam cometh in, to consult thee concerning her son, that is sick, thus and thus shalt thou speak to her. So when she was coming in, and made as if she were another woman. 6 Ahijah heard the sound of her feet, coming in at the door, and said, Come in, thou wife of Jeroboam, why dost thou feign thyself to be another? But I am sent to thee with heavy tidings. 7 Go, and tell Jeroboam, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, forasmuch as I exalted thee from among the people, and made thee prince over my people Israel. Third Book of Kings, 425. 8 And rent the kingdom away from thc house of David, and gave it to thee, and thou hast not been as my servant, David, who kept my commandments, and followed me with all his heart, doing that which was well-pleasing in my sight. 9 But hast done evil above all that were before thee, and hast made these strange gods, and molten gods, to provoke me to anger, and hast cast me behind thy back. 10 Therefore, behold, I will bring evils upon the house of Jeroboam, and will cut off from Jeroboam him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up, and the last in Israel, and I will sweep away the remnant of the house of Jeroboam, as dung is swept away till all be clean. 11 Them that shall die of Jeroboam in the city, the dogs shall eat, and them that shall die in the field, the birds of the air shall devour, for the Lord hath spoken it. 12 Arise thou, therefore, and go to thy house, and when thy feet shall be entering into the city, the child shall die. 13 And all Israel shall mourn for him, and shall bury him, for he only of Jeroboam shall be laid in a sepulchre, because in his regard there is found a good word from the Lord, the God of Israel, in the house of Jeroboam. 14 And the Lord hath appointed himself a king over Israel, who shall cut off the house of Jeroboam in this day, and in this time. 15 And the Lord God shall strike Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he shall root up Israel out of this good land, which he gave to their fathers, and shall scatter them beyond the river, because they have made to themselves groves, to provoke the Lord. 16 And the Lord shall give up Israel for the sins of Jeroboam, who hath sinned, and made Israel to sin. 17 And the wife of Jeroboam arose, and parted, and came to Tirzah, and when she was coming into the threshold of the house, the child died. 18 And they buried him. And all Israel mourned for him, according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke by the hand of his servant Ahijah, the prophet. 19 And the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, how he fought, and how he reigned, behold, they are written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel. 20 And the days that Jeroboam reigned, were 22 years, and he slept with his fathers, and Nadab, his son, reigned in his stead. 21 And Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which the Lord chose out of all the tribes of Israel to put his name there. And his mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonitess. 22 And Judah did evil in the sight of the Lord, and provoked him above all that their fathers had done, in their sins which they committed. 23 For they also built them altars, and statues, and groves, upon every high hill, and under every green tree. 24 There were also the effeminate in the land, and they did according to all the abominations of the people, whom the Lord had destroyed before the face of the children of Israel. 25 And in the 5th year of the reign of Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem. 26 And he took away the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the king's treasures, and carried all off, as also the shields of gold which Solomon had made. 27 And Rehoboam made shields of brass instead of them, and delivered them into the hand of the 426. Third Book of Kings, captains of the shield bearers, and of them that kept watch before the gate of the king's house. 28 And when the king went into the house of the Lord, they whose office it was to go before him, carried them, and afterwards they brought them back to the armory of the shield bearers. 29 Now the rest of the acts of Rehoboam, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah. 30 And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam always. 31 And Rehoboam slept with his fathers, and was buried with them, in the city of David, and his mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonitess, and Abiam, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 15 Now in the 18th year of the reign of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, Abiam reigned over Judah. 2 He reigned 3 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Maachah, the daughter of Abisalom. 3 And he walked in all the sins of his father, which he had done before him, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David, his father. 4 But for David's sake the Lord his God gave him a lamp in Jerusalem, to set up his son after him, and to establish Jerusalem. 5 Because David had done that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, and had not turned aside from anything that he commanded him, all the days of his life, except the matter of Urias, the Hittite. 6 But there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all the time of his life. 7 And the rest of the words of Abiam, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Abiam and Jeroboam. 8 And Abiam slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa, his son, reigned in his stead. 9 So in the 20th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, reigned Asa, king of Judah. 10 And he reigned 41 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maachah, the daughter of Abisalom. 11 And Asa did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, as did David, his father. 12 And he took away the effeminate out of the land, and removed all the filth of the idols, which his fathers had made. 13 Moreover, he also removed his mother, Maachah, from being the princess in the sacrifices of Priapus, and in the grove which she had consecrated to him, and he destroyed her den, and broke in pieces the filthy idol, and burned it by the torrent Cedron. 14 But the high places he did not take away. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect with the Lord all his days. 15 And he brought in the things which his father had dedicated, and he had vowed, into the house of the Lord, silver and gold, and vessels. 16 And there was war between Asa, and Baasha, king of Israel, all their days. 17 And Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah, and built Ramah, that no man might go out or come in of the side of Asa, king of Judah. 18 Then Asa took all the silver and gold that remained in the treasures of the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, and delivered it into the hands of his servants, and sent them to Benhadad, son of Tabraman, the son of Hezion, king of Syria, who dwelt in Damascus, saying, Third Book of Kings, 427, 19 There is a league between me and thee, and between my father and thy father, therefore I have sent thee presents of silver and gold, and I desire thee to come, and break thy league with Baasha, king of Israel, that he may depart from me. 20 Benhadad, hearkening to King Asa, sent the captains of his army against the cities of Israel, and they smote Ahian, and Dan, and Abel-Maachah, and all Senaroth, that is all the land of Naphtali. 21 And when Baasha had heard this, he left off building Ramah, and returned into Tirzah. 22 But King Asa sent word into all Judah, saying, Let no man be excused, and they took away the stones from Ramah, and the timber thereof, wherewith Baasha had been building, and with them King Asa built Gaba of Benjamin, and Maspha. 23 But the rest of all the acts of Asa, and all his strength, and all that he did, and the cities that he built, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? But in the time of his old age he was diseased in his feet. 24 And he slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, his father. And Josaphat, his son, reigned in his place. 25 But Nadab, the son of Jeroboam, reigned over Israel the 2nd year of Asa, king of Judah, and he reigned over Israel 2 years. 26 And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the ways of his father, and in his sins, wherewith he made Israel to sin. 27 And Baasha, the son of Ahias, of the house of Issachar, conspired against him, and slew him in Gibbethon, which is a city of the Philistines, for Nadab and all Israel besieged Gibbethon. 28 So Baasha slew him in the 3rd year of Asa, king of Judah, and reigned in his place. 29 And when he was king, he cut off all the house of Jeroboam, he left not so much as one soul of his seed, till he had utterly destroyed him, according to the word of the Lord, which he had spoken in the hand of Ahias, the Silonite. 30 Because of the sin of Jeroboam, which he had sinned, and wherewith he had made Israel to sin, and for the offense wherewith he provoked the Lord, the God of Israel. 31 But the rest of the acts of Nadab, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 32 And there was war between Asa and Baasha, the king of Israel, all their days. 33 In the 3rd year of Asa, king of Judah, Baasha, the son of Ahias, reigned over all Israel, in Tirzah, 24 years. 34 And he did evil before the Lord, and walked in the ways of Jeroboam, and in his sins, wherewith he made Israel to sin. Chapter 16 Then the word of the Lord came to Jehu, the son of Hanani, against Baasha, saying, 2 Forasmuch as I have exalted thee out of the dust and made thee prince over my people Israel, and thou hast walked in the way of Jeroboam, and hast made my people Israel to sin, to provoke me to anger with their sins. 3 Behold, I will cut down the posterity of Baasha, and the posterity of his house. And I will make thy house as the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. For him that dieth of Baasha, in the city, the dogs shall eat, and him that dieth of his in the country, the fowls of the air shall devour. 5 But the rest of the acts of Baasha, and all that he did, and his battles, are they not written? 428, Third Book of Kings, in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel. 6 So Baasha slept with his fathers, and was buried in Tirzah, and Elah, his son, reigned in his stead. 7 And when the word of the Lord came in the hand of Jehu, the son of Hanani, the prophet, against Baasha, and against his house, and against all the evil that he had done before the Lord, to provoke him to anger by the works of his hands, to become as the house of Jeroboam, for this cause he slew him, that is to say, Jehu, the son of Hanani, the prophet. 8 In the 26th year of Asa, king of Judah, Elah, the son of Baasha, reigned over Israel, in Tirzah, 2 years. 9 And his servant Zambri, who was captain of half the horsemen, rebelled against him. Now Elah was drinking in Tirzah, and drunk in the house of Arsa, the governor of Tirzah. 10 And Zambri rushing in, struck him, and slew him, in the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah, and he reigned in his stead. 11 And when he was king, and sat upon his throne, he slew all the house of Baasha, and he left not one thereof to piss against a wall, and all his kinsfolks and friends. 12 And Zambri destroyed all the house of Baasha, according to the word of the Lord, that he had spoken to Baasha, in the hand of Jehu, the prophet. 13 For all the sins of Baasha, and the sins of Elah, his son, who sinned, and made Israel to sin, provoking the Lord, the God of Israel, with their vanities. 14 But the rest of the acts of Elah, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 15 In the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah, Zambri reigned 7 days in Tirzah. Now the army was besieging Gibbethon, a city of the Philistines. 16 And when they heard that Zambri had rebelled, and slain the king, all Israel made Omri their king, who was general over Israel in the camp that day. 17 And Omri went up, and all Israel with him, from Gibbethon, and they besieged Tirzah. 18 And Zambri, seeing that the city was about to be taken, went into the palace, and burned himself with the king's house, and he died. 19 In his sins, which he had sinned, doing evil before the Lord, and walking in the way of Jeroboam, and in his sin, wherewith he made Israel to sin. 20 But the rest of the acts of Zambri, and of his conspiracy and tyranny, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 21 Then were the people of Israel divided into 2 parts, one half of the people followed Thebni, the son of Jaanath, to make him king, and one half followed Omri. 22 But the people that were with Omri, prevailed over the people that followed Thebni, the son of Jaanath, and Thebni died, and Omri reigned. 23 In the 31st year of Asa, king of Judah, Omri reigned over Israel 12 years, in Tirzah he reigned 6 years. 24 And he bought the hill of Samaria of Semer, for 2 talents of silver, and he built upon it, and he called the city which he built Samaria, after the name of Semer, the owner of the hill. 25 And Omri did evil in the sight of the Lord, and acted wickedly above all that were before him. 26 And he walked in all the way of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and in his sins, wherewith he made Israel to sin, to provoke the Lord, the God. Third Book of Kings, 429. Of Israel, to anger with their vanities. 27 Now the rest of the acts of Omri, and the battles he fought, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 28 And Omri slept with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria, and Achab, his son, reigned in his stead. 29 Now Achab, the son of Omri, reigned over Israel in the 38th year of Asa, king of Judah. And Achab, the son of Omri, reigned over Israel in Samaria 22 years. 30 And Achab, the son of Omri, did evil in the sight of the Lord above all that were before him. 31 Nor was it enough for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, but he also took to wife Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians. And he went, and served Baal, and adored him. 32 And he set up an altar for Baal, in the temple of Baal, which he had built in Samaria. 33 And he planted a grove, and Achab did more to provoke the Lord, the God of Israel, than all the kings of Israel that were before him. 34 In his days Hiel, of Bethel, built Jericho, in Abiram, his firstborn, he laid its foundations, and in his youngest son, Segub, he set up the gates thereof, according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke in the hand of Josue, the son of Nun. Chapter 17. And Elias the Thesbite, of the inhabitants of Gilad, said to Achab, As the Lord liveth, the God of Israel, in whose sight I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to the words of my mouth. 2 And the word of the Lord came to him, saying, 3 Get thee hence, and go towards the east, and hide thyself by the torrent of Kerith, which is over against the Jordan. 4 And there thou shalt drink of the torrent, and I have commanded the ravens to feed thee there. 5 So he went, and did according to the word of the Lord, and going, he dwelt by the torrent Kerith, which is over against the Jordan. 6 And the ravens brought him bread and flesh in the morning, and bread and flesh in the evening, and he drank of the torrent. 7 But after some time the torrent was dried up, for it had not rained upon the earth. 8 Then the word of the Lord came to him, saying, 9 Arise, and go to Sarepta of the Sidonians, and dwell there, for I have commanded a widow woman there to feed thee. 10 He arose, and went to Sarepta. And when he was come to the gate of the city, he saw the widow woman gathering sticks, and he called her, and said to her, Give me a little water in a vessel, that I may drink. 11 And when she was going to fetch it, he called after her, saying, Bring me also, I beseech thee, a morsel of bread in thy hand. 12 And she answered, As the Lord thy God liveth, I have no bread, but only a handful of meal in a pot, and a little oil in a cruse. Behold, I am gathering 2 sticks, that I may go in and dress it, for me and my son, that we may eat it and die. 13 And Elias said to her, Fear not, but go, and do as thou hast said, but first make for me of the same meal a little hearth cake, and bring it to me, and after make for thyself and thy son. 14 For thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel. 430. Third Book of Kings. The pot of meal shall not waste, nor the cruse of oil be diminished, until the day wherein the Lord will give rain upon the face of the earth. 15 She went, and did according to the word of Elias, and he ate, and she, and her house, And from that day, 16 the pot of meal wasted not, and the cruse of oil was not diminished according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke in the hand of Elias. 17 And it came to pass after this, that the son of the woman, the mistress of the house, fell sick, and the sickness was very grievous, so that there was no breath left in him. 18 And she said to Elias, What have I to do with thee, thou man of God? Art thou come to me, that my iniquities should be remembered, and that thou shouldst kill my son? 11 And Elias said to her, Give me thy son. And he took him out of her bosom, and carried him into the upper chamber where he abode, and laid him upon his own bed. 20 And he cried to the Lord, and said, O Lord, my God, hast thou afflicted also the widow, with whom I am after a sort maintained, so as to kill her son? 21 And he stretched, and measured himself upon the child 3 times, and cried to the Lord, and said, O Lord, my God, let the soul of this child, I beseech thee, return into his body. 22 And the Lord heard the voice of Elias, and the soul of the child returned into him, and he revived. 23 And Elias took the child, and brought him down from the upper chamber to the house below, and delivered him to his mother, and said to her, Behold thy son liveth. 24 And the woman said to Elias, Now by this I know that thou art a man of God, and the word of the Lord in thy mouth is true. Chapter 18 After many days, the word of the Lord came to Elias, in the 3rd year, saying, Go, and show thyself to Achab, that I may give rain upon the face of the earth. 2 And Elias went to show himself to Achab, and there was a grievous famine in Samaria. 3 And Achab called Abdias the governor of his house. Now Abdias feared the Lord very much. 4 For when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord, he took 100 prophets, and hid them by 50 and 50 in caves, and fed them with bread and water. 5 And Achab said to Abdias, Go into the land unto all fountains of waters, and into all valleys, to see if we can find grass, and save the horses and mules, that the beasts may not utterly perish. 6 And they divided the countries between them, that they might go round about them. Achab went one way, and Abdias another way by himself. 7 And as Abdias was in the way, Elias met him, and he knew him, and fell on his face, and said, Art thou my lord Elias? 8 And he answered, I am. Go, and tell thy master, Elias is here. 9 And he said, What have I sinned, that thou wouldst deliver me, thy servant, into the hand of Achab, that he should kill me? 10 As the Lord thy God liveth, there is no nation or kingdom, whither my Lord hath not sent to seek thee. And when I answered, He is not here, he took an oath of every kingdom and nation, because thou wast not found. 11 And now thou sayest to me, Go and tell thy master, Elias is here. 12 And when I am gone from thee, the Spirit of the Lord will carry thee into a place that I. 3rd Book of Kings, 431. Know not, and I shall go in and tell Achab, and he, not finding thee, will kill me, but thy servant feareth the Lord from his infancy. 13 Hath it not been told thee, my lord, what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord, how I hid 100 men of the prophets of the Lord, by 50 and 50 in caves, and fed them with bread and water? 14 And now thou sayest, Go and tell thy master, Elias is here, that he may kill me. 15 And Elias said, As the Lord of hosts liveth, before whose face I stand, this day I will show myself unto him. 16 Abdias therefore went to meet Achab, and told him, and Achab came to meet Elias. 17 And when he had seen him, he said, Art thou he that troublest Israel? 18 And he said, I have not troubled Israel, but thou and thy father's house, who have forsaken the commandments of the Lord, and have followed Baalim. 19 Nevertheless send now, and gather unto me all Israel, unto Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves 400, who eat at Jezebel's table. 20 Achab sent to all the children of Israel, and gathered together the prophets unto Mount Carmel. 21 And Elias coming to all the people, said, How long do you halt between two sides? If the Lord be God, follow him, but if Baal, then follow him. And the people did not answer him a word. 22 And Elias said again to the people, I only remain a prophet of the Lord, but the prophets of Baal are 450 men. 23 Let 2 bullocks be given us, and let them choose 1 bullock for themselves, and cut it in pieces, and lay it upon wood, but put no fire under, and I will dress the other bullock, and lay it on wood, and put no fire under it. 24 Call ye on the names of your gods, and I will call on the name of my Lord, and the God that shall answer by fire, let him be God. And all the people answering, said, A very good proposal. 25 Then Elias said to the prophets of Baal, Choose you 1 bullock and dress it first, because you are many, and call on the names of your gods, but put no fire under. 26 And they took the bullock, which he gave them, and dressed it, and they called on the name of Baal from morning even until noon, saying, O Baal, hear us. But there was no voice, nor any that answered, and they leapt over the altar that they had made. 27 And when it was now noon, Elias jested at them, saying, Cry with a louder voice, for he is a god, and perhaps he is talking, or is in an inn, or on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep, and must be awaked. 28 So they cried with a loud voice, and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets, till they were all covered with blood. 29 And after midday was past, and while they were prophesying, the time was come of offering sacrifice, and there was no voice heard, nor did any one answer, nor regard them as they prayed. 30 Elias said to all the people, Come ye unto me. And the people coming near unto him, he repaired the altar of the Lord, that was broken down. 31 And he took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob to whom the word of the Lord came, saying, Israel shall be thy name. 32 And he built with the stones an altar to the name of the Lord, and he made a trench for water, of the breadth of 2 furrows, round about the altar. 432, Third Book of Kings. 33 And he laid the wood in order, and cut the bullock in pieces, and laid it upon the wood. 34 And he said, Fill 4 buckets with water, and pour it upon the burnt offering, and upon the wood. And again he said, Do the same the second time. And when they had done it the second time, he said, Do the same also the third time. And they did so the third time. 35 And the water run round about the altar, and the trench was filled with water. 36 And when it was now time to offer the holocaust, Elias, the prophet, came near and said, O Lord God of Abraham, and Isaac, and Israel, show this day that thou art the God of Israel, and I thy servant, and that according to thy commandment I have done all these things. 37 Dear me, O Lord, hear me, that this people may learn that thou art the Lord God, and that thou hast turned their heart again. 38 Then the fire of the Lord fell, and consumed the holocaust, and the wood, and the stones, and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. 39 And when all the people saw this, they fell on their faces, and they said, The Lord, He is God, the Lord, He is God. 40 And Elias said to them, Take the prophets of Baal, and let not one of them escape. And when they had taken them, Elias brought them down to the torrent Sison, and killed them there. 41 And Elias said to Achab, Go up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of abundance of rain. 42 Achab went up to eat and drink, and Elias went up to the top of Carmel, and casting himself down upon the earth, put his face between his knees. 43 And he said to his servant, Go up, and look towards the sea. And he went up, and looked, and said, There is nothing. And again he said to him, Return 7 times. 44 And at the 7th time, behold a little cloud arose out of the sea like a man's foot. And he said, Go up, and say to Achab, Prepare thy chariot, and go down, lest the rain prevent thee. 45 And while he turned himself this way and that way, behold the heavens grew dark, with clouds and wind, and there fell a great rain. And Achab getting up, went away to Jezreel. 46 And the hand of the Lord was upon Elias, and he girded up his loins, and ran before Achab, till he came to Jezreel. Chapter 19 And Achab told Jezebel all that Elias had done, and how he had slain all the prophets with the sword. 2 And Jezebel sent a messenger to Elias, saying, Such and such things may the gods do to me, and add still more, if by this hour tomorrow I make not thy life as the life of one of them. 3 Then Ahaz was afraid, and rising up, he went whithersoever he had a mind, and he came to Bersabee of Judah, and left his servant there. 4 And he went forward, 1 day's journey into the desert, and when he was there, and sat under a juniper tree, he requested for his soul that he might die, and said, It is enough for me, Lord, take away my soul, for I am no better than my fathers. 5 And he cast himself down, and slept in the shadow of the juniper tree, and behold an angel of the Lord touched him, and said to him, Arise and eat. 6 He looked, and behold there was at his head a hearth cake, and a vessel of water, and he ate and drank, and he fell asleep again. 7 And the angel of the Lord came again the second time, and touched him, and said to him, Third Book of Kings. 433, Arise, eat, for thou hast yet a great way to go. 8 And he arose, and ate and drank, and walked in the strength of that food 40 days and 40 nights, unto the mount of God, Horeb. 9 And when he was come thither, he abode in a cave. And behold the word of the Lord came unto him, and he said to him, What dost thou here, Elias? 10 And he answered, With zeal have I been zealous for the Lord God of hosts, for the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, they have thrown down thy altars, they have slain thy prophets with the sword, and I alone am left, and they seek my life to take it away. 11 And he said to him, Go forth, and stand upon the mount before the Lord, and behold the Lord passeth, and a great and strong wind before the Lord, overthrowing the mountains, and breaking the rocks in pieces. but the Lord is not in the wind, and after the wind, an earthquake, but the Lord is not in the earthquake. 12 And after the earthquake, a fire, but the Lord is not in the fire. And after the fire, a whistling of a gentle air. 13 And when Elias heard it, he covered his face with his mantle, and coming forth, stood in the entering in of the cave, and behold a voice unto him, saying, What dost thou here, Elias? And he answered, 14 With zeal have I been zealous for the Lord God of hosts, because the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, they have destroyed thy altars, they have slain thy prophets with the sword, and I alone am left, and they seek my life to take it away. 15 And the Lord said to him, Go, and return on thy way, through the desert, to Damascus, and when thou art come thither, thou shalt anoint Hazael to be king over Syria. 16 And thou shalt anoint Jehu, the son of Nimshi, to be king over Israel, and Eliseus, the son of Saphat, of Abel-Meholah, thou shalt anoint to be prophet in thy room. 17 And it shall come to pass, that whosoever shall escape the sword of Hazael, shall be slain by Jehu, and whosoever shall escape the sword of Jehu, shall be slain by Eliseus. 18 And I will leave me 7,000 men in Israel, whose knees have not been bowed before Baal, and every mouth that hath not worshipped him, kissing the hands. 19 And Elias departing from thence, found Eliseus, the son of Saphat, plowing with 12 yoke of oxen, and he was one of them that were plowing with 12 yoke of oxen. And when Elias came up to him, he cast his mantle upon him. 20 And he forthwith left the oxen, and run after Elias, and said, Let me, I pray thee, kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow thee. And he said to him, Go, and return back, for that which was my part, I have done to thee. 21 And returning back from him, he took a yoke of oxen, and killed them, and boiled the flesh with the plow of the oxen, and gave to the people, and they ate, and rising up, he went away, and followed Elias, and ministered to him. Chapter 20 And Benhadad, king of Syria, gathered together all his host, and there were 32 kings with him, and horses, and chariots, and going up, he fought against Samaria, and besieged it. 2 And sending messengers to Achab, king of Israel, into the city. 3 He said, Thus saith Benhadad, Thy silver and thy gold is mine, and thy wives and thy goodliest children are mine. 434. Third Book of Kings. 4 And the king of Israel answered, According to thy word, my lord, O king, I am thine, and all that I have. 5 And the messengers came again, and said, Thus saith Benhadad, who sent us unto thee, Thy silver and thy gold, and thy wives and thy children, thou shalt deliver up to me. 6 Tomorrow, therefore, at this same hour, I will send my servants to thee, and they shall search thy house, and the houses of thy servants, and all that pleaseth them, they shall put in their hands, and take away. 7 And the king of Israel called all the ancients of the land, and said, Mark, and see that he layeth snares for us. For he sent to me for my wives, and for my children, and for my silver and gold, and I said not nay. 8 And all the ancients, and all the people said to him, Hearken not to him, nor consent to him. 9 Wherefore he answered the messengers of Benhadad, Tell my lord, the king, all that thou didst send for to me, thy servant at first, I will do, but this thing I cannot do. 10 And the messengers returning brought him word. And he sent again, and said, Such and such things may the gods do to me, and more may they add, if the dust of Samaria shall suffice for handfuls for all the people that follow me. 11 And the king of Israel answering, said, Tell him, let not the girded boast himself as the ungirded. 12 And it came to pass, when Benhadad heard this word, that he and the kings were drinking in pavilions, and he said to his servants, Beset the city. And they beset it. 13 And behold a prophet coming to Achab, king of Israel, said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Hast thou seen all this exceeding great multitude? Behold, I will deliver them into thy hand this day, that thou mayst know that I am the Lord. 14 And Achab said, By whom? And he said to him, Thus saith the Lord, By the servants of the princes of the provinces. And he said, Who shall begin to fight? And he said, Thou. 15 So he mustered the servants of the princes of the provinces, and he found the number of 232, and he mustered after them the people, all the children of Israel, 7,000. 16 And they went out at noon. But Benhadad was drinking himself drunk in his pavilion, and the 32 kings with him, who were come to help him. 17 And the servants of the princes of the provinces went out first. And Benhadad sent. And they told him, saying, There are men come out of Samaria. 18 And he said, Whether they come for peace, take them alive, or whether they come to fight, take them alive. 19 So the servants of the princes of the provinces went out, and the rest of the army followed. 20 And every one slew the man that came against him, and the Syrians fled, and Israel pursued after them. And Benhadad, king of Syria, fled away on horseback with his horsemen. 21 But the king of Israel going out overthrew the horses and chariots, and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. 22-23 But the servants of the king of Syria said to him, Their gods are gods of the hills, therefore they have overcome us, but it is better that we should fight against them in the plains, and we shall overcome them. Third Book of Kings, 435, 24 Do thou, therefore, this thing, remove all the kings from thy army, and put captains in their stead. 25 And make up the number of soldiers that have been slain of thine, and horses, according to the former horses, and chariots, according to the chariots which thou hadst before, and we will fight against them in the plains, and thou shalt see that we shall overcome them. He believed their counsel, and did so. 26 Wherefore, at the return of the year, Benhadad mustered the Syrians, and went up to Aphek, to fight against Israel. 27 And the children of Israel were mustered, and taking victuals, went out on the other side, and encamped over against them, like two little flocks of goats, but the Syrians filled the land. 28, 29 And both sides set their armies in array one against the other 7 days, and on the 7th day the battle was fought, and the children of Israel slew, of the Syrians, 100,000 footmen in 1 day. 30 And they that remained fled to Aphek, into the city, and the wall fell upon 27,000 men, that were left. And Benhadad fleeing, went into the city, into a chamber that was within a chamber. 31 And his servants said to him, Behold, we have heard that the kings of the house of Israel are merciful, so let us put sackcloths on our loins, and ropes on our heads, and go out to the king of Israel, perhaps he will save our lives. 32 So they girded sackcloths on their loins, and put ropes on their heads, and came to the king of Israel, and said to him, Thy servant, Benhadad, saith, I beseech thee let me have my life. And he said, If he be yet alive, he is my brother. 33 The men took this for good luck, and in haste caught the word out of his mouth, and said, Thy brother Benhadad. And he said to them, Go, and bring him to me. Then Benhadad came out to him, and he lifted him up into his chariot. 34 And he said to him, The cities which my father took from thy father, I will restore, and do thou make these streets in Damascus, as my father made in Samaria, and having made a league, I will depart from thee. So he made a league with him, and let him go. 35 Then a certain man of the sons of the prophets, said to his companion, In the word of the Lord, Strike me. But he would not strike. 36 Then he said to him, Because thou wouldst not hearken to the word of the Lord, behold thou shalt depart from me, and a lion shall slay thee. And when he was gone a little from him, a lion found him, and slew him. 37 Then he found another man, and said to him, Strike me. And he struck him and wounded him. 38 So the prophet went, and met the king in the way, and disguised himself by sprinkling dust on his face and his eyes. 39 And as the king passed by, he cried to the king, and said, Thy servant went out to fight hand to hand, and when a certain man was run away, one brought him to me, and said, Keep this man, and if he shall slip away, thy life shall be for his life, or thou shalt pay a talent of silver. 40 And whilst I, in the hurry, turned this way and that, on a sudden he was not to be seen. And the king of Israel said to him, This is thy judgment, which thyself hast decreed. 41 But he forthwith wiped off the dust from 436, Third Book of Kings, his face, and the king of Israel knew him, that he was one of the prophets. 42 And he said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Because thou hast let go out of thy hand a man worthy of death, thy life shall be for his life, and thy people for his people. 43 And the king of Israel returned to his house, slighting to hear, and raging came into Samaria. Chapter 21 And after these things, Naboth the Jezreelite, who was in Jezreel, had at that time a vineyard, near the palace of Achab, king of Samaria. 2 And Achab spoke to Naboth, saying, Give me thy vineyard, that I may make me a garden of herbs, because it is nigh, and adjoining to my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard, or if thou think it more convenient for thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money. 3 Naboth answered him, The Lord be merciful to me, and not let me give thee the inheritance of my fathers. 4 And Achab came into his house angry and fretting, because of the word that Naboth, the Jezreelite, had spoken to him, saying, I will not give thee the inheritance of my fathers. And casting himself upon his bed, he turned away his face to the wall, and would eat no bread. 5 And Jezebel, his wife, went into him, and said to him, What is the matter that thy soul is so grieved? And why eatest thou no bread? 6 And he answered her, I spoke to Naboth, the Jezreelite, and said to him, Give me thy vineyard, and take money for it, or if it please thee, I will give thee a better vineyard for it. And he said, I will not give thee my vineyard. 7 And Jezebel, His wife said to him, "Thou art of great authority indeed, and governest well the kingdom of Israel. Arise, and eat bread, and be of good cheer, I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite." 8 So she wrote letters in Achab's name, and sealed them with his ring, and sent them to the ancients, and the chief men that were in his city, and that dwelt with Naboth. 9 And this was the tenor of the letters: proclaim a fast, and make Naboth sit among the chief of the people. 10 And suborn 2 men, sons of Belial, against him. And let them bear false witness, that he hath blasphemed God and the king, and then carry him out, and stone him, and so let him die. 11 And the men of his city, the ancients and nobles, that dwelt with him in the city, did as Jezebel had commanded them, and as it was written in the letters which she had sent to them. 12 They proclaimed a fast, and made Naboth sit among the chief of the people. 13 And bringing 2 men, sons of the devil, they made them sit against him, and they, like men of the devil, bore witness against him before the people, saying, Naboth hath blasphemed God and the king. Wherefore they brought him forth without the city, and stoned him to death. 14 And they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned, and is dead. 15 And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned, and dead, that she said to Achab, Arise, and take possession of the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite, who would not agree with thee, and give it thee for money, for Naboth is not alive, but dead. 16 And when Achab heard this, to wit, that Naboth was dead, he arose, and went down into the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite, to take possession of it. 3rd Book of Kings, 437, 17 And the word of the Lord came to Elias, the Thesbite, saying, 18 Arise, and go down to meet Achab, king of Israel, who is in Samaria. Behold, he is going down to the vineyard of Naboth, to take possession of it. 19 And thou shalt speak to him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast slain, moreover also thou hast taken possession. And after these words thou shalt add, Thus saith the Lord, In this place, wherein the dogs have licked the blood of Naboth, they shall lick thy blood also. 20 And Achab said to Elias, Hast thou found me thy enemy? He said, I have found thee because thou art sold, to do evil in the sight of the Lord. 21 Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and I will cut down thy posterity, and I will kill of Achab him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up, and the last in Israel. 22 And I will make thy house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahias, for what thou hast done to provoke me to anger, and for making Israel to sin. 23 And of Jezebel also, the Lord spoke, saying, The dogs shall eat Jezebel in the field of Jezreel. 24 If Achab die in the city, the dogs shall eat him, but if he die in the field, the birds of the air shall eat him. 25 Now, there was not such another as Achab, who was sold to do evil in the sight of the Lord, for his wife, Jezebel, set him on. 26 And he became abominable, insomuch that he followed the idols which the Amorites had made, whom the Lord destroyed before the face of the children of Israel. 27 And when Achab had heard these words, he rent his garments, and put haircloth upon his flesh, and fasted, and slept in sackcloth, and walked with his head cast down. 28 And the word of the Lord came to Elias, the Thesbite, saying, 29 Hast thou not seen Achab humbled before me? Therefore, because he hath humbled himself, for my sake, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house. Chapter 22 And there passed 3 years without war between Syria and Israel. 2 And in the 3rd year, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, came down to the king of Israel. 3, 4 And he said to Jehoshaphat, Wilt thou come with me to battle to Ramoth Gilead? 5 And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, As I am, so art thou. My people and thy people are one, and my horsemen are thy horsemen. And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, Inquire, I beseech thee, this day the word of the Lord. 6 Then the king of Israel assembled the prophets, about 400 men, and he said to them, Shall I go to Ramoth Gilead to fight, or shall I forbear? They answered, Go up, and the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king. 7 And Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here some prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire by him? 8 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, There is one man left, by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micaias, the son of Gemla, but I hate him, for he doth not prophesy good to me. 438, 3rd Book of Kings, but evil. And Jehoshaphat said, Speak not so, O king. 9 Then the king of Israel called an eunuch, and said to him, Make haste, and bring hither Micaias, the son of Gemla. 10 And the king of Israel, and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, sat each on his throne, clothed with royal robes, in a court, by the entrance of the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets prophesied before them. 11 And Sedecias, Thc son of Chanana, made himself horns of iron, and said, Thus saith the Lord, with these shalt thou push Syria, till thou destroy it. 12 And all the prophets prophesied in like manner, saying, Go up to Ramoth-Gilead, and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the king's hands. 13 And the messenger that went to call Micaias, spoke to him, saying, Behold, the words of the prophets with one mouth declare good things to the king. Let thy word, therefore, be like to theirs, and speak that which is good. 14 But Micaias said to him, As the Lord liveth, whatsoever the Lord shall say to me, that will I speak. 15 So he came to the king, and the king said to him, Micaias, shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to battle, or shall we forbear? He answered him, Go up, and prosper, and the Lord shall deliver it into the king's hands. 16 But the king said to him, I adjure thee again and again, that thou tell me nothing but that which is true, in the name of the Lord. 17 And he said, I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, like sheep that have no shepherd, and the Lord said, These have no master, let every man of them return to his house in peace. 18 Then the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Did I not tell thee, that he prophesieth no good to me, but always evil? 19 And he added and said, Hear thou, therefore, the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the army of heaven standing by him on the right hand and on the left. 20 And the Lord said, Who shall deceive Achab, king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one spoke words of this manner, and another otherwise. 21 And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will deceive him. And the Lord said to him, By what means? 22 And he said, I will go forth, and be a lying spirit, in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, Thou shalt deceive him, and shalt prevail. Go forth, and do so. 23 Now, therefore, behold, the Lord hath given a lying spirit in the mouth of all thy prophets that are here, and the Lord hath spoken evil against thee. 24 And Sedecias, the son of Chanana, came, and struck Micaias on the cheek, and said, Hath then the Spirit of the Lord left me, and spoken to thee? 25 And Micaias said, Thou shalt see in the day when thou shalt go into a chamber within a chamber to hide thyself. 26 And the king of Israel said, Take Micaias and let him abide with Amon, the governor of the city, and with Joash, the son of Amalek. 27 And tell them, Thus saith the king, Put this man in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction, and water of distress till I return in peace. 28 And Micaias said, If thou return in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me. And he said, Hear, all ye people. 29 So the king of Israel, and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went up to Ramoth-Gilead. 30 And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat. Third Book of Kings, 439. Take thy armor, and go into the battle, and put on thy own garments. But the king of Israel changed his dress, and went into the battle. 31 And the king of Syria had commanded the 32 captains of the chariots, saying, You shall not fight against any, small or great, but against the king of Israel only. 32 So when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, they suspected that he was the king of Israel, and making a violent assault, they fought against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out. 33 And the captains of the chariots perceived that he was not the king of Israel, and they turned away from him. 34 And a certain man bent his bow, shooting at a venture, and chanced to strike the king of Israel, between the lungs and the stomach. But he said to the driver of his chariot, Turn thy hand, and carry me out of the army, for I am grievously wounded. 35 And the battle was fought that day, and the king of Israel stood in his chariot against the Syrians, and he died in the evening, and the blood ran out of the wound into the midst of the chariot. 36 And the herald proclaimed through all the army, before the sun set, saying, Let every man return to his own city, and to his own country. 37 And the king died, and was carried into Samaria, and they buried the king in Samaria. 38 And they washed his chariot in the pool of Samaria, and the dogs licked up his blood, and they washed the reins according to the word of the Lord which he had spoken. 39 But the rest of the acts of Achab, and all that he did, and the house of ivory that he made, and all the cities that he built, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 40 So Achab slept with his fathers, and Ochozias, his son, reigned in his stead. 41 But Jehoshaphat, the son of Asa, began to reign over Judah, in the 4th year of Achab, king of Israel. 42 He was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Azubah, the daughter of Salich. 43 And he walked in all the way of Asa, his father, and he declined not from it, and he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord. 44 Nevertheless, he took not away the high places, for as yet the people offered sacrifice, and burnt incense in the high places. 45 And Jehoshaphat had peace with the king of Israel. 46 But the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, and his works which he did, and his battles, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 47 And the remnant also of the effeminate, who remained in the days of Asa, his father, he took out of the land. 48 And there was then no king appointed in Edom. 49 But King Jehoshaphat made navies on the sea, to sail into Ophir for gold, but they could not go, for the ships were broken in Azion-Geber. 50 Then Ochozias, the son of Achab, said to Jehoshaphat, Let my servants go with thy servants in the ships, and Jehoshaphat would not. 51 And Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, his father, and Joram, his son, reigned in his stead. 52 And Ochozias, the son of Achab, began to reign over Israel, in Samaria, in the 17th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he reigned over Israel 2 years. 53 And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father and his mother. 440. Third Book of Kings And in the way of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. 54 He served also Baal, and worshipped him, and provoked the Lord, the God of Israel, according to all that his father had done. Fourth Book of Kings, Chapter 1. And Moab rebelled against Israel, after the death of Achab. 2 And Ochozias fell through the lattices of his upper chamber, which he had in Samaria, and was sick, and he sent messengers, saying to them, Go, consult Beelzebub, the god of Acharon, whether I shall recover of this my illness. 3 And an angel of the Lord spoke to Elias, the Thesbite, saying, Arise, and go up to meet the messengers of the king of Samaria, and say to them, Is there not a God in Israel, that ye go to consult Beelzebub, the god of Acharon? 4 Wherefore, thus saith the Lord, From the bed, on which thou art gone up, thou shalt not come down, but thou shalt surely die. And Elias went away. 5 And the messengers turned back to Ochozias. And he said to them, Why are you come back? 6 But they answered him, A man met us, and said to us, Go, and return to the king, that sent you, and you shall say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Is it because there was no God in Israel, that thou sendest to Beelzebub, the god of Acharon? Therefore thou shalt not come down from the bed, on which thou art gone up, but thou shalt surely die. 7 And he said to them, What manner of man was he who met you, and spoke these words? 8 But they said, A hairy man, with a girdle of leather about his loins. And he said, It is Elias, the Thesbite. 9 And he sent to him a captain of 50, and the 50 men that were under him. And he went up to him, and as he was sitting on the top of a hill, he said to him, Man of God, the king hath commanded that thou come down. 10 And Elias answering, said to the captain of 50, If I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume thee, and thy 50. And there came down fire from heaven and consumed him, and the 50 that were with him. 11 And he again sent to him another captain of 50 men, and his 50 with him. And he said to him, Man of God, thus saith the king, Make haste and come down. 12 Elias answering, said, If I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven, and consume thee, and thy 50. And fire came down from heaven, and consumed him and his 50. 13 Again he sent a third captain of 50 men, and the 50 that were with him. And when he was come, he fell upon his knees before Elias, and besought him, and said, Man of God, despise not my life, and the lives of thy servants that are with me. 14 Behold, fire came down from heaven, and consumed the 2 first captains of 50 men, and the 50s that were with them, but now I beseech thee to spare my life. 442. Fourth Book of Kings, 15 And the angel of the Lord spoke to Elias, saying, Go down with him, fear not. He arose therefore, and went down with him to the king. 16 And said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Because thou hast sent messengers to consult Beelzebub, the god of Acharon, as though there were not a God in Israel, of whom thou mightest inquire the word, therefore, from the bed on which thou art gone up, thou shalt not come down, but thou shalt surely die. 17 So he died, according to the word of the Lord, which Elias spoke, and Joram, his brother, reigned in his stead, in the 2nd year of Joram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, because he had no son. 18 But the rest of the acts of Ochozias, which he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? Chapter 2. And it came to pass, when the Lord would take up Elias, into heaven, by a whirlwind, that Elias and Eliseus were going from Gilgal. 2 And Elias said to Eliseus, Stay thou here, because the Lord hath sent me as far as Bethel. And Eliseus said to him, As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And when they were come down to Bethel, 3 the sons of the prophets, that were at Bethel, came forth to Eliseus, and said to him, Dost thou know that, this day, the Lord will take away thy master from thee? And he answered, I also know it, hold your peace. 4 And Elias said to Eliseus, Stay here, because the Lord hath sent me to Jericho. And he said, As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And when they were come to Jericho, 5 The sons of the prophets, that were at Jericho, came to Eliseus, and said to him, Dost thou know that, this day, the Lord will take away thy master from thee? And he said, I also know it, hold your peace. 6 And Elias said to him, Stay here, because the Lord hath sent me as far as the Jordan. And he said, As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And they two went on together. 7 And 50 men, of the sons of the prophets, followed them, and stood in sight, at a distance, but they two stood by the Jordan. 8 And Elias took his mantle, and folded it together, and struck the waters, and they were divided hither and thither, and they both passed over on dry ground. 9 And when they were gone over, Elias said to Eliseus, Ask what thou wilt have me to do for thee, before I be taken away from thee. And Eliseus said, I beseech thee, that in me may be thy double spirit. 10 And he answered, Thou hast asked a hard thing, nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, thou shalt have what thou hast asked, but if thou see me not, thou shalt not have it. 11 And as they went on, walking and talking together, behold, a fiery chariot and fiery horses parted them both asunder, and Elias went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12 And Eliseus saw him, and cried, My father, the chariot of Israel, and the driver thereof. And he saw him no more, and he took hold of his own garments, and rent them in 2 pieces. 13 And he took up the mantle of Elias, that fell from him, and going back, he stood on the bank of the Jordan. 14 And he struck the waters with the mantle. 4th Book of Kings, 443, of Elias, that had fallen from him, and they were not divided. And he said, Where is now the God of Elias? And he struck the waters, and they were divided hither and thither, and Eliseus passed over. 15 And the sons of the prophets, at Jericho, who were over against him, seeing it, said, The spirit of Elias hath rested upon Eliseus. And coming to meet him, they worshipped him, falling to the ground. 16 And they said to him, Behold, there are with thy servants 50 strong men, that can go, and seek thy master, lest, perhaps, the Spirit of the Lord, hath taken him up and cast him upon some mountain, or into some valley. And he said, Do not send. 17 But they pressed him, till he consented, and said, Send. And they sent 50 men, and they sought 3 days, but found him not. 18 And they came back to him, for he abode at Jericho, and he said to them, Did I not say to you? Do not send. 20 And he said, Bring me a new vessel, and put salt into it. And when they had brought it, 21 He went out to the spring of the waters, and cast the salt into it, and said, Thus saith the Lord, I have healed these waters, and there shall be no more in them death or barrenness. 22 And the waters were healed unto this day, according to the word of Eliseus, which he spoke. 23 And he went up from thence to Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, little boys came out of the city and mocked him, saying, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. 24 And looking back, he saw them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 bears out of the forest, and tore of them, 42 boys. 25 And from thence he went to Mount Carmel, and from thence he returned to Samaria. Chapter 3 And Joram the son of Achab, reigned over Israel, in Samaria, in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he reigned 12 years. 2 And he did evil before the Lord, but not like his father and his mother, for he took away the statues of Baal, which his father had made. 3 Nevertheless, he stuck to the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, nor did he depart from them. 4 Now Mesa, king of Moab, nourished many sheep, and he paid to the king of Israel 100,000 lambs, and 100,000 rams, with their fleeces. 5 And when Achab was dead, he broke the league which he had made with the king of Israel. 6 And King Joram went out that day from Samaria, and mustered all Israel. 7 And he sent to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, saying, The king of Moab is revolted from me, come with me against him to battle. And he answered, I will come up, he that is mine, is thine, my people are thy people, and my horses, thy horses. 8 And he said, Which way shall we go up? But he answered, By the desert of Edom. 9 So the king of Israel, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom, went, and they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey, and there was no water for the army, and for the beasts, that followed them. 10 And the king of Israel said, Alas, 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 the Lord hath gathered us 3 kings together, to deliver us into the hands of Moab. 11 And Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here a prophet of the Lord, that we may beseech the Lord by him? And one of the servants of the king of Israel answered, Here is Eliseus, the son of Shaphat, who poured water on the hands of Elias. 444. Fourth Book of Kings. 12 And Jehoshaphat said, The word of the Lord is with him. And the king of Israel, and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and the king of Edom, went down to him. 13 And Eliseus said to the king of Israel, What have I to do with thee? Go to the prophets of thy father, and thy mother. And the king of Israel said to him, Why hath the Lord gathered together these 3 kings, to deliver them into the hands of Moab? 14 And Eliseus said to him, As the Lord of hosts liveth, in whose sight I stand, if I did not reverence the face of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, I would not have hearkened to thee, nor looked on thee. 15 But now bring me hither a minstrel. And when the minstrel played, the hand of the Lord came upon him, and he said, 16 Thus saith the Lord, Make the channel of this torrent full of ditches. 17 For thus saith the Lord, You shall not see wind, nor rain, and yet this channel shall be filled with waters, and you shall drink, you and your families, and your beasts. 18 And this is a small thing in the sight of the Lord, moreover, he will deliver, also, Moab into your hands. 19 And you shall destroy every fenced city, and every choice city, and shall cut down every fruitful tree, and shall stop up all the springs of waters, and every goodly field you shall cover with stones. 20 And it came to pass, in the morning, when the sacrifices used to be offered, that behold, water came by the way of Edom, and the country was filled with water. 21 And all the Moabites hearing that the kings were come up to fight against them, gathered together all that were girded with a belt upon them, and stood in the borders. 22 And they rose early in the morning, and the sun being now up, and shining upon the waters, the Moabites saw the waters over against them red, like blood. 23 And they said, It is the blood of the sword, the kings have fought among themselves, and they have killed one another. Go now, Moab, to the spoils. 24 And they went into the camp of Israel, but Israel rising up, defeated Moab, who fled before them. And they being conquerors, went and smote Moab. 25 And they destroyed the cities, and they filled every goodly field, every man casting his stone, and they stopped up all the springs of waters, and cut down all the trees that bore fruit, so that brick walls only remained, and the city was beset by the slingers, and a great part thereof destroyed. 26 And when the king of Moab saw this, to wit, that the enemies had prevailed, he took with him 700 men that drew the sword, to break in upon the king of Edom, but they could not. 27 Then he took his eldest son, that should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall, and there was great indignation in Israel, and presently they departed from him, and returned into their own country. Chapter 4 Now a certain woman of the wives of the prophets, cried to Eliseus, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant was one that feared God, and behold the creditor is come to take away my 2 sons to serve him. Fourth Book of Kings. 445. 2 And Eliseus said to her, What wilt thou have me do for thee? Tell me, what hast thou in thy house? And she answered, I, thy handmaid, have nothing in my house but a little oil, to anoint me. 3 And he said to her, Go, borrow of all thy neighbors empty vessels, not a few. 4 And go in, and shut thy door, when thou art within, and thy sons, and pour out thereof into all those vessels, and when they are full, take them away. 5 So the woman went, and shut the door upon her, and upon her sons, they brought her the vessels, and she poured in. 6 And when the vessels were full, she said to her son, Bring me yet a vessel. And he answered, I have no more. And the oil stood. 7 And she came, and told the man of God. And he said, Go, sell the oil, and pay thy creditor, and thou and thy sons live of the rest. 8 And there was a day when Eliseus passed by Sunem. Now there was a great woman there, who detained him to eat bread, and as he passed often that way, he turned into her house to eat bread. 9 And she said to her husband, I perceive that this is a holy man of God, who often passeth by us. 10 Let us, therefore, make him a little chamber, and put a little bed in it for him, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick, that when he cometh to us he may abide there. 11 Now, there was a certain day, when he came, and turned into the chamber, and rested there. 12 And he said to Jezi, his servant, Call this Sunamitis. And when he had called her, and she stood before him. 13 He said to his servant, Say to her, Behold, thou hast diligently served us in all things. What wilt thou have me to do for thee? Hast thou any business, and wilt thou, that I speak to the king, or to the general of the army? And she answered, I dwell in the midst of my own people. 14 And he said, What will she then that I do for her? And Jezi said, Do not ask, for she hath no son. and her husband is old. 15 Then he bid him call her. And when she was called, and stood before the door, 16 He said to her, At this time, and this same hour, if life be in company, thou shalt have a son in thy womb. But she answered, Do not, I beseech thee, my lord, thou man of God, do not lie to thy handmaid. 17 And the woman conceived, and brought forth a son in the time, and at the same hour that Eliseus had said. 18 And the child grew. And on a certain day, when he went out to his father to the reapers, 19 He said to his father, My head acheth, my head acheth. But he said to his servant, Take him, and carry him to his mother. 20 And when he had taken him, and brought him to his mother, she sat him on her knees, until noon, and then he died. 21 And she went up, and laid him upon the bed of the man of God, and shut the door, and going out. 22 She called her husband, and said, Send with me, I beseech thee, one of thy servants, and an ass, that I may run to the man of God, and come again. 23 And he said to her, Why dost thou go to him? Today is neither new moon nor Sabbath. She answered, I will go. 24 And she saddled an ass, and commanded her servant, Drive, and make haste, make no stay in going, and do that which I bid thee. 25 So she went forward, and came to the man of God, to Mount Carmel, and when the man of 446, Fourth Book of Kings, God saw her coming towards, he said to Jesse, his servant, Behold that Sunamitis. 26 Go, therefore, to meet her, and say to her, Is all well with thee, and with thy husband, and with thy son? And she answered, Well. 27 And when she came to the man of God, to the mount, she caught hold on his feet, and Jesse came to remove her. And the man of God said, Let her alone, for her soul is in anguish, and the Lord hath hid it from me, and hath not told me. 28 And she said to him, Did I ask a son of my Lord? Did I not say to thee, Do not deceive me? 29 Then he said to Jesse, Gird up thy loins, and take my staff in thy hand, and go. If any man meet thee, salute him not, and if any man salute thee, answer him not, and lay my staff upon the face of the child. 30 But the mother of the child said, As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. He arose, therefore, and followed her. 31 But Jesse was gone before them, and laid the staff upon the face of the child, and there was no voice nor sense, and he returned to meet him, and told him, saying, The child is not risen. 32 Eliseus, therefore, went into the house, and behold the child lay dead on his bed. 33 And going in, he shut the door upon him, and upon the child, and prayed to the Lord. 34 And he went up, and lay upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hands upon his hands, and he bowed himself upon him, and the child's flesh grew warm. 35 Then he returned and walked in the house, once to and fro, and he went up, and lay upon him, and the child gaped 7 times, and opened his eyes. 36 And he called Jesse, and said to him, Call this Sunamitis. And she being called, went in, to him, and he said, Take up thy son. 37 She came and fell at his feet, and worshipped upon the ground, and took up her son, and went out. 38 And Eliseus returned to Gilgal, and there was a famine in the land, and the sons of the prophets dwelt before him, and he said to one of his servants, Set on the great pot, and boil pottage for the sons of the prophets. 39 And one went out into the field to gather wild herbs, and he found something like a wild vine, and gathered of it wild gourds of the field, and filled his mantle, and coming back, he shred them into the pot of pottage, for he knew not what it was. 40 And they poured it out for their companions to eat, and when they had tasted of the pottage, they cried out, saying, Death is in the pot, O man of God. And they could not eat thereof. 41 But he said, Bring some meal. And when they had brought it, he cast it into the pot, and said, Pour out for the people, that they may eat. And there was now no bitterness in the pot. 42 And a certain man came from Baal-Salisa, bringing to the man of God, bread of the firstfruits, 20 loaves of barley, and new corn in his scrip. And he said, Give to the people, that they may eat. 43 And his servant answered him, How much is this, that I should set it before 100 men? He said again, Give to the people, that they may eat, for thus saith the Lord, They shall eat, and there shall be left. 44 So he set it before them, and they ate, and there was left, according to the word of the Lord. Fourth Book of Kings, 447, Chapter 5. Naaman, general of the army, of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master, and honorable, for by him the Lord gave deliverance to Syria, and he was a valiant man, and rich, but a leper. 2 Now there had gone out robbers from Syria, and had led away captive out of the land of Israel, a little maid, and she waited upon Naaman's wife. 3 And she said to her mistress, I wish my master had been with the prophet that is in Samaria, he would certainly have healed him of the leprosy which he hath. 4 Then Naaman went into his lord, and told him, saying, Thus and thus said the girl from the land of Israel. 5 And the king of Syria said to him, Go, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel. And he departed, and took with him 10 talents of silver, and 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of raiment. 6 And brought the letter to the king of Israel, in these words, When thou shalt receive this letter, know that I have sent to thee Naaman, my servant, that thou mayst heal him of his leprosy. 7 And when the king of Israel had read the letter, he rent his garments, and said, Am I God, to be able to kill and give life, that this man hath sent to me to heal a man of his leprosy? Mark, and see how he seeketh occasions against me. 8 And when Eliseus, the man of God, had heard this, to wit, that the king of Israel had rent his garments, he sent to him, saying, Why hast thou rent thy garments? Let him come to me, and let him know that there is a prophet in Israel. 9 So Naaman came with his horses and chariots, and stood at the door of the house of Eliseus. 10 And Eliseus sent a messenger to him, saying, Go, and wash 7 times in the Jordan, and thy flesh shall recover health, and thou shalt be clean. 11 Naaman was angry, and went away, saying, I thought he would have come out to me, and standing, would have invoked the name of the Lord his God, and touched with his hand the place of the leprosy, and healed me. 12 Are not the Abana, and the Pharpar, rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel, that I may wash in them, and be made clean? So as he turned, and was going away with indignation. 13 His servants came to him, and said to him, Father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing, surely thou shouldst have done it. How much rather what he now hath said to thee, Wash, and thou shalt be clean. 14 Then he went down, and washed in the Jordan 7 times, according to the word of the man of God, and his flesh was restored, like the flesh of a little child, and he was made clean. 15 And returning to the man of God, with all his train, he came, and stood before him, and said, In truth, I know there is no other God, in all the earth, but only in Israel. I beseech thee, therefore, take a blessing of thy servant. 16 But he answered, As the Lord liveth, before whom I stand, I will receive none. And when he pressed him, he still refused. 17 And Naaman said, As thou wilt, but I beseech thee, grant to me, thy servant, to take from hence 2 mules' burden of earth, for thy servant will not henceforth offer holocaust, or victim, to other gods, but to the Lord. 18 But there is only this, for which thou shalt entreat the Lord for thy servant, when my master goeth into the temple of Rimmon, to worship there, and he leaneth on my hand, if I bow down. 448, Fourth Book of Kings. In the temple of Rimmon, when he boweth down in the same place, that the Lord pardon me, thy servant, for this thing. 19 And he said to him, Go in peace. So he departed from him, in the springtime of the earth. 20 But Jesse, the servant of the man of God, said, My master hath spared Naaman this Syrian, in not receiving of him that which he brought. As the Lord liveth, I will run after him, and take something of him. 21 And Jesse followed after Naaman, and when he saw him running after him, he leapt down from his chariot to meet him, and said, Is all well? 22 And he said, Well, my master hath sent me to thee, saying, Just now there are come to me from Mount Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets, give them a talent of silver, and 2 changes of garments. 23 And Naaman said, It is better that thou take 2 talents. And he forced him, and bound 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, and 2 changes of garments, and laid them upon 2 of his servants, and they carried them before him. 24 And when he was come, and now it was the evening, he took them from their hands, and laid them up in the house, and sent the men away, and they departed. 25 But he went in, and stood before his master. And Eliseus said, Whence comest thou, Jesse? He answered, Thy servant went no whither. 26 But he said, Was not my heart present, when the man turned back, from his chariot, to meet thee? So now thou hast received money, and received garments, to buy oliveyards and vineyards, and sheep, and oxen, and men servants, and maidservants. 27 But the leprosy of Naaman shall also stick to thee, and to thy seed forever. And he went out from him a leper, as white as snow. Chapter 6 And the sons of the prophets said to Eliseus, Behold, the place where we dwell with thee is too strait for us. 2 Let us go as far as the Jordan, and take out of the wood every man a piece of timber, that we may build us there a place to dwell in. And he said, Go. 3 And one of them said, But come thou also with thy servants. He answered, I will come. 4 So he went with them. And when they were come to the Jordan, they cut down wood. 5 And it happened, as one was felling some timber, that the head of the axe fell into the water, and he cried out, and said, Alas, 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 my lord, for this same was borrowed. 6 And the man of God said, Where did it fall? And he showed him the place. Then he cut off a piece of wood, and cast it in thither, and the iron swam. 7 And he said, Take it up. And he put out his hand, and took it. 8 And the king of Syria warred against Israel, and took counsel with his servants, saying, In such and such a place, let us lay an ambush. 9 And the man of God sent to the king of Israel, saying, Beware that thou pass not to such a place, for the Syrians are there in ambush. 11 And the heart of the king of Syria was troubled for this thing, and calling together his servants, he said, Why do you not tell me who it is that betrays me to the king of Israel? 12 And one of his servants said, No one, my lord, O king, but Eliseus, the prophet, that is in Israel, telleth the king of Israel all the words that thou speakest in thy privy chamber. 4th Book of Kings, 449. 13 And he said to them, Go, and see where he is, that I may send and take him. And they told him, saying, Behold, he is in Dothan. 14 Therefore he sent thither horses, and chariots, and the strength of an army, and they came by night, and beset the city. 15 And the servant of the man of God, rising early, went out, and saw an army round about the city, and horses and chariots, and he told him, saying, Alas, 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 my lord, what shall we do? 16 But he answered, Fear not, for there are more with us than with them. 17 And Eliseus prayed, and said, Lord, open his eyes, that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the servant, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses, and chariots of fire round about Eliseus. 18 And the enemies came down to him, but Eliseus prayed to the Lord, saying, Strike, I beseech thee, this people with blindness, and the Lord struck them with blindness, according to the word of Eliseus. 19 And Eliseus said to them, This is not the way, neither is this the city, follow me, and I will show you the man whom you seek. So he led them into Samaria. 20 And when they were come into Samaria, Eliseus said, Lord, open the eyes of these men, that they may see. And the Lord opened their eyes, and they saw themselves to be in the midst of Samaria. 21 And the king of Israel said to Eliseus, when he saw them, My father, shall I kill them? 22 And he said, Thou shalt not kill them, for thou didst not take them with thy sword, or thy bow, that thou mayst kill them, but set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink, and go to their master. 23 And a great provision of meats was set before them, and they ate and drank, and he let them go, and they went away to their master, and the robbers of Syria came no more into the land of Israel. 24 And it came to pass, after these things, that Benhadad, king of Syria, gathered together all his army, and went up and besieged Samaria. 25 And there was a great famine in Samaria, and so long did the siege continue, till the head of an ass was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and the fourth part of a cab of pigeon's dung, for 5 pieces of silver. 26 And as the king of Israel was passing by the wall, a certain woman cried out to him, saying, Save me, my lord, O king. 27 And he said, If the Lord doth not save thee, how can I save thee? Out of the barn floor, or out of the winepress? And the king said to her, What aileth thee? And she answered, 28 This woman said to me, Give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. 29 So we boiled my son, and ate him. And I said to her on the next day, Give thy son, that we may eat him. And she hath hid her son. 30 When the king heard this, he rent his garments, and passed by upon the wall. And all the people saw the haircloth which he wore within next to his flesh. 31 And the king said, May God do so and so to me, and may he add more, if the head of Eliseus, the son of Saphat, shall stand on him this day. 32 But Eliseus sat in his house, and the ancients sat with him. So he sent a man before, and before that messenger came, he said to the ancients, Do you know that this son of a murderer hath sent to cut off my head? Look then, when the messenger shall come, shut the door, and suffer him not to come in, for behold the 450. 4th Book of Kings, sound of his master's feet is behind him. 33 While he was yet speaking to them, the messenger appeared, who was coming to him. And he said, Behold, so great an evil is from the Lord, what shall I look for more from the Lord? Chapter 7. And Eliseus said, Hear ye the word of the Lord, thus saith the Lord, Tomorrow, about this time, a bushel of fine flour shall be sold for a stater, and 2 bushels of barley for a stater, in the gate of Samaria. 2 Then one of the lords, upon whose hand the king leaned, answering the man of God, said, If the Lord should make floodgates in heaven, can that possibly be which thou sayest? And he said, Thou shalt see it with thy eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. 3 Now there were 4 lepers, at the entering in of the gate, and they said one to another, What mean we to stay here till we die? For if we will enter into the city, we shall die with the famine, and if we will remain here, we must also die. Come therefore, and let us run over to the camp of the Syrians. If they spare us, we shall live, but if they kill us, we shall but die. 5 So they arose in the evening, to go to the Syrian camp. And when they were come to the first part of the camp of the Syrians, they found no man there. 6 For the Lord had made them hear, in the camp of Syria, the noise of chariots, and of horses, and of a very great army, and they said one to another, Behold, the king of Israel hath hired against us the kings of the Hittites, and of the Egyptians, and they are come upon us. 7 Wherefore they rose, and fled away in the dark, and left their tents, and their horses and asses in the camp, and fled, desiring to save their lives. 8 So when these lepers were come to the beginning of the camp, they went into one tent, and ate and drank, and they took from thence silver, and gold, and raiment, and went, and hid it, and they came again, and went into another tent, and carried from thence in like manner, and hid it. 9 Then they said one to another, We do not well, for this is a day of good tidings. If we hold our peace, and do not tell it till the morning, we shall be charged with a crime. Come, let us go, and tell it in the king's court. 10 So they came to the gate of the city, and told them, saying, We went to the camp of the Syrians, and we found no man there, but horses, and asses tied, and the tents standing. 11 Then the guards of the gate went, and told it within in the king's palace. 12 And he arose in the night, and said to his servants, I tell you what the Syrians have done to us. They know that we suffer great famine, and therefore they are gone out of the camp, and lie hid in the fields, saying, When they come out of the city, we shall take them alive. And then we may get into the city. 13 And one of his servants answered, Let us take the 5 horses that are remaining in the city, and let us send and see. 14 They brought therefore 2 horses, and the king sent into the camp of the Syrians, saying, Go, and see. 15 And they went after them, as far as the Jordan, and behold, all the way was full of garments, and vessels, which the Syrians had cast away, in their fright, and the messengers Fourth Book of Kings, 451, turned, and told the king. 16 And the people going out, pillaged the camp of the Syrians, and a bushel of fine flour was sold for a stater, and 2 bushels of barley for a stater, according to the word of the Lord. 17 And the king appointed that lord on whose hand he leaned, to stand at the gate, and the people trod upon him in the entrance of the gate, and he died, as the man of God had said, when the king came down to him. 18 And it came to pass, according to the word of the man of God, which he spoke to the king, when he said, 2 bushels of barley shall be for a stater, and a bushel of fine flour for a stater, at this very time tomorrow, in the gate of Samaria. 19 When that lord answered the man of God, and said, Although the Lord should make floodgates in heaven, could this come to pass which thou sayest? And he said to him, Thou shalt see it with thy eyes, and shalt not eat thereof. 20 And so it fell out to him, as it was foretold, and the people trod upon him in the gate, and he died. Chapter 8 And Eliseus spoke to the woman, whose son he had restored to life, saying, Arise, and go thou, and thy household, and sojourn wheresoever thou canst find, for the Lord hath called a famine, and it shall come upon the land 7 years. 2 And she arose, and did according to the word of the man of God, and going with her household, she sojourned in the land of the Philistines many days. 3 And when the 7 years were ended, the woman returned out of the land of the Philistines, and she went forth to speak to the king for her house and for her lands. 4 And the king talked with Jesse, the servant of the man of God, saying, Tell me all the great things that Eliseus hath done. 5 And when he was telling the king how he had raised one dead to life, the woman appeared, whose son he had restored to life, crying to the king for her house, and her lands. And Jesse said, My lord, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son, whom Eliseus raised to life. 6 And the king asked the woman, and she told him. And the king appointed her an eunuch, saying, Restore her all that is hers, and all the revenues of the lands, from the day that she left the land to this present. 7 Eliseus also came to Damascus, and Benhadad, king of Syria was sick, and they told him, saying, The man of God is come hither. 8 And the king said to Hazael, Take with thee presents, and go to meet the man of God, and consult the Lord by him, saying, Can I recover of this my illness? 9 And Hazael went to meet him, taking with him presents, and all the good things of Damascus, the burdens of 40 camels. And when he stood before him, he said, Thy son, Benhadad, the king of Syria, hath sent me to thee, saying, Can I recover of this my illness? 10 And Eliseus said to him, Go tell him, Thou shalt recover, but the Lord hath showed me that he shall surely die. 11 And he stood with him, and was troubled so far as to blush, and the man of God wept. 12 And Hazael said to him, Why doth my lord weep? And he said, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do to the children of Israel. Their strong cities thou wilt burn with fire, and their young men thou wilt kill with the sword, and thou wilt dash their children, and rip up their pregnant women. 452, Fourth Book of Kings, 13 And Hazael said, But what am I, thy servant, a dog, that I should do this great thing? And Eliseus said, The Lord hath showed me that thou shalt be king of Syria. 14 And when he was departed from Eliseus he came to his master, who said to him, What said Eliseus to thee? And he answered, He told me, Thou shalt recover. 15 And on the next day, he took a blanket, and poured water on it, and spread it upon his face, and he died, and Hazael reigned in his stead. 16 In the 5th year of Joram, son of Achab, king of Israel, and of Josaphat, king of Judah, reigned Joram, son of Josaphat, king of Judah. 17 He was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. 18 And he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Achab had walked, for the daughter of Achab was his wife, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. 19 But the Lord would not destroy Judah, for David his servant's sake, as he had promised him, to give him a light, and to his children always. 20 In his days Edom revolted from being under Judah, and made themselves a king. 21 And Joram came to Sarah, and all the chariots with him, and he arose in the night, and defeated the Edomites that had surrounded him, and the captains of the chariots, but the people fled into their tents. 23 But the rest of the acts of Joram, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 24 And Joram slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, and Ochozias, his son, reigned in his stead. 25 In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Achab, king of Israel, reigned Ochozias, son of Joram, king of Judah. 26 Ochozias was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Athaliah the daughter of Omri king of Israel. 27 And he walked in the ways of the house of Achab, and he did evil before the Lord, as did the house of Achab, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Achab. 28 He went also with Joram, son of Achab, to fight against Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth-Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. 29 And he went back to be healed, in Jezreel, because the Syrians had wounded him in Ramoth, when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. And Ochozias, the son of Joram, king of Judah, went down to visit Joram, the son of Achab, in Jezreel, because he was sick there. Chapter 9 And Eliseus the prophet, called one of the sons of the prophets, and said to him, Gird up thy loins, and take this little bottle of oil in thy hand, and go to Ramoth-Gilead. 2 And when thou art come thither, thou shalt see Jehud the son of Josaphat the son of Namsi, and going in, thou shalt make him rise up from amongst his brethren, and carry him into an inner chamber. 3 Then taking the little bottle of oil, thou shalt pour it on his head, and shalt say, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. And thou shalt open the door and flee, and shalt not stay there. 4 So the young man, the servant of the prophet, went away to Ramoth-Gilead. 5 And went in thither, and behold, the captains of the army were sitting, and he said, I have a word to thee, O prince. And Jehu said, Fourth Book of Kings, 453, Unto whom of us all? And he said, To thee, O prince. 6 And he arose, and went into the chamber, and he poured the oil upon his head, and said, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I have anointed thee king over Israel, the people of the Lord. 7 And thou shalt cut off the house of Achab, thy master, and I will revenge the blood of my servants, the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord, at the hand of Jezebel. 8 And I will destroy all the house of Achab, and I will cut off from Achab, him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up, and the meanest in Israel. 9 And I will make the house of Achab, like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasah, the son of Ahaz. 10 And the dogs shall eat Jezebel, in the field of Jezreel, and there shall be no one to bury her. And he opened the door and fled. 11 And Jehu went forth to the servants of his lord, and they said to him, Are all things well? Why came this madman to thee? And he said to them, You know the man, and what he said. 12 But they answered, It is false, but rather do thou tell us. And he said to them, Thus and thus did he speak to me. And he said, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. 13 Then they made haste, and taking every man his garment, laid it under his feet, after the manner of a judgment seat, and they sounded the trumpet, and said, Jehu is king. 14 So Jehu, the son of Josaphat, the son of Namsi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram had besieged Ramoth-Gilead, he, and all Israel. fighting with Hazael, king of Syria. 15 And was returned to be healed in Jezreel of his wounds, for the Syrians had wounded him, when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria. And Jehu said, If it please you, let no man go forth or flee out of the city, lest he go, and tell in Jezreel. 16 And he got up, and went into Jezreel, for Joram was sick there, and Ochozias king of Judah, was come down to visit Joram. 17 The watchman therefore, that stood upon the tower of Jezreel, saw the troop of Jehu coming, and said, I see a troop. And Joram said, Take a chariot, and send to meet them, and let him that goeth say, Is all well? 18 So there went one in a chariot to meet him, and said, Thus saith the king, Are all things peaceable? And Jehu said, What hast thou to do with peace? Go behind and follow me. And the watchman told, saying, The messenger came to them, but he returneth not. 19 And he sent a second chariot of horses, and he came to them, and said, Thus saith the king, Is there peace? And Jehu said, What hast thou to do with peace? Pass, and follow me. 20 And the watchman told, saying, He came even to them, but returneth not, and the driving is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he drives furiously. 21 And Joram said, Make ready the chariot. And they made ready his chariot, and Joram, king of Israel, and Ochozias, king of Judah, went out, each in his chariot, and they went out to meet Jehu, and met him in the field of Naboth, the Jezreelite. 22 And when Joram saw Jehu, he said, Is there peace, Jehu? And he answered, What peace? So long as the fornications of Jezebel, thy mother, and her many sorceries, are in their vigor. 23 And Joram turned his hand, and fleeing, said to Ochozias, There is treachery, Ochozias. 24 But Jehu bent his bow with his hand, and shot Joram between the shoulders, and the arrow went out through his heart, and immediately. 454, Fourth Book of Kings, he fell in his chariot. 25 And Jehu said to Badasar, his captain, Take him, and cast him into the field of Naboth, the Jezreelite, for I remember, when I and thou, sitting in a chariot, followed Achab, this man's father, that the Lord laid this burden upon him, saying, 26 If I do not requite thee in this field, saith the Lord, for the blood of Naboth, and for the blood of his children, which I saw yesterday, saith the Lord. So now take him, and cast him into the field, according to the word of the Lord. 27 But Ochozias, king of Judah, seeing this, fled by the way of the garden house, and Jehu pursued him, and said, Strike him also in his chariot. And they struck him in the going up to Gavir, which is by Jebel, and he fled into Megiddo, and died there. 28 And his servants laid him upon his chariot, and carried him to Jerusalem, and they buried him in his sepulchre with his fathers, in the city of David. 29 In the 11th year of Joram, the son of Achab, Ochozias reigned over Judah. 30 And Jehu came into Jezreel. But Jezebel, hearing of his coming in, painted her face with stibic stone, and adorned her head, and looked out of a window. 31 At Jehu coming in at the gate, and said, Can there be peace for Zambri, that hath killed his master? 32 And Jehu lifted up his face to the window, and said, Who is this? And 2 or 3 eunuchs bowed down to him. 33 And he said to them, Throw her down headlong. And they threw her down, and the wall was sprinkled with her blood, and the hoofs of the horses trod upon her. 34 And when he was come in to eat, and to drink, he said, Go, and see after that cursed woman, and bury her, because she is a king's daughter. 35 And when they went to bury her, they found nothing but the skull, and the feet, and the extremities of her hands. 36 And coming back they told him. And Jehu said, It is the word of the Lord, which he spoke by his servant Elias, the Thesbite, saying, In the field of Jezreel the dogs shall eat the flesh of Jezebel. 37 And the flesh of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the earth in the field of Jezreel, so that they who pass by shall say, Is this that same Jezebel? Chapter 10 And Achab had 70 sons in Samaria, so Jehu wrote letters, and sent to Samaria, to the chief men of the city, and to the ancients, and to them that brought up Achab's children, saying: 2 As soon as you receive these letters, ye that have your master's sons, and chariots, and horses, and fenced cities, and armor, 3 Choose the best, and him that shall please you most of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for the house of your master. 4 But they were exceedingly afraid, and said, Behold, 2 kings could not stand before him, and how shall we be able to resist? 5 Therefore they that were over the king's house, and the rulers of the city, and the ancients, and the bringers up of the children, sent to Jehu, saying, We are thy servants, whatsoever thou shalt command us we will do, we will not make us any king, do thou all that pleaseth thee. 6 And he wrote letters the second time to Fourth Book of Kings, 455, them, saying, If you be mine, and will obey me, take the heads of the sons of your master, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow at this time. Now the king's sons, being 70 men, were brought up with the chief men of the city. 7 And when the letters came to them, they took the king's sons, and slew 70 persons, and put their heads in baskets, and sent them to him to Jezreel. 8 And a messenger came, and told him, saying, They have brought the heads of the king's sons. And he said, Lay ye them in 2 heaps by the entering in of the gate until the morning. 9 And when it was light, he went out, and standing, said to all the people, You are just, if I conspired against my master, and slew him, who hath slain all these. 10 See therefore now that there hath not fallen to the ground any of the words of the Lord, which the Lord spoke concerning the house of Achab, and the Lord hath done that which he spoke in the hand of his servant Elias. 11 So Jehu slew all that were left of the house of Achab in Jezreel, and all his chief men, and his friends, and his priests, till there were no remains left of him. 12 And he arose, and went to Samaria, and when he was come to the shepherd's cabin in the way. 13 He met with the brethren of Josias, king of Judah, and he said to them, Who are you? And they answered, We are the brethren of Josias, and are come down to salute the sons of the king, and the sons of the queen. 14 And he said, Take them alive. And they took them alive, and killed them at the pit by the cabin, 42 men, and he left not any of them. 15 And when he was departed thence, he found Jonadab, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him, and he blessed him. And he said to him, Is thy heart right as my heart is with thy heart? And Jonadab said, It is. If it be, said he, Give me thy hand. He gave him his hand. And he lifted him up to him into the chariot. 16 And said to him, Come with me, and see my zeal for the Lord. So he made him ride in his chariot. 17 And brought him into Samaria. And he slew all that were left of Achab, in Samaria, to a man, according to the word of the Lord which he spoke by Elias. 18 And Jehu gathered together all the people, and said to them, Achab worshipped Baal a little, but I will worship him more. 19 Now therefore call to me all the prophets of Baal, and all his servants, and all his priests, let none be wanting, for I have a great sacrifice to offer to Baal. Whosoever shall be wanting, shall not live. Now Jehu did this craftily, that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. 20 And he said, Proclaim a festival for Baal. And he called. 21 And he sent into all the borders of Israel, and all the servants of Baal came, there was not one left that did not come. And they went into the temple of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled, from one end to the other. 22 And he said to them that were over the wardrobe, Bring forth garments for all the servants of Baal. And they brought them forth garments. 23 And Jehu, and Jonadab, the son of Rechab, went to the temple of Baal, and said to the worshippers of Baal, Search, and see that there be not any with you of the servants of the Lord, but that there be the servants of Baal only. 24 And they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings, but Jehu had prepared him 80 men without, and said to them, If any. 456, Fourth Book of Kings, of the men escape, whom I have brought into your hands, he that letteth him go, shall answer life for life. 25 And it came to pass, when the burnt offering was ended, that Jehu commanded his soldiers and captains, saying, Go in, and kill them, let none escape. And the soldiers and captains slew them with the edge of the sword, and cast them out, and they went into the city of the temple of Baal. 26 And brought the statue out of Baal's temple, and burned it. 27 And broke it in pieces. They destroyed also the temple of Baal, and made a jakes in its place unto this day. 28 So Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel. 29 But yet he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, nor did he forsake the golden calves that were in Bethel, and Dan. 30 And the Lord said to Jehu, Because thou hast diligently executed that which was right and pleasing in my eyes, and hast done to the house of Achab according to all that was in my heart, thy children shall sit upon the throne of Israel to the 4th generation. 31 But Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of the Lord, the God of Israel, with all his heart, for he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, who had made Israel to sin. 32 In those days the Lord began to be weary of Israel, and Hazael ravaged them in all the coasts of Israel. 33 From the Jordan eastward, all the land of Gad, and Gad, and Reuben, and Manasseh, from Aroer, which is upon the torrent Arnon, and Galaad, and Bashan. 34 But the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all that he did, and his strength, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 35 And Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Joash, his son, reigned in his stead. 36 And the time that Jehu reigned over Israel, in Samaria, was 28 years. Now Athaliah, the mother of Josias, seeing that her son was dead, arose and slew all the royal seed. 2 But Josabah the daughter of King Joram, sister of Josias, took Joas, the son of Josias, and stole him from among the king's sons that were slain, out of the bedchamber with his nurse, and hid him from the face of Athaliah, so that he was not slain. 3 And he was with her 6 years, hid in the house of the Lord. And Athaliah reigned over the land. 4 And in the 7th year Joiada sent, and taking the centurions and soldiers, brought them into him into the temple of the Lord, and made a covenant with them, and taking an oath of them in the house of the Lord, showed them the king's son. 5 And he commanded them, saying, This is the thing that you must do. 6 Let a third part of you go in on the Sabbath, and keep the watch of the king's house. And let a third part be at the gate of Sur, and let a third part be at the gate behind the dwelling of the shield-bearers, and you shall keep the watch of the house of Mesa. 7 But let 2 parts of you all that go forth on the Sabbath, keep the watch of the house of the Lord about the king. 8 And you shall compass him round about, having weapons in your hands, and if any man shall enter the precinct of the temple, let him be slain, and you shall be with the king, coming in and going out. 4th Book of Kings, 457. 9 And the centurions did according to all things that Joiada the priest had commanded them, and Tokyug every one their men, that went in on the Sabbath, with them that went out on the Sabbath, came to Joiada, the priest. 10 And he gave them the spears, and the arms of King David, which were in the house of the Lord. 11 And they stood, having every one their weapons in their hands, from the right side of the temple, unto the left side of the altar, and of the temple, about the king. 12 And he brought forth the king's son, and put the diadem upon him, and the testimony, and they made him king, and anointed him, and clapping their hands, they said, God save the king. 13 And Athaliah heard the noise of the people running, and going into the people into the temple of the Lord. 14 She saw the king standing upon a tribunal, as the manner was, and the singers, and the trumpets near him, and all the people of the land rejoicing, and sounding the trumpets, and she rent her garments, and cried, A conspiracy, a conspiracy. 15 But Joiada commanded the centurions that were over the army, and said to them, Have her forth without the precinct of the temple, and whosoever shall follow her, let him be slain with the sword. For the priest had said, Let her not be slain in the temple of the Lord. 16 And they laid hands on her, and thrust her out by the way by which the horses go in, by the palace, and she was slain there. 17 And Joiada made a covenant between the Lord, and the king, and the people, that they should be the people of the Lord, and between the king and the people. 18 And all the people of the land went into the temple of Baal, and broke down his altars, and his images they broke in pieces thoroughly. They slew also Madan the priest of Baal before the altar. And the priest set guards in the house of the Lord. 19 And he took the centurions, and the bands of the Cerethi, and the Philithi, and all the people of the land, and they brought the king from the house of the Lord, and they came by the way of the gate of the shield-bearers into the palace, and he sat on the throne of the kings. 20 And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet, but Athaliah was slain with the sword in the king's house. 21 Now Joas was 7 years old when he began to reign. Chapter 12. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joas began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Sabiah, of Bersabee. 2 And Joas did that which was right before the Lord all the days that Joiada, the priest, taught him. 3 But yet he took not away the high places, for the people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. 4 And Joas said to the priests, All the money of the sanctified things, which is brought into the temple of the Lord by those that pass, which is offered for the price of a soul, and which of their own accord, and of their own free heart, they bring into the temple of the Lord. 5 Let the priests take it according to their order and repair the house, wheresoever they shall see anything that wanteth repairing. 6 Now till the 23 year of King Joas the priests did not make the repairs of the 458. 4th Book of Kings, Temple. 7 And King Joas called Joiada, the high priest, and the priests, saying to them, Why do you not repair the temple? Take you, therefore, money no more according to your order, but restore it for the repairing of the temple. 8 And the priests were forbidden to take any more money of the people, and to make the repairs of the house. 9 And Joiada, the high priest, took a chest, and bored a hole in the top, and set it by the altar at the right hand of them that came into the house of the Lord, and the priests that kept the doors, put therein all the money that was brought to the temple of the Lord. 10 And when they saw that there was very much money in the chest, the king's scribe, and the high priest, came up, and poured it out, and counted the money that was found in the house of the Lord. 11 And they gave it out by number and measure into the hands of them that were over the builders of the house of the Lord, and they laid it out to the carpenters, and the masons, that wrought in the house of the Lord. 12 And made the repairs, and to them that cut stones, and to buy timber, and stones to be hewed, that the repairs of the house of the Lord might be completely finished, and wheresoever there was need of expenses to uphold the house. 13 But there were not made of the same money for the temple of the Lord, bulls, or fleshhooks, or censers, or trumpets, or any vessel of gold and silver, of the money that was brought into the temple of the Lord. 14 For it was given to them that did the work, that the temple of the Lord might be repaired. 15 And they reckoned not with the man that received the money to distribute it to the workmen, but they bestowed it faithfully. 16 But the money for trespass, and the money for sins, they brought not into the temple of the Lord, because it was for the priests. 17 Then Hazael, king of Syria, went up, and fought against Geth, and took it, and set his face to go up to Jerusalem. 18 Wherefore Joash, king of Judah, took all the sanctified things, which Josaphat, and Joram, and Ochozias, his fathers, the kings of Judah, had dedicated to holy uses, and which he himself had offered, and all the silver that could be found in the treasures of the temple of the Lord, and in the king's palace, and sent it to Hazael, king of Syria, and he went off from Jerusalem. 19 And the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 20 And his servants arose, and conspired among themselves, and slew Joash, in the house of Millo, in the descent of Selah. 21 For Josachar the son of Semot, and Jozabad the son of Summer his servant, struck him, and he died, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 13 In the 23rd year of Joash son of Ochozias, king of Judah, Joash, the son of Jehu, reigned over Israel, in Samaria, 17 years. 2 And he did evil before the Lord, and followed the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, and he departed not from them. 3 And the wrath of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he delivered them into the hand of Hazael, the king of Syria, and into the hand of Benhadad, the son of Hazael, all days. 4th Book of Kings, 459. 4 But Joash besought the face of the Lord, and the Lord heard him, for he saw the distress of Israel, because the king of Syria had oppressed them. 5 And the Lord gave Israel a Saviour, and they were delivered out of the hand of the king of Syria, and the children of Israel dwelt in their pavilions as yesterday and the day before. 6 But yet they departed not from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, who made Israel to sin, but walked in them, and there still remained a grove also in Samaria. 7 And Joash had no more left of the people than 50 horsemen, and 10 chariots, and 10,000 footmen, for the king of Syria had slain them, and had brought them low as dust by threshing in the barn floor. 8 But the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, and his valor, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 9 And Joash slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Joash, his son, reigned in his stead. 10 In the 37th year of Joash, king of Judah, Joash the son of Joash reigned over Israel, in Samaria, 16 years. 11 And he did that which is evil in the sight of the Lord, he departed not from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, but he walked in them. 12 But the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, and his valor wherewith he fought against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 13 And Joash slept with his fathers, and Jeroboam sat upon his throne. But Joash was buried in Samaria, with the kings of Israel. 14 Now Eliseus was sick of the illness whereof he died, and Joash, king of Israel, went down to him, and wept before him, and said, O my father, the chariot of Israel, and the guider thereof. 15 And Eliseus said to him, Bring a bow and arrows. And when he had brought him a bow and arrows. 16 He said to the king of Israel, Put thy hand upon the bow. And when he had put his hand, Eliseus put his hands over the king's hands. 17 And said, Open the window to the east. And when he had opened it, Eliseus said, Shoot an arrow. And he shot. And Eliseus said, The arrow of the Lord's deliverance, and the arrow of the deliverance from Syria, and thou shalt strike the Syrians in Aphek, till thou consume them. 18 And he said, Take the arrows. And when he had taken them, he said to him, Strike with an arrow upon the ground. And he struck 3 times, and stood still. 19 And the man of God was angry with him, and said, If thou hadst smitten 5 or 6 or 7 times, thou hadst smitten Syria even to utter destruction, but now 3 times shalt thou smite it. 20 And Eliseus died, and they buried him. And the rovers from Moab came into the land the same year. 21 And some that were burying a man, saw the rovers, and cast the body into the sepulchre of Eliseus. And when it had touched the bones of Eliseus, the man came to life and stood upon his feet. 22 Now Hazael, king of Syria, afflicted Israel all the days of Josue. 23 And the Lord had mercy on them, and returned to them, because of his covenant, which he had made with Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, and he would not destroy them, nor utterly cast them away, unto this present time. 460, Fourth Book of Kings, 24 And Hazael, king of Syria, died, and Benhadad, his son, reigned in his stead. 25 Now Joash the son of Josue took the cities out of the hand of Benhadad, the son of Hazael, which he had taken out of the hand of Josue, his father, by war. 3 times did Joash beat him, and he restored the cities to Israel. Chapter 14 In the 2nd year of Joash son of Josue, king of Israel, reigned Amaziah son of Joash, king of Judah. 2 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and 29 years he reigned in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jodan, of Jerusalem. 3 And he did that which was right before the Lord, but yet not like David his father. He did according to all things that Joash his father did, for but this only, that he took not away the high places, for yet the people sacrificed, and burnt incense in the high places. 5 And when he had possession of the kingdom, he put his servants to death that had slain the king, his father. 6 But the children of the murderers he did not put to death, according to that which is written in the book of the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded, saying, The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. But every man shall die for his own sin. 7 He slew of Edom in the valley of the salt pits, 10,000 men, and took the rock by war, and called the name thereof Jekdeel, unto this day. 8 Then Amaziah sent messengers to Joash, son of Josue, son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us see one another. 9 And Joash, king of Israel, sent again to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, A thistle of Libanus sent to a cedar tree, which is in Libanus, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife. And the beasts of the forest, that are in Libanus, passed, and trod down the thistle. 10 Thou hast beaten and prevailed over Edom, and thy heart hath lifted thee up. Be content with this glory, and sit at home. Why provokest thou evil, that thou shouldst fall, and Judah with thee? 11 But Amaziah did not rest satisfied. So Joash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, saw one another in Bethsames, a town in Judah. 12 And Judah was put to the worse before Israel, and they fled every man to their dwellings. 13 But Joash, king of Israel, took Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ochosias, in Bethsames, and brought him into Jerusalem, and he broke down the wall of Jerusalem, from the gate of Ephraim to the gate of the corner, 400 cubits. 14 And he took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of the Lord, and in the king's treasures, and hostages, and returned to Samaria. 15 But the rest of the acts of Joash, which he did, and his valor, wherewith he fought against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 16 And Joash slept with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria, with the kings of Israel, and Jeroboam, his son, reigned in his stead. 17 And Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, lived after the death of Joash, son of Josue, king of Israel, 15 years. 18 And the rest of the acts of Amaziah, are they not written in the book of the words of the Fourth Book of Kings? 461 Days of the kings of Judah? 19 Now they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. And they sent after him to Lachish, and killed him there. 20 And they brought him away upon horses, and he was buried in Jerusalem with his fathers, in the city of David. 21 And all the people of Judah took Azarias, who was 16 years old, and made him king instead of his father, Amaziah. 22 He built Elath, and restored it to Judah, after that the king slept with his fathers. 23 In the 15th year of Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, reigned Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel, in Samaria, 41 years. 24 And he did that which is evil before the Lord. He departed not from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. 25 He restored the borders of Israel from the entrance of Hamath, unto the sea of the wilderness, according to the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, which he spoke by his servant, Jonas, the son of Amittai, the prophet, who was of Geth, which is in Ophir. 26 For the Lord saw the affliction of Israel, that it was exceedingly bitter, and that they were consumed even to them that were shut up in prison, and the lowest persons, and that there was no one to help Israel. 27 And the Lord did not say that he would blot out the name of Israel from under heaven, but he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam, the son of Joash. 28 But the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, and all that he did, and his valor, wherewith he fought, and how he restored Damascus and Hamath to Judah, in Israel, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 29 And Jeroboam slept with his fathers, the kings of Israel, and Zacharias, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 15 In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, reigned Azarias, son of Amaziah, king of Judah. 2 He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jechiliah, of Jerusalem. 3 And he did that which was pleasing before the Lord, according to all that his father, Amaziah, had done. 4 But the high places he did not destroy, for the people sacrificed, and burnt incense in the high places. 5 And the Lord struck the king, so that he was a leper unto the day of his death, and he dwelt in a free house apart. But Jotham, the king's son, governed the palace, and judged the people of the land. 6 And the rest of the acts of Azarias, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 7 And Azarias slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his ancestors in the city of David, and Jotham, his son, reigned in his stead. 8 In the 38th year of Azarias, king of Judah, reigned Zacharias, son of Jeroboam, over Israel, in Samaria, 6 months. 9 And he did that which is evil before the Lord, as his fathers had done. He departed not from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. 462. Fourth Book of Kings. 10 And Salom, the son of Habas, conspired against him, and struck him publicly, and killed him, and reigned in his place. 11 Now the rest of the acts of Zacharias, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 12 This was the word of the Lord, which he spoke to Jehu, saying, Thy children, to the 4th generation, shall sit upon the throne of Israel. And so it came to pass. 13 Salom, the son of Habas, began to reign in the 39th year of Azarias, king of Judah, and reigned 1 month in Samaria. 14 And Menahem, the son of Gadi, went up from Tirzah, and he came into Samaria, and struck Salom, the son of Habas, in Samaria, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. 15 And the rest of the acts of Salom, and his conspiracy which he made, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 16 Then Menahem destroyed Thapsah and all that were in it, and the borders thereof from Tirzah, because they would not open to him, and he slew all the women thereof that were with child, and ripped them up. 17 In the 39th year of Azarias, king of Judah, reigned Menahem, son of Gadi, over Israel, 10 years, in Samaria. 18 And he did that which was evil before the Lord, he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, all his days. 19 And Phul, king of the Assyrians, came into the land, and Menahem gave Phul 1,000 talents of silver to aid him and to establish him in the kingdom. 20 And Menahem laid a tax upon Israel, on all that were mighty and rich, to give the king of the Assyrians, each man 50 sickles of silver. So the king of the Assyrians turned back, and did not stay in the land. 21 And the rest of the acts of Menahem, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 22 And Menahem slept with his fathers, and Phaseah, his son, reigned in his stead. 23 In the 50th year of Azarias, king of Judah, reigned Phaseah, the son of Menahem, over Israel, in Samaria, 2 years. 24 And he did that which was evil before the Lord, he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. 25 And Phaseah the son of Remaliah, his captain, conspired against him, and smote him in Samaria, in the tower of the king's house, near Argob, and near Ari, and with him 50 men of the sons of the Galaadites, and he slew him, and reigned in his stead. 26 And the rest of the acts of Phaseah, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 27 In the 52nd year of Azarias, king of Judah, reigned Phaseah, the son of Remaliah, over Israel, in Samaria, 20 years. 28 And he did that which was evil before the Lord, he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. 29 In the days of Phaseah, king of Israel, came Eglath-Phalazar, king of Assyria, and took Ion, and Abel-Domum-Maachah, and Janu, and Seeds, and Asor, and Gilad, and Galilee, and all the land of Naphtali, and carried them captives into Assyria. 30 Now Ulsi, son of Elah, conspired, and formed a plot against Phaseah, the son of Remaliah, and struck him, and slew him, and reigned in his stead in the 20th year of. Fourth Book of Kings. 463. Jotham, the son of Ozias. 31 But the rest of the acts of Phaseah, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Israel? 32 In the 2nd year of Phaseah, the son of Remaliah king of Israel, reigned Jotham, son of Ozias, king of Judah. 33 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jerusa, the daughter of Zadok. 34 And he did that which was right before the Lord, according to all that his father Ozias had done, so did he. 35 But the high places he took not away, the people still sacrificed, and burnt incense in the high places. He built the highest gate of the house of the Lord. 36 But the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 37 In those days the Lord began to send into Judah, Rezin king of Syria, and Phasseh the son of Remaliah. 38 And Jotham slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, his father, and Ahaz, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 16 In the 17th year of Phasseh, the son of Remaliah reigned Ahaz, the son of Jotham, king of Judah. 2 Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. He did not that which was pleasing in the sight of the Lord, his God, as David, his father. 3 But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel. Moreover, he consecrated also his son, making him pass through the fire, according to the idols of the nations which the Lord destroyed before the children of Israel. 4 He sacrificed also, and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. 5 Then Rezin, king of Syria, and Phasseh, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to Jerusalem to fight, and they besieged Ahaz, but were not able to overcome him. 6 At that time Rezin, king of Syria, restored Eilah to Syria, and drove the men of Judah out of Eilah, and the Edomites came into Eilah, and dwelt there unto this day. 7 And Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of the Assyrians, saying, I am thy servant, and thy son. Come up, and save me out of the hand of the king of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, who are risen up together against me. 8 And when he had gathered together the silver and gold that could be found in the house of the Lord, and in the king's treasures, he sent it for a present to the king of the Assyrians. 9 And he agreed to his desire, for the king of the Assyrians went up against Damascus, and laid it waste, and he carried away the inhabitants thereof to Cyrene, but Rezin he slew. 10 And King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of the Assyrians, and when he had seen the altar of Damascus, King Ahaz sent to Urias, the priest, a pattern of it, and its likeness, according to all the work thereof. 11 And Urias, the priest, built an altar according to all that King Ahaz had commanded from Damascus, so did Urias, the priest, until King Ahaz came from Damascus. 464. Fourth Book of Kings. 12 And when the king was come from Damascus, he saw the altar and worshipped it, and went up and offered holocausts, and his own sacrifice. 13 And he offered libations, and poured the blood of the peace offerings, which he had offered, upon the altar. 14 But the altar of brass that was before the Lord, he removed from the face of the temple, and from the place of the altar, and from the place of the temple of the Lord, and he set it at the side of the altar towards the north. 15 And King Ahaz commanded Urias, the priest, saying, Upon the great altar offer the morning holocaust, and the evening sacrifice, and the king's holocaust, and his sacrifice, and the holocaust of the whole people of the land, and their sacrifices, and their libations, and all the blood of the holocaust, and all the blood of the victim, thou shalt pour out upon it, but the altar of brass shall be ready at my pleasure. 16 So Urias, Dhc priest, did according to all that King Ahaz had commanded him. 17 And King Ahaz took away the graven bases, and the laver that was upon them, and he took down the sea from the brazen oxen that held it up, and put it upon a pavement of stone. 18 The Muzak also for the Sabbath, which he had built in the temple, and the king's entry from without, he turned into the temple of the Lord, because of the king of the Assyrians. 19 Now the rest of the acts of Ahaz which he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 20 And Ahaz slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, and Ezekias, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 17 In the 12th year of Ahaz king of Judah, Osi the son of Elah reigned in Samaria, over Israel, 9 years. 2 And he did evil before the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel that had been before him. 3 Against him came up Salmanassar, king of the Assyrians, and Osi became his servant, and paid him tribute. 4 And when the king of the Assyrians found that Osi, endeavoring to rebel, had sent messengers to Suah, the king of Egypt, that he might not pay tribute to the king of the Assyrians, as he had done every year, he besieged him, bound him, and cast him into prison. 5 And he went through all the land, and going up to Samaria, he besieged it 3 years. 6 And in the 9th year of Osi, the king of the Assyrians took Samaria, and carried Israel away to Assyria, and he placed them in Hala, and Habor, by the river of Gozan, in the cities of the Medes. 7 For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord, their God, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and they worshipped strange gods. 8 And they walked according to the way of the nations which the Lord had destroyed in the sight of the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, because they had done in like manner. 9 And the children of Israel offended the Lord, their God, with things that were not right, and built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. 10 And they made them statues and groves on every high hill, and under every shady tree. 11 And they burned incense there upon altars, after the manner of the nations which the Fourth Book of Kings, 465, Lord had removed from their face, and they did wicked things, provoking the Lord. 12 And they worshipped abominations, concerning which the Lord had commanded them that they should not do this thing. 13 And the Lord testified to them in Israel, and in Judah, by the hand of all the prophets and seers, saying, Return from your wicked ways, and keep my precepts, and ceremonies, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and as I have sent to you in the hand of my servants the prophets. 14 And they hearkened not, but hardened their necks like to the neck of their fathers, who would not obey the Lord, their God. 15 And they rejected his ordinances, and the covenant that he made with their fathers, and the testimonies which he testified against them, and they followed vanities, and acted vainly, and they followed the nations that were round about them, concerning which the Lord had commanded them that they should not do as they did. 16 And they forsook all the precepts of the Lord, their God, and made to themselves 2 molten calves, and groves, and adored all the host of heaven, and they served Baal. 17 And consecrated their sons, and their daughters, through fire, and they gave themselves to divinations, and soothsayings. And they delivered themselves up to do evil before the Lord, to provoke him. 18 And the Lord was very angry with Israel, and removed them from his sight, and there remained only the tribe of Judah. 19 But neither did Judah itself keep the commandments of the Lord, their God, but they walked in the errors of Israel, which they had wrought. 20 And the Lord cast off all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, till he cast them away from his face. 21 Even from that time, when Israel was rent from the house of David, and made Jeroboam, son of Nebat, their king, for Jeroboam separated Israel from the Lord, and made them commit a great sin. 22 And the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he had done, and they departed not from them. 23 Till the Lord removed Israel from his face, as he had spoken in the hand of all his servants, the prophets, and Israel was carried away out of their land to Assyria, unto this day. 24 And the king of the Assyrians brought people from Babylon, and from Cutha, and from Avah, and from Emath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel, and they possessed Samaria, and dwelt in the cities thereof. 25 And when they began to dwell there, they feared not the Lord, and the Lord sent lions among them, which killed them. 26 And it was told the king of the Assyrians, and it was said, The nations which thou hast removed, and made to dwell in the cities of Samaria, know not the ordinances of the God of the land, and the Lord hath sent lions among them, and behold they kill them, because they know not the manner of the God of the land. 27 And the king of the Assyrians commanded, saying, Carry thither one of the priests whom you brought from thence captive, and let him go, and dwell with them, and let him teach them the ordinances of the God of the land. 28 So one of the priests, who had been carried away captive from Samaria, came and dwelt in Bethel, and taught them how they should worship the Lord. 466, Fourth Book of Kings, 29 And every nation made gods of their own and put them in the temples of the high places, which the Samaritans had made, every nation in their cities where they dwelt. 30 For the men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, and the Cuthites made Nergal, and the men of Emath made Asima. 31 And the Hivites made Nebahaz, and Tharthak. And they that were of Sepharvaim burnt their children in fire, to Adrammelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. 32 And nevertheless they worshipped the Lord. And they made to themselves, of the lowest of the people, priests of the high places, and they placed them in the temples of the high places. 33 And when they worshipped the Lord, they served also their own gods, according to the custom of the nations out of which they were brought to Samaria. 34 Unto this day they follow the old manner, they fear not the Lord, neither do they keep his ceremonies, and judgments, and law, and the commandment, which the Lord commanded the children of Jacob, whom he surnamed Israel. 35 With whom he made a covenant, and charged them, saying, You shall not fear strange gods, nor shall you adore them, nor worship them, nor sacrifice to them. 36 But the Lord, your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, with great power, and a stretched out arm, him shall you fear, and him shall you adore, and to him shall you sacrifice. 37 And the ceremonies, and judgments, and law, and the commandment, which he wrote for you, you shall observe to do them always, and you shall not fear strange gods. 38 And the covenant that he made with you, you shall not forget, neither shall ye worship strange gods. 39 But fear the Lord, your God, and he shall deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. 40 But they did not hearken to them, but did according to their old custom. 41 So these nations feared the Lord, but nevertheless served also their idols, their children also, and grandchildren, as their fathers did, so do they unto this day. Chapter 18 In the 3rd year of Osee, the son of Elah, king of Israel, reigned Ezekias, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah. 2 He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Abi, the daughter of Zecharias. 3 And he did that which was good before the Lord, according to all that David, his father, had done. 4 He destroyed the high places, and broke the statues in pieces, and cut down the groves, and broke the brazen serpent, which Moses had made, for till that time the children of Israel burned incense to it, and he called its name Noastan. 5 He trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel, so that after him there was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor any of them that were before him. 6 And he stuck to the Lord, and departed not from his steps, but kept his commandments, which the Lord commanded Moses. 7 Wherefore the Lord also was with him, and in all things, to which he went forth, he behaved himself wisely. And he rebelled against the king of the Assyrians, and served him not. 8 He smote the Philistines as far as Gaza. And 4th Book of Kings, 467. All their borders, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. 9 In the 4th year of King Ezekias, which was the 7th year of Osee, the son of Elah, king of Israel, Salmanasser, king of the Assyrians, came up to Samaria, and besieged it. 11 And the king of the Assyrians carried away Israel into Assyria, and placed them in Hula, and in Habor, by the rivers of Gozan, in the cities of the Medes. 12 Because they hearkened not to the voice of the Lord, their God, but transgressed his covenant, all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded, they would not hear, nor do. 13 In the 14th year of King Ezekias, Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, came up against the fenced cities of Judah, and took them. 14 Then Ezekias, king of Judah, sent messengers to the king of the Assyrians, to Lachish, saying, I have offended, depart from me, and all that thou shalt put upon me, I will bear. And the king of the Assyrians put a tax upon Ezekias, king of Judah, of 300 talents of silver, and 30 talents of gold. 15 And Ezekias gave all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord, and in the king's treasures. 16 At that time Ezekias broke the doors of the temple of the Lord, and the plates of gold which he had fastened on them, and gave them to the king of the Assyrians. 17 And the king of the Assyrians sent Tharthan, and Rabsaris, and Rabsaches, from Lachish, to King Ezekias, with a strong army, to Jerusalem. And they went up and came to Jerusalem, and they stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is in the way of the fuller's field. 18 And they called for the king, and there went out to them Eliakim, the son of Helcias, who was over the house, and Sabna, the scribe, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder. 19 And Rabsaches said to them, Speak to Ezekias, thus saith the great king, the king of the Assyrians, what is this confidence, wherein thou trustest? 20 Perhaps thou hast taken counsel, to prepare thyself for battle. On whom dost thou trust, that thou darest to rebel? 21 Dost thou trust in Egypt a staff of a broken reed, upon which if a man lean, it will break and go into his hand, and pierce it? So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all that trust in him. 22 But if you say to me, We trust in the Lord, our God, is it not he, whose high places and altars Ezekias hath taken away, and hath commanded Judah and Jerusalem, you shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem. 23 Now therefore come over to my master, the king of the Assyrians, and I will give you 2,000 horses, and see whether you be able to have riders for them. 24 And how can you stand against one lord of the least of my master's servants? Dost thou trust in Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? 25 Is it without the will of the Lord that I am come up to this place to destroy it? The Lord said to me, Go up to this land, and destroy it. 26 Then Eliakim, the son of Helcias, and Sabna, and Joah, said to Rabsaches, We pray thee, speak to us, thy servants, in Syriac, for we understand that tongue, and speak not to us in the Jews' language, in the hearing of the people that are upon the wall. 27 And Rabsaches answered them, saying, Hath my master sent me to thy master, and to thee, to speak these words, and not rather to the men that sit upon the wall, that they may eat their own dung, and drink their urine with you? 28 Then Rabsaches stood, and cried out with a 468, 4th Book of Kings, loud voice in the Jews' language, and said, Hear the word of the great king, the king of the Assyrians. 29 Thus saith the king, Let not Ezekias deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you out of my hand. 30 Neither let him make you trust in the Lord, saying, The Lord will surely deliver us, and this city shall not be given into the hand of the king of the Assyrians. 31 Do not hearken to Ezekias. For thus saith the king of the Assyrians, Do with me that which is for your advantage, and come out to me, and every man of you shall eat of his own vineyard, and of his own fig tree, and you shall drink water of your own cisterns. 32 Till I come, and take you away, to a land, like to your own land, a fruitful land, and plentiful in wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olives, and oil, and honey, and you shall live, and not die. Hearken not to Ezekias, who deceiveth you, saying, The Lord will deliver us. 33 Have any of the gods of the nations delivered their land from the hand of the king of Assyria? 34 Where is the God of Emath, and of Arphad? Where is the God of Sepharvaim, of Anna, and of Ava? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? 35 Who are they among all the gods of the nations that have delivered their country out of my hand, that the Lord may deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? 36 But the people held their peace, and answered him not a word, for they had received commandment from the king that they should not answer him. 37 And Eliakim, the son of Helcias, who was over the house, and Sabna, the scribe, and Joaheh, the son of Asaph, the recorder, came to Ezekias, with their garments rent, and told him the words of Rabsaches. Chapter 19 And when King Ezekias heard these words, he rent his garments, and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of the Lord. 2 And he sent Eliakim, who was over the house, and Sabna, the scribe, and the ancients of the priests, covered with sackcloths, to Isaiah, the prophet, the son of Amos. 3 And they said to him, Thus saith Ezekias, This day is a day of tribulation, and of rebuke, and of blasphemy, the children are come to the birth, and the woman in travail hath not strength. For it may be the Lord, thy God, will hear all the words of Rabsaches, whom the king of the Assyrians, his master, hath sent to reproach the living God, and to reprove with words, which the Lord, thy God, hath heard, and do thou offer prayer for the remnants that are found. 5 So the servants of King Ezekias came to Isaiah. 6 And Isaiah said to them, Thus shall you say to your master, Thus saith the Lord, Be not afraid for the words which thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of the Assyrians have blasphemed me. 7 Behold, I will send a spirit upon him, and he shall hear a message, and shall return into his own country, and I will make him fall by the sword in his own country. 8 And Rabsaches returned, and found the king of the Assyrians besieging Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. 9 And when he heard of Taraka, king of Ethiopia, behold, he is come out to fight with. 4th Book of Kings, 469. And was going against him, he sent messengers to Ezekias, saying, 10 Thus shall you say to Ezekias, king of Judah, Let not thy God deceive thee, in whom thou trustest, and do not say, Jerusalem shall not be delivered into the hands of the king of the Assyrians. 11 Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of the Assyrians have done to all countries, how they have laid them waste, and canst thou alone be delivered? 12 Have the gods of the nations delivered any of them, whom my fathers have destroyed, to wit, Gozan, and Haran, and Reseph, and the children of Eden, that were in the Lasser? 13 Where is the king of Emath, and the king of Arphad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, and of Anna, and of Ava? 14 And when Ezekias had received the letter of the hand of the messengers, and had read it, he went up to the house of the Lord, and spread it before the Lord. 15 And he prayed in his sight, saying, O Lord God of Israel, who sittest upon the cherubims, thou alone art the God of all the kings of the earth, thou madest heaven and earth. 16 Incline thy ear, and hear, open, O Lord, thy eyes and see, and hear all the words of Sennacherib, who hath sent to upbraid unto us the living God. 17 Of a truth, O Lord, the kings of the Assyrians have destroyed nations, and the lands of them all. 18 And they have cast their gods into the fire, for they were not gods, but the work of men's hands, of wood and stone, and they destroyed them. 19 Now therefore, O Lord our God, save us from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art the Lord, the only God. 20 And Isaiah, the son of Amos, sent to Ezekias, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I have heard the prayer thou hast made to me concerning Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians. 21 This is the word that the Lord hath spoken of him, the virgin, the daughter of Sion, hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn, the daughter of Jerusalem hath wagged her head behind thy back. 22 Whom hast thou reproached, and whom hast thou blasphemed? Against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thy eyes on high? Against the Holy One of Israel. 23 By the hand of thy servants thou hast reproached the Lord, and hast said, With the multitude of my chariots I have gone up to the height of the mountains, to the top of Libanus, and have cut down its tall cedars, and its choice fir trees, and I have entered into the furthest parts thereof, and the forest of its Carmel. 24 I have cut down, and I have drunk strange waters, and have dried up with the soles of my feet all the shut-up waters. 25 Hast thou not heard what I have done from the beginning? From the days of old I have formed it, and now I have brought it to effect, that fenced cities of fighting men should be turned to heaps of ruins. 26 And the inhabitants of them were weak of hand, they trembled and were confounded, they became like the grass of the field, and the green herb on the tops of houses, which withered before it came to maturity. 27 Thy dwelling, and thy going out, and thy coming in, and thy way I knew before, and thy rage against me. 28 Thou hast been mad against me, and thy pride hath come up to my ears, therefore I will put a ring in thy nose, and a bit between thy lips. 470, Fourth Book of Kings, And I will turn thee back by the way by which thou camest. 29 Unto thee, O Ezekias, this shall be a sign, eat this year what thou shalt find, and in the second year, such things as spring of themselves, but in the third year sow and reap, plant vineyards, and eat the fruit of them. 30 And whatsoever shall be left of the house of Judah, shall take root downward, and bear fruit upward. 31 For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and that which shall be saved out of Mount Sion, the zeal of the Lord of hosts shall do this. 32 Wherefore thus saith the Lord concerning the king of the Assyrians, He shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow into it, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a trench about it. 33 By the way that he came he shall return, and into this city he shall not come, saith the Lord. 34 And I will protect this city, and will save it for my own sake, and for David, my servant's sake. 35 And it came to pass that night, that an angel of the Lord came, and slew in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when he arose early in the morning, he saw the bodies of the dead. 36 And Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, departing, went away, and he returned and abode in Nineveh. 37 And as he was worshipping in the temple of Nisroch, his god, Adrammelech and Saresar, his sons, slew him with the sword, and they fled into the land of the Arameans, and Esarhaddon, his son, reigned in his stead. Chapter 20 In those days Ezekias was sick unto death, and Isaiah, the son of Amos, the prophet, came and said to him, Thus saith the Lord God, Give charge concerning thy house, for thou shalt die, and not live. 2 And he turned his face to the wall, and prayed to the Lord, saying, 3 I beseech thee, O Lord, remember how I have walked before thee in truth, and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is pleasing before thee. And Ezekias wept with much weeping. 4 And before Isaiah was gone out of the middle of the court, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, 5 Go back, and tell Ezekias, the captain of my people, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David, thy father, I have heard thy prayer, and I have seen thy tears, and behold I have healed thee. On the third day thou shalt go up to the temple of the Lord. 6 And I will add to thy days 15 years, and I will deliver thee in this city out of the hand of the king of the Assyrians, and I will protect this city for my own sake, and for David, my servant's sake. 7 And Isaiah said, Bring me a lump of figs. And when they had brought it, and laid it upon his boil, he was healed. 8 And Ezekias had said to Isaiah, What shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I will go up to the temple of the Lord the third day? 9 And Isaiah said to him, This shall be the sign from the Lord, that the Lord will do the word which he hath spoken. Wilt thou that the shadow go forward 10 lines, or that it go back so many degrees? Fourth Book of Kings, 471. 10 And Ezekias said, It is an easy matter for the shadow to go forward 10 lines, and I do not desire that this be done, but let it return back 10 degrees. 11 And Isaiah, the prophet, called upon the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backwards by the lines, by which it had already gone down on the dial of Ahaz. 12 At that time Berodach Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of the Babylonians, sent letters and presents to Ezekias, for he had heard that Ezekias had been sick. 13 And Ezekias rejoiced at their coming, and he showed them the house of his aromatical spices, and the gold, and the silver, and divers precious odors, and ointments, and the house of his vessels, and all that he had in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominions, that Ezekias showed them not. 14 And Isaiah, the prophet, came to King Ezekias, and said to him, What said these men? Or from whence came they to thee? And Ezekias said to him, From a far country, they came to me out of Babylon. 15 And he said, What did they see in thy house? Ezekias said, They saw the things that are in my house, there is nothing among my treasures that I have not showed them. 16 And Isaiah said to Ezekias, Hear the word of the Lord, 17 Behold, the days shall come, that all that is in thy house, and that thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon, nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. 18 And of thy sons also that shall issue from thee, whom thou shalt beget, they shall take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. 19 Ezekiel said to Isaiah, The word of the Lord, which thou hast spoken, is good, let peace, and truth be in my days. 20 And the rest of the acts of Ezekiel, and all his might, and how he made a pool, and a conduit, and brought waters into the city, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 21 And Ezekiel slept with his fathers, and Manasseh, his son reigned in his stead. Chapter 21 Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Hepzibah. 2 And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, according to the idols of the nations, which the Lord destroyed from before the face of the children of Israel. 3 And he turned, and built up the high places, which Ezekiel, his father, had destroyed, and he set up altars to Baal, and made groves, as Achab, the king of Israel, had done, and he adored all the host of heaven, and served them. 4 And he built altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord said, In Jerusalem I will put my name. 5 And he built altars for all the host of heaven, in the 2 courts of the temple of the Lord. 6 And he made his son pass through fire, and he used divinations, and observed omens, and appointed pythons, and multiplied soothsayers, to do evil before the Lord, and to provoke him. 7 He set also an idol of the grove, which he had made, in the temple of the Lord, concerning which the Lord said to David, and to Solomon his son, In this temple, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. 472. Fourth Book of Kings. 8 And I will no more make the feet of Israel to be moved out of the land, which I gave to their fathers, only if they will observe to do all that I have commanded them, according to the law which my servant Moses commanded them. 9 But they hearkened not, but were seduced by Manasseh, to do evil more than the nations which the Lord destroyed before the children of Israel. 10 And the Lord spoke in the hand of his servants, the prophets, saying, 11 Because Manasseh, king of Judah, hath done these most wicked abominations, beyond all that the Amorites did before him, and hath made Judah also to sin with his filthy doings. 12 Therefore thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring on evils upon Jerusalem and Judah, that whosoever shall hear of them, both his ears shall tingle. 13 And I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the weight of the house of Achab, and I will efface Jerusalem, as writings tables are wont to be effaced, and I will erase and turn it, and draw the pencil often over the face thereof. 14 And I will leave the remnants of my inheritance, and will deliver them into the hands of their enemies, and they shall become a prey, and a spoil to all their enemies. 15 Because they have done evil before me, and have continued to provoke me, from the day that their fathers came out of Egypt, even unto this day. 16 Moreover, Manasseh shed also very much innocent blood, till he filled Jerusalem up to the mouth, besides his sins, wherewith he made Judah to sin, to do evil before the Lord. 17 Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and all that he did, and his sin, which he sinned, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 18 And Manasseh slept with his fathers, and was buried in the garden of his own house, in the garden of Uzzah, and Amon, his son, reigned in his stead. 19 2 And 20 years old was Amon when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Meselemeth, the daughter of Harris, of Jeteba. 20 And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as Manasseh, his father, had done. 21 And he walked in all the way in which his father had walked, and he served the abominations which his father had served, and he adored them. 22 And forsook the Lord, the God of his fathers, and walked not in the way of the Lord. 23 And his servants plotted against him, and slew the king in his own house. 24 But the people of the land slew all them that had conspired against King Amon, and made Josiah, his son, their king in his stead. 25 But the rest of the acts of Amon, which he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 26 And they buried him in his sepulchre, in the garden of Uzzah, and his son, Josiah, reigned in his stead. Chapter 22 Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign. He reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Idida, the daughter of Hodiah, of Besecheth. 2 And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, and walked in all the ways of David, his father. He turned not aside to the right hand, or to the left. 3 And in the 18th year of King Josiah. Fourth Book of Kings. 473. The king sent Shaphan, the son of Asiah, the son of Mesullam, the scribe of the temple of the Lord, saying to him, 5 And let it be given to the workmen by the overseers of the house of the Lord, and let them distribute it to those that work in the temple of the Lord, to repair the temple. 6 That is, to carpenters and masons, and to such as mend breaches, and that timber may be bought, and stones out of the quarries, to repair the temple of the Lord. 7 But let there be no reckoning made with them of the money which they receive, but let them have it in their power, and in their trust. 8 And Helcias, the high priest, said to Shaphan, the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Helcias gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. 9 And Shaphan, the scribe, came to the king, and brought him word again concerning that which he had commanded, and said, Thy servants have gathered together the money that was found in the house of the Lord, and they have given it to be distributed to the workmen by the overseers of the works of the temple of the Lord. 10 And Shaphan, the scribe, told the king, saying, Helcias, the priest, hath delivered to me a book. And when Shaphan had read it before the king. 11 And the king had heard the words of the law of the Lord, he rent his garments. 12 And he commanded Helcias, the priest, and Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Achober, the son of Meha, and Shaphan, the scribe, and Asaiah, the king's servant, saying, 13 Go and consult the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book which is found, for the great wrath of the Lord is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened to the words of this book, to do all that is written for us. 14 So Helcias, the priest, and Ahikam, and Achober, and Shaphan, and Asaiah, went to Huldah, the prophetess, the wife of Selim, the son of Thecua, the son of Arens, keeper of the wardrobe, who dwelt in Jerusalem, in the second, and they spoke to her. 15 And she said to them, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, tell the man that sent you to me. 16 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring evils upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, all the words of the law which the king of Judah hath read. 17 Because they have forsaken me, and have sacrificed to strange gods, provoking me by all the works of their hands, therefore my indignation shall be kindled against this place, and shall not be quenched. 18 But to the king of Judah, who sent you to consult the Lord, thus shall you say, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, forasmuch as thou hast heard the words of the book. 19 And thy heart hath been moved to fear, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Lord, hearing the words against this place, and the inhabitants thereof, to wit, that they should become a wonder and a curse, and thou hast rent thy garments, and wept before me, I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. 20 Therefore I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered to thy sepulchre in peace, that thy eyes may not see all the evils which I will bring upon this place. Chapter 23 And they brought the king word again what she had said. And he sent, and all the ancients of 474. Fourth Book of Kings. Judah and Jerusalem were assembled to him. 2 And the king went up to the temple of the Lord, and all the men of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, the priests, and the prophets, and all the people, both little and great, and in the hearing of them all he read all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Lord. 3 And the king stood upon the step, and he made a covenant with the Lord, to walk after the Lord, and to keep his commandments, and his testimonies, and his ceremonies, with all their heart, and with all their soul, and to perform the words of this covenant, which were written in that book. And the people agreed to the covenant. 4 And the king commanded Helcias, the high priest, and the priests of the second order, and the doorkeepers, to cast out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that had been made for Baal, and for the grove, and for all the host of heaven, and he burnt them without Jerusalem, in the valley of Cedron. And he carried the ashes of them to Bethel. 5 And he destroyed the soothsayers, whom the kings of Judah had appointed to sacrifice in the high places in the cities of Judah, and round about Jerusalem, them also that burned incense to Baal, and to the sun, and to the moon, and to the 12 signs, and to all the host of heaven. 6 And he caused the grove to be carried out from the house of the Lord, without Jerusalem, to the valley of Cedron, and he burned it there, and reduced it to dust, and cast the dust upon the graves of the common people. 7 He destroyed also the pavilions of the effeminate, which were in the house of the Lord, for which the women wove as it were little dwellings for the grove. 8 And he gathered together all the priests out of the cities of Judah, and he defiled the high places, where the priests offered sacrifice, from Gaba to Bersabee, and he broke down THC altars of the gates that were in the entering in of the gate of Josue, governor of the city, which was on the left hand of the gate of the city. 9 However, the priests of the high places came not up to the altar of the Lord, in Jerusalem, but only eat of the unleavened bread among their brethren. 10 And he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, that no man should consecrate there his son, or his daughter, through fire, to Moloch. 11 And he took away the horses which the kings of Judah had given to the sun, at the entering in of the temple of the Lord, near the chamber of Nathan-Melech the eunuch, who was in Farorim, and he burnt the chariots of the sun with fire. 12 And the altars that were upon the top of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars which Manasseh had made in the two courts of the temple of the Lord, the king broke down, and he ran from thence, and cast the ashes of them into the torrent Cedron. 13 The high places also that were at Jerusalem, on the right side of the Mount of Offense, which Solomon, king of Israel, had built to Ashtaroth, the idol of the Sidonians, and to Chamos, the scandal of Moab, and to Melcham, the abomination of the children of Ammon, the king defiled. 14 And he broke in pieces the statues, and cut down the groves, and he filled their places with the bones of dead men. 15 Moreover, the altar also that was at Bethel, and the high place, which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, had made, both. Fourth Book of Kings, 475. The altar, and the high place, he broke down and burnt, and reduced to powder, and burnt the grove. 16 And as Josias turned himself, he saw there the sepulchres that were in the mount, and he sent and took the bones out of the sepulchres, and burnt them upon the altar, and defiled it according to the word of the Lord, which the man of God spoke, who had foretold these things. 17 And he said, What is that monument which I see? And the men of that city answered, It is the sepulchre of the man of God, who came from Judah, and foretold these things which thou hast done upon the altar of Bethel. 18 And he said, Let him alone, let no man move his bones. So his bones were left untouched with the bones of the prophet, that came out of Samaria. 19 Moreover all the temples of the high places which were in the cities of Samaria, which the kings of Israel had made to provoke the Lord, Josias took away, and he did to them according to all the acts that he had done in Bethel. 20 And he slew all the priests of the high places, that were there, upon the altars, and he burned men's bones upon them, and returned to Jerusalem. 21 And he commanded all the people, saying, Keep the face to the Lord your God, according as it is written in the book of this covenant. 22 Now there was no such a phase kept from the days of the judges, who judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, and of the kings of Judah. 23 As was this phase, that was kept to the Lord in Jerusalem, in the 18th year of King Josias. 24 Moreover the diviners by spirits, and soothsayers, and the figures of idols, and the uncleannesses, and the abominations, that had been, in the land of Judah and Jerusalem, Josias took away, that he might perform the words of the law, that were written in the book, which Hilkiah the priest had found in the temple of the Lord. 25 There was no king before him like unto him, that returned to the Lord with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his strength, according to all the law of Moses, neither after him did there arise any like unto him. 26 But yet the Lord turned not away from the wrath of his great indignation, wherewith his anger was kindled against Judah, because of the provocations, wherewith Manasseh had provoked him. 27 And the Lord said, I will remove Judah also from before my face, as I have removed Israel, and I will cast off this city Jerusalem, which I chose, and the house, of which I said, My name shall be there. 28 Now the rest of the acts of Josias, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? 29 In his days Pharaoh-Nechow, king of Egypt, went up against the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates, and King Josias went to meet him, and was slain at Megiddo. When he had seen him, 30 And his servants carried him dead from Megiddo, and they brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own sepulchre. And the people of the land took Joash, the son of Josias, and they anointed him, and made him king in his father's stead. 31 Joash was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Amital, the daughter of Jeremias, of Libnah. 32 And he did evil before the Lord, according to all that his fathers had done. 476. Fourth Book of Kings. 33 And Pharaoh-Nechow bound him at Riblah, which is in the land of Emath, that he should not reign in Jerusalem, and he set a fine upon the land, of 100 talents of silver, and a talent of gold. 34 And Pharaoh-Nechow made Eliakim, the son of Josias, king in the room of Josias his father, and turned his name to Joachim. And he took Joash away and carried him into Egypt, and he died there. 35 And Joachim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, after he had taxed the land for every man, to contribute according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and he exacted both the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of every man according to his ability, to give to Pharaoh-Nechow. 36 Joachim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Zebidah, the daughter of Phadiah, of Rumah. 37 And he did evil before the Lord according to all that his fathers had done. Chapter 24. In his days Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon came up, and Joachim became his servant 3 years, then again he rebelled against him. 2 And the Lord sent against him the rovers of the Chaldees, and the rovers of Syria, and the rovers of Moab, and the rovers of the children of Ammon, and he sent them against Judah, to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord, which he had spoken by his servants, the prophets. 3 And this came by the word of the Lord against Judah, to remove them from before him for all the sins of Manasseh which he did, 4 And for the innocent blood that he shed, filling Jerusalem with innocent blood, and therefore the Lord would not be appeased. 5 But the rest of the acts of Joachim, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the words of the days of the kings of Judah? And Joachim slept with his fathers. 6 And Joachim, his son, reigned in his stead. 7 And the king of Egypt came not again any more out of his own country, for the king of Babylon had taken all that had belonged to the king of Egypt, from the river of Egypt, unto the river Euphrates. 8 Joachim was 18 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Noastah, the daughter of Elnathan, of Jerusalem. 9 And he did evil before the Lord, according to all that his father had done. 10 At that time the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up against Jerusalem, and the city was surrounded with their forts. 11 And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to the city, with his servants, to assault it. 12 And Joachim, king of Judah, went out to the king of Babylon, he, and his mother, and his servants, and his nobles, and his eunuchs, and the king of Babylon received him in the 8th year of his reign. 13 And he brought out from thence all the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and he cut in pieces all the vessels of gold which Solomon, king of Israel, had made in the temple of the Lord, according to the word of the Lord. 14 And he carried away all Jerusalem, and all the princes, and all the valiant men of the army, to the number of 10,000, into captivity, and every artificer and smith, and none were. 4th Book of Kings, 477, left, but the poor sword of the people of the land. 15 And he carried away Joachim into Babylon, and the king's mother, and the king's wives, and his eunuchs, and the judges of the land he carried into captivity, from Jerusalem, into Babylon. 16 And all the strong men, 7,000, and the artificers, and the smiths, 1,000, all that were valiant men, and fit for war, and the king of Babylon led them captives into Babylon. 17 And he appointed Mattanias, his uncle, in his stead, and called his name Sedecias. 18 Sedecias was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Amital, the daughter of Jeremias, of Libnah. 19 And he did evil before the Lord, according to all that Joachim had done. 20 For the Lord was angry against Jerusalem and against Judah, till he cast them out from his face, and Sedecias revolted from the king of Babylon. Chapter 25 And it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem, and they surrounded it, and raised works round about it. 2 And the city was shut up and besieged till the 11th year of King Sedecias. 3 The 9th day of the month, and a famine prevailed in the city, and there was no bread for the people of the land. 4 And a breach was made into the city, and all the men of war fled in the night between the 2 walls by the king's garden, and Sedecias fled, by the way that leadeth to the plains of the wilderness. 5 And the army of the Chaldees pursued after the king, and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and all the warriors that were with him were scattered, and left him. 6 So they took the king, and brought him to the king of Babylon, to Riblatha, and he gave judgment upon him. 7 And he slew the sons of Sedecias before his face, and he put out his eyes, and bound him with chains, and brought him to Babylon. 8 In the 5th month, the 7th day of the month, the same as the 19th year of the king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, commander of the army, a servant of the king of Babylon, into Jerusalem. 9 And he burnt the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and the houses of Jerusalem, and every great house he burnt with fire. 10 And all the army of the Chaldees, which was with the commander of the troops, broke down the walls of Jerusalem round about. 11 And Nebuzaradan, the commander of the army, carried away the rest of the people, that remained in the city, and the fugitives, that had gone over to the king of Babylon, and the remnant of the common people. 12 But of the poor of the land he left some dressers of vines and husbandmen. 13 And the pillars of brass that were in the temple of the Lord, and the bases, and the sea of brass, which was in the house of the Lord, the Chaldees broke in pieces, and carried all the brass of them to Babylon. 14 They took away also the pots of brass, and the mazers, and the forks, and the cups, and the mortars, and all the vessels of brass, with which they ministered. 15 Moreover also the censers, and the bowls. 478. 4th Book of Kings, such as were of gold in gold, and such as were of silver and silver, the general of the army took away, 16 that is, 2 pillars, 1 sea, and the bases which Solomon had made in the temple of the Lord. The brass of all these vessels was without weight, 17 one pillar was 18 cubits high, and the chapiter of brass, which was upon it, was 3 cubits high, and the network, and the pomegranates that were upon the chapiter of the pillar, were all of brass, and the second pillar had the like adorning. 18 And the general of the army took Saras, the chief priest, and Sophonias, the second priest, and 3 doorkeepers. 19 And out of the city 1 eunuch, who was captain over the men of war, and 5 men of them who had stood before the king, whom he found in the city, and Sophar, the captain of the army, who exercised the young soldiers of the people of the land, and 60 men of the common people, who were found in the city. 20 These Nebuzaradan, the general of the army, took away, and carried them to the king of Babylon, to Riblatha. 21 And the king of Babylon smote them, and slew them at Riblatha, in the land of Hamath, so Judah was carried away out of their land. 22 But over the people that remained in the land of Judah, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had left, he gave the government to Godalias, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan. 23 And when all the captains of the soldiers had heard this, they and the men that were with them, to wit, that the king of Babylon had made Godalias governor, they came to Godalias to Masphah, Ishmael, the son of Nethanias, and Johanan, the son of Kari, and Sariah, the son of Thanhumath, the Netophathite, and Jezonias, the son of Makati, they and their men. 24 And Godalias swore to them and to their men, saying, Be not afraid to serve the Chaldees, stay in the land, and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. 25 But it came to pass in the 7th month, that Ishmael, the son of Nethanias, the son of Elisama, of the seed royal came, and 10 men with him, and smote Godalias, so that he died, and also the Jews and the Chaldees that were with him in Masphah. 26 And all the people, both little and great, and the captains of the soldiers, rising up, went to Egypt, fearing the Chaldees. 27 And it came to pass in the 37th year of the captivity of Joachim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, the 27th day of the month, Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, lifted up the head of Joachim, king of Judah, out of prison. 28 And he spoke kindly to him, and he set his throne above the throne of the kings that were with him in Babylon. 29 And he changed his garments which he had in prison, and he ate bread always before him, all the days of his life. 30 And he appointed him a continual allowance, which was also given him by the king, day by day, all the days of his life.